attractive enough to men who have other uses for their time or attention to being the requisite number to undertake it voluntarily. Guild Socialism Restated, p. 76. By these methods a balance between industrial sectors would be achieved as individuals would balance their desire for interesting work with their desires for free time. Over time, by using the power of appropriate technology, even such timekeeping would be minimized or even got eliminated as society developed freely. Until such time as it can be automated away, a free society will have to encourage people to volunteer for work placements they do not particularly want to do by these and other methods. It will be clear what is considered unpleasant work in any society. Few people, if any, will volunteer to do it. As in any advanced society, communities and syndicates who required extra help would inform others of their need by the various form of media that existed. In addition, it would be likely that each community would have a division of activity syndicate whose work would be to distribute information about these posts and to which members of a community would go to discover what placements existed for the line of work they were interested in. So we have a means by which syndicates and communes can ask for new associates and the means by which individuals can discover these placements. Obviously, some tasks will still require qualifications and that will be taken into account when syndicates and communes advertise for help. And it is important to remember that the means of production required by new syndicates do not fall from the sky. Other members of society will have to work to produce the required goods. Therefore it is likely that the syndicates and communes would agree that only a certain, maximum, percentage of production would be allocated to start-up syndicates, as opposed to increasing the resources of existing confederations. Such a figure would obviously be revised periodically in order to take into account changing circumstances. Members of the community who decide to form syndicates for new productive tasks or syndicates which do the same work but are independent of existing confederations would have to get the agreement of other workers to supply them with the necessary means of production, just as today they have to get the agreement of a bank to receive the necessary credit to start a new business. By budgeting the amounts available, a free society can ensure that individual desires for specific kinds of work can be matched with the requirements of society for useful production. And we must point out, just to make sure we are not misunderstood, that there will be no group of planners deciding which applications for resources get accepted. Instead, individuals and associations would apply to different production units for resources, whose workers in turn decide whether to produce the goods requested. If it is within the syndicate's agreed budget, then it is likely that they will produce the required materials. In this way, a communist anarchist society will ensure the maximum amount of economic freedom to start new syndicates and join existing ones, plus ensure that social production does not suffer in the process. Of course, no system is perfect. We are sure that not everyone will be able to do the work they enjoy the most. This is also the case under capitalism, we may add. In an anarchist society, every method of ensuring that individuals pursue the work they are interested in would be investigated. If a possible solution can be found, we are sure that it will. What a free society would make sure of was that neither the capitalist market redeveloped, which ensures that the majority are marginalized into wage slavery, or a state socialist labor army type allocation process developed, which would ensure that free socialism did not remain free or socialist for long. In this manner, anarchism will be able to ensure the principle of voluntary labor and free association, as well as making sure that unpleasant and unwanted work is done. Moreover, most anarchists are sure that in a free society such requirements to encourage people to volunteer for unpleasant work will disappear over time as feelings of mutual aid and solidarity become more and more commonplace. Indeed, it is likely that people will gain respect for doing jobs that others might find unpleasant, and so it might become glamorous to do such activity. Showing off to friends can be a powerful stimulus in doing any activity. So anarchists would agree with Albert and Hahnel when they say that, in a society that makes every effort to depreciate the esteem that derives from anything other than conspicuous consumption, it is not surprising that great income differentials are seen as necessary to induce effort. But to assume that only conspicuous consumption can motivate people because under capitalism we have strained to make it so is unwarranted. There is plenty of evidence that people can be moved to great sacrifices for reasons other than a desire for personal wealth. There is good reason to believe that for non-pathological people wealth is generally coveted only as a means of attaining other ends such as economic security, comfort, social esteem, respect, status, or power. The Political Economy of Participatory Economics, p. 52. We should note here that the education syndicates would obviously take into account the trends in work placement requirements when deciding upon the structure of their classes. In this way, education would respond to the needs of society as well as the needs of the individual, as would any productive syndicate. I.4.14 What about the person who will not work? Anarchism is based on voluntary labor. If people do not desire to work, then they cannot, must not, be forced to by means of physical coercion. This makes some wonder what happens if someone refuses to work in a libertarian society. In terms of a mutualist or collectivist anarchy, this question is easy to answer, for goods are distributed according to work done, and so if people do not work, then they are left dependent on the charity of those who do. Exceptions for the young, old, and ill would apply, of course. So this question is directed towards communist anarchists, with many people arguing that communism is impossible because people simply would not work unless they get paid. This ignores the many people who do volunteer work, often in addition to their real jobs. It also ignores those who spend their time contributing to projects they are interested in, such as fan journals, which would be considered work in other contexts. A classic example of this is the Internet, particularly web pages like Wikipedia and software projects like PHP. Then there is the activity of the pro-capitalists themselves, often fanatical anti-communists, which they almost always equate to Stalinism, who spend their free time working on Wikipedia, newsgroups, web pages, and journals explaining how communism could not work because people would never voluntarily contribute to society. It is one of the great ironies of life that those who hate communism the most often, by their actions, prove its viability. So, communist anarchists argue, in a society based on self-managed work in pleasant surroundings and a reduction of the working week to a minimum, there would be few people who refuse to do any kind of productive activity. The question arises of what to do with those, a small minority, to be sure, who refuse to work. On this question there is some disagreement. Some anarchists argue that the lazy should not be deprived of the means of life. Social pressure, they argue, would ensure those who take from, but do not contribute, to the community to listen to their conscience and start producing for the community that supports them. If this did not happen, then the person who refused to contribute would be asked to leave. Freedom of association means the freedom not to associate. As Kropotkin argued. First of all, is it not evident that if a society, founded on the principle of free work, were really menaced by loafers, it could protect itself without the authoritarian organization we have nowadays, and without having recourse to wagedom, i.e., payment by deeds? Let us take a group of volunteers, combining for some particular enterprise. Having its success at heart, they all work with a will, save one of the associates, who is frequently absent from his post. Some day the comrade who imperils their enterprise will be told, "Friend, we should like to work with you, but as you are often absent from your post, and you do your work negligently, we must part. Go and find other comrades who will put up with your indifference." This is so natural that it is practiced everywhere, even nowadays, in all industries. If a worker does his work badly, if he hinders his comrades by his laziness or other defects, if he is quarrelsome, there is an end of it, he is compelled to leave the workshop. Authoritarians pretend that it is the almighty employer and his overseers who maintain regularity and quality of work in factories. In reality, it is the factory itself, the workmen and women who see to the good quality of the work. The Conquest of Bread, pages 152-3. Most anarchists agree with Camillo Bernieri when he argued that anarchism should be based upon no compulsion to work, but no duty towards those who do not want to work. The Problem of Work, pages 59-82, Why Work, Vernon Richards, ed., p. 74. This means that an anarchist society will not continue to feed, clothe, house someone who can produce but refuses to. Anarchists have had enough of the wealthy under capitalism consuming but not producing, and do not see why they should support a new group of parasites after the revolution. Obviously, there is a difference between not wanting to work and being unable to work. The sick, children, the old, pregnant women and so on will be looked after in libertarian communism. As child rearing would be considered work along with other more obviously economic tasks, mothers and fathers will not have to leave their children unattended and work to make ends meet. Instead, consideration will be given to the needs of both parents and children, as well as the creation of community nurseries and child care centers. We have to stress here that an anarchist society will not deny anyone the means of life. This would violate the voluntary labor which is at the heart of all schools of anarchism. Unlike capitalism, the means of life will not be monopolized by any group including the commune. This means that someone who does not wish to join a commune or who does not pull their weight within a commune and are expelled or choose to leave will have access to the means of making a living. We stated that we stress this fact as many supporters of capitalism seem to be unable to understand this point, or prefer to ignore it and so misrepresent the anarchist position. In an anarchist society, no one will be forced to join a commune simply because they do not have access to the means of production and/or land required to work alone. Unlike capitalism, where access to these essentials of life is dependent on buying access to them from the capitalist class, and so, effectively, denied to the vast majority, an anarchist society will ensure that all have access and have a real choice between living in a commune and working independently. This access is based on the fundamental difference between possession and property. The commune possesses as much land as it needs, as do non-members. The resources used by them are subject to the usual possession rationale. They possess it only as long as they use it and cannot bar others using it if they do not, i.e., it is not property. Thus an anarchist commune remains a voluntary association and ensures the end of all forms of domination. The member of the commune has the choice of working as part of a community, giving according to their abilities and taking according to their needs, or some other means of organizing production and consumption such as equal income or receiving labor notes, and so on, or working independently and so free of communal benefits as well as any commitments, bar those associated with using communal resources such as roads and so on. So, in most, if not all, anarchist communities, individuals have two options: either they can join a commune and work together as equals, or they can work as an individual or independent cooperative and exchange the product of their labor with others. If an individual joins a commune and does not carry their weight, even after their fellow workers ask them to, then that person will possibly be expelled and given enough land, tools, or means of production to work alone. Of course, if a person is depressed, run down or otherwise finding it hard to join in communal responsibilities, then their friends and fellow workers would do everything in their power to help and be flexible in their approach to the problem. What method a community would use would depend on what people in that community thought was best. However, most social anarchists think that the problem of people trying not to work would be a very minor one in a free society. This is because productive activity is part of human life and an essential way to express oneself. With work being voluntary and self-managed, it will become like current-day hobbies, and many people work harder at their hobbies than they do at real work. This FAQ can be considered as an example of this. How long this takes to organize fully is, of course, unknown, but one of the most important tasks of a free society will be to ensure work is transformed and the burden of what remains is shared in order to reduce toil to a minimum. It is the nature of employment under capitalism, the hierarchical nature of its workplace, that makes it work instead of pleasure. Work need not be a part of the day that we wish would end. It is not work that people hate. Rather, it is overwork, in unpleasant circumstances and under the control of others, that people hate. Reduce the hours of labor, improve the working conditions and place the work under self-management, and work will stop being a hated thing. All these will help ensure that only an idiot would desire to work alone, for, as Malatesta argued, the individual who wished to supply his own material needs by working alone would be the slave of his labors. The Anarchist Revolution, p. 15. So, enlightened self-interest would secure the voluntary labor and egalitarian distribution anarchists favor in the vast majority of the population. The parasitism associated with capitalism would be a thing of the past. Thus the problem of the lazy person fails to understand the nature of humanity nor the revolutionizing effects of freedom on the nature and content of work. I.4.15 What will the workplace of tomorrow look like? Given the anarchist desire to liberate the artist in all of us, we can easily imagine that a free society would totally transform the working environment. No longer would workers be indifferent to their workplaces, but they would express themselves in transforming them into pleasant places, integrated into both the life of the local community and into the local environment. After all, no movement that raises the demand for workers' councils can be regarded as revolutionary unless it tries to promote sweeping transformations in the environment of the workplace. Murray Bookchin, Post-Scarcity Anarchism, p. 88. A glimpse of the future workplace can be seen from the actual class struggle. In the 40-day sit-down strike at Fisher Body Plant No. 1 in Flint, Michigan in 1936, there was a community of 2,000 strikers. Committees organized recreation, information, classes, a postal service, sanitation. There were classes in parliamentary procedure, public speaking, history of the labor movement. Graduate students at the University of Michigan gave courses in journalism and creative writing. Howard Zinn, A People's History of the United States, p. 391 in the same year, during the Spanish Revolution, collectivist workplaces also created libraries and education facilities as well as funding schools, healthcare, and other social necessities, a practice, we must note, that had started before the revolution when anarchist unions had funded schools, social centers, libraries, and so on. The future workplace would be expanded to include education and classes in individual development. This follows Proudhon's suggestion made during the 1848 revolution that we should organize association, and by the same token, every workshop becoming a school, every worker becomes a master, every student an apprentice. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, pages 62-3. This means that in a free society workers' associations have a very important role to play. Linked to the system of public education, they will become both centers of production and centers for education. The working masses will be in daily contact with the youthful army of agricultural and industrial workers. Labor and study, which have for so long and so foolishly been kept apart, will finally emerge side by side in their natural state of union. Instead of being confined to narrow, specialized fields, vocational education will include a variety of different types of work which, taken as a whole, will ensure that each student becomes an all-round worker. Proudhon, Selected Writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, p. 87. This would allow work to become part of a wider community, drawing in people from different areas to share their knowledge and learn new insights and ideas. In addition, children would have part of their school studies with workplaces, getting them aware of the practicalities of many different forms of work and so allowing them to make informed decisions in what sort of activity they would be interested in pursuing when they were older. Obviously, a workplace managed by its workers would also take care to make the working environment as pleasant as possible. No more sick building syndrome or unhealthy and stressful work areas, for can we doubt that work will become a pleasure and a relaxation in a society of equals, in which hands will not be compelled to sell themselves to toil, and to accept work under any conditions. Repugnant tasks will disappear, because it is evident that these unhealthy conditions are harmful to society as a whole. Slaves can submit to them, but free men and women will create new conditions, and their work will be pleasant and infinitely more productive. Kropotkin, The Conquest of Bread, p. 123. Workplaces would be designed to maximize space and allow individual expression within them. We can imagine such places surrounded by gardens and allotments which were tended by workers themselves, giving a pleasant surrounding to the workplace. There would, in effect, be a breakdown of the city/rural divide. Workplaces would be placed next to fields and integrated into the surroundings. Have the factory and the workshop at the gates of your fields and gardens, and work in them. Not those large establishments, of course, in which huge masses of metals have to be dealt with and which are better placed at certain spots indicated by nature, but the countless variety of workshops and factories which are required to satisfy the infinite diversity of tastes among civilized men and women, factories and workshops which men, women, and children will not be driven by hunger, but will be attracted by the desire of finding an activity suited to their tastes, and where, aided by the motor and the machine, they will choose the branch of activity which best suits their inclinations. Kropotkin, Fields, Factories, and Workshops Tomorrow, p. 197. This vision of rural and urban integration is just part of the future anarchists see for the workplace. As Kropotkin argued, we proclaim integration, a society of integrated, combined labor. A society where each individual is a producer of both manual and intellectual work, where each able-bodied human being is a worker, and where each worker works both in the field and the industrial workshop, where every aggregation of individuals, large enough to dispose of a certain variety of natural resources, it may be a nation, or rather a region, produces and itself consumes most of its own agricultural and manufactured produce. Op. Cit. p. 26. The future workplace would be an expression of the desires of those who work there. It would be based around a pleasant working environment, within gardens and with extensive library, resources for education classes and other leisure activities. All this, and more, will be possible in a society based upon self-realization and self-expression, and one in which individuality is not crushed by authority and capitalism. To quote Kropotkin, the future workplace would be airy and hygienic, and consequently economical, factories in which human life is of more account than machinery and the making of extra profits. Op. Cit. p. 197. 4. Obviously, if most of the workshops we know are foul and unhealthy, it is because the workers are of no account in the organization of factories. The Conquest of Bread, p. 121. So in brief, argued William Morris, our buildings will be beautiful with their own beauty of simplicity as workshops, and besides the mere workshops, our factory will have other buildings which may carry ornament further than that, for it will need dining hall, library, school, places for study of different kinds, and other such structures. A factory as it might be, p. 9. This is possible and is only held back by capitalism, which denounces such visions of freedom as uneconomic. Yet such claims ignore the distribution of income in class society. Impossible, I hear an anti-socialist say. My friend, please to remember that most factories sustain today large and handsome gardens, and not seldom parks, only the said gardens, etc. are 20 miles away from the factory, out of the smoke, and are kept up for one member of the factory only, the sleeping partner to wit. Morris, Op. Cit. pages 7 to 8. Pleasant working conditions based upon the self-management of work can produce a workplace within which economic efficiency can be achieved without disrupting and destroying individuality and the environment. Also see section I.4.9 for a fuller discussion of anarchism and technology. I.4.16 Won't a libertarian communist society be inefficient? It is often argued that anarcho-communism and other forms of non-market libertarian socialism would promote inefficiency and unproductive work. The basis of this argument is that without market forces to discipline workers and the profit motive to reward them, workers would have no incentive to work in a way which minimizes time or resources. The net effect of this would be inefficient use of resources, particularly an individual's time. This is a valid point in some ways. For example, a society can, potentially, benefit from increasing productivity, as the less time and resources it takes to produce a certain good, the more of both it gains for other activities, although, of course, in a class society the benefits of increased productivity generally accrue to, first and foremost, those at the top, and, for the rest, the other activities mean more work. Indeed, for an individual, a decent society depends on people having time available for them to do what they want, to develop themselves in whatever way they want, to enjoy themselves. In addition, doing more with less can have a positive environment impact as well. It is for these reasons that an anarchist society would be interested in promoting efficiency and productiveness during production. A free society will undoubtedly create new criteria for what counts as an efficient use of resources and time. What passes for efficient use capitalism often means what is efficient in increasing the power and profits of the few, without regard to the wasteful use of individual time, energy, and potential as well as environmental and social costs. Such a narrow criteria for decision-making or evaluating efficient production will not exist in an anarchist society. See our discussion of the irrational nature of the price mechanism in section I.1.2, for example. When we use the term efficiency, we mean the dictionary definition of efficiency, i.e. reducing waste, maximizing use of resources, rather than what the capitalist market distorts this into, i.e. what creates most profits for the boss. While capitalism has turned improvements in productivity as a means of increasing work, enriching the few and generally proletarianizing the working class, a free society would take a different approach to the problem. As argued in section I.4.3, a communist anarchist society would be based upon the principle of for so much per day, in money today, in labor tomorrow, you are entitled to satisfy luxury excepted this or the other of your wants. Peter Kropotkin, Small Communal Experiments and Why the Fail, p. 8. Building upon this, we can imagine a situation where the average output for a given industry in a given amount of time is used to encourage efficiency and productivity. If a given syndicate can produce this average output with at least average quality in less time than the agreed average/minimum, and without causing ecological or social externalities, of course, then the members of that syndicate can and should have that time off. This would be a powerful incentive to innovate, improve productivity, introduce new machinery and processes as well as work efficiently without reintroducing the profit motive and material inequality. With the possibility of having more time available for themselves and their own projects, people involved in productive activities would have a strong interest in being efficient. Of course, if the work in question is something they enjoy, then any increases in efficiency would enhance what makes their work enjoyable and not eliminate it. Rewarding efficiency with free time would also be an important means to ensure efficient use of resources as well as a means of reducing time spent in productive activity which was considered as boring or otherwise undesirable. The incentive of getting unpleasant tasks over with as quickly as possible would ensure that the tasks were done efficiently and that innovation was directed towards them. Moreover, when it came to major investment decisions, a syndicate would be more likely to get others to agree to its plans if the syndicate had a reputation of excellence. This, again, would encourage efficiency as people would know that they could gain resources for their communities and workplaces, i.e. themselves, more easily if their work is efficient and reliable. This would be a key means of encouraging efficient and effective use of resources. Similarly, an inefficient or wasteful syndicate would have negative reactions from their fellow workers. As we argued in section I.4.7, a libertarian communist economy would be based on free association. If a syndicate or community got a reputation for being inefficient with resources, then others would not associate with them, i.e. they would not supply them with materials, or place them at the end of the queue when deciding which production requests to supply, and so on. As with a syndicate which produced shoddy goods, the inefficient syndicate would also face the judgment of its peers. This will produce an environment which will encourage efficient use of resources and time. All these factors, the possibility of increased free time, the respect and resources gained for an efficient and excellent work, and the possibility of a lack of cooperation with others for inefficient use of resources, would ensure that an anarchist communist or anarchist collectivist society would have no need to fear inefficiency. Indeed, by placing the benefits of increased efficiency into the hands of those who do the work, efficiency will no doubt increase. With self-management, we can soon see time and resources being used efficiently and productively simply because those doing the work would have a direct and real interest in it. Rather than alienate their liberty, as under capitalism, they would apply their creativity and minds to transforming their productive activity in such a way as to make it enjoyable and not a waste of their time. Little wonder Kropotkin argued that modern knowledge could be applied to a society in which people, with the work of their own hands and intelligence, and by the aid of the machinery already invented and to be invented, should themselves create all imaginable riches. Technics and science will not be lagging behind if production takes such a direction. Guided by observation, analysis, and experiment, they will answer all possible demands. They will reduce the time required for producing wealth to any desired amount, so as to leave to everyone as much leisure as he or she may ask for. They guarantee the happiness that can be found in the full and varied exercise of the different capacities of the human being, in work that need not be overwork. Fields, Factories, and Workshops Tomorrow, pages 198-9. I.5 What could the social structure of anarchy look like? The social and political structure of anarchy is similar to that of its economic structure, i.e., it is based on a voluntary federation of decentralist, directly democratic community assemblies, communes. In these grassroots political units and their confederations, the concept of self-management becomes that of self-government, a form of municipal organization in which people take back control of their living places from the bureaucratic state and the capitalist class whose interests it serves. Bakunin's comments are very applicable here. A truly popular organization begins from below, from the association, from the commune. Thus starting out with the organization of the lowest nucleus and proceeding upward, federalism becomes a political institution of socialism, the free and spontaneous organization of popular life. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, pages 273-4. A new economic phase demands a new political phase, argued Kropotkin. A revolution as profound as that dreamed of by the socialists cannot accept the mold of an outdated political life. A new society based on equality of condition, on the collective possession of the instruments of work, cannot tolerate for a week the representative system. If we want the social revolution, we must seek a form of political organization that will correspond to the new method of economic organization. The future belongs to the free groupings of interests and not to governmental centralization, it belongs to freedom and not to authority. Words of a Rebel, pages 143-4. Thus the social structure of an anarchist society will be the opposite of the current system. Instead of being centralist and top-down as in the state, it will be decentralist and organized from the bottom up. As Kropotkin argued, socialism must become more popular, more communalistic, and less dependent upon indirect government through elected representatives. It must become more self-governing. Anarchism, p. 185. In this, Kropotkin, like Bakunin, followed Proudhon, who argued that endless democracy is a fraud, and the sovereignty of the people a joke. It must be admitted that each citizen in the sphere of his or her industry, each municipal, district or provincial council within its own territory, is the only natural and legitimate representative of the sovereign, and that therefore each locality should act directly and by itself in administering the interests which it includes, and should exercise full sovereignty in relation to them. General idea of the revolution, p. 276. While anarchists have various different conceptions of how this communal system would be constituted, as we will see, there is total agreement on these basic visions and principles. The aim is to found an order of things wherein the principle of the sovereignty of the people, of man, and of the citizen, would be implemented to the letter, and where every member of a society, retaining his independence and continuing to act as sovereign, would be self-governing, and any social organization would concern itself solely with collective matters, where as a consequence, there would be certain common matters but no centralization. This means that the federative, mutualist republican sentiment, as summarized these days by the expression self-management, will bring about the victory of worker democracy right around the world. Proudhon, Anarchism, Volume 1, Robert Graham, ed., p. 74 and p. 77. This empowerment of ordinary citizens through decentralization and direct democracy will eliminate the alienation and apathy that are now rampant and, as always happens when people are free, unleash a flood of innovation in dealing with the social breakdown now afflicting our world. The gigantic metropolis with its hierarchical and impersonal administration, its atomized and isolated residents, will be transformed into a network of humanly scaled participatory communities, each with its own unique character and forms of self-government, which will be cooperatively linked through federation with other communities, from the municipal through the bioregional to the global level. This means that the social perspective of libertarian socialism is as distinctive as its economic vision. While mainstream socialism is marked by support for centralist states, anarchists stay true to socialism as equality and argue that means decentralization. Thus socialism wears two distinct faces. When it is said that a man is a socialist, it implies that he regards the monopoly of private property in the means of production as the cause of the existing unequal distribution of wealth and its attendant ills. Socialists are divided into the centralising and decentralising parties, the party of the state and the party of the federatic commune. Charlotte M. Wilson, Anarchist Essays, p. 37. Only such a federal, bottom-up, system can ensure people can manage their own fates and ensure genuine freedom and equality through mass participation and self-management. Of course, it can, and has, been argued that people are just not interested in politics. Further, some claim that this disinterest is why governments exist. People delegate their responsibilities and power to others because they have better things to do. Such an argument, however, is flawed on empirical grounds. As we indicated in section B.2.6, centralization of power in both the French and American revolutions occurred because the wealthy few thought that working class people were taking too much interest in politics and social issues, not the reverse. To attack the central power, to strip it of its prerogatives, to decentralize, to dissolve authority, would have been to abandon to the people the control of its affairs, to run the risk of a truly popular revolution. That is why the bourgeoisie sought to reinforce the central government even more. Kropotkin, Words of a Rebel, p. 143. Simply put, the state is centralist to facilitate minority rule by excluding the mass of people from taking part in the decision-making processes within society. This is to be expected as social structures do not evolve by chance, rather they develop to meet specific needs and requirements. The specific need of the ruling class is to rule, and that means marginalizing the bulk of the population. Its requirement is for minority power, and this is reflected in the structure of the state. See section H.3.7. Even if we ignore the historical evidence on this issue, anarchists do not draw this conclusion from the current apathy that surrounds us. In fact, we argue that this apathy is not the cause of government but its result. Government is an inherently hierarchical system in which ordinary people are deliberately marginalized. The powerlessness people feel due to the workings of the system ensure that they are apathetic about it, thus guaranteeing that wealthy and powerful elites govern society without hindrance from the oppressed and exploited majority. Moreover, government usually sticks its nose into areas that most people have no real interest in. Some things, as in the regulation of industry or workers' safety and rights, a free society could leave to those affected to make their own decisions. We doubt that workers would subject themselves to unsafe working conditions, for example. In others, such as the question of personal morality and acts, a free people would have no interest in, unless it harmed others, of course. This, again, would reduce the number of issues that would be discussed in a free commune. Also, via decentralization, a free people would be mainly discussing local issues, so reducing the complexity of many questions and solutions. Wider issues would, of course, be discussed, but these would be on specific issues and so more focused in their nature than those raised in the legislative bodies of the state. So, a combination of centralization and an irrational desire to discuss every and all questions also helps make politics seem boring and irrelevant. As noted above, this result is not an accident, and the marginalization of ordinary people is actually celebrated in bourgeois democratic theory. As Noam Chomsky notes, 20th-century democratic theorists advise that the public must be put in its place, so that the responsible man may lie free of the trampling and roar of a bewildered herd, ignorant and meddlesome outsiders whose function is to be interested spectators of action, not participants, lending their weight periodically to one or another of the leadership class, elections, then returning to their private concerns. Walter Lippmann. The great mass of the population, ignorant and mentally deficient, must be kept in their place for the common good, fed with necessary illusion and emotionally potent oversimplifications. Wilson's Secretary of State Robert Lansing, Reinhold Niebuhr. Their conservative counterparts are only more extreme in their adulation of the wise men who are the rightful rulers in the service of the rich and powerful, a minor footnote regularly forgotten. Year 501, p. 18. This marginalization of the public from political life ensures that the wealthy can be left alone to use their power as they see fit. In other words, such marginalization is a necessary part of a fully functioning capitalist society, and so libertarian social structures have to be discouraged. Or as Chomsky put it, the rabble must be instructed in the values of subordination and a narrow quest for personal gain within the parameters set by the institutions of the masters. Meaningful democracy, with popular association and action, is a threat to be overcome. Op. Cit. p. 18. This philosophy can be seen in the statement of a U.S. banker in Venezuela under the murderous Jimenez dictatorship. You have the freedom here to do whatever you want to do with your money, and to me, that is worth all the political freedom in the world. Quoted by Chomsky, Op. Cit. p. 99. Deterring libertarian alternatives to statism is a common feature of our current system. By marginalizing and disempowering people, the ability of individuals to manage their own social activities is undermined and weakened. They develop a fear of freedom and embrace authoritarian institutions and strong leaders, which in turn reinforces their marginalization. This consequence is hardly surprising. Anarchists maintain that the desire to participate and the ability to participate are in a symbiotic relationship. Participation builds on itself. By creating the social structures that allow participation, participation will increase. As people increasingly take control of their lives, so their ability to do so also increases. The challenge of having to take responsibility for decisions that make a difference is at the same time an opportunity for personal development. To begin to feel power, having previously felt powerless, to win access to the resources required for effective participation and learn how to use them, is a liberating experience. Once people become active subjects, making things happen in one aspect of their lives, they are less likely to remain passive objects, allowing things to happen to them, in other aspects. All in all, politics is far too important and subject to leave to politicians, the wealthy and bureaucrats. After all, it is, or, at least, it should be, what affects your friends, community, and, ultimately, the planet you live on. Such issues cannot be left to anyone but you. Hence a meaningful communal life based on self-empowered individuals is a distinct possibility. Indeed, it has repeatedly appeared throughout history. It is the hierarchical structures in statism and capitalism, marginalizing and disempowering the majority, which is at the root of the current wide-scale apathy in the face of increasing social and ecological disruption. Libertarian socialists therefore call for a radically new form of political system to replace the centralist nation-state, a form that would be based around confederations of self-governing communities. Society is a society of societies, a league of leagues of leagues, a commonwealth of commonwealths of commonwealths, a republic of republics of republics. Only there is freedom and order, only there is spirit, a spirit which is self-sufficiency and community, unity and independence. Gustav Landauer, For Socialism, pages 125 to 126. To create such a system would require dismantling the nation-state and reconstituting relations between communities on the basis of self-determination and free and equal confederation from below. In the following subsections we will examine in more detail why this new system is needed and what it might look like. As we have stressed repeatedly, these are just suggestions of possible anarchist solutions to social organization. Most anarchists recognize that anarchist communities will coexist with non-anarchist ones after the destruction of the existing state. As we are anarchists, we are discussing anarchist visions. We will leave it up to non-anarchists to paint their own pictures of a possible future. I.5.1 What are participatory communities? A key concept in anarchist thought is that of the participatory community. Traditionally, these participatory communities are called communes in anarchist theory. The basic social and economic cell of the anarchist society is the free, independent commune. Grachev, quoted by Paul Avrich, The Anarchists in the Russian Revolution, p. 64. The reason for the use of the term commune is due to anarchism's roots in France, where it refers to the lowest level of administrative division in the Republic. In France, a commune can be a city of 2 million inhabitants, hence the Paris Commune of 1871, a town of 10,000, or just a 10-person hamlet. It appeared in the 12th century from medieval Latin communia, which means a gathering of people sharing a common life, from Latin communis, things held in common. Proudhon used the term to describe the social units of a non-statist society, and subsequent anarchists like Bakunin and Kropotkin followed his lead. As the term commune, since the 1960s, often refers to intentional communities where people drop out of society and form their own countercultural groups and living spaces, we have, in order to avoid confusion, decided to use participatory community as well. Anarchists have also used other terms, including free municipality. These community organizations are seen as the way people participate in the decisions that affect them and their neighborhoods, regions and, ultimately, planet. These are the means for transforming our social environment from one disfigured by economic and political power and its needs to one fit for human beings to live and flourish in. The creation of a network of participatory communities, communes, based on self-government through direct, face-to-face democracy in grassroots neighborhood assemblies is the means to that end. As we argued in section I.2.3, such assemblies will be born in social struggle and so reflect the needs of the struggle and those within it, so our comments here must be considered as generalizations of the salient features of such communities and not blueprints. Within anarchist thought, there are two main conceptions of the free commune. One vision is based on workplace delegates, the other on neighborhood assemblies. We will sketch each in turn. The first type of participatory community, in which the federative alliance of all working men's associations, will constitute the commune, is most associated with Bakunin. He argued that the future social organization must be made solely from the bottom upwards, by the free association or federation of workers, firstly in their unions, then in communes, regions, nations, and finally in a great federation, international and universal. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, p. 170 and p. 206. This vision was stressed by later anarchist thinkers. For example, Spanish anarchist Isaac Puente thought that in towns and cities the part of the free municipality is played by local federation. Ultimate sovereignty in the local federation of industrial unions lies with the General Assembly of all local producers. Libertarian Communism, p. 27. The Russian anarchist G. P. Maximov saw the communal confederation as being constituted by thousands of freely acting labor organizations. The Program of Anarcho-Syndicalism, p. 43. This vision of the commune was created during many later revolutions, such as in Russia in 1905 and 1917 as well as Hungary in 1956. Being based on workplaces, this form of commune has the advantage of being based on groups of people who are naturally associated during most of the day. Bakunin considered workplace bodies as the natural organization of the masses, as they were based on the various types of work which define their actual day-to-day life. The Basic Bakunin, p. 139. This would facilitate the organization of assemblies, discussion on social, economic, and political issues, and the mandating and recalling of delegates. Moreover, it combines political and economic power in one organization, so ensuring that the working class actually manages society. Other anarchists counterpose neighborhood assemblies to workers' councils. These assemblies will be general meetings open to all citizens in every neighborhood, town, and village, and will be the source of public policy for all levels of confederal coordination. Such town meetings will bring people directly into the political process and give them an equal voice in the decisions that affect their lives. Such anarchists point to the experience of the French Revolution of 1789 and the sections of the Paris Commune as the key example of a people governing itself directly when possible without intermediaries, without masters. It is argued, based on this experience, that the principles of anarchism, dated from 1789, and that they had their origin, not in theoretical speculations, but in the deeds of the Great French Revolution. Peter Kropotkin, The Great French Revolution, Volume 1, p. 210 and p. 204. Anarchists also point to the clubs created during the 1848 revolution in France and in the Paris Commune of 1871, not to mention the community assemblies created in Argentina during the revolt against neoliberalism at the start of the 21st century. Critics of workers' councils point out that not all people work in traditional workplaces, many are parents who look after children, for example. By basing the commune around the workplace, such people are automatically excluded. Moreover, in most modern cities many people do not live near where they work. It would mean that local affairs could not be effectively discussed in a system of workers' councils, as many who take part in the debate are unaffected by the decisions reached. In addition, some anarchists argue that workplace-based systems automatically generate special interests and so exclude community issues. Only community assemblies can transcend the traditional special interests of work, workplace, status, and property relations, and create a general interest based on shared community problems. Murray Bookchin, From Urbanization to Cities, p. 254. However, such communities' assemblies can only be valid if they can be organized rapidly in order to make decisions and to mandate and recall delegates. In the capitalist city, many people work far from where they live, and so such meetings have to be called for after work or at weekends. Thus the key need is to reduce the working day/week and to communalise industry. For this reason, many anarchists continue to support the workers' council vision of the commune, complemented by community assemblies for those who live in an area but do not work in a traditional workplace, e.g. parents bringing up small children, the old, the sick and so on. It should be noted that this is something which the supporters of workers' councils have noticed, and some argue for councils which are delegates from both the inhabitants and the enterprises of an area. These positions are not hard and fast divisions, far from it. Puente, for example, thought that in the countryside the dominant commune would be all the residents of a village or hamlet meeting in an assembly, council, with full powers to administer local affairs. Op. Cit. p. 25. Kropotkin supported the Soviets of the Russian Revolution, arguing that the idea of Soviets, of councils of workers and peasants, controlling the economic and political life of the country is a great idea. All the more so, since it necessarily follows that these councils should be composed of all who take part in the production of natural wealth by their own efforts. Anarchism, p. 254. Which method, workers' councils, or community assemblies, will be used in a given community will depend on local conditions, needs and aspirations, and it is useless to draw hard and fast rules. It is likely that some sort of combination of the two approaches will be used, with workers' councils being complemented by community assemblies until such time as a reduced working week and decentralization of urban centers make purely community assemblies the more realistic option. It is likely that in a fully libertarian society, community assemblies will be the dominant communal organization, but in the period immediately after a revolution this may not be immediately possible. Objective conditions, rather than predictions, will be the deciding factor. Under capitalism, anarchists pursue both forms of organization, arguing for community and industrial unionism in the class struggle, see sections J.5.1 and J.5.2. Regardless of the exact makeup of the commune, it has certain key features. It would be free association, based upon the self-assumed obligation of those who join them. In free association, participation is essential simply because it is the only means by which individuals can collectively govern themselves, and unless they govern themselves, someone else will. As a unique individual, Stirner argued, you can assert yourself alone in association, because the association does not own you, because you are one who owns it or who turns it to your own advantage. The rules governing the association are determined by the associated and can be changed by them, and so a vast improvement over love it or leave, as are the policies the association follows. Thus, the association does not impose itself as a spiritual power superior to my spirit. I have no wish to become a slave to my maxims, but would rather subject them to my ongoing criticism. Max Stirner, No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 17. Thus participatory communities are freely joined and self-managed by their members with no division between order givers and order takers as exists within the state. Rather the associated govern themselves, and while the assembled people collectively decide the rules governing their association, and are bound by them as individuals, they are also superior to them in the sense that these rules can always be modified or repealed. See section A.2.11 for more details. As can be seen, a participatory commune is a new form of social life, radically different from the state as it is decentralist, self-governing and based upon individual autonomy and free agreement. Thus Kropotkin. The representative system was organized by the bourgeoisie to ensure their domination, and it will disappear with them. For the new economic phase that is about to begin, we must seek a new form of political organization, based on a principle quite different from that of representation. The logic of events imposes it. Words of a Rebel, p. 125. This new form of political organization has to be worked out the moment that socialistic principles shall enter our life. And it is self-evident that this new form will have to be more popular, more decentralist, and nearer to the folk mode self-government than representative government can ever be. Kropotkin, like all anarchists, considered the idea that socialism could be created by taking over the current state or creating a new one as doomed to failure. Instead, he recognized that socialism would only be built using new organizations that reflect the spirit of socialism, such as freedom, self-government, and so on. He, like Proudhon and Bakunin before him, therefore argued that his was the form that the social revolution must take, the independent commune, whose inhabitants have decided that they will communalize the consumption of commodities, their exchange, and their production. Kropotkin, Anarchism, p. 184 and p. 163. In a nutshell, a participatory community is a free association, based upon the mass assembly of people who live in a common area, the means by which they make the decisions that affect them, their communities, bioregions and the planet. Their essential task is to provide a forum for raising public issues and deciding upon them. Moreover, these assemblies will be a key way of generating a community, and community spirit, and building and enriching social relationships between individuals and, equally important, of developing and enriching individuals by the very process of participation in communal affairs. By discussing, thinking, and listening to others, individuals develop their own abilities and powers while at the same time managing their own affairs, so ensuring that no one else does, i.e. they govern themselves and are no longer governed from above by others. As Kropotkin argued, self-management has an educational effect on those who practice it. The permanence of the General Assemblies of the sections, that is, the possibility of calling the General Assembly whenever it was wanted by the members of the section and of discussing everything in the General Assembly, will educate every citizen politically. The section in permanence, the forum always open, is the only way to assure an honest and intelligent administration. The Great French Revolution, Volume 1, pages 210-1. As well as integrating the social life of a community and encouraging the political and social development of its members, these free communes will also be integrated into the local ecology. Humanity would live in harmony with nature as well as with itself, as discussed in section E.2, These would be eco-communities, part of their local ecosystems with a balanced mix of agriculture and industry, as described by Kropotkin in his classic work: fields, factories, and workshops. Thus a free commune would aim to integrate the individual into social and communal life, rural and urban life into a balanced whole, and human life into the wider ecology. In this way the free commune would make human habitation fully ecological, ending the sharp and needless, and dehumanizing and de-individualizing, division of human life from the rest of the planet. The commune will be a key means of the expressing diversity within humanity and the planet, as well as improving the quality of life in society. The commune will be entirely devoted to improving the communal life of the locality. Making their requests to the appropriate syndicates, builders, public health, transport, or power, the inhabitants of each commune will be able to gain all reasonable living amenities, town planning, parks, playgrounds, trees in the street, clinics, museums, and art galleries. Giving, like the medieval city assembly, an opportunity for any interested person to take part in, and influence, his town's affairs and appearance, the commune will be a very different body from the borough council. In ancient and medieval times, cities and villages express the different characters of different localities and their inhabitants. In redstone, Portland, or granite, in plaster or brick, in pitch of roof, arrangements of related buildings or patterns of slate and thatch, each locality added to the interests of travelers, each expressed itself in castle, home, or cathedral. How different is the dull, drab, or flashy ostentatious monotony of modern England! Each town is the same. The same Woolworths, Odeon cinemas, and multiple shops, the same council houses or semi-detached villas. North, south, east, or west, what's the difference? Where is the change? With the commune, the ugliness and monotony of present town and country life will be swept away, and each locality and region, each person will be able to express the joy of living, by living together. Tom Brown, Syndicalism, p. 59. The size of the neighborhood assemblies will vary, but it will probably fluctuate around some ideal size, discoverable in practice, that will provide a viable scale of face-to-face interaction and allow for both a variety of personal contacts. This suggests that any town or city would itself be a confederation of assemblies, as was, of course, practiced very effectively in Paris during the Great French Revolution. Such assemblies would meet regularly, at the very least monthly, probably more often, particularly during periods which require fast and frequent decision-making, like a revolution, and deal with a variety of issues. In the words of the CNT's resolution on libertarian communism, the foundation of this administration will be the commune. These communes are to be autonomous and will be federated at regional and national levels to achieve their general goals. The right to autonomy does not preclude the duty to implement agreements regarding collective benefits. A commune without any voluntary restrictions will undertake to adhere to whatever general norms may be agreed by majority vote after free debate. The commune is to be autonomous and confederated with the other communes. The commune will have the duty to concern itself with whatever may be of interest to the individual. It will have to oversee organizing, running, and beautification of the settlement. It will see that its inhabitants are housed and that items and products be made available to them by the producers' unions or associations. Similarly, it is to concern itself with hygiene, the keeping of communal statistics, and with collective requirements such as education, health services, and with the maintenance and improvement of local means of communication. It will orchestrate relations with other communes and will take care to stimulate all artistic and cultural pursuits. So that this mission may be properly fulfilled, a communal council is to be appointed. None of these posts will carry any executive or bureaucratic powers. Its members will perform their role as producers coming together in session at the close of the day's work to discuss the detailed items which may not require the endorsement of communal assemblies. Assemblies are to be summoned as often as required by communal interests, upon the request of the communal council or according to the wishes of the inhabitants of each commune. The inhabitants of a commune are to debate among themselves their internal problems. Quoted by José Pirates, the CNT in the Spanish Revolution, Volume 1, pages 106 to 7. Thus the communal assembly discusses that which affects the community and those within it. As these local community associations will be members of larger communal bodies, the communal assembly will also discuss issues which affect wider areas, as indicated, and mandate their delegates to discuss them at confederation assemblies. This system, we must note, was applied with great success during numerous revolutions, see section J.5.4, and so cannot be dismissed as wishful thinking. However, of course, the actual framework of a free society will be worked out in practice. As Bakunin correctly argued, society can, and must, organize itself in a different fashion than what came before, but not from top to bottom and according to an ideal plan. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, p. 205. What does seem likely is that confederations of communes will be required. We turn to this in the next section. I.5.2 Why are confederations of participatory communities needed? Since not all issues are local, the community assemblies will also elect mandated and recallable delegates to the larger scale units of self-government in order to address issues affecting urban districts, the city or town as a whole, the county, the bioregion, and ultimately the entire planet. Thus the assemblies will confederate at several levels in order to develop and coordinate common policies to deal with common problems. In the words of the CNT's resolution on libertarian communism, the inhabitants of a commune are to debate among themselves their internal problems. Federations are to deliberate over major problems affecting a country or province, and all communes are to be represented at their reunions and assemblies, thereby enabling their delegates to convey the democratic viewpoint of their respective communes. If, say, roads have to be built to link villages of a county, or any matter arises to do with transportation and exchange of produce between agricultural and industrial counties, then naturally every commune which is implicated will have its right to have its say. On matters of a regional nature, it is the duty of the regional federation to implement agreements which will represent the sovereign will of all the region's inhabitants. So the starting point is the individual, moving on through the commune, to the federation, and right on up finally to the confederation. Similarly, discussion of all problems of a national nature shall follow a like pattern. Quoted by José Pirates, the CNT in the Spanish Revolution, p. 107. In other words, the commune cannot any longer acknowledge any superior, that, above it, there cannot be anything, save the interests of the federation, freely embraced by itself in concert with other communes. Kropotkin, No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 259. Federalism is applicable at all levels of society. As Kropotkin pointed out, anarchists understand that if no central government was needed to rule the independent communes, if national government is thrown overboard and national unity is obtained by free federation, then a central municipal government becomes equally useless and noxious. The same federative principle would do within the commune. Anarchism, pages 163 to 164. Thus the whole of society would be a free federation, from the local community right up to the global level. And this free federation would be based squarely on the autonomy and self-government of local groups. With federalism, cooperation replaces coercion. This need for cooperation does not imply a centralist body. To exercise your autonomy by joining self-managing organizations and, therefore, agreeing to abide by the decisions you help make is not a denial of that autonomy, unlike joining a hierarchical structure, where you forsake autonomy within the organization. In a centralist system, we must stress, power rests at the top and the role of those below is simply to obey. It matters not if those with the power are elected or not, the principle is the same. In a federal system, power is not delegated into the hands of a few. Obviously a federal government or state is a centralist system. Decisions in a federal system are made at the base of the organization and flow upwards, so ensuring that power remains decentralized in the hands of all. Working together to solve common problems and organize common efforts to reach common goals is not centralization, and those who confuse the two make a serious error. They fail to understand the different relations of authority each generates and confuse obedience with cooperation. As in the economic federation of syndicates, the lower levels will control the higher, thus eliminating the current preemptive powers of centralist government hierarchies. Delegates to higher-level coordinating councils or conferences will be instructed, at every level of confederation, by the assemblies they come from on how to deal with any issues. These instructions will be binding, committing delegates to a framework of policies within which they must act and providing for their recall and the nullification of their decisions if they fail to carry out their mandates. Delegates may be selected by election and or sortition, i.e. random selection by lot, as for jury duty currently. As Murray Bookchin argued, a confederalist view involves a clear distinction between policy making and the coordination and execution of adopted policies. Policy making is exclusively the right of popular community assemblies based on the practices of participatory democracy. Administration and coordination are the responsibility of confederal councils, which become the means for interlinking villages, towns, neighborhoods, and cities into confederal networks. Power flows from the bottom up instead of from the top down, and in confederations, the flow of power from the bottom up diminishes with the scope of the federal council ranging territorially from localities to regions and from regions to ever broader territorial areas. From urbanization to cities, p. 253. Thus the people will have the final word on policy, which is the essence of self-government, and each citizen will have his or her turn to participate in the coordination of public affairs. In other words, self-government will be the people themselves organized in their community assemblies and their confederal coordinating councils, with any delegates limited to implementing policy formulated by the people. Such policies will still be subject to approval by the neighborhood and community assemblies through their right to recall their delegates and revoke their decisions. Needless to say, the higher the confederation, the less often it would meet and the less it would have to consider in terms of issues to decide. On such a level, only the most general issues and decisions could be reached, in effect, only guidelines which the member confederations would apply as they saw fit. In such a system there will, undoubtedly, be the need for certain individuals to be allocated certain tasks to do. We stress the word tasks because their work is essentially administrative in nature, without power. For example, an individual or a group of individuals may be elected to look into alternative power supplies for a community and report back on what they discover. They cannot impose their decision onto the community as they do not have the power to do so. They simply present their findings to the body which had mandated them. These findings are not a law which the electors are required to follow, but a series of suggestions and information from which the assembled people chose what they think is best. Or, to use another example, someone may be elected to overlook the installation of a selected power supply, but the decision on what power supply to use and which specific project to implement has been decided upon by the whole community. Similarly with any delegate elected to a confederal council. The scales and levels of confederation can only be worked out in practice. In general, it would be safe to say that confederations would be needed on a wide scale, starting with towns and cities and then moving on to regional and other levels. No village, town, or city could be self-sufficient, nor would desire to be. Communication and links with other places are part and parcel of life, and anarchists have no desire to retreat back into an isolated form of localism. No community can hope to achieve economic autarky, nor should it try to do so. Economically, the wide range of resources that are needed to make many of our widely used goods preclude self-enclosed insularity and parochialism. Far from being a liability, this interdependence among communities and regions can well be regarded as an asset culturally as well as politically. Divested of the cultural cross-fertilization that is often a product of economic intercourse, the municipality tends to shrink into itself and disappear into its own civic privatism. Shared needs and resources imply the existence of sharing and, with sharing, communication, rejuvenation by new ideas, and a wider social horizon that yields a wider sensibility to new experiences. Bookchin, Op. Cit. p. 237. Combined with this consideration, we must also raise the issue of economies of scale. A given level of confederation may be required to make certain social and economic services efficient. We are thinking of economies of scale for such social needs as universities, hospitals, and cultural institutions. While every commune may have a doctor, nursery, local communal stores and small-scale workplaces, not all can have a university, hospital, factories, and so forth. These would be organized on a wider level, so necessitating the appropriate confederation to exist to manage them. Ties between bioregions or larger territories based on the distribution of such things as geographically concentrated mineral deposits, climate-dependent crops, and production facilities that are most efficient when concentrated in one area will unite communities confederally on the basis of common material needs as well as values. This means that the scale and level of the confederations created by the communes will be varied and extensive. It would be hard to generalize about them, particularly as different confederations will exist for different tasks and interests. Moreover, any system of communes would start off based on the existing villages, towns, and cities of capitalism. That is unavoidable and will, of course, help determine the initial scale and level of confederations. In urban areas, the town or city would have to be broken down into confederations, and these confederations would constitute the town or city assembly of delegates. Given a huge city like London, New York, or Mexico City, it would be impossible to organize in any other way. Smaller towns would probably be able to have simpler confederations. We must stress that few, if any, anarchists consider it desirable to have huge cities in a free society, and one of the major tasks of social transformation will be to break the metropolis into smaller units, integrated with the local environment. However, a social revolution will take place in these vast metropolises, and so we have to take them into account in our discussion. In summary, the size and scale of confederations will depend on practical considerations, based on what people found were optimal sizes for their neighborhood assemblies and the needs of cooperation between them, towns, cities, regions, and so on. We cannot, and have no wish, to predict the development of a free society. Therefore, the scale and levels of confederation will be decided by those actually creating an anarchist world, although it is almost certain that levels of confederation would be dependent on the number of delegates required. After a certain number, the Confederation Assembly may become difficult to manage, so implying that another level of confederation is required. This would, undoubtedly, be the base for determining the scale and level of confederation, ensuring that any confederal assembly can actually manage its activities and remain under the control of lower levels. Finally, confederations are required to ensure solidarity can be expressed in the unlikely situation of local oppression. After all, history is full of local communities which have been oppressive to minorities within them, most obviously, the American South, and so confederation is required so that members of any such minority can appeal for help and mutual aid to end its domination. Equally, though, confederation is needed to ensure that local communes can experiment and try out new ideas without having to wait until the majority agree to it, as would be required in a centralist system. Thus, confederations of communes are required to coordinate joint activity and discuss common issues and interests. It is also required to protect individual, community and social freedom, as well as allowing social experimentation and protecting the distinctiveness, dignity, freedom, and self-management of communities and so society as a whole. Thus, socialism is federalist, and true federalism, the political organization of socialism, will be attained only when these popular grassroots institutions, namely, communes, industrial and agricultural associations, are organized in progressive stages from the bottom up. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 402. I.5.3 Would confederations produce bureaucrats and politicians? Of course, any organization holds the danger that the few who have been given tasks to perform could misuse their position for personal benefit or, over time, evolve into a bureaucracy with power over the rest of society. As such, some critics of social anarchism suggest that a system of communes and confederations would simply be a breeding ground for politicians and bureaucrats. This is obviously the case with the state, and many generalize from this experience for all forms of social organization, including the anarchist commune. While recognizing that this is a danger, anarchists are sure that such developments are unlikely in an anarchy. This is because, based on our analysis and critique of the state, we have long argued for various institutional arrangements which reduce the danger of such things developing. These include electing delegates rather than representatives, giving these delegates a binding mandate and subjecting them to instant recall by their electors. They would not, in general, be paid, and so, in other words, delegates are expected, as far as possible, to remain in their current communities and conduct their communal tasks after their usual work. For the few exceptions to this that may occur, delegates would receive the average pay of their commune. In mutualism and collectivism, or, in communism, no special access to communal resources. Moreover, it seems likely that regular rotation of delegates would be utilized and, perhaps, random selection as happens in jury duty today in many countries. Lastly, communes could leave any confederation if its structure was becoming obviously misshapen and bureaucratic. By these methods, delegates to communal bodies would remain under the control of their electors and not, as in the state, become their masters. Moreover, anarchists have stressed that any communal body must be a working organization. This will reduce bureaucratic tendencies, as implementing tasks will be done by elected delegates rather than faceless, and usually unelected, bureaucrats. This means, as Bakunin put it in 1868, that the communal council, made up of delegates with binding mandates and accountable and revocable at all times, would create separate executive committees from among its membership for each branch of the commune's revolutionary administration. Bakunin, No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 155. Thus would no longer be a body of people, a government, separate from the delegates of the people. This, it should be noted, echoed Proudhon's comments from 1848. It is up to the National Assembly, through organization of its committees, to exercise executive power, just the way it exercises legislative power. Besides universal suffrage, and as a consequence of universal suffrage, we want implementation of the binding mandate. Politicians balk at it. Which means that in their eyes, the people, in electing representatives, do not appoint mandatories but rather abjure their sovereignty. That is assuredly not socialism, it is not even democracy. Op. Cit. p. 63. Due to mandating and recall, any delegate who starts to abuse their position or even vote in ways opposed to by the communal assembly would quickly be recalled and replaced. As such, a person may be an elected delegate of the community, but that does not mean that they have power or authority, i.e., they are not a representative but rather a delegate. Essentially, they are an agent of the local community who is controlled by, and accountable to, that community. Clearly, such people are unlike politicians. They do not, and cannot, make policy decisions on behalf of, i.e., govern, those who elected them. They are not given power to make decisions for people. In addition, people in specific organizations or with specific tasks will be rotated frequently to prevent a professionalization of politics and the problem of politicians being largely on their own once elected. And, of course, they will continue to work and live with those who elected them and receive no special privileges due to their election, in terms of more income, better housing, and so on. This means that such delegates would be extremely unlikely to turn into representatives or bureaucrats, as they would be under the strict control of the organizations that elected them to such posts. As Kropotkin argued, the General Assembly of the community in permanence, the forum always open, is the only way to assure an honest and intelligent administration, as it is based upon distrust of all executive powers. The Great French Revolution, Volume 1, p. 211. The current means of coordinating wide-scale activity centralism via the state is a threat to freedom as, to quote Proudhon, the citizen divests himself of sovereignty, the town and the department and province above it, absorbed by central authority, are no longer anything but agencies under direct ministerial control. The consequences, he continued, soon make themselves felt. The citizen and the town are deprived of all dignity, the state's depredations multiply, and the burden on the taxpayer increases in proportion. It is no longer the government that is made for the people, it is the people who are made for the government. Power invades everything, dominates everything, absorbs everything. The principle of federation, p. 59. In such a regime, the generation of a specific caste of politicians and bureaucrats is inevitable. Moreover, the principle of political centralism is openly opposed to all laws of social progress and of natural evolution. It lies in the nature of things that every cultural advance is first achieved within a small group and only gradually finds adoption by society as a whole. Therefore, political decentralization is the best guarantee for the unrestricted possibilities of new experiments. For such an environment, each community is given the opportunity to carry through the things which it is capable of accomplishing itself without imposing them on others. Practical experimentation is the parent of ever development in society. So long as each distinct is capable of effecting the changes within its own sphere which its citizens deem necessary, the example of each becomes a fructifying influence on the other parts of the community, since they will have the chance to weigh the advantages accruing from them without being forced to adopt them if they are not convinced of their usefulness. The result is that progressive communities serve the others as models, a result justified by the natural evolution of things. Rudolf Rocker, Pioneers of American Freedom, pages 16-7. The contrast with centralization of the state could not be more clear. Rocker continued. In a strongly centralist state, the situation is entirely reversed, and the best system of representation can do nothing to change that. The representatives of a certain district may have the overwhelming majority of a certain district on his or her side, but in the legislative assembly of the central state, he or she will remain in the minority, for it lies in the nature of things that in such a body not the intellectually most active but the most backward districts represent the majority. Since the individual district has indeed the right to give expression of its opinion, but can effect no changes without the consent of the central government, the most progressive districts will be condemned to stagnate while the most backward districts will set the norm. Op. Cit. p. 17. Little wonder anarchists have always stressed what Kropotkin termed local action and considered the libertarian social revolution as proceeding by proclaiming independent communes, which communes will endeavor to accomplish the economic transformation within their respective surroundings. Peter Kropotkin, Act for Yourselves, p. 43. Thus the advanced communities will inspire the rest to follow them by showing them a practical example of what is possible. Only decentralization and confederation can promote the freedom and resulting social experimentation which will ensure social progress and make society a good place to live. Moreover, confederation is required to maximize self-management and reduce the possibility that delegates will become isolated from the people who mandated them. As Rocker explained, in a smaller community, it is far easier for individuals to observe the political scene and become acquainted with the issues which have to be resolved. This is quite impossible for a representative in a centralist government. Neither the single citizen nor his or her representative is completely or even approximately to supervise the huge clockwork of the central state machine. The deputy is forced daily to make decisions about things of which he or she has no personal knowledge and for the appraisal of which he must therefore depend on others, i.e. bureaucrats and lobbyists. That such a system necessarily leads to serious errors and mistakes is self-evident. And since the citizen for the same reason is not able to inspect and criticize the conduct of his representative, the class of professional politicians is given added opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Op. Cit. p. 17-18. These principles, it must be stressed, have worked well on a mass scale. For example, this is how anarcho-syndicalist unions operate and, as was the case with the CNT in Spain in the 1930s, worked well with over 1 million members. There were also successfully applied during the Spanish Revolution and the federations of collectives produced by it. So the way communes and confederations are organized protect society and the individual against the dangers of centralization, from the turning of delegates into representatives and bureaucrats. As Bakunin stressed, there are two ways of organizing society, as it is today, from high to low and from the center to circumference by means of enforced unity and concentration, and the way of the future, by federalism starting with the free individual, the free association and the autonomous commune, from low to high and from circumference to center, by means of free federation. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, p. 88. In other words, the organization of society from the bottom up. The basic Bakunin, p. 131. This suggests that a free society will have little to fear in way of its delegates turning into politicians or bureaucrats, as it includes the necessary safeguards, election, mandates, recall, decentralization, federalism, etc., which will reduce such developments to a small, and so manageable, level, if not eliminate it totally. I.5.4 How will anything ever be decided by all these meetings? Anarchists have little doubt that the confederal structure will be an efficient means of decision-making and will not be bogged down in endless meetings. We have various reasons for thinking this. After all, as Murray Bookchin once noted, history does provide us with a number of working examples of forms that are largely libertarian. It also provides us with examples of confederations and leagues that made the coordination of self-governing communities feasible without impinging on their autonomy and freedom. The Ecology of Freedom, p. 436. Firstly, we doubt that a free society will spend all its time in assemblies or organizing confederal conferences. Certain questions are more important than others, and few anarchists desire to spend all their time in meetings. The aim of a free society is to allow individuals to express their desires and wants freely. They cannot do that if they are continually at meetings, or preparing for them. So while communal and confederal assemblies will play an important role in a free society, do not think that they will be occurring all the time, or that anarchists desire to make meetings the focal point of individual life. Far from it. Thus communal assemblies may occur, say, once a week, or fortnightly or monthly, in order to discuss truly important issues. There would be no real desire to meet continuously to discuss every issue under the sun, and few people would tolerate this occurring. This would mean that such meetings would current regularly and when important issues needed to be discussed, not continuously, although, if required, continuous assembly or daily meetings may have to be organized in emergency situations, but this would be rare. Nor is it expected that everyone will attend every meeting, for W is decisive. Here is the principle itself, the freedom of the individual to participate, not the compulsive need to do so. Up. Cit. p. 435. This suggests that meetings will be attended by those with a specific interest in an issue being discussed, and so would be focused as a result. Secondly, it is extremely doubtful that a free people would desire waste vast amounts of time at such meetings. While important and essential, communal and confederal meetings would be functional in the extreme and not forums for hot air. It would be the case that those involved in such meetings would quickly make their feelings known to time wasters and those who like the sound of their own voices. Thus Cornelius Castoriadis. It might be claimed that the problem of numbers remains, and that people never would be able to express themselves in a reasonable amount of time. This is not a valid argument. There would rarely be an assembly over 20 people where everyone would want to speak, for the very good reason that when there is something to be decided upon, there are not an infinite number of options or an infinite number of arguments. In unhampered rank and file workers' gatherings, convened, for instance, to decide on a strike, there have never been too many speeches. The 2 or 3 fundamental opinions having been voiced, and various arguments exchanged, a decision is soon reached. The length of speeches, moreover, often varies inversely with the weight of their content. Russian leaders sometimes talk on for 4 hours at party congresses without saying anything. For an account of the laconicism of revolutionary assemblies, See Trotsky's account of the Petrograd Soviet of 1905 or accounts of the meetings of factory representatives in Budapest in 1956. Political and Social Writings, Volume 2, pages 144-5. As we shall see below, this was definitely the case during the Spanish Revolution as well. Thirdly, as these assemblies and congresses are concerned purely with joint activity and coordination. Different associations and syndicates have a functional need for cooperation and so would meet more regularly and take action on practical activity which affects a specific section of a community or group of communities. Not every issue that a member of a community is interested in is necessarily best discussed at a meeting of all members of a community or at a confederal conference. As Herbert Read suggested, anarchism proposes to liquidate the bureaucracy first by federal devolution and so hands over to the syndicates all administrative functions related to such things as transport and distribution, health and education. Anarchy and order, p. 101. Such issues will be mainly discussed in the syndicates involved and so community discussion would be focused on important issues and themes of general policy rather than the specific and detailed laws discussed and implemented by politicians who know nothing about the issues or industries at hand. By reducing conferences to functional bodies based on concrete issues, the problems of endless discussions can be reduced, if not totally eliminated. In addition, as functional groups would exist outside of these communal confederations, for example, industrial collectives would organize conferences about their industry with invited participants from consumer groups, there would be a limited agenda in most communal get-togethers. In other words, communal assemblies and conferences will have specific, well-defined agendas, and so there is little danger of politics, for want of a better word, taking up everyone's time. Hence, far from discussing abstract laws and pointless motions on everything under the sun and on which no one actually knows much about, the issues discussed in these conferences will be on specific issues which are important to those involved. In addition, the standard procedure may be to elect a subgroup to investigate an issue and report back at a later stage with recommendations. The conference can change, accept, or reject any proposals. As Kropotkin argued, anarchy would be based on free agreement, by exchange of letters and proposals, and by congresses at which delegates met to discuss well-specified points, and to come to an agreement about them, but not to make laws. After the Congress was over, the delegates would return, not with a law, but with the draft of a contract to be accepted or rejected. Conquest of Bread, p. 131. Is this system fantasy? Given that such a system has existed and worked at various times, we can safely argue that it is not. Obviously we cannot cover every example, so we point to just two: revolutionary Paris and Spain. As Murray Bookchin points out, Paris in the late 18th century was, by the standards of that time, one of the largest and economically most complex cities in Europe. Its population approximated 1 million people. Yet in 1793, at the height of the French Revolution, the city was managed institutionally almost entirely by 48 citizen assemblies, and its affairs were coordinated by the Commune, and often, in fact, by the assemblies themselves, or sections as they were called, which established their own interconnections without recourse to the Commune. Transition to the Ecological Society, pages 92-105, Society and Nature, number 3, p. 96. Here is his account of how communal self-government worked in practice. What, then, were these little 48 sections of Paris? How were they organized? And how did they function? Ideologically, the sectionnaires, as their members were called, believed primarily in sovereignty of the people. This concept of popular sovereignty, as Albert Sobol observes, was for them not an abstraction, but the concrete reality of the people united in sectional assemblies and exercising all their rights. It was in their eyes an inalienable right, or, as the Section de la Cite declared in November 1792, every man who assumes to have sovereignty will be regarded as a tyrant, usurper of public liberty and worthy of death. Sovereignty, in effect, was to be enjoyed by all citizens, not preempted by representatives. The radical Democrats of 1793 thus assumed that every adult was, to one degree or another, competent to participate in management public affairs. Thus, each section was structured around a face-to-face democracy, basically a general assembly of the people that formed the most important deliberative body of a section, and served as the incarnation of popular power in a given part of the city. Each elected 6 deputies to the commune, presumably for the purpose merely of coordinating all the sections in the city of Paris. Each section also had its own various administrative committees, whose members were also recruited from the General Assembly. The Third Revolution, Volume 1, p. 319. Little wonder Kropotkin argued that these sections showed the principles of anarchism, had their origin, not in theoretical speculations, but in the deeds of the Great French Revolution. The Great French Revolution, Volume 1, p. 204. Communal self-government was also practiced, and on a far wider scale, in revolutionary Spain, where workers and peasants formed communes and federations of communes. See section I.8 for fuller details. Gaston Laval summarized the experience. There was, in the organization set in motion by the Spanish Revolution and by the libertarian movement, which was its mainspring, a structuring from the bottom to the top, which corresponds to a real federation and true democracy. The controlling and coordinating commites, clearly indispensable, do not go outside the organization that has chosen them, they remain in their midst, always controllable by and accessible to the members. If any individuals contradict by their actions their mandates, it is possible to call them to order, to reprimand them, to replace them. It is only by and in such a system that the majority lays down the law. The syndical assemblies were the expression and the practice of libertarian democracy, a democracy having nothing in common with the democracy of Athens, where the citizens discussed and disputed for days on end on the agora, where factions, clan rivalries, ambitions, personalities conflicted, where, in view of the social inequalities, precious time was lost in interminable wrangles. Normally those periodic meetings would not last more than a few hours. They dealt with concrete, precise subjects concretely and precisely. And all who had something to say could express themselves. The commite presented the new problems that had arisen since the previous assembly, the results obtained by the application of such and such a resolution. Relations with other syndicates, production returns from the various workshops or factories. All this was the subject of reports and discussion. Then the assembly would nominate the commissions. The members of these commissions discussed between themselves what solutions to adopt. If there was disagreement, a majority report and a minority report would be prepared. This took place in all the syndicates throughout Spain, in all trades and all industries, in assemblies which, in Barcelona, from the very beginnings of our movement brought together hundreds or thousands of workers depending on the strength of the organizations. So much so that the awareness of the duties, responsibilities of each spread all the time to a determining and decisive degree. The practice of this democracy also extended to the agricultural regions. The decision to nominate a local management commite for the villages was taken by general meetings of the inhabitants of villages. How the delegates in the different essential tasks which demanded an indispensable coordination of activities were proposed and elected by the whole assembled population. But it is worth adding and underlining that in all the collectivist villages and all the partially collectivist villages, in the 400 collectives in Aragon, in the 900 in the Levant region, in the 300 in the Castilian region, to mention only the large groupings, the population was called together weekly, fortnightly, or monthly and kept fully informed of everything concerning the common weal. This writer was present at a number of these assemblies in Aragon, where the reports on the various questions making up the agenda allowed the inhabitants to know, to so understand, and to feel so mentally integrated in society, to so participate in the management of public affairs, in the responsibilities, that the recriminations, the tensions which always occur when the power of decision is entrusted to a few individuals, be they democratically elected without the possibility of objecting, did not happen there. The assemblies were public, the objections, the proposals publicly discussed, everybody being free, as in the syndical assemblies, to participate in the discussions, to criticize, propose, etc. Democracy extended to the whole of social life. Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, pages 205 to 7. These collectives organized federations embracing thousands of communes and workplaces, whole branches of industry, hundreds of thousands of people and whole regions of Spain. As such, it was a striking confirmation of Proudhon's argument that under federalism the sovereignty of the contracting parties serves as a positive guarantee of the liberty of communes and individuals. So, no longer do we have the abstraction of people's sovereignty, but an effective sovereignty of the laboring masses. The laboring masses are actually, positively, and effectively sovereign. How could they not be when the economic organism labor, capital, property, and assets belongs to them entirely? Anarchism, Volume 1, Robert Graham, ed. p. 75. In other words, it is possible. It has worked. With the massive improvements in communication technology, it is even more viable than before. Whether or not we reach such a self-managed society depends on whether we desire to be free or not. I.5.5 Aren't participatory communities and confederations just new states? No. As we have seen in section B.2, a state can be defined both by its structure and its function. As far as structure is concerned, a state involves the politico-military and economic domination of a certain geographical territory by a ruling elite, based on the delegation of power into the hands of the few, resulting in hierarchy, centralist authority. As such, it would be a massive theoretical error to confuse any form of social organization with the specific form which is the state. As we have discussed in section H.3.7, the state has evolved its specific characteristics as a result of its function as an instrument of class rule. If a social organization does not have these characteristics, then it is not a state. Thus, for anarchists, the essence of the state is centralist power, or to put it another way, the coercive authority of which the state enjoys the monopoly, in that organization of violence known as government, in the hierarchical despotism, juridical, police and military despotism that imposes laws on everyone. Luigi Fabbri, Anarchy and Scientific Communism, in the Poverty of Statism, pages 13 to 49, Albert Meltzer, ed. pages 24 to 5. This is why Malatesta stressed that the state means the delegation of power, that is the abdication of initiative and sovereignty of all into the hands of a few. Anarchy, p. 41. If a social organization is not centralist and top-down, then it is not a state. In a system of federated participatory communities there is no ruling elite, and thus no hierarchy, because power is retained by the lowest level units of confederation through their use of direct democracy and mandated, rotating, and recallable delegates to confederal bodies. This eliminates the problem in representative democratic systems of the delegation of power leading to the elected officials becoming isolated from and beyond the control of the mass of people who elected them. An anarchist society would make decisions by means of congresses, composed of delegates, who discuss among themselves, and submit proposals, not laws, to their constituents. Kropotkin, The Conquest of Bread, p. 135. So it is based on self-government, not representative government, and its inevitable bureaucracy. As Proudhon put it, the federal system is the contrary of hierarchy or administrative and governmental centralization, and so a confederation is not exactly a state. What is called federal authority is no longer a government, it is an agency created for the joint execution of certain functions. The Principle of Federation, pages 40 to 1. Perhaps it will be objected that communal decision-making is just a form of statism based on direct, as opposed to representative, democracy status, because the individual is still be subject to the rules of the majority and so is not free. This objection, however, confuses statism with free agreement, i.e. cooperation. Since participatory communities, like productive syndicates, are voluntary associations, the decisions they make are based on self-assumed obligations, See section A.2.11, and dissenters can leave the association if they so desire. Thus communes are no more status than the act of promising and keeping your word. In addition, in a free society, dissent and direct action can be used by minorities to press their case, or defend their freedom, as well as debate. As Carol Pateman argues, political disobedience is merely one possible expression of the active citizenship on which a self-managing democracy is based. The problem of political obligation, p. 162. In this way, individual liberty can be protected in a communal system and society enriched by opposition, confrontation, and dissent. Without self-management and minority dissent, society would become an ideological cemetery which would stifle ideas and individuals. As these thrive on discussion, those who will be able to create in their mutual relations a movement and a life based on the principles of free understanding, will understand that variety, conflict even, is life and that uniformity is death. Kropotkin, Anarchism, p. 143. So a society based on voluntary agreements and self-management would, out of interpersonal empathy and self-interest, create a society that encouraged individuality and respect for minorities. Therefore, a commune's participatory nature is the opposite of statism. April Carter agrees, stating that commitment to direct democracy or anarchy in the socio-political sphere is incompatible with political authority and that the only authority that can exist in a direct democracy is the collective authority vested in the body politic. It is doubtful if authority can be created by a group of equals who reach decisions by a process of mutual persuasion. Authority and Democracy, p. 69 and p. 380, which echoes, we must note, Proudhon's comment that the true meaning of the word democracy was the dismissal of government. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 42. Bakunin argued that when the whole people govern, then there will be no one to be governed. It means that there will be no government, no state. The political philosophy of Bakunin, p. 287. Malatesta, decades later, made the same point. Government by everybody is no longer government in the authoritarian, historical, and practical sense of the word. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 2, p. 38. And, of course, Kropotkin argued that by means of the directly democratic sections of the French Revolution the masses practiced what was to be described later as direct self-government and expressed the principles of anarchism. The Great French Revolution, Volume 1, p. 200 and p. 204. Anarchists argue that individuals and the institutions they create cannot be considered in isolation. Authoritarian institutions will create individuals who have a servile nature, who cannot govern themselves. We, therefore, consider it common sense that individuals, in order to be free, must take part in determining the general agreements they make with their neighbors which give form to their communities. Otherwise, a free society could not exist and individuals would be subject to rules others make for them. Following orders is hardly libertarian. Somewhat ironically, those who stress individualism and denounce communes as new states advocate a social system which produces extremely hierarchical social relationships based on the authority of the property owner. In other words, abstract individualism produces authoritarian, i.e., state-like, social relationships. See section F.1. Therefore, anarchists recognize the social nature of humanity and the fact any society based on an abstract individualism, like capitalism, will be marked by authority, injustice, and inequality, not freedom. As Bookchin pointed out, to speak of the individual apart from its social roots is as meaningless as to speak of a society that contains no people or institutions. Anarchism, Marxism, and the Future of the Left, p. 154. Society cannot be avoided and unless everyone is to be psychologically homogeneous and society's interests so uniform in character that dissent is simply meaningless, there must be room for conflicting proposals, discussion, rational explication, and majority decisions. In short, democracy. Bookchin, Op. Cit. p. 155. Those who reject democracy in the name of liberty, such as many supporters of capitalism claim to do, usually also see the need for laws and hierarchical authority, particularly in the workplace. This is unsurprising, as such authority is the only means left by which collective activity can be coordinated if self-management is rejected, which is ironic as the resulting institutions, such as a capitalist company, are far more status than self-managed ones. So, far from being new states by which one section of a community, historically, almost always a wealthy elite, imposes its ethical standards on another, the anarchist commune is just a public forum. In this forum, issues of community interest, for example, management of the commons, control of communalist economic activity, and so forth, are discussed and policy agreed upon. In addition, interests beyond a local area are also discussed and delegates for confederal conferences are mandated with the wishes of the community. Hence, administration of things replaces government of people, with the community of communities existing to ensure that the interests of all are managed by all and that liberty, justice, and equality for all are more than just ideals. Moreover, a free society would be one without professional bodies of armed people, i.e., there would be no armed forces or police. It would not have the means of enforcing the decisions of conferences and communes which reflected the interests of a few, would-be politicians or bureaucrats, rather than popular opinion. Of course, it could be argued that popular opinion can be as oppressive as any state, a possibility anarchists are aware of and take steps to combat. Remember, the communities and confederations of a free society would be made up of free people. They would not be too concerned with the personal behavior of others unless it impacted on their own lives. As such, they would not be seeking to restrict the liberty of those who live with them. A community, therefore, is unlikely to make decisions like, for example, outlawing homosexuality or censoring the press. This is not to say that there is no danger of majorities abusing minorities. As we discuss in the next section, anarchists suggest means of reducing it, even eliminating it. Suffice to say, a free society would seek to encourage diversity and so leave minorities free to live their own lives, assuming they are not oppressing or exploiting others, of course. For these reasons, a libertarian socialist society would not have a state. Structurally, it would be based on egalitarian and decentralist institutions, the direct opposite of the hierarchical and centralist state. Functionally, it would be based on mass participation of all to ensure they manage their own affairs rather than, as in a state, exclusion of the many to ensure the rule of an elite. The communes and confederations of a libertarian system are not just states with new names but rather the forums by which free people manage their own affairs rather than being ruled by a state and its politicians and bureaucrats. This is why Proudhon argued that under the democratic constitution, the political and the economic are one and the same system, based upon a single principle, mutuality, and form this vast humanitarian organism of which nothing previously could give the idea. Is this not the system of the old society turned upside down? Anarchism, Volume 1, Robert Graham, ed., pages 74-5. I.5.6 Won't there be a danger of a tyranny of the majority under libertarian socialism? While the tyranny of the majority objection does contain an important point, it is often raised for self-serving reasons. This is because those who have historically raised the issue, for example, and as discussed in section B.2.5, creators of the 1789 American Constitution like Hamilton and Madison, saw the minority to be protected as the rich. In other words, the objection is not opposed to majority tyranny as such, they have no objections when the majority support their right to their riches and powers, but rather attempts of the majority to change their society to a fairer and freer one. Such concerns can easily be dismissed as an ingenious argument in favor of rule by the few, particularly as its proponents, such as the proprietarian right and other defenders of capitalism, have no problem with the autocratic rule of property owners over their wage slaves. However, as noted, the objection to majority rule does contain a valid point and one which anarchists have addressed, namely, what about minority freedom within a self-managed society? So this is a danger, one raised by people who are most definitely not seeking minority rule. For example, someone who was sympathetic to anarchism, George Orwell, suggested. The totalitarian tendency is explicit in the anarchist vision of society. In a society in which there is no law, and in theory no compulsion, the only arbiter of behavior is public opinion. But public opinion, because of the tremendous urge to conformity in gregarious animals, is less tolerant than any system of law. When human beings are governed by thou shalt not, the individual can practice a certain amount of eccentricity. When they are supposedly governed by love or reason, he is under continuous pressure to make him behave and think in exactly the same way as everyone else. Inside the Whale and Other Essays, p. 132. There is, of course, this danger in any society, be its decision-making structure direct, anarchy, or indirect, by some form of government. However, this does not really address the issue to point out this obvious fact. Anarchists are at the forefront in expressing concern about it, recognizing that the majority is often a threat to freedom by its fear of change. See, for example, Emma Goldman's classic essay Minorities versus Majorities. We are well aware that the mass, as long as the individuals within it do not free themselves, can be a dead weight on others, resisting change and enforcing conformity. As Goldman argued, even more than constituted authority, it is social uniformity and sameness that harass the individual the most. Read Emma Speaks, p. 116. Hence Malatesta's comment that anarchists have the special mission of being vigilant custodians of freedom, against all aspirants to power and against the possible tyranny of the majority. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 161. However, rather than draw elitist conclusions from this fact of life under capitalism and urge forms of government and organization which restrict popular participation, and promote rule, and tyranny, by the few, as classical liberals do, libertarians argue that only a process of self-liberation through struggle and participation can break up the mass into free, self-managing individuals, as discussed in section H.2.11. Attempts by Leninists to portray anarchists as elitists are both hypocritical and false. Moreover, we also argue that participation and self-management is the only way that majorities can come to see the point of minority ideas and foreseeing the importance of protecting minority freedoms. This means that any attempt to restrict participation in the name of minority rights actually enforces the herd mentality, undermining minority and individual freedom rather than protecting it. As Carol Pateman argues, the evidence supports the arguments that we do learn to participate by participating and that feelings of political efficacy are more likely to be developed in a participatory environment. Furthermore, the evidence indicates that experience of a participatory authority structure might also be effective in diminishing tendencies towards non-democratic attitudes in the individual. Participation and Democratic Theory, p. 105. So while there is cause for concern, and anarchists are at the forefront in expressing it, the tyranny of the majority objection fails to take note of the vast difference between direct and representative forms of democracy. In the current system, as we pointed out in section B.5, voters are mere passive spectators of occasional, staged, and highly rehearsed debates among candidates pre-selected by the corporate elite, who pay for campaign expenses. The public is expected to choose simply on the basis of political ads and news sound bites. Once the choice is made, cumbersome and ineffective recall procedures ensure that elected representatives can act more or less as they, or rather, their wealthy sponsors, please. The function, then, of the electorate in bourgeois representative government is ratification of choices that have been already made for them. This is also the case in referendum, where the people are not to propose the questions, the government is to do that. Only to questions proposed by the government, the people may answer yes or no, like a child in the catechism. The people will not even have a chance to make amendments. Proudhon, General Idea of the Revolution, p. 148. By contrast, in a libertarian society decisions are made following public discussion in community assemblies open to all. After decisions have been reached, outvoted minorities, even minorities of one, still have ample opportunity to present reasoned and persuasive counter-arguments to try to change the decision. This process of debate, disagreement, challenge, and counter-challenge, which goes on even after the defeated minority has temporarily acquiesced in the decision of the majority, is virtually absent in the representative system, where tyranny of the majority is truly a problem. In addition, minorities can secede from an association if the decision reached by it are truly offensive to them. And let us not forget that in all likelihood, issues of personal conduct or activity will not be discussed in the neighborhood assemblies. Why? Because we are talking about a society in which most people consider themselves to be unique, free individuals, who would thus recognize and act to protect the uniqueness and freedom of others. Unless people are indoctrinated by religion or some other form of ideology, they can be tolerant of others and their individuality. If this is not the case now, then it has more to do with the existence of authoritarian social relationships that will be dismantled under libertarian socialism and the type of person they create rather than some innate human flaw. Thus there will be vast areas of life in a libertarian socialist community which are none of other people's business. Anarchists have always stressed the importance of personal space and private areas. Indeed, for Kropotkin, the failure of many utopian communities directly flowed from a lack of these and the desire to manage the community after the model of a family, to make it the great family. They lived all in the same house and were thus forced to continuously meet the same brethren and sisters. It is already difficult often for two real brothers to live together in the same house, and family life is not always harmonious, so it was a fundamental error to impose on all the great family instead of trying, on the contrary, to guarantee as much freedom and home life to each individual. In an anarchist society, continual agreement on all issues is not desired. The members of a free society need only agree as to some advantageous method of common work, and are free otherwise to live in their own way. Small communal experiments and why they fail, pages 8 to 9 and p. 22. Which brings us to another key point. When anarchists talk of democratizing or communalising the household or any other association, we do not mean that it should be stripped of its private status and become open to regulation by general voting in a single, universal public sphere. Rather, we mean that households and other relationships should take in libertarian characteristics and be consistent with the liberty of all its members. Thus a society based on self-management does not imply the destruction of private spheres of activity, it implies the extension of anarchist principles into all spheres of life, both private and public. It does not mean the subordination of the private by the public, or vice versa. As an example, we can point to interpersonal relationships. Anarchists are opposed to the patriarchy implicit, and, in the past, explicit, in marriage and suggest free love as an alternative. As discussed in section H.4.2, free love means that both people in a relationship have equal decision-making power rather than, as in marriage, the woman becoming the property of the husband. Thus, self-management in this context does not mean the end of interpersonal relationships by the imposition of the commune onto all spheres of life but, obviously, the creation of interpersonal relationships based on equality and liberty. So it is highly unlikely that the tyranny of the majority will exert itself where most rightly fear it, in their homes, how they act with friends, their personal space, how they act, and so on. As long as individual freedom and rights are protected, it is of little concern what people get up to, included the rights of children, who are also individuals and not the property of their parents. Direct democracy in anarchist theory is purely concerned with common resources, their use and management. It is highly unlikely that a free society would debate issues of personal behavior or morality and instead would leave them to those directly affected by them, as it should be, as we all need personal space and experimentation to find the way of life that best suits us. Today an authoritarian worldview, characterized by an inability to think beyond the categories of domination and submission, is imparted by conditioning in the family, schools, religious institutions, clubs, fraternities, the army, etc., and produces a type of personality that is intolerant of any individual or group perceived as threatening to the perpetuation of that worldview and its corresponding institutions and values. Thus, as Bakunin argued, public opinion is potentially intolerant simply because hitherto this power has not been humanized itself. It has not been humanized because the social life of which it is ever the faithful expression is based, in the worship of divinity, not on respect for humanity, in authority, not on liberty, on privilege, not on equality, in the exploitation, not on the brotherhood, of men, on iniquity and falsehood, not on justice and truth. Consequently its real action, always in contradiction of the humanitarian theories which it professes, has constantly exercised a disastrous and depraving influence. God and the State, p. 43f. In other words, if society is ever to become free, it will be so through liberated individuals, whose free efforts make society. Emma Goldman, Anarchism and Other Essays, p. 44. In an anarchist society a conscious effort will be made to dissolve the institutional and traditional sources of the authoritarian/submissive type of personality, and thus to free public opinion of its current potential for intolerance. This is not to suggest that such a society of free individuals will not become stuck in routine and, over time, become oppressive to minorities who question certain aspects of public opinion or how it works. Public opinion and social organizations can evolve over generations in ways which no one expects. The best known, albeit fictional, example is in Ursula L. Le Guin's classic science fiction book The Dispossessed, where the anarchist society of Anars has developed something of a weak informal bureaucracy due to the routine of everyday life and the unconscious pressures of public opinion. When the protagonist, Shevek, and his friends try to point this out and do something about, including Shevek leaving Anars for the capitalist world of Uras, most on the planet are extremely hostile to this activity, precisely because it is going against the normal routine. Significantly, though, a large minority end up supporting their activities which can occur precisely because the society is still fundamentally communist anarchist, and so the dissenters have a rich libertarian tradition and sensibility to base their direct action on, as well having use rights over the resources they need to propagate their ideas and practice their protest. In the real world, the best example would be the Mujeres Libres in the Spanish anarchist movement during the 1930s, see Martha A. Acklesberg's classic Free Women of Spain, Anarchism and the Struggle for the Emancipation of Women. For more on this important movement. This organization arose in response to the fact that many male anarchists, while expressing a theoretical commitment to sexual equality, were as sexist as the system they were fighting against, and so they subconsciously reflected the oppressive public opinion of what a woman's position should be. Unsurprisingly, many anarchist women were, rightly, angry at this and their marginalist status within a libertarian movement that ostensibly sought to abolish all forms of domination and hierarchy. In response, and often in the face of the hostility or indifference of their male comrades, they organized themselves to change the situation, to combat and transform public opinion both within and out with the anarchist movement. Their activities met with some success before, like the rest of the libertarian revolution, it was crushed by Franco's victory in the Civil War. We can, therefore, suggest that a free society is unlikely to see public opinion becoming authoritarian. This is because, as the example of the Mujeres Libres shows, members of that society would organize to combat such developments and use various means to raise the problem to public awareness and to combat it. Once a free society has been gained, the task of anarchists would be to ensure it remained free, and that would mean keeping a constant watch on possible sources of authority, including those associated with organizations developing informal bureaucracies and public opinion. While a free society would place numerous safeguards against such developments, no system would be perfect, and so the actions of dissident minorities would be essential to point out and protest as if such dangers appeared to be developing. As such, it should be noted that anarchists recognize that the practice of self-assumed political obligation implied in free association also implies the right to practice dissent and disobedience as well. As Carol Pateman notes, Even if it is impossible to be unjust to myself, I do not vote for myself alone, but along with everyone else. Questions about injustice are always appropriate in political life, for there is no guarantee that participatory voting will actually result in decisions in accord with the principles of political morality. The problem of political obligation, p. 160. If an individual or group of individuals feel that a specific decision threatens their freedom, which is the basic principle of political morality in an anarchist society, they can, and must, act to defend that freedom. The political practice of participatory voting rests in a collective self-consciousness about the meaning and implication of citizenship. The members of the political association understand that to vote is simultaneously to commit oneself, to commit one's fellow citizens, and also to commit oneself to them in a mutual undertaking. A refusal to vote on a particular occasion indicates that the refusers believe that the proposal infringes the principle of political morality on which the political association is based. A refusal to vote or the use of direct action could be seen as an appeal to the sense of justice of their fellow citizens. Pateman, Op. Cit. p. 161. As they no longer consent to the decisions made by their community, they can appeal to the sense of justice of their fellow citizens by direct action and indicate that a given decision may have impacts which the majority were not aware. Hence direct action and dissent is a key aspect of an anarchist society and help ensure against the tyranny of the majority. Anarchism rejects the love it or leave it attitude that marks an authoritarian organization. This vision of self-assumed obligation, with its basis in individual liberty, indicates the basic flaw of Joseph Schumpeter's argument against democracy as anything but a political method of arriving at decisions, in his case who will be the leaders of a society. Schumpeter proposed a mental experiment of imagining a country which, using a democratic process, reached the decision to persecute religious dissent, such as Jews and witches. He argued that we should not approve of these practices just because they have been decided upon by a majority or using a democratic method and, therefore, democracy cannot be an end in itself. Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, pages 240-3. However, such systematic persecution would conflict with the rules of procedure required if a country's or community's political method is to be called democratic. This is because, in order to be democratic, the minority must be in a position for its ideas to become the majority's via argument, and that requires freedom of speech, discussion, and association. A country or community in which the majority persecutes or represses a minority automatically ensures that the minority can never be in a position to become the majority, as the minority is barred by force from becoming so, or convince the majority of the errors of its way. Even if it cannot become the majority physically, it can become so morally by convincing the majority to change its position. Schumpeter's example utterly violates democratic principles and so cannot be squared with Rousseau's somewhat opaque distinction between the general will and majority rule sought to express this. Thus majority tyranny is an outrage against both democratic theory and individual liberty, unsurprisingly, as the former has its roots in the latter. This argument applies with even more force to a self-managed community too, and so any system in which the majority tyrannizes over a minority is, by definition, not self-managed, as one part of the community is excluded from convincing the other. The enslavement of part of a nation denies the federal principle itself. Proudhon, The Principle of Federation, p. 42f. Thus individual freedom and minority rights are essential to self-management. As Proudhon argued, a new spirit has dawned on the world. Freedom has opposed itself to the state, and since the idea of freedom has become universal, people have realized that it is not a concern of the individual merely, but rather that it must exist in the group also. Quoted by Martin Buber, Paths in Utopia, p. 28. Unsurprisingly, then, the freedom of the collectivity to crush the individual is not, however, true liberty in the eyes of anarchists. It is one of those shams, which the revolution is to destroy. Charlotte M. Wilson, Anarchist Essays, p. 25. It should be stressed, however, that most anarchists do not think that the way to guard against possible tyranny by the majority is to resort to decision-making by consensus, where no action can be taken until every person in the group agrees, or a property system, based in contracts. Both consensus, see section A.2.12, and contracts, see section A.2.14, soon result in authoritarian social relationships developing in the name of liberty. Rather, we seek new forms of free agreement to replace contract and new forms of decision-making which do not replace the possible tyranny of the majority with the real tyranny of a minority. Then there is freedom of association. As Malatesta argued, for if it is unjust that the majority should oppress the minority, the contrary would be quite as unjust, and if the minority has a right to rebel, the majority has a right to defend itself. It is true that this solution is not completely satisfactory. The individuals put out of the association would be deprived of many social advantages, which an isolated person or group must do without, because they can only be procured by the cooperation of a great number of human beings. But what would you have? These malcontents cannot fairly demand that the wishes of many others should be sacrificed for their sakes. A talk about anarchist communism, p. 29. In other words, freedom of association means the freedom not to associate, and so communities can expel individuals or groups of individuals who constantly hinder community decisions, assuming they do not leave voluntarily and seek a community more in tune with their needs. This is a very important freedom for both the majority and the minority, and must be defended. So while minorities have significant rights in a free society, so does the majority. We can imagine that there will be ethical reasons why participants will not act in ways to oppose joint activity as they took part in the decision-making process. They would be considered childish if they reject the final decision because it did not go in their favor. Moreover, they would also have to face the reaction of those who also took part in the decision-making process. It would be likely that those who ignored such decisions, or actively hindered them, would soon face nonviolent direct action in the form of non-cooperation, shunning, boycotting, and so on. Anarchists think that such occurrences would be rare. As an isolated life is impossible, the need for communal associations is essential. It is only by living together in a supportive community can individuality be encouraged and developed along with individual freedom. However, anarchists are aware that not everyone is a social animal and that there are times that people like to withdraw into their own personal space. Thus our support for free association and federalism along with solidarity, community, and self-management. Most anarchists have recognized that majority decision-making, though not perfect, is the best way to reach decisions in a political system based on maximizing individual and social freedom. Self-management in grassroots confederal assemblies and workers' councils ensures that decision-making is horizontal in nature, i.e. between equals, and not hierarchical, i.e. governmental, between order giver and order taker. In other words, anarchists support self-management because it ensures liberty, not because we subscribe to the flawed assumption that the majority is always right. I.5.7 What if I don't want to join a commune? As would be expected, no one would be forced to join a commune nor take part in its assemblies. To suggest otherwise would be contrary to anarchist principles. Thus a commune would be a free society, in which individual liberty would be respected and encouraged. However, what about individuals who live within the boundaries of a commune but decide not to join? For example, a local neighborhood may include households that desire to associate and a few that do not. This has actually happened during the Spanish Revolution. What happens to the minority of dissenters? Obviously, individuals can leave to find communities more in line with their own concepts of right and wrong if they cannot convince their neighbors of the validity of their ideas. And, equally obviously, not everyone will want to leave an area they like. So we must discuss what happens to those who decide not to find a more suitable neighborhood. Are the communal decisions binding on non-members? Obviously not. If an individual or family desire not to join a commune, for whatever reason, their freedoms must be respected. However, this also means that they cannot benefit from communal activity and resources, such as free parks, hospitals, and so forth, and have to pay for their use. As long as they do not exploit or oppress others, an anarchist community would respect their decision, as discussed in section G.2.1, for example. Many who oppose anarchist self-management in the name of freedom often do so because they desire to oppress and exploit others. In other words, they oppose participatory communities because they, rightly, fear that this would restrict their ability to grow rich off the labor of others. This type of opposition can be seen from history, when rich elites, in the name of liberty, have replaced democratic forms of social decision-making with representative or authoritarian ones. See section B.2.5. It goes without saying that the minority, as in any society, will exist within the ethical norms of the surrounding society, and they will have to adhere to them in the same sense that they have to adhere to not murdering people. Few sane people would say that forcing people not to commit murder is a restriction of their liberty. Therefore, while allowing the maximum of individual freedom of dissent, an anarchist community would still have to apply its ethical standards to those beyond that community. Individuals would not be allowed to murder, harm or enslave others and claim that they are allowed to do so because they are not part of the local community. See section I.5.8 on crime in an anarchist society. Similarly, individuals would not be allowed to develop private property, as opposed to possession, simply because they wanted to. This rejection of private property would not be a restriction on liberty simply because stopping the development of authority hardly counts as an authoritarian act. For an analogy, supporters of capitalism do not think that banning theft is a restriction of liberty, and because this view is currently accepted by the majority, it is enforced on the minority. Regardless of what defenders of capitalism claim, voluntary bilateral exchanges affect third parties and can harm others indirectly. This can easily be seen from examples like concentrations of wealth which have effects across society, or the ecological impacts of consumption and production. This means that an anarchist society would be aware that inequality, and so statism, could develop again and take precautions against it. As Malatesta put it, some seem almost to believe that after having brought down government and private property we would allow both to be quietly built up again, because of respect for the freedom of those who might feel the need to be rulers and property owners. A truly curious way of interpreting our ideas. Anarchy, p. 43. The suggestion that denying property ownership is a restriction in freedom is wrong, as it is the would-be capitalist who is trying to ban freedom for others on their property. Members of a free society would simply refuse to recognize the claims of private property. They would simply ignore the would-be capitalist's pretensions and keep out signs. Without a state, or hired thugs, to back up their claims, they would just end up looking silly. This means that anarchists do not support the liberty of being a boss. Anarchists will happily work with someone but not for someone. Of course, those who desire to create private property against the wishes of others expect those others to respect their wishes. So, when would-be propertarians happily fence off their property and exclude others from it, could not these others remember these words from Woody Guthrie's "This land is your land," and act accordingly? As I went rumbling that dusty highway, I saw a sign that said private property. But on the other side it didn't say nothing. This land was made for you and me. While happy to exclude people from their property, such owners seem more than happy to use the resources held in common by others. They are the ultimate free riders, desiring the benefits of society but rejecting the responsibilities that go with it. In the end, such individualists usually end up supporting the state, an institution they claim to hate, precisely because it is the only means by which private property and their freedom to exercise authority can be defended. This does not mean denying the freedom to live your life as you see fit, using the resources you need to do so. It simply means not being able to proclaim ownership over more than you could reasonably use. In other words, occupancy and use would be the limits of possession, and so property would become that control of a thing by a person which will receive either social sanction, or else unanimous individual sanction, when the laws of social expediency shall have been fully discovered. Benjamin Tucker, instead of a book, p. 131, as we discuss in section I.6.2, This perspective on use rights is shared by both individualist and social anarchists. Therefore, anarchists support the maximum of experiments while ensuring that the social conditions that allow this experimentation are protected against concentrations of wealth and power. As Malatesta put it, anarchism involves all and only those forms of life that respect liberty and recognize that every person has an equal right to enjoy the good things of nature and the products of their own activity. The Anarchist Revolution, p. 14. So, as a way to eliminate the problem of minorities seeking power and property for themselves, an anarchist revolution places social wealth, starting with the land, in the hands of all and promises to protect only those uses of it which are considered just by society as a whole. In other words, by recognizing that property is a product of society, an anarchist society will ensure that an individual's property is protected by his or her fellows when it is based purely upon actual occupancy and use. Thus, attempts to transform minority descent into, say, property rights would be fought by simply ignoring the keep-out signs of property owned, but not used, by an individual or group. Therefore, individuals are free not to associate, but their claims of ownership will be based around use rights, not property rights. Without a state to back up and protect property rights, we see that all rights are, in the end, what society considers to be fair. The difference between law and social custom is discussed in section I.7.3. What the state does is to impose rights which do not have such a basis, i.e. those that protect the property of the elite, or rights which have been corrupted by wealth and would have been changed because of this corruption had society been free to manage its own affairs. In summary, individuals will be free not to join a participatory community, and hence free to place themselves outside its decisions and activities on most issues that do not apply to the fundamental ethical standards of a society. Hence, individuals who desire to live outside of anarchist communities would be free to live as they see fit but would not be able to commit murder, rape, create private property or other activities that harmed individuals. It should be noted, moreover, that this does not mean that their possessions will be taken from them by society or that society will tell them what to do with them. Freedom, in a complex world, means that such individuals will not be in a position to turn their possessions into property and thus recreate capitalism. For the distinction between property and possessions, see section B.3.1. This will not be done by anarchist police or by banning voluntary agreements, but purely by recognizing that property is a social creation and by creating a social system that will encourage individuals to stand up for their rights and cooperate with each other to protect their freedom against those seeking to reduce others to the conditions of servants working their property for them. I.5.8 What about crime? For anarchists, crime can best be described as antisocial acts, or behavior which harms someone else or which invades their personal space. Anarchists, in other words, believe that to act criminally means to violate the liberty of others, and so criminals in a free society would be those who would encroach on personal integrity, liberty, and the well-being of others. Malatesta, at the Café, p. 100 and p. 132. This definition of crime is similar, of course, to that used in capitalist society, but libertarians note that the state defines as crime many things which a sane society would not, such as, say, consensual acts of adults in private or expropriation of private property. Similarly, a free society would consider as antisocial many acts which the state defends under capitalism, such as the appropriation of resources or exploitation of others' labor. This is to be expected, as social customs evolve and reflect the socio-economic basis of a given society. Hence Malatesta. Naturally, the crimes we are talking about are antisocial acts, that is, those which offend human feelings and which infringe the right of others to equality in freedom, and not the many actions which the penal code punishes simply because they offend against the privileges of the dominant classes. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, pages 105-6. Anarchists argue that the root cause for crime is not some perversity of human nature or original sin, but is due to the type of society by which people are molded. For example, anarchists point out that by eliminating private property, crime could be reduced significantly, since most crime today is currently motivated by evils stemming from private property such as poverty, homelessness, unemployment, and alienation. Moreover, by adopting anarchist methods of non-authoritarian child rearing and education, most of the remaining crimes could also be eliminated, because they are largely due to the antisocial, perverse, and cruel secondary drives that develop because of authoritarian child rearing practices, see section J.6. However, as long as the few violates the equal freedom of others, we must defend ourselves. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 106. First, it cannot be said that governments are required to protect people from crime and criminals. Rather, as Alexander Berkman argued, does not government itself create and uphold conditions which make for crime? Does not the invasion and violence upon which all governments rest cultivate the spirit of intolerance and persecution, of hatred and more violence? Crime, then, is the result of economic conditions, of social inequality, of wrongs and evils of which government and monopoly are parents. Government and law can only punish the criminal. They neither cure nor prevent crime. The only real cure for crime is to abolish its causes, and the government can never do because it is there to preserve those very causes. This suggests that crimes resulting from government, from its oppression and injustice, from inequality and poverty, will disappear under anarchy. These constitute by far the greatest percentage of crime. What is anarchism? p. 151. Nor should we forget that today we are subject to rule by the antisocial, for the owners and rulers are criminals who are powerful and have organized their dominance on a stable basis, who is more of a thief than the owners who get wealthy stealing the produce of the workers' labor. Malatesta, at the Cafe, p. 100 and p. 130. Crime, therefore, cannot be divorced from the society within which it occurs. Society, in Emma Goldman's words, gets the criminals it deserves. For example, anarchists do not think it unusual nor unexpected that crime exploded under the pro-free market capitalist regimes of Thatcher and Reagan. Crime, the most obvious symptom of social crisis, took 30 years to double in Britain, from 1 million incidents in 1950 to 2.2 million in 1979. However, between 1979 and 1992 the crime rate more than doubled, exceeding the 5 million mark in 1992. These 13 years were marked by a government firmly committed to the free market and individual responsibility. It was entirely predictable that the social disruption, atomization of individuals, and increased poverty caused by freeing capitalism from social controls would rip society apart and increase criminal activity. Also unsurprisingly, from an anarchist viewpoint, under these pro-market governments we also saw a reduction in civil liberties, increased state centralization, and the destruction of local government. As Malatesta put it, the classical liberalism which these governments represented could have had no other effect, for the government's powers of repression must perforce increase as free competition results in more discord and inequality. Anarchy, p. 47. Hence the apparent paradox of governments with flowing rhetoric about individual rights, the free market and getting the state off our backs, increasing state power and reducing rights while holding office during a crime explosion is no paradox at all. The conjuncture of the rhetoric of individual freedom and a vast increase in state power, argues Carol Pateman, is not unexpected at a time when the influence of contract doctrine is extending into the last, most intimate nooks and crannies of social life. Taken to a conclusion, contract undermines the conditions of its own existence. Hobbes showed long ago that contract all the way down requires absolutism and the sword to keep war at bay. The sexual contract, p. 232. Capitalism, and the contract theory on which it is built, will inevitably rip apart society. It is based upon a vision of humanity as isolated individuals with no connection other than that of money. Such a vision cannot help but institutionalize antisocial acts. As Kropotkin argued, it is not love and not even sympathy upon which society is based in mankind. It is the conscience, be it only at the stage of an instinct of human solidarity. It is the unconscious recognition of the force that is borrowed by each man and woman from the practice of mutual aid, of the close dependency of everyone's happiness upon the happiness of all, and of the sense of justice, or equity, which brings the individual to consider the rights of every other individual as equal to his or her own. Mutual aid, p. 16. The social atomization required and created by capitalism destroys the basic bonds of society, namely human solidarity, and hierarchy crushes the individuality required to understand that we share a common humanity with others, and so understand why we must be ethical and respect others' rights. Significantly, as Richard Wilkinson and Kate Pickett note in The Spirit Level, why more equal societies almost always do better, more unequal societies have more crime and bigger prison populations. Equality, as well as reducing crime, consistently deliver other advantages for people. We are not saying, however, that anarchists reject the concept of individual responsibility. While recognizing that rape, for example, is the result of a social system which represses sexuality and is based on patriarchy, i.e. rape has more to do with power than sex, anarchists do not sit back and say it's society's fault. Individuals have to take responsibility for their own actions and recognize that consequences of those actions. Part of the current problem with law codes is that individuals have been deprived of the responsibility for developing their own ethical code, and so are less likely to develop civilized social standards, see section I.7.3. Therefore, while anarchists reject the ideas of law and a specialized justice system, they are not blind to the fact that antisocial action may not totally disappear in a free society. Nor are they blind to the fact that, regardless of our hopes about a free society reducing crime, we will not create it overnight. All the bad passions will not disappear at a stroke. There will still be for a long time those who will feel tempted to impose their will on others with violence, who will wish to exploit favorable circumstances to create privileges for themselves. Malatesta, at the Café, p. 131. Therefore, some sort of justice system would still be necessary to deal with the remaining crimes and to adjudicate disputes between people. This does not, it must be stressed, signify some sort of contradiction within anarchism. Anarchists have never advocated the kind of freedom which assumes that people can do what they want. When people object to anarchy, they often ask about those who would steal, murder, rape and so forth, and seem to assume that such people would be free to act as they like. This is, needless to say, an utter misunderstanding of both our ideas and freedom in general. Simply put, if people impose themselves by force on others, then they will be the government and we will oppose them with force. For if today we want to make a revolution against the government, it is not in order to submit ourselves supinely to new oppressors. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 99. This applies to defending a free society against organized counter-revolution and against those within it conducting antisocial, criminal, activities. The principle is the same, it is just the scale which is different. It should be remembered that just because the state monopolizes or organizes a public service, it does not mean that the abolition of the state means the abolition of what useful things it provided. For example, many states own and run the train network, but the abolition of the state does not mean that there will no longer be any trains. In a free society, management of the railways would be done by the rail workers themselves, in association with the community. The same applies to antisocial behavior, and so we find Kropotkin, for example, pointing to how voluntary associations would substitute themselves for the state in all its functions, including mutual protection and defense of the territory. Anarchism, p. 284. This applies to what is termed justice, namely the resolution of disputes and antisocial acts, crime. Anarchists argue that people would not allow their well-being and their freedom to be attacked with impunity, and if the necessity arose, they would take measures to defend themselves against the antisocial activities of a few. But to do so, what purpose is served by people whose profession is the making of laws, while other people spend their lives seeking out and inventing lawbreakers? Malatesta, Anarchy, pages 43-4. This means that in a free society the resolution of antisocial behavior would rest in the hands of all, not in a specialized body separate from and above the masses. As Proudhon put it, an anarchy would see the police, judiciary, administration, everywhere committed to the hands of the workers. General idea of the revolution, p. 281. And so, let each household, each factory, each association, each municipality, each district, attend to its own police, and administer carefully its own affairs, and the nation will be policed and administered. What need have we to be watched and ruled, and to pay, year in and year out, millions? Let us abolish prefects, commissioners, and policemen too. Op. Cit. p. 273. Precisely how this will work will be determined by free people based on the circumstances they face. All we can do is sketch out likely possibilities and make suggestions. In terms of resolving disputes between people, it is likely that some form of arbitration system would develop. The parties involved could agree to hand their case to a third party, for example, a communal jury or mutually agreed individual or individuals. There is the possibility that the parties cannot agree, or if the victim were dead, then the issue could be raised at a communal assembly and a court appointed to look into the issue. These courts would be independent from the commune, their independence strengthened by popular election instead of executive appointment of judges, by protecting the jury system by random selection of citizens, and so all disputes will be submitted to juries which will judge not only the facts but the law, the justice of the law or social custom, its applicability to the given circumstances, and the penalty or damage to be inflicted because of its infraction. Benjamin Tucker, The Individualist Anarchists, p. 164. Tucker, the jury was a splendid institution, the principal safeguard against oppression. Liberty, Volume 1, Number 16, p. 1. As Malatesta suggested, when differences were to arise between men sick, would not arbitration voluntarily accepted, or pressure of public opinion, be perhaps more likely to establish where the right lies than through an irresponsible magistrate which has the right to adjudicate on everything and everybody and is inevitably incompetent and therefore unjust? Anarchy, p. 45. It is in the arbitration system and communal assemblies that what constitutes antisocial behavior will be discussed and agreed. In terms of antisocial events when they happen, when there remains a residue of criminals, the collective directly concerned should think of placing them in a position where they can do no harm, without delegating to anyone the specific function of persecuting criminals. Malatesta, at the Café, p. 101. In the case of a police force, this would not exist either as a public or private specialized body or company. If a local community did consider that public safety required a body of people who could be called upon for help, we imagine that a new system would be created. Such a system would not be entrusted to, as it is today, to a special, official body. All able-bodied inhabitants will be called upon to take turns in the security measures instituted by the commune. James Guillaume, on Building the New Social Order, pages 356-79, Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 371. This system could be based around a voluntary militia, in which all members of the community could serve if they so desired. Those who served would not constitute a professional body, instead the service would be made up of local people who would join for short periods of time and be replaced if they abused their position. Hence the likelihood that a communal militia would become corrupted by power, like the current police force or a private security firm exercising a policing function, would be vastly reduced. Moreover, by accustoming a population to intervene in antisocial as part of the militia, they would be empowered to do so when not an active part of it, so reducing the need for its services even more. In this way we will defend ourselves, without delegating to anyone the special function of the defense of society, and this is the only effective method of stopping and reducing antisocial activity. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 132. Such a body would not have a monopoly on protecting others, but would simply be on call if required. It would no more be a monopoly of defense, i.e. a police force, then the current fire service is a monopoly. Individuals are not banned from putting out fires today because the fire service exists. Similarly, individuals will be free to help stop antisocial crime by themselves, or in association with others, in an anarchist society. Of course, there are antisocial acts which occur without witnesses, and so the guilty party cannot be readily identified. If such acts did occur, we can imagine an anarchist community taking two courses of action. The injured party may look into the facts themselves or appoint an agent to do so, or, more likely, an ad hoc group would be elected at a community assembly to investigate specific crimes of this sort, subject to control and recall by the community. Once the investigating body thought it had enough evidence, it would inform the community as well as the affected parties and then organize a court. Of course, a free society will produce different solutions to such problems, solutions no one has considered yet, and so these suggestions are just that, suggestions. As is often stated, prevention is better than cure. This is as true of crime as of disease, and so crime is best fought by rooting out its causes as opposed to punishing those who act in response to these causes. As Emma Goldman argued, crime is naught but misdirected energy. So long as every institution of today, economic, political, social, moral, conspires to misdirect human energy into wrong channels, so long as most people are out of place doing things they hate to do, living a life they loathe to live, crime will be inevitable, and all the laws on the statutes can only increase, but never do away with, crime. Read Emma Speaks, p. 71. Eric Fromm, decades later, made the same point. It would seem that the amount of destructiveness to be found in individuals is proportionate to the amount to which expansiveness of life is curtailed. By this we do not refer to individual frustrations of this or that instinctive desire, but to the thwarting of the whole of life, the blockage of spontaneity of the growth and expression of man's sensuous, emotional, and intellectual capacities. Life has an inner dynamism of its own, it tends to grow, to be expressed, to be lived. The drive for life and the drive for destruction are not mutually interdependent factors but are in a reversed interdependence. The more the drive towards life is thwarted, the stronger is the drive towards destruction. The more life is realized, the less is the strength of destructiveness. Destructiveness is the outcome of unlived life. Those individual and social conditions that make for suppression of life produce the passion for destruction that forms, so to speak, the reservoir from which particular hostile tendencies either against others or against oneself are nourished. The fear of freedom, p. 158. Therefore, by reorganizing society so that it empowers everyone and actively encourages the use of all our intellectual, emotional, and sensuous abilities, crime would soon cease to be the huge problem that it is now. As for the antisocial behavior or clashes between individuals that might still exist in such a society, it would be dealt with in a system based on respect for the individual and a recognition of the social roots of the problem. Restraint would be kept to a minimum. Anarchists think that public opinion and social pressure would be the main means of preventing antisocial acts in an anarchist society, with such actions as boycotting and ostracizing used as powerful sanctions to convince those attempting them of the errors of their way. Extensive non-cooperation by neighbors, friends, and workmates would be the best means of stopping acts which harmed others. Thus Malatesta. In order for crime to be treated rationally, in order to seek for its causes and really do everything possible to eliminate it, it is necessary for this task to be entrusted to those who are exposed to and suffer the consequences of crime, in other words the whole public, and not those to whom the existence of crime is a source of power and earnings. At the Café, p. 135. An anarchist system of justice, we should note, would have a lot to learn from Aboriginal societies simply because they are examples of social order without the state. Indeed, many of the ideas we consider as essential to justice today can be found in such societies. As Kropotkin argued, when we imagine that we have made great advances in introducing, for instance, the jury, all we have done is to return to the institutions of the so-called barbarians after having changed it to the advantage of the ruling classes. The state, its historic role, p. 18, like Aboriginal justice, as documented by Rupert Ross in Returning to the Teachings, Exploring Aboriginal Justice. Anarchists contend that justice be achieved by the teaching and healing of all involved. Public condemnation of the wrongdoing would be a key aspect of this process, but the wrongdoer would remain part of the community and so see the effects of their actions on others in terms of grief and pain caused. It would be likely that wrongdoers would be expected to try to make amends for their act by community service or helping victims and their families. So, from a practical viewpoint, almost all anarchists oppose prisons on both practical grounds and ethical grounds. Prisons have numerous negative effects on society as well as often reinforcing criminal, i.e. antisocial, behavior. Anarchists use the all-too-accurate description of prisons as universities of crime wherein the first-time criminal learns new techniques and have adapted to the prevailing ethical standards within them. Hence, prisons would have the effect of increasing the criminal tendencies of those sent there and so prove to be counterproductive. In addition, prisons do not affect the social conditions which promote many forms of crime. Simply put, prison does not improve the prisoner, it does not prevent him from committing more crimes. It does not then achieve any of the ends it has set itself. Kropotkin, Anarchism, p. 228. Moreover, they are a failure in terms of their impact on those subject to them. We know what prisons mean. They mean broken down body and spirit, degradation, consumption, insanity. Voltairine declare, quoted by Paul Avriche, an American anarchist, p. 146. The Makhnovists took the usual anarchist position on prisons. Prisons are the symbol of the servitude of the people, they are always built only to subjugate the people, the workers and peasants. Free people have no use for prisons. Wherever prisons exist, the people are not free. In keeping with this attitude, the Makhnovists demolished prisons wherever they went. Peter Arshinov, The History of the Makhnovist Movement, p. 153. With the exception of Benjamin Tucker, no major anarchist writer supported the institution. Few anarchists think that private prisons, like private policemen, are compatible with their notions of freedom. However, all anarchists are against the current justice system, which seems to them to be organized around revenge and punishing effects and not fixing causes. However, there are psychopaths and other people in any society who are too dangerous to be allowed to walk freely. Restraint in this case would be the only option, and such people may have to be isolated from others for their own, and others, safety. Perhaps mental hospitals would be used, or an area quarantined for their use created, perhaps an island, for example. However, such cases, we hope, would be rare and should be cared for according to the most humane methods of treating the mentally afflicted. Voltairine declare, The Voltairine declare reader, p. 160. The one thing that needs to be avoided is the creation of a professional and specialized justice system, as this would be a key means by which the state could reconstitute itself. As Malatesta explained, the major damage caused by crime is not so much the single and transitory instance of the violation of the rights of a few individuals, but the danger that it will serve as an opportunity and pretext for the constitution of an authority that, with the outward appearance of defending society, will subdue and oppress it. In other words, it would truly be a great piece of foolishness to protect oneself from a few violent people, a few idlers and some degenerates, by opening a school for idleness and violence up. Cit. p. 101 and p. 132. The libertarian perspective on crime does not rest on an idealized vision of people. We do not believe, as Malatesta suggested, in the infallibility, nor even the general goodness of the masses. Rather, we believe even less in the infallibility and goodness of those who seize power and legislate, and so we must avoid the creation of bodies specialising in police work. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 109 and p. 108. As George Barrett argued, all that we can say is that, disputes are very much better settled without the interference of authority. If the two parties were reasonable, they would probably mutually agree to allow their dispute to be settled by some mutual friend whose judgment they could trust. But if instead of taking this sane course they decide to set up a fixed authority, disaster will be the inevitable result. In the first place, this authority will have to be given power wherewith to enforce its judgment in such matters. What will then take place? The answer is quite simple. Feeling it is a superior force, it will naturally in each case take to itself the best of what is disputed, and allot the rest to its friends. What a strange question is this! It supposes that two people who meet on terms of equality and disagree could not be reasonable or just. But, on the other hand, it supposes that a third party, starting with an unfair advantage, and backed up by violence, will be the incarnation of justice itself. Common sense should certainly warn us against such a supposition, and if we are lacking in this commodity, then we may learn the lesson by turning to the facts of life. There we see everywhere authority standing by, and in the name of justice and fair play using its organized violence in order to take the lion's share of the world's wealth for the governmental class. Objections to Anarchism, pages 349-50. So instead of prisons and a legal code based on the concept of punishment and revenge, anarchists support the use of public opinion and pressure to stop antisocial acts and the need to therapeutically rehabilitate those who commit them. Rather than a parasitic legal system which creates and defends inequality and privilege, anarchists agree with Kropotkin: liberty, equality, and practical human sympathy are the most effective barriers we can oppose to the antisocial instinct of certain among us. Op. Cit. p. 218. We want justice, not rigid, but elastic, argued Tucker. We want justice, not stern, but tempered with mercy, with eyes sharp enough to detect causes, conditions, and circumstances. We want justice, not superficial, but profound. The current system of rigid law imposed by the state and implemented by a judge was false, and no such justice is wanted in any civilized community. Op. Cit. Volume 13, Number 5, p. 4. In summary, then, anarchists have spent considerable time discussing the issue. Somewhat ironically, given that many think the issue of crime is the weakest point of the anarchist case, the outlines of a solution to this problem are well established in anarchist theory, both in terms of what not to do and in terms of combating both crime and its causes. Anarchy is based on people being free, but freedom does not mean the freedom to violate the equal freedom of others. That is oppression, that is exploitation, that is the embryo of the state and capitalism. We can recommend the section Crime and Punishment by Malatesta, Enrico Malatesta, his life and ideas, as well as Kropotkin's essays Law and Authority and Prisons and Their Moral Influence on Prisoners, both within the Anarchism collection. Emma Goldman's Prisons, A Social Crime and Failure, read Emma Speaks, declares Crime and Punishment, the Voltairine Declare Reader, and Colin Ward's How Deviant Dare You Get? Anarchy in Action, are also worth reading. A useful collection of writings on this issue are found in Under the Yoke of the State, Selected Anarchist Responses to Prisons and Crime, edited by the Dawn Collective. I.5.9 What about freedom of speech under anarchism? Free speech in an anarchist society would be far greater than under capitalism. This is obvious, anarchists argue, because we fight against oppression and tyranny for a future in which they will be neither masters nor slaves, neither rich nor poor, neither oppressors nor oppressed. The freedom of each is rooted in the freedom of all, and that in this universal freedom is the guarantee of liberty, self-development, autonomy, and free speech for each and everyone. Emma Goldman, A Documentary History of the American Years, p. 104. As such, libertarian socialism would be marked by extensive freedom of speech, but also freedom of the press, of the media, and so forth. Some, however, express the idea that all forms of socialism would endanger freedom of speech, press, and so forth. The usual formulation of this argument is in relation to state socialism and goes as follows: if the state, or society, owned all the means of communication, then only the views which the government supported would get access to the media. This is an important point and it needs to be addressed. However, before doing so, we should point out that under capitalism the major media are effectively controlled by the wealthy. As we argued in section D.3, the media are not the independent defenders of freedom that they like to portray themselves as. This is hardly surprising, since newspapers, television companies, and so forth are capitalist enterprises owned by the wealthy and with managing directors and editors who are also wealthy individuals with a vested interest in the status quo. Hence there are institutional factors which ensure that the free press reflects the interests of capitalist elites. However, in democratic capitalist states there is little overt censorship. Radical and independent publishers can still print their papers and books without state intervention, although market forces ensure that this activity can be difficult and financially unrewarding. Under socialism, it is argued, because society owns the means of communication and production, this liberty will not exist. Instead, as can be seen from all examples of actually existing socialism, such liberty is crushed in favor of the ruling elite's point of view. As anarchism rejects the state, we can say that this danger does not exist under libertarian socialism. However, since social anarchists argue for the communalization of production, could not restrictions on free speech still exist? We argue no, for three reasons. Firstly, publishing houses, radio stations, and so on will be run by their workers directly. They will be supplied by other syndicates, with whom they will make agreements, and not by central planning officials, who would not exist. In other words, there is no bureaucracy of officials allocating, and so controlling, resources and so the means of communication. Hence, anarchist self-management will ensure that there is a wide range of opinions in different magazines and papers. There would be community papers, radio stations, etc., and obviously they would play an increased role in a free society. But they would not be the only media. Associations, political parties, industrial syndicates, and so on would have their own media and or would have access to the resources run by communication workers' syndicates, so ensuring that a wide range of opinions can be expressed. Secondly, the ultimate power in a free society will be the individuals of which it is composed. This power will be expressed in communal and workplace assemblies that can recall delegates and revoke their decisions. It is doubtful that these assemblies would tolerate a set of would-be bureaucrats determining what they can or cannot read, see, or hear. Thirdly, individuals in a free society would be interested in hearing different viewpoints and discussing them. This is the natural side effect of critical thought, which self-management would encourage, and so they would have a vested interest in defending the widest possible access to different forms of media for different views. Having no vested interests to defend, a free society would hardly encourage or tolerate the censorship associated with the capitalist media. I listen to criticism because I am greedy. I listen to criticism because I am selfish. I would not deny myself and others insights for ourselves, the right to be greedy. Thesis 113. Therefore, anarchism will increase freedom of speech in many important ways, particularly in the workplace, where it is currently denied under capitalism. This will be a natural result of a society based on maximizing freedom and the desire to enjoy life. We claim the right of discussing whatever subject interests us. If free speech and free press mean anything, they mean freedom of discussion. Goldman, Op. Cit. p. 203. We would also like to point out that during both the Spanish and Russian revolutions, freedom of speech was protected within anarchist areas. For example, the Makhnovists in the Ukraine fully applied the revolutionary principles of freedom of speech, of thought, of the press, and of political association. In all the cities and towns occupied, complete freedom of speech, press, assembly, and association of any kind and for everyone was immediately proclaimed. Peter Arshinov, The History of the Makhnovist Movement, p. 153. This is confirmed by Michael Mallet. One of the most remarkable achievements of the Makhnovists was to preserve a freedom of speech more extensive than any of their opponents. Nestor Makhno in the Russian Civil War, p. 175. In revolutionary Spain, Republicans, liberals, communists, Trotskyists and many different anarchist groups all had freedom to express their views. On my first visit to Spain in September 1936, Emma Goldman reported nothing surprised me so much as the amount of political freedom I found everywhere. True, it did not extend to fascists, but everyone of the anti-fascist front enjoyed political freedom which hardly existed in any of the so-called European democracies. As for the few restrictions that were in place, remember that there was a war on, so it was childish to expect the CNTFAI to include fascists and other forces engaged in their destruction in the extension of complete political freedom. Vision on Fire, p.147 and p.228. The freedom of speech in anarchist areas is confirmed in a host of other eyewitnesses, including George Orwell in Homage to Catalonia. In fact, it was the rise of the pro-capitalist Republicans and Communists that introduced censorship. Both movements were fighting a life-and-death struggle against communist, fascist and pro-capitalist armies, and so this defense of freedom of expression, given the circumstances, is particularly noteworthy. Freedom of speech, like freedom of association, applies to all groups, including, of course, religious ones. The only exception would be, as Goldman noted, for organizations which are actively fighting to enslave a free society. In other words, during a social revolution it is unlikely that freedom of speech and organization would apply to those supporting the counter-revolutionary forces. As the threat of violence by these forces decreases, so the freedom of their supporters would increase. It is in this context we must discuss what some could point to as an example of anarchists denying freedom of speech and association, namely the burning of churches during the Spanish Revolution. In fact, some would use this as evidence of anarchist intolerance of religion and to those who disagree with them. Anarchists reject such charges. As is well known, after the successful defeat of the fascist military coup in mid-July 1936, Catholic churches were burned and members of the Catholic Church were killed. However, these acts were not acts against freedom of religion or speech. Rather, they are popular acts against both the oppressive and reactionary role of the Catholic Church in Spanish society as well as its active support for fascism throughout the 1920s and 1930s, including Franco's coup. As historian Paul Preston summarizes, religion was an issue which could be used to mobilize a mass peasant support behind the interests of the oligarchy. Having lost the political hegemony in April 1931, the ruling classes clung all the more to the church as one of the key redoubts of their social and economic dominance. Equally, the church hierarchy, as a major landowner, had a somewhat similar view of the value of an alliance with the new political formation being created to defend oligarchical agrarian interests. Not surprisingly, throughout the Republic, the clergy used both pulpit and confessional to defend the existing socio-economic order and to make electoral propaganda for the successive political organizations of the right. The coming of the Spanish Civil War, pages 42-3. The Catholic Church was the bulwark of the country's conservative forces, and no more than 15 days after the announcement of the Republic in 1931, the Primate of Spain issued a pastoral denouncing the new government's intention to establish freedom of worship and to separate church and state. The Cardinal urged Catholics to vote in future elections against an administration which in his view wanted to destroy religion. Anthony Beaver, The Battle for Spain, p. 91 and p. 25. This opposition to the Republic and support for right-wing, near-fascist parties such as the CETA, continued throughout the 1930s and climaxed with the Church's backing of Franco's coup. Nor should it be forgotten that the Catholic press applauded the Nazi destruction of the German socialist and communist movements. Nazism was much admired on the Spanish right because of its emphasis on authority, the fatherland, and hierarchy, all three of which were central preoccupations of CETA. It also urged its readers to follow the example of Italy and Germany and organize against the Dragon of Revolution while the Nazis signed a concordat with the Vatican. The CETA would proceed to the establishment of an authoritarian regime of semi-fascist character along Austrian lines. So awareness of what had happened in Italy and Germany, with church support, was keen in anarchist and other left-wing circles, particularly as the Spanish right had not hidden its sympathy for the achievements of Hitler and Mussolini. The CETA had many of the trappings of a fascist organization, and its leader had declared his determination to establish a corporative state in Spain. Op. CIT p69, p72, p120 and p121. As one Catholic writer, François Mauriac, put it, Christianity and fascism have become intermingled, and many cannot hate one without hating the other. Quoted Anthony Beaver, Op. CIT, p. 270. Given all this, the attacks on the Catholic Church really comes as no surprise. If, after an attempted fascist coup, people burned down the offices of the fascist and pro-fascist parties, few people would be surprised. Why should a pro-fascist church be considered immune to such popular anger? As George Orwell pointed out, no one can blame someone for being angry when churches are burned and priests murdered or driven into exile. But I think it is a pity that he has not looked more deeply into the reasons why these things happen. Orwell in Spain, p. 314. Unsurprisingly, then, those priests who had not supported the right, those who had treated the working class the same as the rich, were spared. In the Basque Country, where the church supported the Republic, not a single church was burnt. Nor were synagogues or Protestant church targeted. In Barcelona, the Quakers established canteens which were staffed by refugee women. Gabriel Jackson, The Spanish Republic and the Civil War, 1931 to 1939, p. 446. It should also be stressed that the repression in the fascist zone was much worse than that in the Republican one. Of an ecclesiastical community of 115,000, 6,845 were killed, the vast majority during the summer of 1936. This is in stark contrast to right-wing claims at the time. It should be mentioned that in the province of Seville, the fascist repression killed 8,000 during 1936 alone. In Córdoba, 10,000 were killed during the war, a tenth of the population. Once an area was captured by nationalist forces, after the initial killing of captured troops, union and party leaders, a second and more intense wave of slaughter would begin. In fact, anyone who was even suspected of having voted for the Popular Front was in danger. This was organized by local committees, usually consisting of leading right-wingers, such as the major landowner, the local civil guard commander, a phalangist, and quite often the priest. This was clearly not just a question of revenge, they were also motivated by the idea of establishing a reign of terror. This did not, of course, hinder the unqualified backing of the Vatican and the Spanish Church for General Franco, while the Catholic press abroad sprang to the support of the nationalist rising. Obviously, killing many more left-wingers in the name of God is of no concern to the Catholic hierarchy, nor did it stop the Church's official support for Franco. Beaver, Op. CIT, p. 92, p. 101, p. 99, p. 104, p. 250, p. 269 and p. 270. Under Franco, everyone had to submit themselves to the authority of the Church as well as to their temporal masters. Franco had been extremely generous in restoring all the Church's privileges and wealth, as well as its power in education, but in return he expected the priesthood to act virtually as another arm of the state. In other words, nationalist Spain was little more than an open prison for all those who did not sympathize with the regime, and the population was encouraged to accuse people as part of its patriotic duty. Concierges and caretakers became police spies, and priests noted those who did not turn up to Mass. Beaver, Op. CIT, p. 452, p. 453 and p. 454, all with the firm support of the Catholic Church. Rather than an attempt to repress religion as such, the attacks on the Catholic Church in Republican areas, it was a product of popular hostility to a corrupt institution, one which was deeply reactionary, pro-fascist, and a major landowner in its own right. This means that an awareness of the nature and role of the Church does not leave much doubt as to why practically all the churches in Catalonia and eastern Aragon were burnt at the outbreak of war. The anti-clerical movement was a popular movement and a native Spanish movement. It has its roots not in Marx or Bakunin, but in the condition of the Spanish people themselves. Orwell, Op. Cit. p. 300 and p. 315. While under Franco the relentless purging of Reds and atheists was to continue for years in the Republican areas, the worst of the violence was mainly a sudden and quickly spent reaction of suppressed fear, exacerbated by desires of revenge for the past. Beaver, Op. Cit. p. 91. So the burning of churches in Spain had very little to do with anarchist atheism and much more to do with the Catholic Church's social role in Spain, its reactionary position, its hatred of the unions and social protest, and the fact it supported the fascist coup. It does not imply an opposition to freedom of speech by libertarian socialists, but was rather an expression of popular opposition to a ruling class and pro-fascist organization. One last point to make on this issue. Given the actual role of the Church during this period and its wholehearted support for fascism in the 1920s onwards, it seems strange that the Catholic Church has declared the murdered priests in Spain to be martyrs, part of a planned religious persecution. This is not true. If they were martyrs, then they were martyrs to their pro-fascist politics and not their faith. The political role of the Church was ignored when the religious victims were made into martyrs. Significantly, the Catholic Church said nothing when the nationalists shot 16 of the Basque clergy, including the Archpriest of Mondragon. The nationalists also killed some 20 Protestant ministers. In 2003, when John Paul II beatified a teacher killed in July 1936, he still made no mention of the Basque priests killed by the nationalists. Beaver, Op. Cit. p. 270, p. 92 and p. 527. Clearly, a priest being murdered by fascists backed by the Vatican is ineligible for sainthood. Given the actual role of the Catholic Church during this period, it is surprising the Catholic hierarchy would seek to bring attention to it. Perhaps it is confident that the media will not mention these awkward facts, although this context explains the deaths and church burning in 1936. As we noted in section A.2.18, it appears that killing working class people is not worthy of comment, but assassinating members of the ruling elite, and its servants, is. So the fact that the burning of churches and killing of clergy is well known, but the pro-fascist activities of the Church, a product of both its reactionary politics and position in the ruling elite, which provoked it, is not, should come as no surprise. In summary, then, a free society would have substantial freedom of speech along with other fundamental freedoms, including freedom of worship and of association. Such freedoms would be respected, supported, and encouraged for all shades of political opinion, from the left through to the right. The only exception would be if an organization were actively supporting those seeking to impose their rule on a free people, and in such cases some restrictions may be decided upon. Their nature would depend on the state of the struggle, with them decreasing as the danger decreased. To those who claim that refusing freedom of speech to counter-revolutionaries equates to statism or implies a contradiction in libertarian ideas, anarchists would reply that such arguments are flawed. In terms of the former, it is equating state-imposed censorship with the active disobedience of a free people. Rather than the government imposing a ban, members of a free society would simply discuss the issue at hand and, if considered appropriate, actively and collectively boycott those supporting attempts to enslave them. Without electricity, paper, distribution networks, and so on, reactionaries would find it hard to publish or broadcast. As for the latter, there is no contradiction, as it is hardly contradictory to support and encourage freedom while, at the same time, resisting attempts to enslave you. As such, this suggestion makes the same logical error Engels made in his diatribe against anarchism, namely considering it authoritarian to destroy authority, see section H.4.7. Similarly, it is hardly authoritarian to resist those seeking to impose their authority on you or their supporters. This perspective seems to assume that the true libertarian approach is to let others impose their rule on you, as stopping them is authoritarian. A truly strange way of understanding our ideas. To conclude, based upon both theory and practice, we can say that anarchism will not endanger freedom of expression. Indeed, by breaking up the capitalist oligopoly which currently exists and introducing workers' self-management of the media, a far wider range of opinions will become available in a free society. Rather than reflect the interests of a wealthy elite, the media would reflect the interests of society as a whole and the individuals and groups within it. I.5.10 What about political parties, interest groups, and professional bodies? Political parties and other interest groups will exist in an anarchist society as long as people feel the need to join them. They will not be banned in any way, and their members will have the same rights as everyone else. Individuals who are members of political parties or associations can take part in communal and other assemblies and try to convince others of the soundness of their ideas. However, there is a key difference between such activity and politics under a capitalist democracy. This is because the elections to positions of responsibility in an anarchist society will not be based on party tickets, nor will it involve the delegation of power. Emil Pogit's description of the difference between the syndicalist union and political elections drives this difference home. The constituent part of the trade union is the individual. Except that the union member is spared the depressing phenomenon manifest in democratic circles where, thanks to the veneration of universal suffrage, the trend is towards the crushing and diminution of the human personality. In a democratic setting, the elector can avail of his or her will only in order to perform an act of abdication. His role is to award his vote to the candidate whom he or she wishes to have as his or her representative. Affiliation to the trade union has no such implication. In joining the union, the worker merely enters into a contract which he may at any time abjure with comrades who are his equals in will and potential. In the union, say, should it come to the appointment of a trade union council to take charge of administrative matters, such selection is not to be compared with election. The form of voting customarily employed in such circumstances is merely a means whereby the labor can be divided and is not accompanied by any delegation of authority. The strictly prescribed duties of the trade union council are merely administrative. The council performs the task entrusted to it, without ever overruling its principles, without supplanting them or acting in their place. The same might be said of all decisions reached in the union. All are restricted to a definite and specific act, whereas in democracy, election implies that the elected candidate has been issued by his or her elector with a carte blanche empowering him or her to decide and do as he or she pleases, in and on everything, without even the hindrance of the quite possibly contrary views of his or her principals, whose opposition, in any case, no matter how pronounced, is of no consequence. Until such time as the elected candidate's mandate has run its course. So there cannot be any possible parallels, let alone confusion, between trade union activity and participation in the disappointing chores of politics. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 2, pages 67 to 68. In other words, when individuals are elected to administrative posts, they are elected to carry out their mandate, not to carry out their party's program. Of course, if the individuals in question had convinced their fellow workers and citizens that their program was correct, then this mandate and the program would be identical. However, this is unlikely in practice. We would imagine that the decisions of collectives and communes would reflect the complex social interactions and diverse political opinions their members and of the various groupings within the association. Anarchism will likely contain many different political groupings and ideas. The relative influence of these within collectives and communes would reflect the strength of their arguments and the relevance of their ideas, as would be expected in a free society. As Bakunin argued, the abolition of this mutual influence would be death. And when we vindicate the freedom of the masses, we are by no means suggesting the abolition of any of the natural influences that individuals or groups of individuals exert on them. What we want is the abolition of influences which are artificial, privileged, legal, official. Quoted by Malatesta, Anarchy, p. 51. It is only when representative government replaces self-management that political debate results in elected dictatorship and centralization of power into the hands of one party which claims to speak for the whole of society, as if the latter had one mind. This freedom of political association has existed in every anarchist revolution. During the Russian Revolution, the Makhnovists organized Soviets and regional congresses at every opportunity, and these saw delegates elected who were members of different political parties. For example, members of the Socialist Left SR Party were active in the Makhnovist movement and attended Soviet congresses. For example, the resolution of the February 1919 Congress was written by the anarchists, left socialist revolutionaries, and the chairman, Michael Palage. The Anarchism of Nestor Makhno, 1918–1921, p. 155. The Makhnovist Revolutionary Military Soviet created at the Alexandrovsk Congress in late 1919 had 3 communists elected to it, while there were 18 delegates from workers at that Congress, 6 being Mensheviks and the remaining 12 included communists. Michael Mallet, Nestor Makhno in the Russian Civil War, p. 111 and p. 124, in the words of the Makhnovist reply to Bolshevik attempt to ban one of their congresses. The Revolutionary Military Council holds itself above the pressure and influence of all parties and only recognizes the people who elected it. Its duty is to accomplish what the people have instructed it to do, and to create no obstacles to any left socialist party in the propagation of ideas. Consequently, if one day the Bolshevik idea succeeds among the workers, the Revolutionary Military Council will necessarily be replaced by another organization, more revolutionary and more Bolshevik. Quoted by Peter Arshinov, The History of the Makhnovist Movement, pages 103–4. As such, the Makhnovists supported the right of working-class self-determination, as expressed by one delegate to a conference in February 1919. No party has a right to usurp governmental power into its hands. We want life, all problems, to be decided locally, not by order from any authority above, and all peasants and workers should decide their own fate, while those elected should only carry out the toiler's wish. Quoted by Palage, Op. Cit. p. 154. It should be mentioned that a myth has sprung up fostered by some Leninists that parties were banned from election to these bodies. For example, see Jason Yanowitz's Terrible on the Makhno Myth, International Socialist Review, No. 53. These claims flow from basic ignorance of how the Soviets were organized during the revolution, combined with a misunderstanding of this Makhnovist proclamation from January 1920. Only workers participating in work vital to the people's economy should be elected to these Soviets. The representatives of political organizations have no place in the Soviets of workers and peasants, given that their participation in a Soviet could turn it into a Soviet of party political deputies, thereby leading the Soviet order to perdition. Quoted by Alexander Skurda, Nestor Makhno, Anarchist Cossack, p. 164. When the Soviets were formed in Petrograd and other Russian cities in 1917, the initiative had come, unlike in 1905, from political parties, and these ensured that they had representatives from political parties within their executive committees, as distinct from elected delegates who happened to be members of a political party. This was how, for example, high party leaders became voting delegates in the Soviets, by being selected by the leadership of each political organization, and not by the Soviet Assembly itself. Samuel Farber, Before Stalinism, p. 31. Thus the Makhnovists were rejecting the means by which many Soviet members were not directly elected by actual workers. In addition, the Makhnovists were following the Russian anarcho-syndicalists who argued for effective Soviets organized on collective lines with the direct delegation of workers and peasants, and not political chatterboxes gaining entry through party lists and turning the Soviets into talking shops. The Anarchists in the Russian Revolution, Paul Avrish, ed. p. 118. This use of party lists meant that Soviet delegates could be anyone. For example, the leading left-wing Menshevik Martov recounted that in early 1920 a chemical factory put up Lenin against me as a candidate to the Moscow Soviet. I received 76 votes, he ate, in an open vote. Quoted by Israel Getzler, Martov, p. 202. How would either of these two intellectuals actually know and reflect the concerns and interests of the workers they would be delegates of? If the Soviets were meant to be the delegates of working people, then why should non-working class members of political parties be elected as mandated and recallable delegates to a Soviet from a workplace they have never visited except, perhaps, to gather votes? This applies, needless to say, to other areas of life. Anarchists do not think that social life can be reduced to political and economic associations alone. Individuals have many different interests and desires which they must express in order to have a truly free and fulfilling life. Therefore, an anarchist society will see the development of numerous voluntary associations and groups to express these interests. For example, there would be consumer groups, musical groups, scientific associations, art associations, clubs, housing cooperatives and associations, craft and hobby guilds, fan clubs, animal rights associations, groups based around gender, sexuality, creed, and color and so forth. Associations will be created for all human interests and activities. As Kropotkin argued, he who wishes for a grand piano will enter the Association of Musical Instrument Makers. And by giving the association part of his half-day's leisure, he will soon possess the piano of his dreams. If he is fond of astronomical studies, he will join the Association of Astronomers, and he will have the telescope he desires by taking his share of the associated work. In short, the 5 or 7 hours a day which each will have at his disposal, after having consecrated several hours to the production of necessities, would amply suffice to satisfy all longings for luxury, however varied. Thousands of associations would undertake to supply them. The Conquest of Bread, p. 120. We can imagine, therefore, an anarchist society being based around associations and interest groups on every subject which fires the imagination of individuals and for which individuals want to meet in order to express and further their interests. Housing associations, for example, would exist to allow inhabitants to manage their local areas, design and maintain their homes and local parks and gardens. Vegetarian groups would produce information on issues they consider important, trying to convince others of the errors of eating meat. Consumer groups would be in dialogue with syndicates about improving products and services, ensuring that syndicates produce what is required by consumers. Environment groups would exist to watch production and make sure that it is not creating damaging side effects and informing both syndicates and communes of their findings. Feminist, homosexual, bisexual and anti-racist groups would exist to put their ideas across, highlighting areas in which social hierarchies and prejudice still existed. All across society, people would be associating together to express themselves and convince others of their ideas on all kinds of issues. This applies to professional groupings who would seek to ensure that those work tasks that require qualifications to do, medicine and such like, have recognized standards and certificates. In this way, others in society would know whether a fellow worker is a recognized expert in their field and has the appropriate qualifications to do the work required or give advice. While a free society would break down the line between intellectual and manual work, ensure the end of the division of labor, the fact remains that people will wish to be happy that the doctor or nurse they are visiting knows what they are doing. This is where professional groupings would come into play, organizing training and certification based on mutually agreed standards and qualifications. This would not stop others seeking to practice such tasks, of course, but it will mean that few, if any, would frequent someone without the recognized professional standards. Hence, in an anarchist society, free association would take on a stronger and more positive role than under capitalism. In this way, social life would take on many dimensions, and the individual would have the choice of thousands of societies to join to meet his or her interests or create new ones with other like-minded people. Anarchists would be the last to deny that there is more to life than work. I.5.11 How will an anarchist society defend itself against the power-hungry? A common objection to anarchism is that a libertarian society will be vulnerable to be taken over by thugs or those who seek power. A similar argument is that a group without a leadership structure becomes open to charismatic leaders, so anarchy would just lead to tyranny. For anarchists, such arguments are strange. Society already is run by thugs and/or the offspring of thugs. Kings were originally just successful thugs who imposed their domination over a specific territorial area. The modern state has evolved from the structure created to impose this domination. Similarly with property, with most legal titles to land being traced back to its violent seizure by thugs who then passed it on to their children who then sold it or gave it to their offspring. The origins of the current system in violence can be seen by the continued use of violence by the state and capitalists to enforce and protect their domination over society. When push comes to shove, the dominant class will happily rediscover their thug past and employ extreme violence to maintain their privileges. The descent of large parts of Europe into fascism in the 1920s and 1930s, or Pinochet's coup in Chile in 1973 indicates how far they will go. As Peter Arshinov argued, in a slightly different context. Statists fear free people. They claim that without authority people will lose the anchor of sociability, will dissipate themselves, and will return to savagery. This is obviously rubbish. It is taken seriously by idlers, lovers of authority and of the labor of others, or by blind thinkers of bourgeois society. The liberation of the people in reality leads to the degeneration and return to savagery, not of the people, but of those who, thanks to power and privilege, live from the labor of the people's arms and from the blood of the people's veins. The liberation of the people leads to the savagery of those who live from its enslavement. The history of the Makhnovist movement, p. 85. So anarchists are not impressed with the argument that anarchy would be unable to stop thugs seizing power. It ignores the fact that we live in a society where the power-hungry already rule. As an argument against anarchism it fails and is, in fact, an argument against hierarchical societies. Moreover, it also ignores fact that people in an anarchist society would have gained their freedom by overthrowing every existing and would-be thug who had, or desired, power over others. They would have defended that freedom against those who desired to reimpose it. They would have organized themselves to manage their own affairs and, therefore, to abolish all hierarchical power. And we are to believe that these people, after struggling to become free, would quietly let a new set of thugs impose themselves? As Kropotkin argued, the only way in which a state of anarchy can be obtained is for each man or woman who is oppressed to act as if he or she were at liberty, in defiance of all authority to the contrary. In practical fact, territorial extension is necessary to ensure permanency to any given individual revolution. In speaking of the revolution, we signify the aggregate of so many successful individual and group revolts as will enable every person within the revolutionist territory to act in perfect freedom, without having to constantly dread the prevention or the vengeance of an opposing power upholding the former system. Under these circumstances it is obvious that any visible reprisal could and would be met by a resumption of the same revolutionary action on the part of the individuals or groups affected, and that the maintenance of a state of anarchy in this manner would be far easier than the gaining of a state of anarchy by the same methods and in the face of hitherto unshaken opposition. They have it in their power to apply a prompt check by boycotting such a person and refusing to help him with their labor or to willing supply him with any articles in their possession. They have it in their power to use force against him. They have these powers individually as well as collectively. Being either past rebels who have been inspired with the spirit of liberty, or else habituated to enjoy freedom from their infancy, they are hardly to rest passive in view of what they feel to be wrong. Kropotkin, Act for Yourselves, pages 87-8. Thus a free society would use direct action to resist the would-be ruler just as it had used direct action to free itself from existing rulers. It would be organized in a way which would facilitate this direct action as it would be based on networks of solidarity and mutual aid. An injury to one is an injury to all, and a would-be ruler would face a whole liberated society acting against him or her. Faced with the direct action of the population, which would express itself in non-cooperation, strikes, demonstrations, occupations, insurrections and so on, a would-be power seeker would find it difficult to impose themselves. Unlike those accustomed to rulership in existing society, an anarchist people would be a society of rebels and so difficult to dominate and conquer. In the future society, anarchy will be defense, the prevention of the re-establishment of any authority, any power, any state. Carlo Cafiero, Anarchy and Communism, pages 179-86, The Raven, number 6, p. 180. Anarchists point to the example of the rise of fascism in Italy, Spain, and Germany. In areas with strong anarchist movements, the fascists were resisted most strongly. While in Germany Hitler was met with little or no opposition, in Italy and Spain the fascists had to fight long and hard to gain power. The anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist organizations fought the fascists tooth and nail, with some success before betrayal by the Republicans and Marxists. From this historical experience, anarchists argue that an anarchist society would quickly and easily defeat would-be thugs, as people would be used to practicing direct action and self-management and would have no desire to stop. A free people would quickly organize itself in self-managed militias for self-defense, just as they would during a social revolution to defend its Section J.7.6. As for self-management resulting in charismatic leaders, well, the logic is astounding. As if hierarchical structures are not based on leadership structures and do not require a charismatic leader. Such an argument is inherently self-contradictory, as well as ignoring the nature of modern society and its leadership structures. Rather than mass assemblies being dominated by leaders, it is the case that hierarchical structures are the natural breeding ground for dictators. All the great dictators the world have seen have come to the forefront in hierarchical organizations, not libertarian structured ones. Hitler, for example, did not come to power via self-management. Rather, he used a highly centralist and hierarchically organized party to take control of a centralist, hierarchical state. The very disempowerment of the population in capitalist society results in them looking to leaders to act for them, and so charismatic leaders are a natural result. An anarchist society, by empowering all, would make it more difficult, not less, for a would-be leader to gain power. Few people, if any, would be willing to sacrifice and negate themselves for the benefit of another. Our discussion on the power-hungry obviously relates to the more general the question of whether ethical behavior be rewarded in an anarchist society. In other words, could an anarchist society be stable, or would the unethical take over? It is one of the most disturbing aspects of living in a world where the rush to acquire wealth is the single most important aspect of living, is what happens to people who follow an ethical path in life. Under capitalism, the ethical generally do not succeed as well as those who stab their fellows in the back, those who cut corners, indulge in sharp business practices, drive competitors into the ground and live their lives with an eye on the bottom line, but they do survive. Loyalty to a firm or a group, bending over backwards to provide a service, giving a helping hand to somebody in need, placing friendship above money, count for nothing when the bills come in. People who act ethically in a capitalist society are usually punished and penalized for their ethical and principled behavior. Indeed, the capitalist market rewards unethical behavior as it generally reduces costs and so gives those who do it a competitive edge. It is different in a free society. Anarchism is based on equal access to power and wealth. Everybody in an anarchist society, irrespective of what they do, or who they are, or what type of work they perform, is entitled to share in society's wealth. Whether a community survives or prospers depends on the combined efforts of the people in that community. Ethical behavior would become the norm in an anarchist community. Those people who act ethically would be rewarded by the standing they achieve in the community and by others being more than happy to work with and aid them. People who cut corners, try to exercise power over others, refuse to cooperate as equals, or otherwise act in an unethical manner would lose their standing. Their neighbors and workmates would refuse to cooperate with them, or reduce cooperation to a minimum, and take other forms of nonviolent direct action to point out that certain forms of activity was inappropriate. They would discuss the issue with the unethical person and try to convince them of the errors of their way. In a society where the necessities are guaranteed, people would tend to act ethically because ethical behavior raises an individual's profile and standing within such a community. Capitalism and ethical behavior are mutually exclusive concepts. Anarchism encourages and rewards ethical behavior. Needless to say, As we discussed in section I.5.8, anarchists are aware that a free society would need to defend itself against whatever antisocial behavior remains in a free and equal society, and seeking to impose your will on others defines unethical and antisocial. Therefore, as can be seen, anarchists argue that a free society would not have to fear would-be thugs, charismatic leaders, or the unethical. An anarchist society would be based on the cooperation of free individuals. It is unlikely that they would tolerate bad behavior and would use their own direct action as well as social and economic organizations to combat it. Moreover, the nature of free cooperation would reward ethical behavior, as those who practice it would have it reciprocated by their fellows. And, if worse came to worse, they would defend their liberty. One last point. Some people seem to think that anarchism is about the powerful being appealed to not to oppress and dominate others. Far from it. Anarchism is about the oppressed and exploited refusing to let others dominate them. It is not an appeal to the better side of the boss or would-be boss, it is about the solidarity and direct action of those subject to a boss getting rid of the boss whether the boss agrees to it or not. Once this is clearly understood, the idea that an anarchist society is vulnerable to the power-hungry is clearly nonsense. Anarchy is based on resisting power and so is, by its very nature, more resistant to would-be rulers than a hierarchical one. So, to summarize, anarchists are well aware that an anarchist society will have to defend itself from both inside and outside attempts to reimpose capitalism and the state. Indeed, every revolutionary anarchist has argued that a revolution will have to defend itself, as proven in section H.2.1, Marxist assertions otherwise have always been myths. This applies to both internal and external attempts to reintroduce authority. I.5.12 Would an anarchist society provide healthcare and other public services? It depends on the type of anarchist society you are talking about. Different anarchists propose different solutions. In an individualist mutualist society, for example, healthcare and other public services would be provided by individuals or cooperatives on a pay-for-use basis. It would be likely that individuals or cooperatives/associations would subscribe to various insurance providers or enter into direct contracts with healthcare providers. Thus the system would be similar to privatized healthcare but without the profit margins, as competition, it is hoped, would drive prices down to cost. Other anarchists reject such a system. They are in favor of socializing healthcare and other public services. They argue that a privatized system would only be able to meet the requirements of those who can afford to pay for it and so would be unjust and unfair. In addition, such systems would have higher overheads, the need to pay shareholders and the high wages of upper management, most obviously, and not to mention paying for propaganda against socialized medicine, as well as charge more. Privatized public utilities under capitalism have tended to charge consumers more, unsurprisingly, as by their very nature they are natural monopolies. Looking at healthcare, for example, the need for medical attention is not dependent on income, and so a civilized society would recognize this fact. Under capitalism, profit-maximizing medical insurance sets premiums according to the risks of the insured getting ill or injured, with the riskiest and most ill not being able to find insurance at any price. Private insurers shun entire industries as too dangerous for their profits due to the likelihood of accidents or illness. They review contracts regularly and drop sick people for the slightest reason, understandably, given that they make profits by minimizing payouts for treatment. Hardly a vision to inspire a free society or one compatible with equality and mutual respect. Therefore, most anarchists are in favor of a socialized and universal healthcare system for both ethical and efficiency reasons, see section I.4.10. Needless to say, an anarchist system of socialized healthcare would differ in many ways to the current systems of universal healthcare provided by the state, which, while called socialized medicine by its enemies, is better described as nationalist medicine, although it should be stressed that this is better than the privatized system. Such a system of socialized healthcare will be built from the bottom up and based around the local commune. In a social anarchist society, medical services will be free of charge to all inhabitants of the commune. The doctors will not be like capitalists, trying to extract the greatest profit from their unfortunate patients. They will be employed by the commune and expected to treat all who need their services. Moreover, prevention will play an important part, as medical treatment is only the curative side of the science of healthcare. It is not enough to treat the sick, it is also necessary to prevent disease. That is the true function of hygiene. James Guillaume, on Building the New Social Order, pages 356-79, Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 371. The same would go for other public services and works. While rejecting privatization, anarchists also reject nationalization in favor of socialization and workers' self-management. In this we follow Proudhon, who argued that there was a series of industries and services which were public works which he thought best handled by communes and their federations. Thus the control undertaking such works will belong to the municipalities, and to districts within their jurisdiction, while the control of carrying them out will rest with the workmen's associations. This was due to both their nature and libertarian values, as the direct, sovereign initiative of localities, in arranging for public works that belong to them, is a consequence of the democratic principle and the free contract. Their subordination to the state is a return to feudalism. Workers' self-management of such public workers is, again, a matter of libertarian principles, for it becomes necessary for the workers to form themselves into democratic societies, with equal conditions for all members, on pain of a relapse into feudalism. Railways should be given to responsible companies, not of capitalists, but of workmen. General Idea of the Revolution, p. 276, p. 277 and p. 151. This was applied during the Spanish Revolution. Gaston Laval discussed achievements in the public sector in his classic account of the collectives. Syndicates organized water, gas, and electricity utilities in Catalonia, while the trams and railways were run more efficiently and cheaper than under capitalist management. All across Spain, the workers in the health service reorganized their industry on libertarian lines and in association with the collectives, communes, and the unions of the CNT. As Laval summarized, for the socialization of medicine was not just an initiative of militant libertarian doctors. Wherever we were able to make a study of villages and small towns transformed by the revolution, medicine and existing hospitals had been municipalized, expanded, placed under the aegis of the collective. When there were none, they were improvised. The socialization of medicine was becoming everyone's concern, for the benefit of all. It constituted one of the most remarkable achievements of the Spanish Revolution. Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 278. So the Spanish Revolution indicates how an anarchist health service would operate. In rural areas, local doctors would usually join the village collective and provided their services like any other worker. Where local doctors were not available, arrangements were made by the collectives for treatment of their members by hospitals in nearby localities. In a few cases, collectives themselves built hospitals. In many they acquired equipment and other things needed by their local physicians. For example, the Monzon Comarcal district Federation of Collectives in Aragon maintained a hospital in Binafar, the Casa de Salud du Ruti. By April 1937 it had 40 beds, in sections which included general medicine, prophylaxis, and gynecology. It saw about 25 outpatients a day and was open to anyone in the 32 villages of the Comarca. Robert Alexander, The Anarchists in the Spanish Civil War, Volume 1, p. 331 and pages 366-7. In the Levant, the CNT built upon its existing Sociedad de Seguros Mutuos de Levant, a health service institution founded by the Union as a kind of mutual benefit society which had numerous doctors and specialists. During the Revolution, the Mutua had 50 doctors and was available to all affiliated workers and their families. The socialization of the health care took on a slightly different form in Catalonia but on the same libertarian principles. Gaston Laval provided us with an excellent summary. The socialization of health services was one of the greatest achievements of the revolution. To appreciate the efforts of our comrades, it must be borne in mind that they rehabilitated the health service in all of Catalonia in so short a time after July 19. The revolution could count on the cooperation of a number of dedicated doctors whose ambition was not to accumulate wealth but to serve the afflicted and the underprivileged. The Health Workers' Union was founded in September 1936. In line with the tendency to unite all the different classifications, trades, and services serving a given industry, all health workers, from porters to doctors and administrators, were organized into one big union of health workers. Our comrades laid the foundations of a new health service. The new medical service embraced all of Catalonia. It constituted a great apparatus whose parts were distributed according to different needs, all in accord with an overall plan. Catalonia was divided into 9 zones. In turn, all the surrounding villages and towns were served from these centers. Distributed throughout Catalonia were 27 towns with a total of 36 health centers conducting services so thoroughly that every village, every hamlet, every isolated peasant in the mountains, every woman, every child, anywhere, received adequate, up-to-date medical care. In each of the 9 zones there was a central syndicate and a control committee located in Barcelona. Every department was autonomous within its own sphere. But this autonomy was not synonymous with isolation. The Central Committee in Barcelona, chosen by all the sections, met once a week with one delegate from each section to deal with common problems and to implement the general plan. The people immediately benefited from the projects of the health syndicate. The syndicate managed all hospitals and clinics. 6 hospitals were opened in Barcelona. 8 new sanatoriums were installed in converted luxurious homes ideally situated amidst mountains and pine forests. It was no easy task to convert these homes into efficient hospitals with all new facilities. The Anarchist collectives, Sam Dolgoff, ed. pages 99 to 100. People were no longer required to pay for medical services. Each collective, if it could afford it, would pay a contribution to its health center. Building and facilities were improved and modern equipment introduced. Like other self-managed industries, the health service was run at all levels by general assemblies of workers who elected delegates and hospital administration. We can expect a similar process to occur in the future anarchist society. It would be based on self-management, of course, with close links to the local commune and federations of communes. Each hospital or health center would be autonomous but linked in a federation with the others, allowing resources to be shared as and when required while allowing the health service to adjust to local needs and requirements as quickly as possible. Workers in the health industry will organize their workplaces, feed rate together to share resources and information, to formulate plans and improve the quality of service to the public in a system of generalist self-management and socialization. The communes and their federations, the syndicates and federations of syndicates will provide resources and effectively own the health system, ensuring access for all. Similar systems would operate in other public services. For example, in education we expect the members of communes to organize a system of free schools. This can be seen from the Spanish Revolution. Indeed, the Spanish anarchists organized modern schools before the outbreak of the revolution, with 50 to 100 schools in various parts funded by local anarchist groups and CNT unions. During the revolution everywhere across Spain, syndicates, collectives, and federations of collectives formed and founded schools. Indeed, education advanced at an unprecedented pace. Most of the partly or wholly socialized collectives and municipalities built at least one school. By 1938, for example, every collective in the Levant Federation had its own school. Gaston Laval, quoted by Sam Dolgoff, Op. Cit. p. 168. These schools aimed, to quote the CNT's resolution on libertarian communism, to help mold men with minds of their own, and let it be clear that when we use the word men we use it in the generic sense, to which end it will be necessary for the teacher to cultivate every one of the child's faculties so that the child may develop every one of its capacities to the full. Quoted by José Periates, the CNT in the Spanish Revolution, p. 70. The principles of libertarian education, of encouraging freedom instead of authority in the school, was applied on vast scale. See section J.5.13 for more details on modern schools and libertarian education. This educational revolution was not confined to collectives or children. For example, the Federación Regional de Campesinos de Levante formed institutes in each of its 5 provinces. The first was set up in October 1937 in an old convent with 100 students. The Federation also set up 2 universities in Valencia and Madrid which taught a wide variety of agricultural subjects and combined learning with practical experience in an experimental form attached to each university. The Aragon collectives formed a similar specialized school in Benafar. The CNT was heavily involved in transforming education in Catalonia. In addition, the local federation of the CNT in Barcelona established a school to train women workers to replace male ones being taken into the army. The school was run by the anarcho-feminist group the Mujeres Libres. Robert Alexander, Op. Cit. p. 406, p. 670 and pages 665-8 and p. 670. Ultimately, the public services that exist in a social anarchist society will be dependent on what members of that society desire. If, for example, a commune or federation of communes desires a system of communal health care or schools, then they will allocate resources to implement it. They will allocate the task of creating such a system to, say, a special commission based on volunteers from the interested parties such as the relevant syndicates, professional associations, consumer groups, and so on. For example, for communal education a commission or working group would include delegates from the teachers' union, from parent associations, from student unions and so on. The running of such a system would be, like any other industry, by those who work in it. Functional self-management would be the rule, with doctors managing their work, nurses theirs and so on, while the general running of, say, a hospital would be based on a general assembly of all workers there who would elect and mandate the administration staff and decide the policy the hospital would follow. Other interested parties would have a say, including patients in the health system and students in the education system. As Malatesta argued, the carrying out and the normal functioning of public services vital to our daily lives would be more reliable if carried out, by the workers themselves who, by direct election or through agreements made with others, have chosen to do that kind of work and carry it out under the direct control of all the interested parties. Anarchy, p. 41. Needless to say, any system of public services would not be imposed on those who did not desire it. They would be organized for and by members of the communes, and so individuals who were not part of one would have to pay to gain access to communal resources. However, it is unlikely that an anarchist society would be as barbaric as a capitalist one and refuse entry to people who were ill and could not pay, nor turn away emergencies because they did not have enough money. And just as other workers need not join a syndicate or commune, so doctors, teachers, and so on could practice their trade outside the communal system as either individual artisans or as part of a cooperative. However, given the availability of free medical services, it is doubtful they would grow rich doing so. Medicine, teaching, and so on would revert back to what usually motivates people to initially take these up professions: the desire to help others and make a positive impact in society. Thus, as would be expected, public services would be organized by the public, organized in their syndicates and communes. They would be based on workers' self-management of their daily work and of the system as a whole. Non-workers who took part in the system, patients, students, etc., would not be ignored and would also play a role in providing essential feedback to assure quality control of services and to ensure that it is responsive to users' needs. The resources required to maintain and expand the system would be provided by the communes, syndicates, and their federations. For the first time, public services would truly be public and not a statist system imposed upon the public from above, nor a system by which the few fleece the many by exploiting natural monopolies for their own interests. So public services in a free society will be organized by those who do the work and under the effective control of those who use them. This vision of public services being run by workers' associations would be raised as a valid libertarian reform under capitalism, not to mention raising the demand to turn firms into cooperatives when they are bailed out during an economic crisis. Equally, rather than nationalization or privatization, public utilities could be organized as a consumer cooperative, i.e., owned by those who use it, while the day-to-day running could be in the hands of a producer cooperative. I.6 What about the tragedy of the commons? The term tragedy of the commons is a phrase which is used to describe why, according to some, commonly owned resources will be destructively overused. The term was first coined by Garrett Hardin in December 1968. The Tragedy of the Commons, Science, Volume 162, number 3859, pages 1243 to 1248. It quickly became popular with those arguing against any form of collective ownership or socialism and would be the basis for many arguments for privatization. Unsurprisingly, given its popularity with defenders of capitalism and neoclassical economists, Hardin's argument was a pure thought experiment with absolutely no empirical evidence to support it. He suggested a scenario in which commonly owned pasture was open to all local herdsmen to feed their cattle on. Completing this assumption with the standard ones of neoclassical economics, with Hardin arguing that each herdsman would try to keep as many cattle as possible on the commons to maximize their income. This would result in overgrazing and environmental destruction, as the cost of each feeding addition animals is shouldered by all who use the commons while the benefits accrue to the individual herdsman. However, what is individually rational becomes collectively irrational when each herdsman, acting in isolation, does the same thing. The net result of the individual's actions is the ending of the livelihood of every herdsman as the land becomes overused. His article was used to justify both nationalization and privatization of communal resources, the former often a precursor for the latter. As state ownership fell out of favor, the lesson of this experiment in logic was as uniform as it was simple: only privatization of common resources could ensure their efficient use and stop them being overused and destroyed. Coming as it before the rise of neoliberalism in the 1970s, Hardin's essay was much referenced by those seeking to privatize nationalist industries and eliminate communal institutions in tribal societies in the Third World. That these resulted in wealth being concentrated in a few hands should come as no surprise. Needless to say, there are numerous problems with Hardin's analysis. Most fundamentally, it was a pure thought experiment and, as such, was not informed by historical or current practice. In other words, it did not reflect the reality of the commons as a social institution. The so-called tragedy of the commons was no such thing. It is actually an imposition of the tragedy of the free-for-all to communally owned resources, in this case, land. In reality, commons were never free for all resources, and while the latter may be see overuse and destruction, the former managed to survive thousands of years. So, unfortunately for the supporters of private property who so regularly invoke the tragedy of the commons, they simply show their ignorance of what true commons are. As socialist Alan Engler points out, supporters of capitalism cite what they call the tragedy of the commons to explain the wanton plundering of forests, fish, and waterways, but common property is not the problem. When property was held in common by tribes, clans, and villages, people took no more than their share and respected the rights of others. They cared for common property and when necessary acted together to protect it against those who would damage it. Under capitalism, there is no common property. Public property is a form of private property, property owned by the government as a corporate person. Capitalism recognizes only private property and free-for-all property. Nobody is responsible for free-for-all property until someone claims it as his own. He then has a right to do as he pleases with it, a right that is uniquely capitalist. Unlike common or personal property, capitalist property is not valued for itself or for its utility. It is valued for the revenue it produces for its owner. If the capitalist owner can maximize his revenue by liquidating it, he has the right to do that. Apostles of Greed, pages 58 to 59. Therefore, As Colin Ward argues, local, popular, control is the surest way of avoiding the tragedy of the commons. Reflected in Water, p. 20. Given that a social anarchist society is a communal, decentralist one, it will have little to fear from irrational overuse or abuse of communally owned and used resources. So, the real problem is that a lot of economists and sociologists conflate Hardin's scenario, in which unmanaged resources are free for all, with the situation that prevailed in the use of commons, which were communally managed resources in village and tribal communities. Historian E.P. Thompson, for example, noted that Hardin was historically uninformed when he assumed that commons were pastures open to all. The commons, in reality, were managed by common agreements between those who used them. In an extensive investigation on this subject, Thompson showed that the argument is that since resources held in common are not owned and protected by anyone, there is an inexorable economic logic that dooms them to overexploitation. Despite its common sense air, what it overlooks is that commoners themselves were not without common sense. Over time and over space, the users of commons have developed a rich variety of institutions and community sanctions which have effected restraints and stints upon use. As the old institutions lapsed, so they fed into a vacuum in which political influence, market forces, and popular assertion contested with each other without common rules. Customs in Common, p. 108 FN and p. 107. Colin Ward points to a more recent example, that of Spain after the victory of Franco. The water history of Spain demonstrates that the tragedy of the commons is not the one identified by Garrett Hardin. Communal control developed an elaborate and sophisticated system of fair shares for all. The private property recommended by Hardin resulted in the selfish individualism that he thought was inevitable with common access, or in the lofty indifference of the big landowners. Op. Cit. p. 27. So, for a while, Hardin's essay was taken to provide an argument for the privatization of the commons. It is now a well-developed point that Hardin's argument is not a tragedy of common ownership at all. Hardin's argument is a problem not of common ownership, but of open access in a context of private ownership of particular assets. John O'Neill, Markets, Deliberation, and Environment, p. 54. Significantly, Hardin later admitted his mistake and noted that it is clear to me that the title of my original contribution should have been The Tragedy of the Unmanaged Commons. I can understand how I might have misled others. Quoted by O'Neill, Op. Cit. p. 199. But, of course, by then the damage had been done. There is something quite arrogant about Hardin's assertions, as he basically assumed that peasant farmers are unable to recognize certain disaster and change their behavior accordingly. This, apparently, is where enlightened elites, governmental and economic, step in. However, in the real world, small farmers and others have created their own institutions and rules for preserving resources and ensuring that their community has the resources it needed to survive. Hardin, in other words, ignored what actually happens in a real commons, namely communal control and self-regulation by the communities involved who develop the appropriate communal institutions to do so. Surely, the very obvious fact that humans have lived in societies with commons for centuries and did not overuse them disproves Hardin's most fundamental assumptions. If we misunderstand the true nature of the commons, argues scientist Susan Jane Buck Cox, we also misunderstand the implications of the demise of the traditional, common system. Perhaps what existed in fact was not a tragedy of the commons but rather a triumph, that for hundreds of years and perhaps thousands, although written records do not exist to prove the longer era, land was managed successfully by communities. This suggests that it is a case of the myth of the tragedy of the commons, rooted in an argument which is historically false, as the commons were carefully and painstakingly regulated. She points to a wider issue, namely whether our perceptions of the nature of humankind are awry, for it seems quite likely if economic man had been managing the commons that tragedy really would have occurred, so perhaps someone else was running the common. No Tragedy on the Commons, pages 49 to 61, Environmental Ethics, Volume 7, p. 60, p. 53, p. 56 and p. 61. One economist has noted that the tragedy of the commons only makes sense once the assumption of neoclassical economics are taken for granted. If we assume atomized individuals accessing unmanaged lands, then Hardin's conclusions automatically flow. However, if the property were really common, this would imply the necessary existence of institutional agreements between the co-owners to establish the rules for decisions governing the management of the resource. To put it more clearly, for common property to be truly common property implies its existence as an institution. It is precisely these kinds of human institutions which neoclassical economics ignores, and so the so-called tragedy of the commons is more accurately considered the tragedy of a methodological individualism. As many critics note, there are numerous conceptual errors contained in the article, and these have been repeated systematically by economists. In summary, the so-called tragedy of the commons has nothing to do with common property, but with unrestricted and unregulated access. F. Agularic link, some notes on the misuse of classic writings in economics on the subject of common property, pages 221-8, Ecological Economics, number 9, p. 223, p. 221, p. 224 and p. 226. Much the same can be said against those who argue that the experience of the Stalinism in the Eastern Bloc and elsewhere shows that public property leads to pollution and destruction of natural resources. Such arguments also show a lack of awareness of what common property actually is. It is no coincidence that the propertarian right use such an argument. This is because the resources in question, as we discussed in section B.3.5, were not owned or managed in common. The fact that these countries were dictatorships excluded popular control of resources. Thus Stalinism does not, in fact, show the dangers of having commons or public ownership. Rather, it shows the danger of not subjecting those who manage a resource to public control, and it is no coincidence that the USA is far more polluted than Western Europe. In the USA, like in the USSR, the controllers of resources are not subject to popular control and so pass pollution on to the public. Stalinism shows the danger of state-owned resource use, nationalization, rather than commonly owned resource use, socialization, particularly when the state in question is not under even the limited control of its subjects implied in representative democracy. This confusion of public and state-owned resources has, of course, been used to justify the stealing of communal property by the rich and the state. The continued acceptance of this confusion in political debate, like the continued use of Hardin's original and flawed tragedy of the commons, is due to the utility of the theory for the rich and powerful, who have a vested interest in undermining pre-capitalist social forms and stealing communal resources. Most examples used to justify the tragedy of the commons are false examples, based on situations in which the underlying social context is assumed to be radically different from that involved in using true commons. In reality, the tragedy of the commons comes about only after wealth and private property, backed by the state, starts to eat into and destroy communal life. This is well indicated by the fact that commons existed for thousands of years and only disappeared after the rise of capitalism and the powerful central state it requires had eroded communal values and traditions. Without the influence of wealth concentrations and the state, people get together and come to agreements over how to use communal resources and have been doing so for millennia. That was how the commons were successfully managed before the wealthy sought to increase their holdings and deny the poor access to land in order to make them fully dependent on the power and whims of the owning class. Thus, as Kropotkin stressed, the state systematically weeded out all institutions in which the mutual aid tendency had formerly found its expression. The village communities were bereft of their folk motes, their courts and independent administration, their lands were confiscated. Mutual aid, p. 182. The possibilities of free discussion and agreement were destroyed in the name of absolute property rights and the power and authority which goes with them. Both political influence and market forces were, and are, dominated by wealth. There were two occasions that dictated absolute precision, a trial at law and a process of enclosure. and both occasions favored those with power and purses against the little users. Popular assertion meant little when the state enforces property rights in the interests of the wealthy. Ultimately, Parliament and law imposed capitalist definitions to exclusive property in land. Thompson, Op. Cit. p. 134 and p. 163. As Cox suggested, many tenants were denied their remedy at law for the illegal abuses of the more powerful landowners and sponsored by wealthy landowners. The land reform was frequently no more than a sophisticated land grab. Op. Cit. p. 58 and p. 59. Gerard Winstanley, the Digger and proto-anarchist, was only expressing a widespread popular sentiment when he complained that in parishes where commons lie the rich Norman freeholders, or the new, more covetous, gentry overstock the commons with sheep and cattle, so that the inferior tenants and poor laborers can hardly keep a cow but half-starve her. Quoted by Maurice Dobb, Studies in the Development of Capitalism, p. 173. The working class is only left alone to starve. As discussed in section F.8, the enclosures were part of a wider state imposition of capitalism onto society. Of course, enclosure was often justified by supporters of capitalism by the increased productivity which, they claim, resulted from it, in effect, repeating Locke's earlier, and flawed, argument see section B.3.4. There are three objections to this. First, it cannot be assumed that increased productivity could not be achieved by keeping the commons and by the commoners applying the improved techniques and technologies that contributed to any post-enclosure increased productivity. Second, it ignores the key issue of liberty and replaces it with property, increases in wealth being considered more important than reducing the freedom of the working class. Third, and more importantly, this paternalistic rationale for coercion and state action does not fit well with such apologists' opposition to certain forms of state intervention today, such as taxation or popular land reform. If the ends justify the means, which is what their arguments boil down to, when applied to the rural working class, then they have little basis for opposing taxation of the wealthy elite or pro-worker land reform in a democracy or a popular social revolution. To conclude, the tragedy of the commons argument is conceptually flawed and empirically wrong, unsurprising, given that no actual empirical evidence was presented to support the argument. Sadly, this has not stopped Hardin, or those inspired by his arguments, from suggesting policies based on a somewhat dubious understanding of history and humanity. Perhaps this is not that surprising, given that Hardin's assumptions, which drive his conclusions, are based not on actual people nor historical evidence but rather by fundamental components of capitalist economic theory. While under capitalism, and the short-termism imposed by market forces, you could easily imagine that a desire for profit would outweigh a person's interest in the long-term survival of their community. Such a perspective is relatively recent in human history. In fact, communal ownership produces a strong incentive to protect such resources, for people are aware that their offspring will need them and so be inclined to look after them. By having more resources available, they would be able to resist the pressures of short-termism and so resist maximizing current production without regard for the future. Capitalist owners have the opposite incentive for, as argued in section E.3, unless they maximize short-term profits then they will not be around in the long term. So if wood means more profits than centuries-old forests, then the trees will be chopped down. By combining common ownership with decentralized and federated communal self-management, anarchism will be more than able to manage resources effectively, avoiding the pitfalls of both privatization and nationalization. I.6.1 How can property owned by everyone in the world be used? First, we need to point out the fallacy normally lying behind this objection. It is assumed that because everyone owns something, then everyone has to be consulted in what it is used for. This, however, applies the logic of private property to non-capitalist social forms. While it is true that everyone owns collective property in an anarchist society, it does not mean that everyone uses it. Carlo Cafiero, one of the founders of communist anarchism, stated the obvious. The commonwealth being scattered right across the planet, while belonging by right to the whole of humanity, those who happen to be within reach of that wealth and in a position to make use of it will utilize it in common. The folk from a given country will use the land, the machines, the workshops, the houses, etc., of that country, and they will all make common use of them. As part of humanity, they will exercise here, in fact and directly, their rights over a portion of mankind's wealth. But should an inhabitant of Peking visit this country, he or she would enjoy the same rights as the rest. In common with the others, he would enjoy all the wealth of the country, just as he or she would have in Peking. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 250. Anarchists, therefore, think that those who use a part of society's wealth have the most say in what happens to it. Example: workers control the means of production they use and the work they do when using it. This does not mean that those using it can do what they like to it. Users would be subject to recall by local communities if they are abusing their position. For example, if a workplace were polluting the environment, then the local community could act to stop or, if need be, close down the workplace. Thus use rights, or usufruct, replace property rights in a free society, combined with a strong dose of think globally, act locally. It is no coincidence that societies that are stateless are also without private property. As Murray Bookchin pointed out, an individual appropriation of goods, a personal claim to tools, land, and other resources, is fairly common in organic, i.e. aboriginal societies. By the same token, cooperative work and the sharing of resources on a scale that could be called communistic is also fairly common. But primary to both of these seemingly contrasting relationships is the practice of usufruct. Such stateless societies are based upon the principle of usufruct, the freedom of individuals in a community to appropriate resources merely by the virtue of the fact they are using them. Such resources belong to the user as long as they are being used. Function, in effect, replaces our hallowed concept of possession. The ecology of freedom, p. 116. The future stateless society anarchists hope for would also be based upon such a principle. In effect, critics of social anarchism confuse property with possession and think that abolishing property automatically abolishes possession and use rights. However, as argued in section B.3, property and possession are distinctly different. In the words of Charlotte Wilson, property is the domination of an individual, or a coalition of individuals, over things. It is not the claim of any person or persons to the use of things. This is, usufruct, a very different matter. Property means the monopoly of wealth, the right to prevent others using it, whether the owner needs it or not. Usufruct implies the claim to the use of such wealth as supplies the user's needs. If any individual shuts of a portion of it, which he is not using, and does not need for his own use, from his fellows, he is defrauding the whole community. Anarchist Essays, p. 40. Thus an anarchist society has a simple and effective means of deciding how communally owned resources are used, one based on possession and usufruct. The key thing to remember, as discussed in section I.3.3, is that socialization means that access is free. Users of a resource are not subjected to hierarchical social relationships in order to use it. Socialization does not mean that people can, say, wander into someone's workplace and simply take away a machine or computer. Rather, it means that when someone joins a workplace they are sharing in the use of a common resource and do so as a free and equal associate rather than as an obedient wage slave. If a resource is not being used, then they have free access to use it. If it is being used, then it will be managed by those who use it, with access granted in agreed ways which ensure egalitarian, and so free, relationships and outcomes. As for deciding what a given area of commons is used for, that falls to the local communities who live next to them. If, for example, a local self-managed factory wants to expand and eat into the commons, then the local community who uses, and so controls, the local commons would discuss it and come to an agreement concerning it. If a minority really objects, they can use direct action to put their point across. But anarchists argue that rational debate among equals will not result in too much of that. Or suppose an individual wanted to set up an allotment in a given area, which had not been allocated as a park. Then he or she would notify the community assembly by appropriate means, e.g. on a notice board or newspaper, and if no one objected at the next assembly or in a set time span, the allotment would go ahead, as no one else desired to use the resource in question. Other communities would be confederated with this one, and joint activity would also be discussed by debate, with the community, like an individual, being free not to associate if they so desire. Other communities could and would object to ecologically and individually destructive practices. The interrelationships of both ecosystems and freedom is well known, and it's doubtful that free individuals would sit back and let some amongst them destroy their planet. Therefore, those who use something control it. This means that users groups would be created to manage resources used by more than one person. For workplaces this would, essentially, be those who work there, with, possibly, the input of consumer groups and cooperatives. Housing associations made up of tenants would manage housing and repairs. Resources that are used by associations within society, such as communally owned schools, workshops, computer networks, and so forth, would be managed on a day-to-day basis by those who use them. User groups would decide access rules, for example, timetables and booking rules, and how they are used, making repairs and improvements. Such groups would be accountable to their local community. Hence, if that community thought that any activities by a group within it was destroying communal resources or restricting access to them, the matter would be discussed at the relevant assembly. In this way, interested parties manage their own activities and the resources they use, and so would be very likely to have an interest in ensuring their proper and effective use, but without private property and its resulting hierarchies and restrictions on freedom. Lastly, let us examine clashes of use rights, i.e. cases where two or more people, communes, or syndicates desire to use the same resource. In general, such problems can be resolved by discussion and decision-making by those involved. This process would be roughly as follows: if the contesting parties are reasonable, they would probably mutually agree to allow their dispute to be settled by some mutual friend whose judgment they could trust, or they would place it in the hands of a jury, randomly selected from the community or communities in question. This would take place only if they could not come to an agreement between themselves to share the resource in question. One thing is certain, however, such disputes are much better settled without the interference of authority or the recreation of private property. If those involved do not take the sane course described above and instead decide to set up an authority, disaster will be the inevitable result. In the first place, this authority will have to be given power to enforce its judgment in such matters. If this happens, the new authority will undoubtedly keep for itself the best of what is disputed, as payment for services rendered, of course. If private property were reintroduced, such authoritarian bodies would develop sooner, rather than later, with two new classes of oppressors being created: the property owners and the enforcers of justice. Ultimately, it is strange to think that two parties who meet on terms of equality and disagree could not be reasonable or just, and that a third party with power backed up by violence will be the incarnation of justice itself. Common sense should warn us against such an illusion, and, if common sense is lacking, then history shows that using authority or property to solve disputes is not wise. And, we should note, it is equally as fallacious, as Leninists suggest, that only centralization can ensure common access and common use. Centralization, by removing control from the users into a body claiming to represent society, replaces the dangers of abuse by a small group of workers with the dangers of abuse by a bureaucracy invested with power and authority over all. If members of a commune or syndicate can abuse their position and restrict access for their own benefit, so can the individuals who make up the bureaucracy gathered round a centralist body, whether that body is, in theory, accountable by election or not. Indeed, it is far more likely to occur, as the experience of Leninism shows beyond doubt. Thus decentralization is the key to common ownership and access, not centralization. Communal ownership needs communal structures in order to function. Use rights, and discussion among equals, replace property rights in a free society. Freedom cannot survive if it is caged behind laws enforced by public or private states. I.6.2 Doesn't communal ownership involve restricting individual liberty? This point is expressed in many different forms. John Henry Mackay, an individualist anarchist, put the point as follows. Would you, the social anarchist, in the system of society which you call free communism, prevent individuals from exchanging their labor among themselves by means of their own medium of exchange? And further, would you prevent them from occupying land for the purpose of personal use? The question was not to be escaped. If he answered yes, he admitted that society had the right of control over the individual and threw overboard the autonomy of the individual which he had always zealously defended. If on the other hand he answered no, he admitted the right of private property which he had just denied so emphatically. Patterns of Anarchy, p. 31. However, anarchist theory has a simple and clear answer to this question. To see what this answer is, it's simply a case of remembering that use rights replace property rights in an anarchist society. In other words, individuals can exchange their labor as they see fit and occupy land for their own use. This in no way contradicts the abolition of private property, because occupancy and use is directly opposed to private property, see section B.3. Socialization is rooted in this concept of occupancy and use, and this means that in a free communist society individuals can occupy and use whatever land and such tools and equipment as they need. They do not have to join the free communist society, see section I.5.7. If they do not, however, they cannot place claims on the benefits others receive from cooperation and communal life. This can be seen from Charlotte Wilson's discussions on anarchism written a few years before Mackay published his inescapable question. She asks the question, does anarchism, then, acknowledge no personal property? She answers by noting that every man or woman is free to take what he or she requires, and so it is hardly conceivable that personal necessaries and conveniences will not be appropriated by individuals for their personal consumption and use. For W. property is protected by no legal enactments, backed by armed force, and is unable to buy personal service. Its resuscitation on such a scale as to be dangerous to society is little to be dreaded. The amount appropriated by each individual must be left to his or her own conscience, and the pressure exercised upon him or her by the moral sense and distinct interests of his or her neighbors. This system of usufruct would also apply to the instruments of production, land included, being free to all workers, or groups of workers, for as long and capital are unappropriated, the workers are free, and that, when these have a master, the workers also are slaves. Anarchist Essays, p. 24 and p. 21. This is because, as with all forms of anarchism, communist anarchism bases itself on the distinction between property and possession. In other words, possession replaces private property in a free society. This applies to those who decide to join a free communist society and those who desire to remain outside. This is clear from the works of many leading theorists of free communism, as indicated in section G.2.1, none of whom thought the occupying of land for personal use, or a house or the means of production, entailed the right of private property. For example, looking at land, we find both Kropotkin and Proudhon arguing along the same lines. For the former, who, then, can appropriate for himself the tiniest plot of ground, without committing a flagrant injustice. Conquest of bread, p. 90. For the latter, the land cannot be appropriated. Neither denied that individuals could use the land or other resources, simply that it could not be turned into private property. Thus Proudhon, every occupant is, then, necessarily a possessor or usufructuary, a function that excludes proprietorship. What is property, p. 103 and p. 98? Obviously John Henry Mackay, unlike Kropotkin, had not read his Proudhon. As Wilson argued, Proudhon's famous dictum, property is theft, is the key to the equally famous enigma. From each according to his capacities, to each according to his needs. When the workers clearly understand that in taking possession of railways and ships, mines and fields, farm buildings and factories, raw material and machinery, and all else they need for their labor, they are claiming the right to use freely for the benefit of society, what social labor has created, or utilized in the past, and that, in return for their work, they have a just right to take from the finished product whatever they personally require. Op. Cit. Pages 20-1. This can be seen from libertarian communist William Morris and his account of Proudhon. Morris classed the French anarchist as the most noteworthy figure of a group of socialist thinkers who serve as a kind of link between the utopians and the school of scientific socialists. As far as his critique of property went, Morris argued that in what is property? Proudhon's position is that of a communist pure and simple. Political Writings, p. 569 and p. 570. Unsurprisingly, then, we find Kropotkin arguing that all things belong to all, and provided that men and women contribute their share of labor for the production of necessary objects, they are entitled to their share of all that is produced by the community at large. He went on to state that free communism places the products reaped or manufactured in common at the disposal of all, leaving to each the liberty to consume them as he or she pleases in his or her own home. The place of anarchism in socialistic evolution, p. 6 and p. 7. This obviously implies a situation of occupancy and use, with those who are actually using a resource controlling it. This support for possession does not, of course, imply any contradiction with communism as Mackay suggested. The aim of communism is to place the fruits of society at the disposal of society, to be used and consumed as the members of that society desire. As such, individuals are not stopped from taking and using the goods produced and, obviously, this automatically means excluding others from using and consuming them. This in no way implies the recreation of private property in any meaningful sense. Significantly, this perspective has been pretty commonplace in human society, and numerous authors have pointed out how many languages lack any verb for unilateral ownership. David Graeber, Possibilities, p. 23. For example, a group of friends go on a picnic and share the foodstuffs they bring. If someone takes an apple from the common bounty and eats it, then obviously it is no longer available for others to eat. However, this does not change the common ownership of foodstuffs the picnic is based on. Similarly, in a communist society, people would still have their own homes and, of course, would have the right to restrict entry to just those whom they have invited. People would not come in from the street and take up residence in the main bedroom on the dubious rationale that it is not being used as the inhabitant is watching TV in the lounge, is on holiday or visiting friends. Thus communism is based on the obvious fact that individuals will use, the products of society to satisfy their own needs, assuming they can find someone who needs to produce it. What it does, though, is to deprive individuals of the ability to turn possession into private property and, as a result, subjugate others to their will by means of wage labor or landlordism. In other words, possession, personal property, is not transformed into social property. Hence the communists' support for individuals not joining the commune, working their land or tools and living by their own hands. Being based on possession, this is utterly compatible with communist principles and the abolition of private property. This is because people are using the resources in question and for that simple reason are exercising the same rights as the rest of communist society. Thus the case of the non-member of free communism is clear. They would also have access to what they possessed and used, such as the land, housing, and means of production. The difference is that the non-communists would have to barter with the rest of society for goods rather than take what they need from the communal stores. To reiterate, the resources non-communists use do not become private property because they are being used, and they revert back into common ownership once they are no longer occupied and used. In other words, possession replaces property. Thus communist anarchists agree with individualist anarchist John Beverly Robinson when he wrote, "There are two kinds of land ownership, proprietorship, or property, by which the owner is absolute lord of the land to use it or hold it out of use, as it may please him, and possession, by which he is secure in the tenure of land which he uses and occupies, but has no claim on it at all if he ceases to use it. For the secure possession of his crops or buildings or other products, he needs nothing but the possession of the land he uses. Patterns of Anarchy, p. 273. This system, we must note, was used in the rural collectives during the Spanish Revolution, with people free to remain outside the collective working only as much land and equipment as they could occupy and use by their own labor. Similarly, the individuals within the collective worked in common and took what they needed from the communal stores, see section I.8. Mackay's comments raise another interesting point. Given that individualist anarchists oppose the current system of private property in land, their system entails that society has the right of control over the individual. If we look at the occupancy and use land system favored by the likes of Tucker, we discover that it is based on restricting property in land, and so the owners of land. As discussed in section G.1.2, the likes of Tucker looked forward to a time when public opinion, i.e., society, would limit the amount of land which individuals could acquire and so, from Mackay's perspective, controlling their actions and violating their autonomy. Which, we must say, is not surprising as individualism requires the supremacy of the rest of society over the individual in terms of rules relating to the ownership and use of possessions, or property, as the individualist anarchists themselves implicitly acknowledge. Mackay goes on to state that every serious man must declare himself for socialism, and thereby for force and against liberty, or for anarchism, and thereby for liberty and against force. Op. Cit. p. 32, which, we must note, is a strange statement for, as indicated in section G.1, individualist anarchists like Benjamin Tucker considered themselves socialists and opposed capitalist private property, while, confusingly, many of them calling their system of possession property. However, Mackay's statement begs the question, does private property support liberty? He does not address or even acknowledge the fact that private property will inevitably lead to the owners of such property gaining control over the individuals who use, but do not own, it and so denying them liberty, see section B.4. As Proudhon argued, the purchaser draws boundaries, fences himself in, and says, this is mine, each one by himself, each one for himself. Here, then, is a piece of land upon which, henceforth, no one has right to step, save the proprietor and his friends, which can benefit nobody, save the proprietor and his servants. Let these multiply, and soon the people will have nowhere to rest, no place of shelter, no ground to till. They will die of hunger at the proprietor's door, on the edge of that property which was their birthright, and the proprietor, watching them die, will exclaim, so perish idlers and vagrants. Op. Cit. p. 118. Of course, as Proudhon suggested, the non-owner can gain access to the property by becoming a servant, by selling their liberty to the owner and agreeing to submit to the owner's authority. Little wonder that he argued that the second effect of property is despotism. Op. Cit. p. 259. As discussed in section G.4.1, this points to a massive contradiction in any form of individualist anarchism which defends private property which goes beyond possession and generates wage labor. This is because both the state and the property owner both assume sole authority over a given area and all within it. Little wonder Émile Pouget, echoing Proudhon, argued that property and authority are merely differing manifestations and expressions of one and the same principle which boils down to the enforcement and enshrinement of the servitude of man. Consequently, the only difference between them is one of vantage point. Viewed from one angle, slavery appears as a property crime, whereas, viewed from a different angle, it constitutes an authority crime. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 2, p. 66. So the issue changes if someone claims more resources than they can use as individuals or as a cooperative group. If they are attempting to restrict access to others of resources they are not using, then the others are entitled to simply ignore the pretensions of the would-be monopoliser. Without a state to enforce capitalist property rights, attempts to recreate private property will flounder in the laughter of their neighbors as these free people defend their liberty by ignoring the would-be capitalists' attempts to subjugate the labor of others for their own benefit by monopolizing the means of life. Unsurprisingly, McKay does not address the fact that private property requires extensive force, i.e. a state, to protect it against those who use it or could use it but do not own it. So McKay ignores two important aspects of private property. Firstly, that private property is based upon force, which must be used to ensure the owner's right to exclude others, the main reason for the existence of the state. And secondly, he ignores the anti-libertarian nature of property when it creates wage labor, the other side of private property, in which the liberty of employees is obviously restricted by the owners whose property they are hired to use. Unlike in a free communist society, in which members of a commune have equal rights, power, and say within a self-managed association, under private property the owner of the property governs those who use it. When the owner and the user is identical, this is not a problem, i.e. when possession replaces property, but once possession becomes property, then despotism, as Proudhon noted, is created. As Charlotte Wilson put it, property, not the claim to use, but to a right to prevent others from using, enables individuals who have appropriated the means of production, to hold in subjection all those who possess nothing, and who must work that they may live. No work is possible without land, materials, and tools or machinery, thus the masters of those things are the masters also of the destitute workers, and can live in idleness upon their labor. We look for the socialization of wealth, not to restraints imposed by authority upon property, but to the removal, by direct personal action of the people themselves, of the restraints which secure property against the claims of popular justice. For authority and property are both manifestations of the egoistical spirit of domination. Op. Cit. pages 57-8. Therefore, it seems that in the name of liberty John Henry Mackay and a host of other individualists end up supporting authority and, effectively, some kind of state. This is hardly surprising, as private property is the opposite of personal possession, not its base. In summary, then, far from communal property restricting individual liberty, or even personal use of resources, it is in fact its only defense. That is why all anarchists would agree with Emma Goldman that it is our endeavor to abolish private property, state, we aim to free men from tyrants and government. A Documentary History of the American Years, Volume 1, p. 181. I.7 Won't libertarian socialism destroy individuality? No. Libertarian socialism only suppresses individuality for those who are so shallow that they cannot separate their identity from what they own. However, be that as it may, this is an important objection to any form of socialism and, given the example of socialist Russia, needs to be discussed more. The basic assumption behind this question is that capitalism encourages individuality, but this assumption can be faulted on many levels. As Kropotkin noted, individual freedom has remained, both in theory and in practice, more illusory than real, and that the want of development of the personality, leading to herd psychology, and the lack of individual creative power and initiative are certainly one of the chief defects of our time. Economical individualism has not kept its promise, it did not result in any striking development of individuality. Ethics, p. 27 and p. 28. In effect, modern capitalism has reduced individuality to a parody of what it could and should be, see section I.7.4. Little wonder Emma Goldman argued that the oft-repeated slogan of our time is, that ours is an era of individualism. Only those who do not probe beneath the surface might be led to entertain this view. Have not the few accumulated the wealth of the world? Are they not the masters, the absolute kings of the situation? Their success, however, is due not to individualism, but the inertia, the cravenness, the utter submission of the mass. The latter wants but to be dominated, to be led, to be coerced. As to individualism, at no time in human history did it have less chance of expression, less opportunity to assert itself in a normal, healthy manner. Anarchism and Other Essays, pages 70-1. So we see a system which is apparently based on egotism and individualism but whose members are freebie standardist individuals, who hardly express their individuality at all. Far from increasing individuality, capitalism standardizes it and so restricts it that it survives at all is more an expression of the strength of humanity than any benefits of the capitalist system. This impoverishment of individuality is hardly surprising in a society based on hierarchical institutions which are designed to assure obedience and subordination. Given this, it comes as no surprise to find libertarian communists like Kropotkin suggesting that as for knowing what will be the essence of individual development, I do not think it could be along individualist lines. Individual, yes, without doubt, but individualist I have my doubts. That would mean narrow egoism, regressive evolution, and even that would be limited to a certain number. Kropotkin, quoted by Ruth Kinna, Kropotkin's Theory of Mutual Aid in Historical Context, pages 259-283, International Review of Social History, number 40, p. 268. So, can we say that libertarian socialism will increase individuality, or is this conformity and lack of individualism a constant feature of the human race? In order to make some sort of statement on this, we have to look at non-hierarchical societies and organizations. We will discuss tribal cultures as an example of non-hierarchical societies in section I.7.1. Here, however, we indicate how anarchist organizations will protect and increase an individual's sense of self. Anarchist organizations and tactics are designed to promote individuality. They are decentralist, participatory organizations, and so they give those involved the social space required to express themselves and develop their abilities and potential in ways restricted under capitalism. As Gaston Laval noted in his book on the anarchist collectives during the Spanish Revolution, so far as collective life is concerned, the freedom of each is the right to participate spontaneously with one's thought, one's will, one's initiative to the full extent of one's capacities. A negative liberty is not liberty, it is nothingness. Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 346. By being able to take part in and manage the decision-making processes which directly affect you, your ability to think for yourself is increased, and so you are constantly developing your abilities and personality. The spontaneous activity described by Laval has important psychological impacts. Thus Erich Fromm, in all spontaneous activity, the individual embraces the world. Not only does his sick individual self remain intact, it becomes stronger and more solidified. For the self is as strong as it is active. Escape from Freedom, p. 225. Therefore, individuality does not atrophy within an anarchist organization as it does under capitalism. It will become stronger as people participate and act within the social organization. In other words, individuality requires community. As German philosopher and sociologist Max Horkheimer once observed, individuality is impaired when each man decides to fend for himself. The absolutely isolated individual has always been an illusion. The most esteemed personal qualities, such as independence, will to freedom, sympathy, and the sense of justice, are social as well as individual virtues. The fully developed individual is the consummation of a fully developed society. The Eclipse of Reason, p. 135. The sovereign, self-sufficient individual is as much a product of a healthy community as it is from individual self-realization and the fulfillment of desire. There is a tendency for community to enrich and develop individuality, with this tendency being seen throughout human history. This suggests that the abstract individualism of capitalism is more the exception than the rule in social life. In other words, history indicates that by working together with others as equals, individuality is strengthened far more than in the so-called individualism associated with capitalism. Hence the need, as Murray Bookchin put it, to arrest the ravaging and simplification of the human spirit, of human personality, of human community, of humanity's idea of the good. The Ecology of Freedom, p. 409. Communal support for individuality is hardly surprising, as individuality is a product of the interaction between social forces and individual attributes. The more an individual cuts themselves off from social life, the more likely their individuality will suffer. This can be seen from the 1980s, when neoliberal governments supporting the individualism associated with free market capitalism were elected in both Britain and the USA. The promotion of market forces lead to social atomization, social disruption, and a more centralist state. As this swept across society, the resulting disruption of social life ensured that many individuals became impoverished ethically and culturally as society became increasingly privatized. 2 decades later, David Cameron, the leader of the Conservative Party, complained of a broken society in Britain while, of course, skillfully avoiding discussing the neoliberal reforms imposed by his predecessor Thatcher, which made it so. In other words, many of the characteristics which we associate with a developed individuality, namely ability to think, to act, to hold your own opinions and standards and so forth, are, essentially, social skills and are encouraged by a well-developed community. Remove that social background and these valued aspects of individuality are undermined by lack of use, fear of authority, atomization and limited social interaction. Taking the case of workplaces, for example, surely it is an obvious truism that a hierarchical working environment will marginalize the individual and ensure that they cannot express their opinions, exercise their thinking capacities to the full or manage their own activity. This will have an impact in all aspects of an individual's life. Hierarchy in all its forms produces oppression and a crushing of individuality, see section B.1. In such a system, as left-wing classical liberal John Stuart Mill argued, the business side of group activities would be properly carried out but at the expense of the individuals involved. Anarchists agree with Mill when he called it benevolent dictatorship and asked what sort of human beings can be formed under such a regimen? What development can either their thinking or their active faculties attain under it? Their moral capacities are equally stunted. Wherever the sphere of action of human beings is artificially circumscribed, their sentiments are narrowed and dwarfed. Representative government, pages 203-4. Like anarchists, he extended his critique of political organizations into all forms of associations and stated that if mankind is to continue to improve, then in the end one form of association will predominate, not that which can exist between a capitalist as chief, and work people without a voice in the management, but the association of laborers themselves on terms of equality, collectively owning the capital with which they carry on their operations, and working under managers elected and removable by themselves. The Principles of Political Economy, p. 147. Hence, anarchism will protect and develop individuality by creating the means by which all individuals can participate in the decisions that affect them, in all aspects of their lives. Anarchism is built upon the central assertion that individuals and their institutions cannot be considered in isolation from one another. Authoritarian organizations will create a servile personality, one that feels safest conforming to authority and what is considered normal. A libertarian organization, one that is based upon participation and self-management, will encourage a strong personality, one that knows its own mind, thinks for itself and feels confident in its own powers. Therefore, as Bakunin argued, liberty is not a fact springing from isolation but from reciprocal action, a fact not of exclusion, but, on the contrary, of social interaction, for freedom of every individual is simply the reflection of his humanity or his human right in the consciousness of all free men, his brothers, his equals. Freedom is something very positive, very complex, and above all eminently social, since it can be realized only by society and only under conditions of strict equality and solidarity. Hierarchical power, by necessity, kills individual freedom, as it is characteristic of privilege and of every privileged position to kill the minds and hearts of men, and power and authority corrupt those who exercise them as much as those who are compelled to submit to them. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 266, p. 268, p. 269 and p. 249. A libertarian reorganization of society will be based upon, and encourage, a self-empowerment and self-liberation of the individual, and by participation within self-managed organizations individuals will educate themselves for the responsibilities and joys of freedom. As Carol Pateman points out, participation develops and fosters the very qualities necessary for it. The more individuals participate, the better able they become to do so. Participation and Democratic Theory, pages 42 to 43. This, of course, implies a mutually interactive transformation of individuals, their social relationships and organizations, in the words of Spanish anarchist Garcia Oliver, who hasn't been changed by the revolution. It wouldn't be worth making it just to continue being the same. Quoted by Abel Paz, Durruti in the Spanish Revolution, p. 498. Such a reorganization, as we will see in section J.2, is based upon the tactic of direct action. This tactic also encourages individuality by encouraging the individual to fight for themselves, by their own self-activity, that which they consider to be wrong. As Voltairine de Cleyre put it, every person who ever thought he had a right to assert, and went boldly and asserted it himself or jointly with others that shared his convictions, was a direct actionist. Every person who ever had a plan to do anything, and went and did it, or who laid his plan before others, and won their cooperation to do it with him, without going to external authorities to please do the thing for them, was a direct actionist. All cooperative experiments are essentially direct action. Every person who ever in his life had a difference with anyone to settle, and went straight to the other persons involved to settle it, was a direct actionist. Examples of such action are strikes and boycotts. These actions are the spontaneous retorts of those who feel oppressed by a situation. The Voltairine de Cleyre reader, pages 47 to 8. Therefore, anarchist tactics base themselves upon self-assertion, and this can only develop individuality. Self-activity can only occur when there is an independent, free-thinking self. As self-management is based upon the principle of direct action, all cooperative experiments are essentially direct action. We can suggest that individuality will have little to fear from an anarchist society. Indeed, anarchists strongly stress the importance of individuality within a society. To quote communist anarchist J. Burns Gibson, "To destroy individuality is to destroy society. For society is only realized and alive in the individual members. Society has no motive that does not issue from its individual members, no end that does not center in them, no mind that is not theirs. Spirit of the age, public opinion, common will or good, and like phrases have no meaning if they are thought of as features of something that hovers or floats between man and woman. They name what resides in and proceeds from individuals. Individuality and community, therefore, are equally constitutive of our idea of human life." Quoted by William R. McKercher, Freedom and Authority, p. 31. Little wonder, then, that anarchism recognizes and values individuality, which means character, conduct and the springs of conduct, free initiative, creativeness, spontaneity, autonomy. J. Burns Gibson, quoted by McKercher, Op. Cit. p. 31f. As Kropotkin put it, anarchism seeks the most complete development of individuality combined with the highest development of voluntary association in all its aspects, ever changing, ever modified. Anarchism, p. 123. For anarchists, real liberty requires social equality. For if individuals are to exercise the maximum amount of control over their own lives and environment, then authority structures in these areas must be so organized that they can participate in decision-making. Pateman, Op. Cit. p. 43. Hence individuality will be protected, encouraged, and developed in an anarchist society far more than in a class-ridden, hierarchical society like capitalism. As Kropotkin argued, libertarian communism is the best basis for individual development and freedom, not that individualism which drives men to the war of each against all, but that which represents the full expansion of man's and woman's faculties, the superior development of what is original in him or her, the greatest fruitfulness of intelligence, feeling, and will. Up. Cit. p. 141. It is because wonders are so enriching to life, and none is more wonderful than individuality, that anarchists oppose capitalism in the name of socialism, libertarian socialism, the free association of free individuals. I.7.1 Do tribal cultures indicate that communalism defends individuality? Yes. In many tribal cultures, or aboriginal cultures, we find a strong respect for individuality. As anthropologist Paul Radin pointed out, respect for the individual, irrespective of age or sex, was one of the outstanding features of Aboriginal civilization, as well as the amazing degree of social and political integration achieved by them and a concept of personal security. Quoted by Murray Bookchin, Remaking Society, p. 48. Murray Bookchin commented on Radin's statement. Respect for the individual, which Radin lists first as an Aboriginal attribute, deserves to be emphasized, today, in an era that rejects the collective as destructive of individuality on the one hand, and yet, in an orgy of pure egotism, has actually destroyed all the ego boundaries of free-floating, isolated, and atomist individuals on the other. A strong collectivity may be even more supportive of the individual, as close studies of certain Aboriginal societies reveal, than a free market society with its emphasis on an egoistic, but impoverished, self. Op. Cit. p. 48. This individualization associated with tribal cultures was also noted by historian Howard Zinn. He quotes fellow historian Gary Nash describing Iroquois culture, which appears typical of most Native American tribes. No laws and ordinances, sheriffs and constables, judges and juries, or courts or jails, the apparatus of authority in European societies, were to be found in the northeast woodlands prior to European arrival. Yet boundaries of acceptable behavior were firmly set. Though priding themselves on the autonomous individual, the Iroquois maintained a strict sense of right and wrong. Quoted by Zinn, A People's History of the United States, p. 21. This respect for individuality existed in a society based on communistic principles. As Zinn notes, in the Iroquois, land was owned in common and worked in common. Hunting was done together, and the catch was divided among the members of the village. Houses were considered common property and were shared by several families. The concept of private ownership of land and homes was foreign to the Iroquois. In this communal society, women were important and respected, and families were matrilineal. Power was shared between the sexes, unlike the European idea of male domination. Similarly, children, while taught the cultural heritage of their people and solidarity with the tribe, were also taught to be independent, not to submit to overbearing authority. They were taught equality of status and the sharing of possessions. As Zinn stresses, Native American tribes paid careful attention to the development of personality, intensity of will, independence and flexibility, passion and potency, to their partnership with one another and with nature. Op. Cit. p. 20 and pages 21-2. Thus tribal societies indicate that community defends individuality, with communal living actually encouraging a strong sense of individuality. This is to be expected, as equality is the only condition in which individuals can be free and so in a position to develop their personality to its full. Furthermore, this communal living took place within an anarchist environment. The foundation principle of Indian government had always been the rejection of government. The freedom of the individual was regarded by practically all Indians north of Mexico as a canon infinitely more precious than the individual's duty to his or her community or nation. This anarchistic attitude ruled all behavior, beginning with the smallest social unity, the family. The Indian parent was constitutionally reluctant to discipline his or her children. Their every exhibition of self-will was accepted as a favorable indication of the development of maturing character. Van Every, quoted by Zinn, Op. Cit. p. 136. In addition, Native American tribes also indicate that communal living and high standards of living can and do go together. For example, during the 1870s in the Cherokee Nation, land was held collectively and life was contented and prosperous, with the U.S. Department of the Interior recognizing that it was a miracle of progress, with successful production by people living in considerable comfort, a level of education equal to that furnished by an ordinary college in the States, flourishing industry and commerce, an effective constitutional government, a high level of literacy, and a state of civilization and enlightenment comparable to anything known. What required 500 years for the Britons to accomplish in this direction they have accomplished in 100 years, the department declared in wonder. Noam Chomsky, year 501, p. 231. Senator Henry Dawes of Massachusetts visited in 1883 and described what he found in glowing terms: there was not a pauper in that nation, and the nation did not owe a dollar. It built its own capital, and it built its schools and its hospitals. No family lacked a home. In spite of this, or, perhaps, more correctly, because of this, Dawes recommended that the society must be destroyed. They have got as far as they can go, because they own their land in common. There is no enterprise to make your home any better than that of your neighbors. There is no selfishness, which is the bottom of civilization. Till this people will consent to give up their lands, and divide them among their citizens so that each can own the land he cultivates, they will not make much more progress. Quoted by Chomsky, Op. Cit. p. 231-2. The introduction of capitalism as usual by state action resulted in poverty and destitution. Again, showing the link between capitalism and high living standards is not clear-cut, regardless of claims otherwise. Undoubtedly, having access to the means of life ensured that members of such cultures did not have to place themselves in situations which could produce a servile character structure. As they did not have to follow the orders of a boss, they did not have to learn to obey others, and so could develop their own abilities to govern themselves. This self-government allowed the development of a custom in such tribes called the principle of non-interference in anthropology. This is the principle of defending someone's right to express the opposing view, and it is a pervasive principle in the tribal world, and it is so much so as to be safely called a universal. The principle of non-interference is a powerful principle that extends from the personal to the political, and into every facet of daily life. Significantly, tribal groups respect the personality of their children, much as they do that of the adults in their communities. Bookchin, The Ecology of Freedom, p. 115. Most people today, used as they are to hierarchy everywhere, are aghast when they realize the extent to which it is practiced, but it has proven itself to be an integral part of living anarchy. It means that people simply do not limit the activities of others, period, unless that behavior is threatening the survival of the tribe. This in effect makes absolute tolerance a custom. The difference between law and custom is important to point out. Law is dead, and custom lives. See section I.7.3. This is not to idealize such communities as they are must be considered imperfect anarchist societies in many ways, mostly obviously in that many eventually evolved into hierarchical systems, so suggesting that informal hierarchies, undoubtedly a product of religion and other factors, existed. As people accustomed to authority, we have so much baggage that relates to interfering with the lives of others that merely visualizing the situation that would eliminate this daily pastime for many is impossible. But think about it. First of all, in a society where people do not interfere with each other's behavior, people tend to feel trusted and empowered by this simple social fact. Their self-esteem is already higher because they are trusted with the responsibility for making learned and aware choices. This is not fiction. Individual responsibility is a key aspect of social responsibility. Therefore, given the strength of individuality documented in tribes with no private property, no state, and little or no other hierarchical structures within them, can we not conclude that anarchism will defend individuality and even develop it in ways blocked by capitalism? At the very least we can say possibly, and that is enough to allow us to question that dogma that capitalism is the only system based on respect for the individual. I.7.2 Do anarchists worship the past or the noble savage? No. However, this is a common attack on socialists by supporters of capitalism and on anarchists by Marxists. Both claim that anarchism is backward-looking, opposed to progress and desire a society based on inappropriate ideas of freedom. In particular, ideological capitalists maintain that all forms of socialism base themselves on the ideal of the noble savage. See, for example, free market capitalist guru Friedrich von Hayek's work Fatal Conceit, The Errors of Socialism. Anarchists are well aware of the limitations of the primitive communist societies they have used as examples of anarchistic tendencies within history or society. They are also aware of the problems associated with using any historical period as an example of anarchism in action. Take for example the free cities of medieval Europe, which was used by Kropotkin as an example of the potential of decentralist, confederated communes. He was sometimes accused of being a medievalist, as was William Morris, while all he was doing was indicating that capitalism need not equal progress and that alternative social systems have existed which have encouraged freedom in ways capitalism restricts. In a similar way, Marxists often accuse Proudhon of being petty bourgeois and looking backward to a pre-industrial society of artisans and peasants. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth. Proudhon lived in a France which was predominantly pre-industrial and based on peasant and artisan production. He, therefore, based his socialist ideas on the needs of working people as they required them at the time. When Proudhon did look at large-scale production, such as railways, factories, and so on, he proposed cooperative associations to run them. These associations would maintain the dignity of the worker by maintaining the essential feature of artisan and peasant life, namely the control of work and product by the laborer. Thus he used the past, artisan production, to inform his analysis of current events, industrialization, to create a solution to the social problem which built upon and extended a freedom crushed by capitalism, namely workers' self-management in production. Rather than being backward-looking and worshipping a past which was disappearing, Proudhon analyzed the present and past, drew any positive features he could from both and applied them to the present and the future. See also section I.3.8. Unlike Marx, who argued that industrialization, i.e. proletarianization, was the preconditions of socialism, Proudhon wanted justice and freedom for working class people during his lifetime, not some unspecified time in the future after capitalism had fully developed. Again, it is hardly surprising to find that many supporters of capitalism ignore the insights that can be gained by studying tribal cultures and the questions they raise about capitalism and freedom. Instead, they duck the issues raised and accuse socialists of idealizing the noble savage. As indicated, nothing could be further from the truth. Indeed, this claim has been directed towards Rousseau, often considered the father of socialist and anarchist idealization of the noble savage, even though he explicitly asked, must societies be totally abolished? Must meum and tuum be annihilated, and must we return again to the forests to live among bears? This is a deduction in the manner of my adversaries, which I would as soon anticipate as let them have the shame of drawing. Similarly, Rousseau is often thought of idealizing natural man, but he actually wrote that men in a state of nature, having no moral relations or determinate obligations one with another, could not be either good or bad, virtuous or vicious. The Social Contract and Discourses, p. 112 and p. 64. Rousseau failed to understand that his adversaries, both then and now, seem to know no shame and will happy suggest that he advocated the exact opposite of what he actually wrote. Anarchists are also subject to this, particularly by Marxists, particularly when we look through history, draw libertarian currents from it and are then denounced as backward-looking utopians. What libertarian socialists point out from this analysis of history is that the atomist individual associated with capitalist society is not natural and that capitalist social relationships help to weaken individuality. All the many attacks on libertarian socialist analysis of past societies are a product of capitalists' attempts to deny history and state that progress reaches its final resting place in capitalism. As David Watson argues, When we consider people living under some of the harshest, most commanding conditions on earth, who can nevertheless do what they like when the notion occurs to them, we should be able to witness the contemporary doubt about civilization's superiority without growing indignant. Primitivism, after all, reflects not only a glimpse of life before the rise of the state, but also a legitimate response to real conditions of life under civilization. Most people do not live in aboriginal societies, and most tribal peoples themselves now face wholly new contexts which will have to be confronted in new ways if they are to survive as peoples. But their life ways, their histories, remind us that other modes of being are possible. Reaffirmation of our primal past offers insight into our history, not the only possible insight, to be sure, but one important, legitimate entry point for a reasoned discussion about, and an impassioned reaction to, this world we must leave behind. Beyond Bookchin, p. 240. This essential investigation of history and modern society to see what other ways of living have and do exist is essential. It is too easy to forget that what exists under modern capitalism has not always existed, as neoclassical economics does with its atomistic and ahistoric analysis, for example. It is also useful to remember what many people now consider as normal was not always the case. As we discussed in section F.8.6, the first generation of industrial wage slaves hated the system, considering it both tyranny and unnatural. Studying history, previous cultures, and the process of hierarchical society and the resistance of the oppressed to it can enrich our analysis and activity in the here and now and help us to envision an anarchist society, the problems it could face and possible solutions to them. If the challenge for anarchists is to smash power relations and domination, it would make sense to get to the root of the problem. Hierarchy, slavery, coercion, patriarchy, and so on far outdate capitalism, and it is hardly enough to just analyze the economic system of capitalism, which is merely the current and most insidious form of hierarchical civilization. Similarly, without looking to cultures and communities that functioned quite well before the rise of the state, hierarchies, and classes, anarchists do not really have much solid ground to prove to people that anarchy is desirable or possible. For this reason, historical analysis and the celebration of the positive aspects of tribal and other societies is essential. Moreover, as George Orwell pointed out, attacks that reject this critical analysis as worshipping the noble savage miss the point. In the first place, the defender of modern life will tell you that it is impossible to go back, and will then accuse you of being a medievalist and begin to descant upon the horrors of the Middle Ages. As a matter of fact, most attacks upon the Middle Ages and the past generally by apologists of modernity are beside the point, because their essential trick is to project a modern man, with his squeamishness and his high standard of comfort, into an age when such things were unheard of. But notice that in any case this is not an answer. For dislike of the mechanized future does not imply the smallest reverence for any period of the past. When one pictures it merely as an objective, there is no need to pretend that it has ever existed in space and time. The Road to Wigan Pier, p. 183. We should also note that such attacks on anarchist investigations of past cultures assumes that these cultures have no good aspects at all, and so indicates a sort of intellectual all-or-nothing approach to modern life. The idea that past, and current, civilizations may have got some things right and others wrong and should be investigated is rejected for a totally uncritical love it or leave approach to modern society. Of course, the well-known free market capitalist love of 19th-century capitalist life and values, specifically the grim reality of Victorian Britain or Gilded Age America, warrants no such claims of past worship by the supporters of the system. Therefore, attacks on anarchists as supporters of the noble savage ideal indicate more about the opponents of anarchism and their fear of looking at the implications of the system they support than about anarchist theory. I.7.3 Is the law required to protect individual rights? No, far from it. It is obvious that, as Kropotkin put it, no society is possible without certain principles of morality generally recognized. If everyone grew accustomed to deceiving his fellow men, if we never could rely on each other's promise and words, if everyone treated his fellow as an enemy, against whom every means of warfare is justified, no society could exist. Anarchism, p. 73. However, this does not mean that a legal system, with its resultant bureaucracy, vested interests, and inhumanity, is the best way to protect individual rights within a society. What anarchists propose instead of the current legal system, or an alternative law system based on religious or natural laws, is custom, namely the development of living rules of thumb which express what a society considers as right at any given moment. However, the question arises, if an agreed set of principles are used to determine the just outcome, in what way would this differ from laws? The difference is that the order of custom would prevail rather than the rule of law. Custom is a body of living institutions that enjoys the support of the body politic, whereas law is a codified, read dead, body of institutions that separates social control from moral force. This, as anyone observing modern Western society can testify, alienates everyone. A just outcome is the predictable, but not necessarily the inevitable, outcome of interpersonal conflict, because in an anarchistic society people are trusted to do it themselves. Anarchists think people have to grow up in a social environment free from the confusions generated by a fundamental discrepancy between morality and social control, to fully appreciate the implications. However, the essential ingredient is the investment of trust, by the community, in people to come up with functional solutions to interpersonal conflict. This stands in sharp contrast with the present situation of people being infantilized by the state through a constant bombardment of fixed social structures, removing all possibility of people developing their own unique solutions. Therefore, anarchists recognize that social custom changes with society. What was once considered normal or natural may become to be seen as oppressive and hateful. This is because the conception of good or evil varies according to the degree of intelligence or of knowledge acquired. There is nothing unchangeable about it. Kropotkin, Op. Cit. p. 92. Only by removing the dead hand of the past can society's ethical base develop and grow with the individuals that make it up. See section A.2.19 for a discussion of anarchist ethics. We should also like to point out here that laws, or the law, also restrict the development of an individual's sense of ethics or morality. This is because it relieves them of the responsibility of determining if something is right or wrong. All they need to know is whether it is legal. The morality of the action is irrelevant. This nationalization of ethics is very handy for the would-be capitalist, governor, or other exploiter. In addition, capitalism also restricts the development of an individual's ethics because it creates the environment where these ethics can be bought. To quote Shakespeare's Richard III, "Second murderer, some certain dregs of conscience are yet within me. First murderer, remember our reward, when the deed's done. Second murderer, zounds! He dies. I had forgot the reward. First murderer, where's thy conscience now? Second murderer, oh, in the Duke of Gloucester's purse." Therefore, as far as the law defending individual rights, it creates the necessary conditions, such as the depersonalization of ethics, the existence of concentrations wealth, and so on, for undermining individual ethical behavior, and so respect for other individuals' rights. As English libertarian socialist Edward Carpenter put it, I think we may fairly make the following general statement, viz., that legal ownership is essentially a negative and antisocial thing, and that unless qualified or antidote by human relationship, it is pretty certain to be positively harmful. In fact, when a man's chief plea is the law allows it, you may be pretty sure he is up to some mischief. The state forces an individual into a relationship with a governing body. This means, as anarchist J.B. Smith put it, taking away from the individual his or her direct interest in life and in his surroundings, blunting his or her moral sense, teaching that he or she must never rely on himself or herself, but upon a small part of men who are elected to do everything, which destroys to a large extent his or her perception of right and wrong. Quoted by William R. McKercher, Freedom and Authority, p. 48 and p. 67f. Individual rights, for anarchists, are best protected in a social environment based on the self-respect and sympathy. Custom, because it is based on the outcome of numerous individual actions and thought reflects, and so encourages the development of, individual ethical standards and so a generalist respect for others. Thus, under anarchism all rules and laws will be little more than suggestions for the guidance of juries which will judge not only the facts but the law, the justice of the law, its applicability to the given circumstances, and the penalty or damage to be inflicted because of its infraction. Under anarchism the law will be so flexible that it will shape itself to every emergency and need no alteration. And it will be regarded as just in proportion to its flexibility, instead of as now in proportion to its rigidity. Benjamin Tucker, The Individualist Anarchists, pages 160-1. Tucker, like other individualist anarchists, believed that the role of juries had been very substantial in the English common law tradition and that they had been gradually emasculated by the state. This system of juries, based on common law/custom, could be the means of ensuring justice in a free society. Tolerance of other individuals depends far more on the attitudes of the society in question than on its system of laws. In other words, even if the law does respect individual rights, if others in society disapprove of an action then they can and will act to stop it, or restrict individual rights. All that the law can do is try to prevent this occurring, but given the power of social custom this is often limited in scope and has to wait until people recognize the need for change. Needless to say, governments can, and have, been far more at the forefront of denying and ignoring individual rights, and so appealing to it for justice is, to say the least, problematic. As such, anarchists are well aware that social custom can be oppressive and, as discussed in section I.5.6, argue for direct action by oppressed minorities to combat any tendency towards dictatorship by the majority. Anarchists, as Kropotkin suggested, are the last to underrate the part which the self-assertion of the individual has played in the evolution of mankind. However, this has often been, and continually is, something quite different from, and far larger and deeper than, the petty, unintelligent narrow-mindedness which, with a large class of writers, goes for individualism and self-assertion. There are two classes of revolted individuals: those who rise up and aim to purify the old institutions of mutual aid, or to work out a higher form of commonwealth, based on the same mutual aid principles, and those who sought to break down the protective institutions of mutual support, with no other intention but to increase their own wealth and their own powers. Mutual aid, pages 18-9. We aim to support and encourage the former. However, while recognizing the potential tyranny of custom, anarchists stress that, firstly, this is a natural part of human society, and, secondly, it palls into insignificance compared to the actual tyranny of the state and the laws it imposes on society in the interests of the few. Facts which, needless to say, ruling elites are at pains to hide. As Kropotkin explained, all our religious, historical, juridical, and social education is imbued with the idea that human beings, if left to themselves, would revert to savagery, that without authority men would eat one another, for nothing, they say, can be expected from the multitude but brutishness and the warring of each against all. Men would perish if above them soared not the elect. These saviors prevent, we are told, the battle of all against all. This, he argued, was nonsense, as a scientific study of societies and institutions brings us to quite different views. It proves that usages and customs created by mankind for the sake of mutual aid, mutual defense, and peace in general, were precisely elaborated by the nameless multitude. And it was these customs that enabled man to survive in his struggle for existence in the midst of extremely hard natural conditions. The notion that the state was merely the instrument of the people is hardly supported by history nor current practice, for what the state and its laws have done is to fix, or rather to crystallize in a permanent form, such customs as already were in existence, and adding to them some new rules of inequality and servile submission of the masses in the interest of the armed rich and the warlike minorities. Evolution and Environment, pages 48-9. Unsurprisingly, then, the state perverts social customs for its own, and the interests of the economically and socially powerful. As society became more and more divided into two hostile classes, one seeking to establish its domination, the other struggling to escape, the strife began. Now the conqueror was in a hurry to secure the results of his actions in a permanent form. He tried to place them beyond question, to make them holy and venerable by every means in his power. Law made its appearance under the sanction of the priest, and the warrior's club was placed at its service. Its office was to render immutable such customs as were to the advantage of the dominant minority. If law, however, presented nothing but a collection of prescriptions serviceable to rulers, it would find some difficulty in ensuring acceptance and obedience. Well, the legislators confounded in one code the two currents of custom. The maxims which represent principles of morality and social union wrought out as a result of life in common, and the mandates which are meant to ensure external existence to inequality. Customs, absolutely essential to the very being of society, are, in the code, cleverly intermingled with usages imposed by the ruling caste, and both claim equal respect from the crowd. Such was the law, and it has maintained its twofold character to this day. Kropotkin, Anarchism, p. 205. In other words, the law has used man's social feelings to get past not only moral precepts which were acceptable to man, but also orders which were useful only to the minority of exploiters against whom he would have rebelled. Kropotkin quoted by Malatesta, Anarchy, pages 24-5. Therefore anarchists argue that state institutions are not only unneeded to create an ethical society, i.e. one based on respecting individuality, but actively undermines such a society. That the economically and politically powerful assert that a state is a necessary condition for a free society and individual space is hardly surprising for, as Malatesta put it, a ruling elite cannot maintain itself for long without hiding its true nature behind a pretense of general usefulness. It cannot impose acceptances of the privileges of the few if it does not pretend to be the guardian of the rights of all. Up. Cit. p. 24. Thus laws exist to keep up the machinery of government which serves to secure to capital the exploitation and monopoly of wealth produced and to facilitate the exploitation of the worker by the capitalist. And people who long for freedom begin the attempt to obtain it by entreating their masters to be kind enough to protect them by modifying the laws which these masters themselves have created. Kropotkin, Op. Cit. p. 200 and p. 210. Therefore, it's important to remember why the state exists, and so whatever actions and rights it promotes for the individual, it exists to protect the powerful against the powerless. Any human rights recognized by the state are a product of social struggle and exist because of past victories in the class war and not due to the kindness of ruling elites. In addition, capitalism itself undermines the ethical foundations of any society by encouraging people to grow accustomed to deceiving their fellows and treating them as a competitor, against whom every means of action is justified. Hence capitalism undermines the basic social context and customs within which individuals develop and need to become fully human and free. Little wonder that a strong state has always been required to introduce a free market, firstly, to protect wealth from the increasingly dispossessed, and secondly, to try to hold society together as capitalism destroys the social fabric which makes a society worth living in. For more on this issue, Kropotkin's classic essay Law and Authority Cannot Be Bettered, contained in Anarchism and Words of a Rebel. I.7.4 Does capitalism protect individuality? Given that many people claim that any form of socialism will destroy liberty, and so individuality, it is worthwhile to consider whether capitalism actually does protect individuality. The answer must be no. Capitalism creates a standardization which helps to distort individuality, and the fact that individuality does exist under capitalism says more about the human spirit than capitalist social relationships. So, why does a system apparently based on the idea of individual profit result in such a deadening of the individual? There are four main reasons. 1. Capitalism produces a hierarchical system which crushes self-government in many areas of life. 2. There is the lack of community which does not provide the necessary supports for the encouragement of individuality. 3. there is the psychological impact of individual profit when it becomes identified purely with monetary gain, as in capitalism. 4. The effects of competition in creating conformity and mindless obedience to authority. We have discussed point 1 on many occasions, see, for example, section B.4. As Emma Goldman put it, under capitalism, the individual must sell his or her labor, and so their inclination and judgment are subordinated to the will of a master. This, naturally, represses individual initiative and the skills needed to know and express one's own mind. This condemns millions of people to be mere nonentities, living corpses without originality or power of initiative, who pile up mountains of wealth for others and pay for it with a gray, dull and wretched existence for themselves. There can be no freedom in the large sense of the word, Goldman stressed, so long as mercenary and commercial considerations play an important part in the determination of personal conduct. Read Emma Speaks, p. 50 hence book Chin. With the hollowing out of community by the market system, we witness the concomitant hollowing out of personality itself. Just as the spiritual and institutional ties that linked human beings together into vibrant social relations are eroded by the mass market, so the sinews that make for subjectivity, character, and self-definition are divested of form and meaning. The isolated, seemingly autonomous ego of modernity turns out to be the mere husk of a once fairly rounded individual whose very completeness as an ego was possible because he or she was rooted in a fairly rounded and complete community. The Ecology of Freedom, p. 211. As regards point 1, given the social relationships it is based on, capitalism cannot foster individuality but only harm it. As Kropotkin argued, obedience towards individuals or metaphysical entities, lead to depression of initiative and servility of mind. Anarchism, p. 285. As far as point 2 goes, we have discussed it above and will not repeat ourselves, see section I.7. The last 2 points are worth discussing more thoroughly, and we will do so here. Taking the third point first, when this kind of greed becomes the guiding aspect of an individual's life, and the society they live in, they usually end up sacrificing their own ego to it. Instead of the individual dominating their greed, greed dominates them, and so they end up being possessed by one aspect of themselves. This selfishness hides the poverty of the ego who practices it. As libertarian Marxist psychiatrist Erich Fromm argued, selfishness if not identical with self-love but with its very opposite. Selfishness is one kind of greediness. Like all greediness, it contains an insatiability, as a consequence of which there is never any real satisfaction. Greed is a bottomless pit which exhausts the person in an endless effort to satisfy the need without ever reaching satisfaction. This type of person is basically not fond of himself, but deeply dislikes himself. The puzzle in this seeming contradiction is easy to solve. Selfishness is rooted in this very lack of fondness for oneself. He does not have the inner security which can exist only on the basis of genuine fondness and affirmation. The Fear of Freedom, pages 99 to 100. In other words, the selfish person allows their greed to dominate their ego and they sacrifice their personality feeding this new god. This was clearly seen by Max Stirner, who denounced this as a one-sided, unopened, narrow egoism which leads the ego being ruled by a passion to which he brings the rest as sacrifices the ego and its own, p. 76. Like all spooks, capitalism results in the self-negation of the individual and so the impoverishment of individuality. Little wonder, then, that a system apparently based upon egotism and individualism ends up weakening individuality. As regards the fourth point, the effects of competition on individuality are equally as destructive. Indeed, a culture dedicated to creating standardized, specialized, predictable human components could find no better way of grinding them out than by making every possible aspect of life a matter of competition. Winning out in this respect does not make rugged individualists. It shapes conformist robots. George Leonard, quoted by Alfie Kohn, No Contest, The Case Against Competition, p. 129. Why is this? Competition is based upon outdoing others, and this can only occur if you are doing the same thing they are. However, individuality is the most unique thing there is, and unique characteristics by definition cannot be ranked, and participating in the process of ranking demands essential conformity. The extensive research into the effects of competition suggests that it in fact encourages rank conformity, as well as undermining the substantial and authentic kind of individualism associated by such free thinkers as Thoreau, Alfie Kohn, Op. Cit. p. 130 and p. 129, as well as impoverishing individuality by encouraging conformity. Competition also makes us less free-thinking and rebellious. Attitude towards authorities and general conduct do count in the kinds of competitions that take place in the office or classroom. If I want to get the highest grades in class, I will not be likely to challenge the teacher's version of whatever topic is being covered. After a while, I may cease to think critically altogether. If people tend to go along to get along, there is even more incentive to go along when the goal is to be number one. In the office or factory where co-workers are rivals, beating out the next person for a promotion means pleasing the boss. Competition acts to extinguish the Promethean fire of rebellion. Op. Cit. p. 130. In section I.4.11 we noted that when an artistic task is turned into a contest, children's work reveals significantly less spontaneity and creativity. In other words, competition reduces creativity and so individuality, because creativity is anti-conformist at its core. It is nothing if not a process of idiosyncratic thinking and risk-taking. Competition inhibits this process. Competition, therefore, will result in a narrowing of our lives, a failing to experience new challenges in favor of trying to win and be successful. It turns life into a series of contests and turns us into cautious, obedient people. We do not sparkle as individuals or embrace collective action when we are in a race. Kohn, Op. Cit. p. 130 and p. 131. So, far from defending individuality, capitalism places a lot of barriers, both physical and mental, in the path of individuals who are trying to express their freedom. Anarchism exists precisely because capitalism has not created the free society its supporters claimed it would. I.8 Does revolutionary Spain show that libertarian socialism can work in practice? Yes. Revolutionary Spain shows you what human beings are like when they are trying to behave as human beings and not as cogs in the capitalist machine. George Orwell, Orwell in Spain, p. 254. At the heart of the transformation were the CNT, the National Confederation of Labor, an anarcho-syndicalist union, and the FAI, Iberian Anarchist Federation. As Murray Bookchin put it, in Spain, millions of people took large segments of the economy into their own hands, collectivized them, administered them, even abolished money and lived by communistic principles of work and distribution, all of this in the midst of a terrible civil war, yet without producing the chaos or even the serious dislocations that were and still are predicted by authoritarian radicals. Indeed, in many collectivist areas, the efficiency with which an enterprise worked by far exceeded that of a comparable one in nationalist or private sectors. This green shoot of revolutionary reality has more meaning for us than the most persuasive theoretical arguments to the contrary. On this score it is not the anarchists who are the unrealistic daydreamers, but their opponents who have turned their backs to the facts or have shamelessly concealed them. Introductory Essay, The Anarchist Collectives, Sam Dolgoff, ed. p. 36. Anarchist and CNT activist Gaston Laval comments that in those areas which defeated the fascist uprising on the 19th of July 1936 a profound social revolution took place based, mostly, on anarchist ideas. In Spain, during almost 3 years, despite a civil war that took 1 million lives, despite the opposition of the political parties, this idea of libertarian communism was put into effect. Very quickly more than 60% of the land was collectively cultivated by the peasants themselves, without landlords, without bosses, and without instituting capitalist competition to spur production. In almost all the industries, factories, mills, workshops, transportation services, public services, and utilities, the rank and file workers, their revolutionary committees, and their syndicates reorganized and administered production, distribution, and public services without capitalists, high-salaried managers, or the authority of the state. Even more, the various agrarian and industrial collectives immediately instituted economic equality in accordance with the essential principle of communism, from each according to his ability and to each according to his needs. They coordinated their efforts through free association in whole regions, created new wealth, increased production, especially in agriculture, built more schools, and bettered public services. They instituted not bourgeois formal democracy but genuine grassroots functional libertarian democracy, where each individual participated directly in the revolutionary reorganization of social life. They replaced the war between men, survival of the fittest, by the universal practice of mutual aid, and replaced rivalry by the principle of solidarity. This experience, in which about 8 million people directly or indirectly participated, opened a new way of life to those who sought an alternative to anti-social capitalism on the one hand, and totalitarian state bogus socialism on the other. Op. Cit. Pages 6-7. Thus about 8 million people directly or indirectly participated in the libertarian-based new economy during the short time it was able to survive the military assaults of the fascists and the attacks and sabotage of the communists and republican state. This in itself suggests that libertarian socialist ideas are of a practical nature. Lest the reader think that Laval and Bookchin are exaggerating the accomplishments and ignoring the failures of the Spanish collectives, in the following subsections we will present specific details and answer some objections often raised by misinformed critics. We will try to present an objective analysis of the revolution, its many successes, its strong and weak points, the mistakes made and possible lessons to be drawn from the experience, both from the successes and the failures. However, this will hardly do justice to the collectivization as it assumed an infinite diversity of forms from village to village, and even in the different firms collectivist in the cities, there was an element of improvisation and of the exceptional wartime conditions experienced by the country, i.e., the war against fascism, and the arrangements had their flaws as well as their good points. José Pirates, The CNT in the Spanish Revolution, Volume 1, p. 223. This libertarian-influenced revolution has, generally, been ignored by historians, or its existence mentioned in passing. Some so-called historians and objective investigators have slandered it and lied about, when not ignoring, the role anarchists played in it. Communist histories are particularly unreliable, to use a polite word for their activities, but it seems that almost every political perspective has done this, including liberal, so-called right-wing libertarian, Stalinist, Trotskyist, Marxist, and so on. So any attempt to investigate what actually occurred in Spain and the anarchists' role in it is subject to a great deal of difficulty. Moreover, the positive role that anarchists played in the revolution and the positive results of our ideas when applied in practice are also downplayed, if not ignored. Indeed, the misrepresentations of the Spanish anarchist movement are downright amazing. See Jerome R. Mintz's wonderful book The Anarchists of Casa Viejas and J. Romero Mora's article The Spanish Case Anarchism Today, J. Jal and D. Apter, eds, for a refutation of many of the standard assertions and distortions about the Spanish anarchist movement by historians. The myths generated by Marxists of various shades are, perhaps needless to say, the most extensive. See the appendix on Marxists and Spanish anarchism for a reply to some of the more common ones. All we can do here is present a summary of the social revolution that took place and attempt to explode a few of the myths that have been created around the work of the CNT and FAI during those years. We must stress that this can be nothing but a short introduction to the Spanish Revolution. We concentrate on the economic and political aspects of the revolution as we cannot cover everything. However, we must mention the social transformations that occurred all across non-fascist Spain. The revolution saw the traditional social relationships between men and women, adults and children, individual and individual transformed, revolutionist in a libertarian way. CNT militant Abel Paz gave a good idea of what happened. Industry is in the hands of the workers, and all the production centers conspicuously fly the red and black flags as well as inscriptions announcing that they have really become collectives. The revolution seems to be universal. Changes are also evident in social relations. The former barriers which used to separate men and women arbitrarily have been destroyed. In the cafes and other public places there is a mingling of the sexes which would have been completely unimaginable before. The revolution has introduced a fraternal character to social relations which has deepened with practice and show clearly that the old world is dead. Durruti, The People Armed, p. 243. The social transformation empowered individuals and these, in turn, transformed society. Anarchist militant Enriqueta Rovira presents a vivid picture of the self-liberation the revolution generated. The atmosphere then, the feelings were very special. It was beautiful. A feeling of, how shall I say it, of power, not in the sense of domination, but in the sense of things being under our control, of under anyone's. Of possibility. We had everything. We had Barcelona, it was ours. You'd walk out in the streets, and they were ours here, CNT, there, commit this or that. It was totally different. Full of possibility. A feeling that we could, together, really do something. That we could make things different. Quoted by Martha A. Acklesberg and Myrna Margulies Brightheart, Terrains of Protest, Striking City Women, pages 151 to 176, Our Generation, Volume 19, Number 1, pages 164 to 5. Moreover, the transformation of society that occurred during the revolution extended to all areas of life and work. For example, the revolution saw the creation of a health workers' union, a true experiment in socialized medicine. They provided medical assistance and opened hospitals and clinics. Juan Gómez Casas, Anarchist Organization, The History of the FAI, p. 192. We discuss this example in some detail in section I.5.12 and so will not do so here. We simply stress that this section of the FAQ is just an introduction to what happened and does not, indeed, cannot, discuss all aspects of the revolution. We just present an overview, bringing out the libertarian aspects of the revolution, the ways workers' self-management was organized, how the collectives organized and what they did. Needless to say, many mistakes were made during the revolution. We point out and discuss some of them in what follows. Moreover, much of what happened did not correspond exactly with what many people consider as the essential steps in a communist, libertarian or otherwise, revolution. Nor, it must be stressed, did much of it reflect the pre-revolution stated aims of the CNT itself. Economically, for example, the collectives themselves were an unexpected development, one which was based on libertarian principles but also reflected the reality of the situation the CNT militants found themselves in. Much the same can be said of the fact that few collectives reached beyond mutualism or collectivism in spite of the CNT seeking a libertarian communist economy. Politically, the fear of a fascist victory made many anarchists accept collaboration with the state as a lesser evil. However, to dismiss the Spanish Revolution because it did not meet the ideals laid out by a handful of revolutionaries beforehand would be sectarian and elitist nonsense. No working-class revolution is pure, no mass struggle is without its contradictions, no attempt to change society is perfect. It is only those who do nothing who make no mistakes, as Kropotkin so correctly pointed out. Anarchism, p. 143. The question is whether the revolution creates a system of institutions which will allow those involved to discuss the problems they face, change the decisions reached and correct any mistakes they make. In this, the Spanish Revolution clearly succeeded, creating organizations based on the initiative, autonomy, and power of working-class people. For more information about the social revolution, Sam Dolgoff's anthology The Anarchist Collectives is an excellent starting place. Gaston Laval's Collectives in the Spanish Revolution is another essential text. José Pirate's Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution and his three-volume quasi-official history The CNT in the Spanish Revolution are key works. Vernon Richards' Lessons of the Spanish Revolution is an excellent critical anarchist work on the revolution and the role of the anarchists. Spain 1936–1939, Social Revolution and Counter-Revolution, edited by Vernon Richards, is a useful collection of articles from the time. Abel Paz's Durruti in the Spanish Revolution is a classic biography of Spanish anarchism's most famous militant. This is an expanded version of his earlier Durruti, The People Armed. Emma Goldman's opinions on the Spanish Revolution are collected in Vision on Fire. Robert Alexander's The Anarchists in the Spanish Civil War is a good general overview of the anarchists' role in the Revolution and Civil War, as is Burnett Bulletin's The Spanish Civil War. Daniel Guerin's anthology No Gods, No Masters has two sections on the Spanish Revolution, one specifically on the collectives. Noam Chomsky's excellent essay Objectivity and Liberal Scholarship indicates how liberal books on the Spanish Civil War can be misleading, unfair and essentially ideological in nature. This classic essay can be found in Chomsky on Anarchism, The Chomsky Reader, and American Power and the New Mandarins. George Orwell's Homage to Catalonia cannot be bettered as an introduction to the subject. Orwell was in the POUM militia at the Aragon front and was in Barcelona during the May days of 1937. This classic account is contained along with other works by Orwell about the conflict in the anthology Orwell in Spain. Murray Boochin's The Spanish Anarchists is a useful history, but ends just as the revolution breaks out and so needs to be completed by his To Remember Spain and the essay Looking Back at Spain. Stuart Christie's We, the Anarchists, is an important history on the Iberian Anarchist Federation. I.8.1 Is the Spanish Revolution inapplicable as a model for modern societies? Quite the reverse. More urban workers took part in the revolution than in the countryside. So while it is true that collectivization was extensive in rural areas, the revolution also made its mark in urban areas and in industry. In total, the regions most affected by collectivization were Catalonia and Aragon, where about 70% of the workforce was involved. The total for the whole of Republican territory was nearly 800,000 on the land and a little more than 1 million in industry. In Barcelona, workers' committees took over all the services, the oil monopoly, the shipping companies, heavy engineering firms such as Volcano, the Ford Motor Company, chemical companies, the textile industry and a host of smaller enterprises. Services such as water, gas, and electricity were working under new management within hours of the storming of the Atarazanas barracks. A conversion of appropriate factories to war production meant that metallurgical concerns had started to produce armed cars by July 22. The industrial workers of Catalonia were the most skilled in Spain. One of the most impressive feats of those early days was the resurrection of the public transport system at a time when the streets were still littered and barricaded. 5 days after the fighting had stopped, 700 tramcars rather than the usual 600, all painted in the black and red colors of the CNTFAI, were operating in Barcelona. Antony Beevor, The Spanish Civil War, pages 91–2. About 75% of Spanish industry was concentrated in Catalonia, the stronghold of the anarchist labor movement, and widespread collectivization of factories took place there. As Sam Dolgoff rightly observed, this refutes decisively the allegation that anarchist organizational principles are not applicable to industrial areas, and if at all, only in primitive agrarian societies or in isolated experimental communities. The Anarchist Collectives, pages 7–8 according to Augustin Souchy. It is no simple matter to collectivize and place on firm foundations an industry employing almost 250,000 textile workers in scores of factories scattered in numerous cities. But the Barcelona Syndicalist Textile Union accomplished this feat in a short time. It was a tremendously significant experiment. The dictatorship of the bosses was toppled, and wages, working conditions and production were determined by the workers and their elected delegates. All functionaries had to carry out the instructions of the membership and report back directly to the men on the job and union meetings. The collectivization of the textile industry shatters once and for all the legend that the workers are incapable of administrating a great and complex corporation. Op. Cit. p. 94. Moreover, Spain in the 1930s was not a backward, peasant country, as is sometimes supposed. Between 1910 and 1930, the industrial working class more than doubled to over 2,500,000. This represented just over 26% of the working population, compared to 16% 20 years previously. In 1930, only 45% of the working population were engaged in agriculture. Ronald Fraser, The Blood of Spain, p. 38. In Catalonia alone, 200,000 workers were employed in the textile industry and 70,000 in metalworking and machinery manufacturing. This was very different than the situation in Russia at the end of World War I, where the urban working class made up only 10% of the population. Capitalist social relations had also penetrated the rural economy by the 1930s, with agriculture oriented to the world market and approximately 90% of farmland in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 37. So by 1936 agriculture was predominantly capitalist, with Spanish agribusiness employing large numbers of laborers who either did not own enough land to support themselves or were landless. The labor movement in the Spanish countryside in the 1930s was precisely based on this large population of rural wage earners. The Socialist UGT Land Workers Union had 451,000 members in 1933, 40% of its total membership, for example. In Russia at the time of the Revolution of 1917, agriculture mostly consisted of small farms on which peasant families worked mainly for their own subsistence, bartering or selling their surplus. Therefore the Spanish Revolution cannot be dismissed as a product of pre-industrial society. The urban collectivizations occurred predominantly in the most heavily industrialist part of Spain and indicate that anarchist ideas are applicable to modern societies. Indeed, comforting Marxist myths aside, the CNT organized most of the unionist urban working class and, internally, agricultural workers were a minority of its membership. By 1936, the CNT was making inroads in Madrid, previously a socialist stronghold, while the UGT main area of growth in the 1930s was with, ironically, rural workers. The revolution in Spain was the work, mostly, of rural and urban wage laborers, joined with poor peasants, fighting a well-developed capitalist system. In summary, then, the anarchist revolution in Spain has many lessons for revolutionaries in developed capitalist countries and cannot be dismissed as a product of industrial backwardness. The main strength of the anarchist movement was in urban areas and, unsurprisingly, the social revolution took place in both the most heavily industrialist areas as well as on the land. I.8.2 How were the anarchists able to obtain mass popular support in Spain? Revolutionary anarchism was introduced in Spain in 1868 by Giuseppe Finelli, an associate of Michael Bakunin, and found fertile soil among both the workers and the peasants. Those historians who gleefully note that Bakunin sent someone who did not speak Spanish to spread his message in Spain forget how close the Latin languages are to each other. Finelli was more than able to be understood by his Spanish and Catalan-speaking hosts who, it should be noted, were already familiar with Proudhon's ideas. The key reason why Bakunin's ideas gained such ready support in Spain was that they reflected ideas that they had already developed themselves. The peasants supported anarchism because of the rural tradition of Iberian collectivism which had existed for generations. The urban workers supported it because its ideas of direct action, solidarity, and free federation of unions corresponded to their needs in their struggle against capitalism and the state. Neither needed to be told that capitalism was oppressive and exploitative or that the state existed to defend this class system. In addition, many Spanish workers were well aware of the dangers of centralization, and the republican tradition in Spain was very much influenced by federalist ideas, coming, in part, from Proudhon's work as popularized by Pi y Margall, soon to become the president of the First Republic. The movement spread back and forth between countryside and cities as urban-based union organizers and anarchist militants visited villages, and peasants and landless agricultural workers came to industrial cities, like Barcelona, looking for work. Therefore, from the start, anarchism in Spain was associated with the labor movement, as Bakunin desired, and so anarchists had a practical area to apply their ideas and spread the anarchist message. By applying their principles in everyday life, the anarchists in Spain ensured that anarchist ideas became commonplace and accepted in a large section of the population. This acceptance of anarchism cannot be separated from the structure and tactics of the CNT and its forerunners. The practice of direct action and solidarity encouraged workers to rely on themselves, to identify and solve their own problems. The decentralist structure of the anarchist unions had an educational effect of their members. By discussing issues, struggles, tactics, ideals and politics in their union assemblies, the members of the union educated themselves and, by the process of self-management in the struggle, prepared themselves for a free society. The very organizational structure of the CNT ensured the dominance of anarchist ideas and the political evolution of the union membership. As one CNT militant from Casas Viejas put it, new members asked for too much, because they lacked education. They thought they could reach the sky without a ladder, they were beginning to learn. There was good faith but lack of education. For that reason we would submit ideas to the assembly, and the bad ideas would be thrown out. Quoted by Jerome R. Mintz, The Anarchists of Casas Viejas, p. 27. It was by working in the union meetings that anarchists influenced their fellow workers. The idea that the anarchists, through the FAI, controlled the CNT is a myth. Not all anarchists in the CNT were members of the FAI, for example. Almost all FAI members were also rank-and-file members of the CNT who took part in union meetings as equals. Anarchists were not members of the FAI indicate this. José Boraz Casacarosa confirmed that ONE has to recognize that the FAI did not intervene in the CNT from above or in an authoritarian manner as did other political parties in the unions. It did so from the base through militants. The decisions which determined the course taken by the CNT were taken under constant pressure from these militants. José Campos noted that FAI militants tended to reject control of confederal committees and only accepted them on specific occasions. If someone proposed a motion in assembly, the other FAI members would support it, usually successfully. It was the individual standing of the Festa in open assembly. Quoted by Stuart Christie, We, the Anarchists, p. 62. This explains the success of anarchism in the CNT. Anarchist ideas, principles, and tactics, submitted to the union assemblies, proved to be good ideas and were not thrown out. The structure of the organization, in other words, decisively influenced the content of the decisions reached as ideas, tactics, union policy, and so on were discussed by the membership, and those which best applied to the members' lives were accepted and implemented. The CNT assemblies showed the validity of Bakunin's arguments for self-managed unions as a means of ensuring workers' control of their own destinies and organizations. As he put it, the union sections could defend their rights and their autonomy against union bureaucracy in only one way: the workers call general membership meetings. In these great meetings of the sections, the items on the agenda were amply discussed and the most progressive opinion prevailed. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 247. The CNT was built on such popular assemblies, with the same radicalizing effect. It showed, in practice, that bosses, capitalist as well as union ones, were not needed. Workers can manage their own affairs directly. As a school for anarchism it could not be bettered, as it showed that anarchist principles were not utopian. The CNT, by being based on workers' self-management of the class struggle, prepared its members for self-management of the revolution and the new society. The Spanish Revolution also shows the importance of anarchist education and media. In a country with a very high illiteracy rate, huge quantities of literature on social revolution were disseminated and read out at meetings for those who could not read. Anarchist ideas were widely discussed. There were tens of thousands of books, pamphlets, and tracts, vast and daring cultural and popular educational experiments, the Ferrer schools, that reached into almost every village and hamlet throughout Spain. Sam Dolgoff, The Anarchist Collectives, p. 27. The discussion of political, economic, and social ideas was continuous, and the Centro Local Union Hall became the gathering place to discuss social issues and to dream and plan for the future. Those who aspired to learn to read and write would sit around, studying. Mintz, Op. Cit. p. 161. Anarchist militant described it as follows. With what joy the orators were received whenever a meeting was held. We spoke that night about everything, of the ruling inequality of the regime and of how one had a right to a life without selfishness, hatred, without wars and suffering. We were called on another occasion and a crowd gathered larger than the first time. That's how the Pueblo started to evolve, fighting the present regime to win something by which they could sustain themselves, and dreaming of the day when it would be possible to create that society some depict in books, others by word of mouth. Avid for learning, they read everything, debated, discussed, and chatted about the different modes of perfect social existence. Perez Cordon, quoted by Mintz, Op. Cit. p. 158. Newspapers and periodicals were extremely important. By 1919, more than 50 towns in Andalusia had their own libertarian newspapers. By 1934 the CNT had a membership of around 1 million and the anarchist press covered all of Spain. In Barcelona the CNT published a daily, Solidaridad Obrera, Worker Solidarity, with a circulation of 30,000. The FI's magazine Tierra y Libertad, Land and Liberty, had a circulation of 20,000. In Gijón there was Vida Obrera, Working Life, in Seville El Productor, The Producer, and in Saragossa Acción y Cultura, Action and Culture, each with a large circulation. There were many more. As well as leading struggles, organizing unions, and producing books, papers, and periodicals, the anarchists also organized libertarian schools, cultural centers, cooperatives, anarchist groups, the FAI, youth groups, the Libertarian Youth, and women's organizations, the Free Women Movement. They applied their ideas in all walks of life and so ensured that ordinary people saw that anarchism was practical and relevant to them. This was the great strength of the Spanish anarchist movement. It was a movement that, in addition to possessing a revolutionary ideology was also capable of mobilizing action around objectives firmly rooted in the life and conditions of the working class. It was this ability periodically to identify and express widely felt needs and feelings that, together with its presence at community level, formed the basis of the strength of radical anarchism, and enabled it to build a mass base of support. Nick Ryder, The Practice of Direct Action, The Barcelona Rent Strike of 1931, pages 79 to 105, For Anarchism, David Goodway, ed., p. 99. Historian Tema Kaplan stressed this in her work on the Andalusian anarchists. She argued that the anarchists were rooted in social life and created a movement firmly based in working-class culture. They formed trade unions, affinity groups such as housewives' sections, and broad cultural associations such as workers' circles, where the anarchist press was read and discussed. Their great strength lay in the merger of communal and militant trade union traditions. In towns where the vast majority worked in agriculture, agricultural workers' unions came to be identified with the community as a whole. Anarchism showed that the demands of agricultural workers and proletarians could be combined with community support to create an insurrectionary situation. It would be a mistake to argue that village anarchism in Andalusia was distinct from militant unionism, or that the movement was a surrogate religion. Anarchists of Andalusia, 1868 to 1903, p. 211, p. 207 and pages 204 to 5. The Spanish anarchists, before and after the CNT was formed, fought in and out of the factory for economic, social, and political issues. This refusal of the anarchists to ignore any aspect of life ensured that they found many willing to hear their message, a message based around the ideas of individual liberty. Such a message could do nothing but radicalize workers, for the demands of the CNT went much further than those of any social democrat, with its emphasis on true equality, autogestion, self-management and working class dignity. Anarcho-syndicalism made demands the capitalist system could not possibly grant to the workers. J. Romero Mora, The Spanish Case, pages 60 to 83, Anarchism Today, D. Apter and J. Jal, eds, p. 79. Strikes, due to the lack of strike funds, depended on mutual aid to be won, which fostered a strong sense of solidarity and class consciousness in the CNT membership. Strikes did not just involve workers. For example, workers in Jerez responded to bosses importing workers from Malaga with a weapon of their own, a boycott of those using strike breakers. The most notable boycotts were against landowners near Jerez who also had commercial establishments in the city. The workers and their wives refused to buy there, and the women stationed themselves nearby to discourage other shoppers. Mince, Op. Cit. p. 102. The structure and tactics of the CNT encouraged the politicization, initiative, and organizational skills of its members. It was a federal, decentralist body, based on direct discussion and decision-making from the bottom up. The CNT tradition was to discuss and examine everything, as one militant put it. In addition, the CNT created a viable and practical example of an alternative method by which society could be organized. A method which was based on the ability of ordinary people to direct society themselves, and which showed in practice that special ruling authorities are undesirable and unnecessary. This produced a revolutionary working class the likes of which the world has rarely seen. As José Pirates pointed out, above the union level, the CNT was an eminently political organization, a social and revolutionary organization for agitation and insurrection. Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, p. 239. The CNT was organized in such a way as to encourage solidarity and class consciousness. Its organization was based on the Sindicato Único, one union, which united all workers of the same workplace in the same union. Instead of organizing by trade, and so dividing the workers into numerous different unions, the CNT united all workers in a workplace into the same organization. All trades, skilled and unskilled, were in a single organization, and so solidarity was increased and encouraged, as well as increasing their fighting power by eliminating divisions within the workforce. All the unions in an area were linked together into a local federation, the local federations into a regional federation, and so on. As J. Romero Mora argued, the territorial basis of organization linkage brought all the workers from one area together and fomented working class solidarity over and above corporate industry or trade solidarity. Op. Cit. p. 75. Thus the structure of the CNT encouraged class solidarity and consciousness. In addition, being based on direct action and self-management, the union ensured that working people became accustomed to managing their own struggles and acting for themselves, directly. This prepared them to manage their own personal and collective interests in a free society, as seen by the success of the self-managed collectives created in the revolution. Thus the process of self-managed struggle and direct action prepared people for the necessities of the social revolution and the anarchist society it built, as Bakunin argued, the seeds of the future in the present. In other words, the route to radicalization came from direct involvement in struggle and in the design of alternative social institutions. Every strike and action empowered those involved and created a viable alternative to the existing system. For example, while the strikes and food protests in Barcelona at the end of the First World War did not topple the government, patterns of organization established then provided models for the anarchist movement for years to follow. Martha A. Acklesberg and Myrna Margulies Breithart, Terrains of Protest, Striking City Women, pages 151 to 176, Our Generation, Volume 19, Number 1, p. 164. The same could be said of every strike, which confirmed Bakunin's and Kropotkin's stress on the strike as not only creating class consciousness and confidence but also the structures necessary to not only fight capitalism, but to replace it. In summary, then, anarchism gained mass support by anarchists participating in mass struggles and movements, showing that its ideas and ideals were applicable to working class experiences. In fact, to even wonder why anarchism gained support in Spain is, to some degree, to implicitly assume, with Marxists of various shades, that only state socialism reflects the needs of working class people. Discussing the question why the social democratic or communist movements did not replace anarchism in Spain, historian J. Romero Mora correctly pointed out that this is based on the false assumption that the anarcho-syndicalist conception of the workers' struggle in pre-revolutionary society was completely at odds with what the real social process signified, hence the constant reference to religious messianic models as explanations. After discussing and refuting 5 common suggestions for the success of anarchism in Spain, he concluded that the explanation of Spanish anarcho-syndicalism's success in organizing a mass movement with a sustained revolutionary élan should initially be sought in the very nature of the anarchist conception of society and of how to achieve revolution. Op. Cit p. 78 and p. 65. It was the revolutionary nature of the CNT that created a militant membership who were willing and able to use direct action to defend their liberty. Unlike the Marxist-led German workers, organized in a centralist fashion and trained in the obedience required by hierarchy, who did nothing to stop Hitler, the Spanish working class, like their comrades in anarchist unions in Italy, took to the streets to stop fascism. The revolution in Spain did not just happen, it was the result of nearly 70 years of persistent anarchist agitation and revolutionary struggle, including a long series of strikes, protests, boycotts, uprisings, and other forms of direct action that prepared the peasants and workers organize popular resistance to the attempted fascist coup in July 1936 and to take control of society when they had defeated it in the streets. I.8.3 How were Spanish industrial collectives organized? Martha A. Acklesberg gives us an excellent short summary of how the industrial collectives were organized. Pre-existing structures of worker organization made possible a workers' takeover of much of the industrial economy, especially in Catalonia. Factory committees formed to direct production and coordinate with other units within the same industry. Union organizations coordinated both the production and distribution of manufactured goods across industries and regions. In most collectivist industries, general assemblies of workers decided policy, while elected committees managed affairs on a day-to-day basis. Free Women of Spain, p. 100. The collectives were based on workers' democratic self-management of their workplaces, using productive assets that were under the custodianship of the entire working community and administered through federations of workers' associations. The collectives organized during the Spanish Civil War were workers' economic associations without private property. The fact that collective plants were managed by those who worked in them did not mean that these establishments became their private property. The collective had no right to sell or rent all or any part of the collectivist factory or workshop. The rightful custodian was the CNT, the National Confederation of Workers' Associations. But not even the CNT had the right to do as it pleased. Everything had to be decided and ratified by the workers themselves through conferences and congresses. Agustin Suchy, The Anarchist Collectives, p. 67. In Catalonia every factory elected its administrative committee composed of its most capable workers. Depending on the size of the factory, the function of these committees included inner plant organization, statistics, finance, correspondence, and relations with other factories and with the community. Several months after collectivization, the textile industry of Barcelona was in far better shape than under capitalist management. Here was yet another example to show that grassroots socialism from below does not destroy initiative. Greed is not the only motivation in human relations. Suchy, Op. Cit. p. 95. Thus the individual collective was based on a mass assembly of those who worked there. This assembly nominated administrative staff who were mandated to implement the decisions of the assembly and who had to report back, and were accountable, to that assembly. For example, in Castellan de la Plana every month the Technical and Administrative Council presented the General Assembly of the Syndicate with a report which was examined and discussed if necessary, and finally introduced when this majority thought it of use. Thus all the activities were known and controlled by all the workers. We find here a practical example of libertarian democracy. Gaston Laval, Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 303. Power rested at the base of the collective, with all important decisions being taken by the general assemblies of the workers, which were widely attended and regularly held. If an administrator did something which the General Assembly had not authorized, he was likely to be deposed at the next meeting. An example of this process can be seen from the Casa Riviera Company. After the defeat of the Army coup, a control committee, Comité de Control, was named by the Barcelona Metal Workers Union to take over temporary control of the enterprises. A few weeks after July 19, there was the first General Assembly of the firm's workers. It elected an enterprise committee, Comité de Empresa, to take control of the firm on a more permanent basis. Each of the 4 sections of the firm, the 3 factories and the office staff, held their own general assemblies at least once a week. There they discussed matters ranging from the most important affairs to the most trivial. Robert Alexander, The Anarchists in the Spanish Civil War, Volume 1, p. 469 and p. 532. In summary, the collectives in Spain were marked by workplace self-management. They successfully implemented the long-standing libertarian goal of turning industry from an autocracy to a democracy, of replacing wage labor with free labor based on the association of equals, see section I.3.1. However, it would be a mistake to assume, as many do, particularly Marxists, that the CNT and FAI considered the creation of self-managed collectives as the end of the revolution. Far from it. While they embodied such key libertarian principles as workers' self-management, they were fundamentally a product of both anarchist ideas and the specific situation in which they were created. Rather than seek a market system of producer cooperatives, the CNT was committed to the full socialization of the economy and the creation of libertarian communism. The collectives were, as a result, seen as development towards that goal rather than as an end in themselves. Moreover, as historian Ronald Fraser notes, it was doubtful that the CNT had seriously envisaged collectivization of industry, before this time. The Blood of Spain, p. 212. CNT policy was opposed to the collectivization decree of the Catalonian government, for example, which formalized, and controlled, the spontaneous gains of the revolution as expressed by the collectives. Therefore, the collectives were, initially, a form of self-management straddling capitalism and socialism, which we maintain would not have occurred had the revolution been able to extend itself fully under the direction of our syndicates. In other words, the revolution saw the abolition of wage labor but not of the wages system. Thus capitalism was replaced by mutualism, not the socialism desired by most anarchists, namely libertarian communism. As economic and political development are closely related, the fact that the CNT did not carry out the political aspect of the revolution meant that the revolution in the economy was doomed to failure. As Laval stressed, in the industrial collectives, especially in the large towns, matters proceeded differently as a consequence of contradictory factors and of opposition created by the coexistence of social currents emanating from different social classes. Gaston Laval, Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, pages 227-8 and p. 227. That the initial forms of the revolution were not as expected should, perhaps, be unsurprising. After all, no social transformation ever exactly matches the hopes of those who had advocated it, and the people had more pressing matters to attend to, such as restarting production and fighting Franco. So it is utterly understandable that the collectives only embodied some and not all aspects of aims of the CNT and FAI. Moreover, Social change does not produce instant perfect transformations, and the workers had to build new circuits of consumption and distribution, new types of social relations between the proletariat and the peasantry, and new modes of production. Abel Paz, Durruti in the Spanish Revolution, p. 451. That process was started, even if it were initially incomplete. That a wider goal was envisioned by these organizations can be seen from the fact that union activists sought to extend the degree of socialization. So, and again in line with libertarian theory, the collectives also expressed a desire to cooperate within and across industries, see section I.3.5. These attempts at federation and coordination will be discussed in next section, along with some of the conclusions that can be drawn from these experiments. 4. As would be expected, this attempt to introduce libertarian socialism had its drawbacks as well as successes. I.8.4 How were the Spanish industrial collectives coordinated? The methods of cooperation tried by the collectives varied considerably. Initially, there were very few attempts to coordinate economic activities beyond the workplace. This is hardly surprising, given that the overwhelming need was to restart production, convert a civilian economy to a wartime one, and to ensure that the civilian population and militias were supplied with necessary goods. This led to a situation of anarchist mutualism developing, with many collectives selling the product of their own labor on the market. This led to some economic problems, as there existed no framework of institutions between collectives to ensure efficient coordination of activity, and so led to pointless competition between collectives, which led to even more problems. As there were initially no confederations of collectives nor mutual/communal banks, this led to the continuation of any inequalities that initially existed between collectives, due to the fact that workers took over rich and poor capitalist firms, and it made the many ad hoc attempts at mutual aid between collectives difficult and often of an ad hoc nature. Given that the CNT program of libertarian communism recognized that a fully cooperative society must be based upon production for use, CNT militants fought against this system of mutualism and for inter-workplace coordination. They managed to convince their fellow workers of the difficulties of mutualism by free debate and discussion within their unions and collectives. Given this, the degree of socialization varied over time, as would be expected. Initially, after the defeat of Franco's forces, there was little formal coordination and organization. The most important thing was to get production started again. However, the needs of coordination soon became obvious, as predicted in anarchist theory and the program of the CNT. Gaston Laval gives the example of Hospitalet del Llobregat with regards to this process. Local industries went through stages almost universally adopted in that revolution. In the first instance, comites nominated by the workers employed in them were organized. Production and sales continued in each one. But very soon it was clear that this situation gave rise to competition between the factories, creating rivalries which were incompatible with the socialist and libertarian outlook. So the CNT launched the watchword, all industries must be ramified in the syndicates, completely socialized, and the regime of solidarity which we have always advocated be established once and for all. The idea won support immediately. Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, pages 291-2. Another example was the Woodworkers' Union, which had a massive debate on socialization and decided to do so. The Shop Workers' Union had a similar debate, but the majority of workers rejected socialization. According to Ronald Fraser, a union delegate would go round the small shops, point out to the workers that the conditions were unhealthy and dangerous, that the revolution was changing all this, and secure their agreement to close down and move to the union-built XX and the 33 EU. Ronald Fraser, Blood of Spain, p. 222. A plenum of syndicates met in December of 1936 and formulated norms for socialization, in which the inefficiency of the capitalist industrial system was analyzed. The report of the plenum stated, "The major defect of most small manufacturing shops is fragmentation and lack of technical/commercial preparation. This prevents their modernization and consolidation into better and more efficient units of production, with better facilities and coordination. For us, socialization must correct these deficiencies and systems of organization in every industry. To socialize an industry, we must consolidate the different units of each branch of industry in accordance with a general and organic plan which will avoid competition and other difficulties impeding the good and efficient organization of production and distribution. Quoted by Sushi, Anarchist Collectives, p. 83. As Sushi pointed out, this document is very important in the evolution of collectivization, because it indicates a realization that workers must take into account that partial collectivization will in time degenerate into a kind of bourgeois cooperativism. Op. Cit. p. 83. Thus many collectives did not compete with each other for profits, as surpluses were pooled and distributed on a wider basis than the individual collective. This process went on in many different unions and collectives and, unsurprisingly, the forms of coordination agreed to lead to different forms of organization in different areas and industries, as would be expected in a free society. However, the two most important forms can be termed syndicalization and confederationalism. We will ignore the forms created by the collectivization decree as these were not created by the workers themselves. Syndicalization, our term, meant that the CNT's industrial union ran the whole industry. This solution was tried by the Woodworkers' Union after extensive debate. One section of the union, dominated by the FAI, maintained that anarchist self-management meant that the workers should set up and operate autonomous centers of production so as to avoid the threat of bureaucratization. However, those in favor of syndicalization won the day and production was organized in the hands of the union, with administration posts and delegate meetings elected by the rank and file. However, the major failure, and which supported the original anarchist objection, was that the union became like a large firm and its structure grew increasingly rigid. Ronald Fraser, Blood of Spain, p. 222. According to one militant, from the outside it began to look like an American or German trust and the workers found it difficult to secure any changes and felt they weren't particularly involved in decision making. Quoted by Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 222 and p. 223. However, this did not stop workers re-electing almost all posts at the first annual General Assembly. In the end, the major difference between the union-run industry and a capitalist firm organizationally appeared to be that workers could vote for, and recall, the industry management at relatively regular General Assembly meetings. While a vast improvement on capitalism, it is hardly the best example of participatory self-management in action. However, it must be stressed that the economic problems caused by the Civil War and Stalinist-led counter-revolution obviously would have had an effect on the internal structure of any industry, and so we cannot say that the form of organization created was totally responsible for any marginalization that took place. The other important form of cooperation was what we will term confederalization. This system was based on horizontal links between workplaces, via the CNT union, and allowed a maximum of self-management and mutual aid. This form of cooperation was practiced by the Badalona textile industry, and had been defeated in the Woodworkers' Union. It was based upon each workplace being run by its elected management, selling its own production, getting its own orders and receiving the proceeds. However, everything each mill did was reported to the union, which charted progress and kept statistics. If the union felt that a particular factory was not acting in the best interests of the collectivist industry as a whole, the enterprise was informed and asked to change course. This system ensured that the dangers of the big union trust as of the atomist collective were avoided. Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 229. According to one militant, the union acted more as a socialist control of collectivist industry than as a direct hierarchist executive. The Federation of Collectives created the first social security system in Spain, which included retirement pay, free medicines, sick and maternity pay, and a compensation fund was organized to permit the economically weaker collectives to pay their workers, the amount each collective contributed being in direct proportion to the number of workers employed. Quoted by Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 229. As can be seen, the industrial collectives coordinated their activity in many ways, with varying degrees of success. As would be expected, mistakes were made and different solutions found, as an anarchist society can hardly be produced overnight. As discussed in section H.2.5, anarchists have always been aware that social transformation takes time. So it is hardly surprising that the workers of the CNT faced numerous problems and had to develop their self-management experiment as objective conditions allowed them to. Unfortunately, thanks to fascist aggression and Communist Party and Republican backstabbing, the experiment did not last long enough to fully answer all the questions we have about the viability of the solutions tried. Given time, however, we are sure they would have solved the problems they faced, for the social experimentation which was conducted was not only highly successful but also rich in promise. I.8.5 How were the Spanish agricultural cooperatives organized and coordinated? José Pirates described collectivization among the peasantry as follows. The expropriated lands were turned over to the peasant syndicates, and it was these syndicates that organized the first collectives. Generally the holdings of small property owners were respected, always on the condition that only they or their families would work the land, without employing wage labor. In areas like Catalonia, where the tradition of petty peasant ownership prevailed, the land holdings were scattered. There were no great estates. Many of these peasants, together with the CNT, organized collectives, pooling their land, animals, tools, chickens, grain, fertilizer, and even their harvested crops. Privately owned farms located in the midst of collectives interfered with efficient cultivation by splitting up the collectives into disconnected parcels. To induce owners to move, they were given more or even better land located on the perimeter of the collective. The collectivist who had nothing to contribute to the collective was admitted with the same rights and the same duties as the others. In some collectives, those joining had to contribute their money, Girondella in Catalonia, Lagunarada in Aragon, and Cervera del Maestre in Valencia. The anarchist collectives, p. 112. Dolgoff observed that supreme power was vested in, and actually exercised by, the membership in general assemblies, and all power derived from, and flowed back to, the grassroots organizations of the people. Up. CIT, p. 119 FN. Pirates also noted that the collectives were fiercely democratic as regards decision-making. For example, in Adamas assemblies were held every Saturday, while in Alcalá de Cinca they were held whenever necessary. Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, p. 146. Eyewitness Gaston Laval summarized this explosion in self-management as follows. Regular general membership meetings were convoced weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, and these meetings were completely free of the tensions and recriminations which inevitably emerge when the power of decisions is vested in a few individuals, even if democratically elected. The assemblies were open for everyone to participate in the proceedings. Democracy embraced all social life. In most cases, even the individualists who were not members of the collective could participate in the discussions, and they were listened to by the collectivists. The anarchist collectives, p. 119 FN. Work was usually done in groups on a cooperative basis. In smaller collectives, all workers gathered to discuss the work needed to be done and how to allocate it. In larger collectives, representatives of each work group would gather at regular intervals. General assemblies of the collective met on a weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly basis, and took up issues ranging from hours and wages to the distribution of food and clothing. Martha A. Acklesberg in Free Women of Spain, p. 106. It was in these face-to-face assemblies that decisions upon the distribution of resources were decided both within and out with the collective. Here, when considering the importance of mutual aid, appeals were made to an individual's sense of empathy. As one activist remembered, there were, of course, those who didn't want to share and who said that each collective should take care of itself. But they were usually convinced in the assemblies. We would try to speak to them in terms they understood. We'd ask, did you think it was fair when the cacique local boss let people starve if there wasn't enough work? And they said, of course not. they would eventually come around. Don't forget, there were 300,000 collectivists in Aragon, but only 10,000 of us had been members of the CNT. We had a lot of educating to do. Quoted by Ackelsberg, Op. CIT, p. 107. In addition, regional federations of collectives were formed in many areas of Spain, for example, in Aragon and the Levant. The federations were created at congresses to which the collectives in an area sent delegates. These congresses agreed a series of general rules about how the federation would operate and what commitments the affiliated collectives would have to each other. The Congress elected an administration council, which took responsibility for implementing agreed policy. The Levant Federation was organized as follows. The 900 collectives were brought together in 54 cantonal federations which grouped themselves and at the same time subdivided into 5 provincial federations which at the top level ended in the regional comite. This was nominated directly by the annual congresses answerable to them and to the hundreds of peasant delegates chosen by their comrades. It was also on their initiative that the Levant Federation was divided into 26 general sections in accordance with specializations in work and other activities. Those 26 sections constituted a whole which embraced probably for the first time in history outside the state and governmental structures, the whole of social life. Gaston Laval, Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 154. The Aragon Federation statutes were agreed at its founding Congress in mid-February 1937 by 500 delegates. These stated that there would be as many county federations as deemed necessary for the proper running of the collectives and the federation would hold its ordinary congress at intervals of 6 months, in addition to whatever extraordinary ones, deemed appropriate. New collectives could join after consent in General Assembly of the inhabitants of the collective. The federation aimed to coordinate the economic potential of the region and, be geared towards solidarity in accordance with the norms of autonomy and federalism. Quoted by José Pirates, The CNT in the Spanish Revolution, Volume 1, p. 240. These federations had many tasks. They ensured the distribution of surplus produce to the front line and to the cities, cutting out middlemen and ensuring the end of exploitation. They also arranged for exchanges between collectives to take place. In addition, the federations allowed the individual collectives to pool resources together in order to improve the infrastructure of the area, building roads, canals, hospitals, and so on, and invest in means of production which no one collective could afford. In this way individual collectives pooled their resources, increased and improved the means of production and the social and economic infrastructure of their regions. All this, combined with an increase of consumption in the villages and towns as well as the feeding of militia men and women fighting the fascists at the front. Rural collectivizations allowed the potential creative energy that existed among the rural workers and peasants to be unleashed, an energy that had been wasted under private property. The popular assemblies allowed community problems and improvements to be identified and solved directly, drawing upon the ideas and experiences of everyone and enriched by discussion and debate. To quote one participant, we were always prepared to adapt our ideas in every area of collective life if things did not work. That was the advantage of our collectives over state-created ones like those in Russia. We were free. Each village could do as it pleased. There was local stimulus, local initiative. Quoted by Ronald Fraser, Blood of Spain, p. 357. As we discuss in the next section, this enabled rural Spain to be transformed from one marked by poverty and fear into one of increased well-being and hope. I.8.6 What did the agricultural collectives accomplish? Most basically, self-management in collectives combined with cooperation in rural federations allowed an improvement in quality of rural life. From a purely economic viewpoint, production increased and as historian Benjamin Martin summarizes, though it is impossible to generalize about the rural land takeovers, there is little doubt that the quality of life for most peasants who participated in cooperatives and collectives notably improved. The agony of modernization, p. 394. Another historian, Anthony Beaver, notes that in terms of production and improved standards for the peasants, the self-managed collectives appear to have been successful. They also seem to have encouraged harmonious community relations. The Spanish Civil War, p. 95. More importantly, however, this improvement in the quality of life included an increase in freedom as well as in consumption. To requote the member of the Besit collective in Aragon, it was marvelous to live in a collective, a free society where one could say what one thought, where if the village committee seemed unsatisfactory one could say. The committee took no big decisions without calling the whole village together in a general assembly. All this was wonderful. Quoted by Ronald Fraser, Blood of Spain, p. 288. As Beaver suggests, self-managed collectives were much happier when no better off than before. What mattered was that the laborers ran their own collectives, a distinct contrast to the disasters of state collectivization in the Soviet Union. Op. Cit. p. 95. Here are a few examples provided by José Pirates. In Mont Blanc the collective dug up the old useless vines and planted new vineyards. The land, improved by modern cultivation with tractors, yielded much bigger and better crops. Many Aragon collectives built new roads and repaired old ones, installed modern flour mills, and processed agricultural and animal waste into useful industrial products. Many of these improvements were first initiated by the collectives. Some villages, like Calanda, built parks and baths. Almost all collectives established libraries, schools, and cultural centers. The anarchist collectives, p. 116. Gaston Laval pointed out that the Peasant Federation of Levant produced more than half of the total orange crop in Spain, almost 4 million kilos. 1 kilo equals about 2 1/4 pounds. It then transported and sold through its own commercial organization, no middlemen, more than 70% of the crop. The Federation's commercial organization included its own warehouses, trucks, and boats. Early in 1938 the export section established its own agencies in France, Marseilles, Perpignan, Bordeaux, Cherbourg, and Paris. Out of a total of 47,000 hectares in all Spain devoted to rice production, the collective in the province of Valencia cultivated 30,000 hectares. Op. Cit. p. 124. To quote Pirates again. Preoccupation with cultural and pedagogical innovations was an event without precedent in rural Spain. The Amposta collectivists organized classes for semi-literates, kindergartens, and even a school of arts and professions. The Ciro schools were free to all neighbors, collectivists or not. Grau installed a school named after its most illustrious citizen, Joaquin Costa. The Calanda collective, pop only 4,500, schooled 1,233 children. The best students were sent to the Lyceum in Casp, with all expenses paid by the collective. The Alcoriza, pop 4,000, school was attended by 600 children. Many of the schools were installed in abandoned convents. In Granadella, pop 2,000, classes were conducted in the abandoned barracks of the civil guards. Graus organized a print library and a school of arts and professions, attended by 60 pupils. The same building housed a school of fine arts and high-grade museum. In some villages a cinema was installed for the first time. The Penalba cinema was installed in a church. Vilatkina built an experimental agricultural laboratory. Op. Cit. p. 116. Pirates summed up the accomplishments of the agricultural collectives as follows. In distribution the collectives' cooperatives eliminated middlemen, small merchants, wholesalers, and profiteers, thus greatly reducing consumer prices. The collectives eliminated most of the parasitic elements from rural life, and would have wiped them out altogether if they were not protected by corrupt officials and by the political parties. Non-collectivized areas benefited indirectly from the lower prices as well as from free services often rendered by the collectives, laundries, cinemas, schools, barber and beauty parlors, etc. Op. Cit. p. 114. Laval emphasized the following achievements, among others. In the agrarian collective, solidarity was practiced to the greatest degree. Not only was every person assured of the necessities, but the district federations increasingly adopted the principle of mutual aid on an intercollective scale. For this purpose they created common reserves to help out villages less favored by nature. In Castile, special institutions for this purpose were created. In industry, this practice seems to have begun in Hospitalet, on the Catalan railways, and was applied later in Alcoy. Had the political compromise not impeded open socialization, the practices of mutual aid would have been much more generalist. A conquest of enormous importance was the right of women to livelihood, regardless of occupation or function. In about half of the agrarian collectives, the women received the same wages as men, in the rest the women received less, apparently on the principle that they rarely live alone. In all the agrarian collectives of Aragon, Catalonia, Levant, Castile, Andalusia, and Extremadura, the workers formed groups to divide the labor or the land. Usually they were assigned to definite areas. Delegates elected by the work groups met with the collective's delegate for agriculture to plan out the work. This typical organization arose quite spontaneously, by local initiative. In addition, the collective as a whole met in weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly assembly. The assembly reviewed the activities of the councillors it named, and discussed special cases and unforeseen problems. All inhabitants, men and women, producers and non-producers, took part in the discussion and decisions. In land cultivation the most significant advances were, the rapidly increased use of machinery and irrigation, greater diversification, and forestation. In stock raising, the selection and multiplication of breeds, the adaptation of breeds to local conditions, and large-scale construction of collective stock barns. Op. Cit. Pages 166 to 167. Collectivization, as Graham Kelsey notes, allowed a rationalization of village societies and a more efficient use of the economic resources available. Instead of carpenters and bricklayers remaining idle because no wealthy landowner had any use for their services, they were put to work constructing agricultural facilities and providing the villages with the kind of social amenities which until then they had scarcely been able to imagine. Anarcho-syndicalism, libertarian communism, and the state, p. 169. Martha A. Acklesberg sums up the experience well. The achievements of these collectives were extensive. In many areas they maintained, if not increased, agricultural production, not forgetting that many young men were at the front line, often introducing new patterns of cultivation and fertilization. Collectivists built chicken coops, barns, and other facilities for the care and feeding of the community's animals. Federations of collectives coordinated the construction of roads, schools, bridges, canals, and dams. Some of these remain to this day as lasting contributions of the collectives to the infrastructure of rural Spain. The collectivists also arranged for the transfer of surplus produce from wealthier collectives to those experiencing shortages, either directly from village to village or through mechanisms set up by regional committees. The Free Women of Spain, pages 106 to 7. As well as this intercollective solidarity, the rural collectives also supplied food to the front-line troops. The collectives voluntarily contributed enormous stocks of provisions and other supplies to the fighting troops. UTIL sent 1,490 liters of oil and 300 bushels of potatoes to the Madrid front, in addition to huge stocks of beans, rice, buckwheat, etc. Perales de Tujana sent great quantities of bread, oil, flour, and potatoes to the front, and eggs, meat, and milk to the military hospital. The efforts of the collectives take on added significance when we take into account that their youngest and most vigorous workers were fighting in the trenches. 200 members of the little collective of Villeboy were at the front, from Valdecans, 60, Amposta, 300, and Calanda, 500. José Pirates, the anarchist collectives, p. 120. Therefore, as well as significant economic achievements, the collectives ensured social and political ones too. Solidarity was practiced and previously marginalized people took direct and full management of the affairs of their communities, transforming them to meet their own needs and desires. I.8.7 Were the rural collectives created by force? No, they were not. The myth that the rural collectives were created by terror, organized and carried out by the anarchist militia, was started by the Stalinists of the Spanish Communist Party. More recently, certain right-wing libertarians have warmed up and repeated these Stalinist fabrications. Anarchists have been disproving these allegations since 1936, and it is worthwhile to do so again here. As Vernon Richards noted, however discredited Stalinism may appear to be today, the fact remains that the Stalinist lies and interpretation of the Spanish Civil War still prevail, presumably because it suits the political prejudices of those historians who are currently interpreting it. Introduction, Gaston Laval, Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 11. Here we shall present evidence to refute claims that the rural collectives were created by force. Firstly, we should point out that rural collectives were created in many different areas of Spain, such as the Levant, 900 collectives, Castile, 300, and Extremadura, 30, where the anarchist militia did not exist. In Catalonia, for example, the CNT militia passed through many villages on its way to Aragon, and only around 40 collectives were created, unlike the 450 in Aragon. In other words, the rural collectivization process occurred independently of the existence of anarchist troops, with the majority of the 1,700 rural collectives created in areas without a predominance of anarchist militias. One historian, Ronald Fraser, seems to imply that collectives were imposed upon the Aragon population. As he put it, the collectivization, carried out under the general cover, if not necessarily the direct agency, of CNT militia columns, represented a revolutionary minority's attempt to control not only production but consumption for egalitarian purposes and the needs of the war. Notice that he does not suggest that the anarchist militia actually imposed the collectives, a claim for which there is little or no evidence. Moreover, Fraser presents a somewhat contradictory narrative to the facts he presents. On the one hand, he suggests that obligatory collectivization was justified, in some libertarians' eyes, by a reasoning closer to war communism than to libertarian communism. On the other hand, he presents extensive evidence that the collectives did not have a 100% membership rate. How can collectivization be obligatory if people remain outside the collectives? Similarly, he talks of how some CNT militia leaders justified forced collectivization in terms of the war effort while acknowledging the official CNT policy of opposing forced collectivization, an opposition expressed in practice as only around 20, i.e., 5%, of the collectives were total. Blood of Spain, p. 370, p. 349 and p. 366. This is shown in his own book as collectivists interviewed continually note that people remained outside their collectives. Thus Fraser's attempts to paint the Aragon collectives as a form of war communism imposed upon the population by the CNT and obligatory for all fails to coincidence with the evidence he presents. Fraser states that here was no need to dragoon them, the peasants at pistol point, into collectives. The coercive climate, in which fascists were being shot, was sufficient. Spontaneous and forced collectives existed, as did willing and unwilling collectivists within them. Op. Cit. p. 349. Therefore, his implied suggestion that the Aragon collectives were imposed upon the rural population is based upon the insight that there was a coercive climate in Aragon at the time. Of course, a civil war against fascism would produce a coercive climate, particularly near the front line. However, the CNT can hardly be blamed for that. As historian Gabriel Jackson summarized, while such executions took place, the CNT did not conduct a general wave of terror. The anarchists made a constant effort to separate active political enemies from those who were simply bourgeois by birth or ideology or economic function. Anarchist political committees wanted to know what the accused monarchists or conservatives had done, not simply what they thought or how they voted. There is no inherent contradiction involved in recognizing both that the revolution included some violence and that its social and economic results were approved of by the majority of peasants in an area. Quoted in José Pirates, The CNT in the Spanish Revolution, Volume 1, p. 146. This was a life and death struggle against fascism, in which the fascists were systematically murdering vast numbers of anarchists, socialists, and republicans in the areas under their control. It is hardly surprising that some anarchist troops took the law into their own hands and murdered some of those who supported and would help the fascists. Given what was going on in fascist Spain, and the experience of fascism in Germany and Italy, the CNT militia knew exactly what would happen to them and their friends and family if they lost. The question does arise, however, of whether the climate was made so coercive by the war and the nearness of the anarchist militia that individual choice was impossible. The facts speak for themselves. At its peak, rural collectivization in Aragon embraced around 70% of the population in the area saved from fascism. Around 30% of the population felt safe enough not to join a collective, a sizable percentage. If the collectives had been created by anarchist terror or force, we would expect a figure of 100% membership. This was not the case, indicating the basically voluntary nature of the experiment. We should point out that other figures suggest a lower number of collectivists, which makes the forced collectivization argument even less likely. Historian Anthony Beaver, while noting that there had undoubtedly been pressure, and no doubt force was used on some occasions in the fervor after the rising, just stated the obvious when he wrote that the very fact that every village was a mixture of collectivists and individualists shows that peasants had not been forced into communal farming at the point of a gun. The Spanish Civil War, p. 206. In addition, if the CNT militia had forced peasants into collectives, we would expect the membership of the collectives to peak almost overnight, not grow slowly over time. At the Regional Congress of Collectives, held at Caspe in mid-February 1937, nearly 80,000 collectivists were represented from almost all the villages of the region. This, however, was but a beginning. By the end of April the number of collectivists had risen to 140,000, by the end of the first week of May to 180,000, and by the end of June to 300,000. Graham Kelsey, Anarchism in Aragon, pages 60-82, Spain in Conflict 1931-1939, Martin Blinkhorn, ed., p. 61. If the collectives had been created by force, then their membership would have been 300,000 in February, 1937, not increasing steadily to reach that number 4 months later. Neither can it be claimed that the increase was due to new villages being collectivist, as almost all villages had sent delegates in February. This indicates that many peasants joined the collectives because of the advantages associated with common labor, the increased resources it placed at their hands, and the fact that the surplus wealth which had in the previous system been monopolized by the few was used instead to raise the standard of living of the entire community. The voluntary nature of the collectives is again emphasized by the number of collectives which allowed people to remain outside. There were few villages which were completely collectivist. Beaver, Op. Cit. p. 94. One eyewitness in Aragon, an anarchist schoolteacher, noted that the forcing of smallholders into a collective wasn't a widespread problem, because there weren't more than 20 or so villages where collectivization was total and no one was allowed to remain outside. Quoted by Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 366. Instead of forcing the minority in a village to agree with the wishes of the majority, the vast majority, 95%, of Aragon collectives stuck to their libertarian principles and allowed those who did not wish to join to remain outside. So, only around 20 were total collectives, out of 450, and around 30% of the population felt safe enough not to join. In other words, in the vast majority of collectives those joining could see that those who did not were safe. These figures indicate of the basically spontaneous and voluntary nature of the movement, as do the composition of the new municipal councils created after July 19. As Graham Kessley notes, What is immediately noticeable from the results is that although the region has often been branded as one controlled by anarchists to the total exclusion of all other forces, the CNT was far from enjoying the degree of absolute domination often implied and inferred. Anarcho-syndicalism, Libertarian Communism, and the State, p. 198. In his account of the Rural Revolution, Burnett Bulletin noted that it embraced more than 70% of the population in liberated Aragon and that many of the 450 collectives of the region were largely voluntary, although it must be emphasized that this singular development was in some measure due to the presence of militiamen from the neighboring region of Catalonia, the immense majority of whom were members of the CNT and FAI. The Spanish Civil War, p. 74. This, it should be noted, was not denied by anarchists. As Gaston Laval pointed out, it is true that the presence of these forces favored indirectly these constructive achievements by preventing active resistance by the supporters of the bourgeois republic and of fascism. Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 90. So the presence of the militia changed the balance of class forces in Aragon by destroying the capitalist state, i.e. the local bosses caciques could not get state aid to protect their property, and many landless workers took over the land. The presence of the militia ensured that land could be taken over by destroying the capitalist monopoly of force that existed before the revolution, the power of which will be highlighted below, and so the CNT militia allowed the possibility of experimentation by the Aragonese population. This class war in the countryside is reflected by Bulletin. If the individual farmer viewed with dismay the swift and widespread collectivization of agriculture, the farm workers of the anarcho-syndicalist CNT and the socialist UGT saw it as the commencement of a new era. Op. CIT, p. 63. Both were mass organizations and supported collectivization. Therefore, anarchist militias allowed the rural working class to abolish the artificial scarcity of land created by private property, and enforced by the state. The rural bosses obviously viewed with horror the possibility that they could not exploit day workers' labor. As Bulletin pointed out, the collective system of agriculture threatened to drain the rural labor market of wage workers. Op. CIT, p. 62. Little wonder the richer peasants and landowners hated the collectives. A report on the district of Valderobes which indicates popular support for the collectives. Collectivization was nevertheless opposed by opponents on the right and adversaries on the left. If the eternally idle who have been expropriated had been asked what they thought of collectivization, some would have replied that it was robbery and others a dictatorship. But, for the elderly, the day workers, the tenant farmers and small proprietors who had always been under the thumb of the big landowners and heartless usurers, it appeared as salvation. Quoted by Bulletin, Op. CIT, p. 71. However, many historians ignore the differences in class that existed in the countryside and explain the rise in collectives in Aragon, and ignore those elsewhere, as the result of the CNT militia. For example, Fraser. Very rapidly collectives began to spring up. It did not happen on instructions from the CNT leadership no more than had the industrial collectives in Barcelona. Here, as there, the initiative came from CNT militants. Here, as there, the climate for social revolution in the rearguard was created by CNT armed strength. The anarcho-syndicalists' domination of the streets of Barcelona was reenacted in Aragon as the CNT militia columns, manned mainly by Catalan anarcho-syndicalist workers, poured in. Where a nucleus of anarcho-syndicalists existed in a village, it seized the moment to carry out the long-awaited revolution and collectivists spontaneously. Where there was none, villagers could find themselves under considerable pressure from the militias to collectivize. Op. CIT, p. 347. Fraser implies that the revolution was mostly imported into Aragon from Catalonia. However, as he himself notes, the CNT column leaders, except Durruti, opposed the creation of the Council of Aragon, a confederation for the collectives. Hardly an example of Catalan CNT imposed social revolution. Moreover, the Aragon CNT was a widespread and popular organization, suggesting that the idea that the collectives were imported into the region by the Catalan CNT is simply false. Fraser states that in some of the Aragonese villages there was a flourishing CNT, in others the UGT was strongest, and in only too many there was no unionization at all. Op. CIT, p. 350 and p. 348. The question arises of how extensive was that strength. The evidence shows that the rural CNT in Aragon was extensive, strong, and growing, so making the suggestion of imposed collectives a false one. In fact, by the 1930s the authentic peasant base of the CNT lay in Aragon. CNT growth in Zaragoza provided a springboard for a highly effective libertarian agitation in Lower Aragon, particularly among the impoverished laborers and debt-ridden peasantry of the Dry Steppes region. Murray Bookchin, The Spanish Anarchists, p. 203. Graham Kelsey, in his Social History of the CNT in Aragon between 1930 and 1937, provides more evidence on this matter. He points out that as well as the spread of libertarian groups and the increasing consciousness among CNT members of libertarian theories, contributing to the growth of the anarcho-syndicalist movement in Aragon, the existence of agrarian unrest also played an important role in that growth. This all led to the revitalization of the CNT network in Aragon. So by 1936, the CNT had built upon the foundations laid in 1933 and had finally succeeded in translating the very great strength of the urban trade union organization in Zaragoza into a regional network of considerable extent. Op. CIT, pages 80 to 81, p. 82 and p. 134. Kelsey notes the long history of anarchism in Aragon, dating back to the late 1860s. However, before the 1910s there had been little gains in rural Aragon by the CNT due to the power of local bosses, called caciques. Local landowners and small industrialists, the caciques of provincial Aragon, made every effort to enforce the closure of these first rural anarcho-syndicalist cells created after 1915. By the time of the first Rural Congress of the Aragonese CNT Confederation in the summer of 1923, much of the progress achieved through the organization's considerable propaganda efforts had been countered by repression elsewhere. Anarchism in Aragon, Op. CIT, p. 62. A CNT activist indicated the power of these bosses and how difficult it was to be a union member in Aragon. Repression is not the same in the large cities as it is in the villages where everyone knows everybody else and where the civil guards are immediately notified of a comrade's slightest movement. Neither friends nor relatives are spared. All those who do not serve the state's repressive forces unconditionally are pursued, persecuted, and on occasions beaten up. Quoted by Kelsey, Op. CIT, p. 74. However, while there were some successes in organizing rural unions, even in 1931 propaganda campaigns which led to the establishment of scores of village trade union cells, were followed by a counter-offensive from village caciques which forced them to close. Op. CIT p. 67. Even in the face of this repression the CNT grew, and from the end of 1932 there was a successful expansion of the anarcho-syndicalist movement into several parts of the region where previously it had never penetrated. Kesley, Anarcho-Syndicalism, Libertarian Communism, and the State, p. 185. This growth was built upon in 1936, with increased rural activism which had slowly eroded the power of the caciques, which in part explains their support for the fascist coup. After the election of the Popular Front, years of anarchist propaganda and organization paid off with dramatic growth in rural anarcho-syndicalist support in the 6 weeks after the general election. This was emphasized in the Aragon CNT's April Congress's agenda, and it was decided to direct attention to rural problems while the agreed program was exactly what was to happen 4 months later in liberated Aragon. In its aftermath, a series of intensive propaganda campaigns was organized through each of the provinces of the regional confederation. Many meetings were held in villages which had never before heard anarcho-syndicalist propaganda. This was very successful, and by the beginning of June, 1936, the number of Aragon unions had topped 400, compared to only 278 1 month earlier. Kesley, Anarchism in Aragon, Op. Cit. Pages 75 to 76. This increase in union membership reflected increased social struggle by the Aragonese working population and their attempts to improve their standard of living, which was very low for most of the population. A journalist from the conservative Catholic Heraldo de Aragon visited Lower Aragon in the summer of 1935 and noted teehee hunger in many homes, where the men are not working, is beginning to encourage the youth to subscribe to misleading teachings. Quoted by Kesley, Op. Cit. p. 74. Little wonder, then, the growth in CNT membership and social struggle Kesley indicates. Evidence of a different kind was also available that militant trade unionism in Aragon was on the increase. In the 5 months between mid-February and mid-July 1936 the province of Zaragoza experienced over 70 strikes, more than had previously been recorded in any entire year, and things were clearly no different in the other 2 provinces. The great majority of these strikes were occurring in provincial towns and villages. Strikes racked the provinces and in at least 3 instances were actually transformed into general strikes. Op. Cit. p. 76. So in the spring and summer of 1936 there was a massive growth in CNT membership which reflected the growing militant struggle by the urban and rural population of Aragon. Years of propaganda and organizing had ensured this growth in libertarian influence, a growth which was reflected in the creation of collectives in liberated Aragon during the Revolution. Therefore, the construction of a collectivist society was founded directly upon the emergence, during the 5 years of the Second Republic, of a mass trade union movement infused by anarchist principles. These collectives were constructed in accordance with the program agreed at the Aragon CNT Conference of April 1936, which reflected the wishes of the rural membership of the unions within Aragon, and due to the rapid growth of the CNT afterwards obviously reflected popular feelings in the area. Libertarian dominance in post-insurrection Aragon itself reflected the predominance that anarchists had secured before the war. By the summer of 1936 the CNT had succeeded in establishing throughout Aragon a mass trade union movement of strictly libertarian orientation, upon which widespread and well-supported network the extensive collective experiment was to be founded. Kesley, Op. Cit. p. 61. Additional evidence that supports a high level of CNT support in rural Aragon can be provided by the fact that it was Aragon that was the center of the December 1933 insurrection organized by the CNT. As Bookchin noted, only Aragon rose on any significant scale, particularly Saragossa. Many of the villages declared libertarian communism and perhaps the heaviest fighting took place between the vineyard workers in Rioja and the authorities. Op. Cit. p. 238. It is unlikely for the CNT to organize an insurrection in an area within which it had little support or influence. According to Kesley, it was precisely those areas which had most important in December 1933 which were in 1936 seeking to create a new pattern of economic and social organization, to form the basis of libertarian Aragon. Anarcho-syndicalism, libertarian communism, and the state, p. 161. So the majority of collectives in Aragon were the product of CNT, and UGT, influenced workers taking the opportunity to create a new form of social life, a form marked by its voluntary and directly democratic nature. For from being unknown in rural Aragon, the CNT was well established and growing at a fast rate, spreading out from its urban base. The CNT, first in 1933 and then more extensively in 1936, succeeded in converting an essentially urban organization into a truly regional confederation. Kesley, Op. Cit. p. 184. The evidence suggests that historians like Fraser are wrong to imply that the Aragon collectives were created by the CNT militia and enforced upon an unwilling population. The Aragon collectives were the natural result of years of anarchist activity within rural Aragon and directly related to the massive growth in the CNT between 1930 and 1936. Thus Kessley is correct to state that libertarian communism and agrarian collectivization were not economic terms or social principles enforced upon a hostile population by special teams of urban anarcho-syndicalists. Op. Cit. p. 161. This is not to suggest that there were no examples of people joining collectives involuntarily because of the coercive climate of the front line, nor that there were villages which did not have a C&T union within them before the war and so created a collective because of the existence of the C&T militia. It is to suggest that these can be considered as exceptions to the rule. Moreover, the way the C&T handled such a situation is noteworthy. Fraser indicates such a situation in the village of Alaza. In the autumn of 1936, representatives of the C&T District Committee had come to suggest that the villagers collectivize. We would like to stress here that the C&T militia which had passed through the village had made no attempt to create a collective there. A village assembly was called and the C&T members explained their ideas and suggested how to organize the collective. However, who would join and how the villagers would organize the collective was left totally up to them. The C&T representatives stressed that no one was to be maltreated. Within the collective, self-management was the rule, and one member recalled that once the work groups were established on a friendly basis and worked their own lands, everyone got on well enough. There was no need for coercion, no need for discipline and punishment. A collective wasn't a bad idea at all. Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 360. This collective, like the vast majority, was voluntary and democratic. I couldn't oblige him to join, we weren't living under a dictatorship. Quoted by Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 362. In other words, no force was used to create the collective and the collective was organized by local people directly. Of course, as with any public good, to use economic jargon, all members of the community had to pay for the war effort and feed the militia. As Kelsey notes, the military insurrection had come at a critical moment in the agricultural calendar. Throughout Lower Aragon there were fields of grain ready for harvesting. At the assembly in Albalate de Cinca, the opening clause of the agreed program had required everyone in the district, independent farmers and collectivists alike, to contribute equally to the war effort, thereby emphasizing one of the most important considerations in the period immediately following the rebellion. Op. Cit. p. 164. In addition, the collectives controlled the price of crops in order to ensure that speculation and inflation were controlled. However, these policies, as with the equal duties of individualists and collectivists in the war effort, were enforced upon the collectives by the war. Lastly, in support of the popular nature of the rural collectives, we will indicate the effects of the suppression of the collectives in August 1937 by the Communists, namely the collapse of the rural economy. This sheds considerable light on the question of popular attitudes. In October 1937, the Communist-controlled regional delegation of agrarian reform acknowledged that in the majority of villages agricultural work was paralyzed, causing great harm to our agrarian economy. This is confirmed by José Silva, a Communist Party member and General Secretary of the Institute of Agrarian Reform, who commented that after Lister had attacked Aragon, labor in the fields was suspended almost entirely, and a quarter of the land had not been prepared at the time for sowing. At a meeting of the Agrarian Commission of the Aragonese Communist Party, October 9, 1937, Silva emphasized the little incentive to work of the entire peasant population and that the situation brought about by the dissolution of the collectives was grave and critical. Quoted by Bulletin, Op. Cit. p. 530. José Pirates explained the reasons for this economic collapse as a result of popular boycott. When it came time to prepare for the next harvest, smallholders could not by themselves work the property on which they had been installed by the communists. Dispossessed peasants, intransigent collectivists, refused to work in a system of private property, and were even less willing to rent out their labor. Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, p. 258. If the collectives were unpopular, created by anarchist force, then why did the economy collapse after the suppression? If Lister had overturned a totalitarian anarchist regime, why did the peasants not reap the benefit of their toil? Could it be because the collectives were essentially a spontaneous Aragonese development and supported by most of the population there? This analysis is supported by historian Yakov Oved. Those who were responsible for this policy of attacking the Aragon collectives, were convinced that the farmers would greet it joyfully because they had been coerced into joining the collectives. But they were proven wrong. Except for the rich estate owners who were glad to get their land back, most of the members of the agricultural collectives objected, and lacking all motivation they were reluctant to resume the same effort in the agricultural work. This phenomenon was so widespread that the authorities and the communist Minister of Agriculture were forced to retreat from their hostile policy. Comunismo Libertario and Communalism in the Spanish Collectivizations, 1936–1939, pages 53–4. Even in the face of communist repression, most of the collectives kept going. This, if nothing else, proves that the collectives were popular institutions. Through the widespread reluctance of collectivists to cooperate with the new policy, Oved argues, it became evident that most members had voluntarily joined the collectives, and as soon as the policy was changed, a new wave of collectives was established. However, the will could not be turned back. An atmosphere of distrust prevailed between the collectives and the authorities, and every initiative was curtailed up. Cit. p. 54. José Pirates summed up the situation after the communist attack on the collectives and the legalization of the collectives as follows. It is very possible that this second phase of collectivization better reflects the sincere convictions of the members. They had undergone a severe test, and those who had withstood it were proven collectivists. Yet it would be facile to label as anti-collectivists those who abandoned the collectives in this second phase. Fear, official coercion, and insecurity weighed heavily in the decisions of much of the Aragonese peasantry. Op. Cit. p. 258. While the collectives had existed, there was a 20% increase in production, and this is compared to the pre-war harvest, which had been a good crop. Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 370. After the destruction of the collectives, the economy collapsed. Hardly the result that would be expected if the collectives were forced upon an unwilling peasantry. The forced collectivization by Stalin in Russia resulted in a famine. Only the victory of fascism made it possible to restore the so-called natural order of capitalist property in the Spanish countryside. The same landowners who welcomed the communist repression of the collectives also, we are sure, welcomed the fascists who ensured a lasting victory of property over liberty. So, overall, the evidence suggests that the Aragon collectives, like their counterparts in the Levant, Catalonia, and so on, were popular organizations, created by and for the rural population and, essentially, an expression of a spontaneous and popular social revolution. Claims that the anarchist militia created them by force of arms are false. While acts of violence did occur and some acts of coercion did take place, against CNT policy, we may add, these were the exceptions to the rule. Bulletin summary best fits the facts. But in spite of the cleavages between doctrine and practice that plagued the Spanish anarchists whenever they collided with the realities of power, it cannot be overemphasized that notwithstanding the many instances of coercion and violence, the Revolution of July 1936 distinguished itself from all others by the generally spontaneous and far-reaching character of its collectivist movement and by its promise of moral and spiritual renewal. Nothing like this spontaneous movement had ever occurred before. Op. Cit. p. 78. I.8.8 But did the Spanish collectives innovate? Yes. In contradiction to the old capitalist claim that no one will innovate unless private property exists, the workers and peasants exhibited much more incentive and creativity under libertarian socialism than they had under the private enterprise system. This is apparent from Gaston Laval's description of the results of collectivization in Carcagent in the southern part of the province of Valencia. The climate of the region is particularly suited for the cultivation of oranges. All of the socialized land, without exception, is cultivated with infinite care. The orchards are thoroughly weeded. To assure that the trees will get all the nourishment needed, the peasants are incessantly cleaning the soil. Before, they told me with pride, all this belonged to the rich and was worked by miserably paid laborers. The land was neglected and the owners had to buy immense quantities of chemical fertilizers, although they could have gotten much better yields by cleaning the soil. With pride, they showed me trees that had been grafted to produce better fruit. In many places I observed plants growing in the shade of the orange trees. What is this? I asked. I learned that the Levant peasants, famous for their ingenuity, have abundantly planted potatoes among the orange groves. The peasants demonstrate more intelligence than all the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Agriculture combined. They do more than just plant potatoes. Throughout the whole region of the Levant, wherever the soil is suitable, they grow crops. They take advantage of the 4-month fallow period in the rice fields. Had the Minister of Agriculture followed the example of these peasants throughout the Republican zone, the bread shortage problem would have been overcome in a few months. Anarchist Collectives, p. 153. This is just one from a multitude of examples presented in the accounts of both the industrial and rural collectives. We have already noted some examples of the improvements in efficiency realized by collectivization during the Spanish Revolution, section I.4.10. Another example was the baking industry. Sushi reported that, as in the rest of Spain, Barcelona's bread and cakes were baked mostly at night in hundreds of small bakeries. Most of them were in damp, gloomy cellars infested with roaches and rodents. All these bakeries were shut down. More and better bread and cake were baked in new bakeries equipped with new modern ovens and other equipment. Op. Cit. p. 82. In Granollers, the syndicate was at all times a prime mover. All kinds of initiatives tending to improve the operation and structure of the local economy could be attributed to it. The collectivist hairdressing, shoemaking, woodworking and engineering industries were all improved, with small, unhealthy and inefficient workplaces closed and replaced by larger, more pleasant and efficient establishments. Socialization went hand in hand with rationalization. Gaston Laval, Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 287. For more see section I.8.6 as well as section C.2.8, in which we present more examples when refuting the charge that workers' control would stifle innovation. The substantial evidence available, of which these examples are but a small number, proves that the membership of the collectives showed a keen awareness of the importance of investment and innovation in order to increase production, to make work both lighter and more interesting, and that the collectives allowed that awareness to be expressed freely. The collectives indicate that, given the chance, everyone will take an interest in their own affairs and express a desire to use their minds to improve their lives and surroundings. In fact, capitalism distorts what innovation exists under hierarchy by channeling it purely into how to save money and maximize investor profit, ignoring other, more important, issues. As Gaston Laval suggested, self-management encouraged innovation. The theoreticians and partisans of the liberal economy affirm that competition stimulates initiative and, consequently, the creative spirit and invention without which it remains dormant. Numerous observations made by the writer in the collectives, factories, and socialized workshops permit him to take quite the opposite view. For in a collective, in a grouping where each individual is stimulated by the wish to be of service to his fellow beings, research, the desire for technical perfection and so on are also stimulated. But they also have as a consequence that other individuals join those who were first to get together. Furthermore, when, in present society, an individualist inventor discovers something, it is used only by the capitalist or the individual employing him, whereas in the case of an inventor living in a community, not only is his discovery taken up and developed by others, but is immediately applied for the common good. I am convinced that this superiority would very soon manifest itself in a socialized society. Op. Cit. p. 347. Therefore the actual experiences of self-management in Spain supports the points made in section I.4.11. Freed from hierarchy, individuals will creatively interact with the world to improve their circumstances. For the human mind is an active agent, and unless crushed by authority it can no more stop thinking and acting than the earth can stop revolving round the sun. In addition, the collectives indicate that self-management allows ideas to be enriched by discussion. The experience of self-management proved Bakunin's point that society is collectively more intelligent than even the most intelligent individual simply because of the wealth of viewpoints, experience, and thoughts contained there. Capitalism impoverishes individuals and society by its artificial boundaries and authority structures. I.8.9 Why, if it was so good, did it not survive? Just because something is good does not mean that it will survive. For example, the Warsaw Ghetto uprising against the Nazis failed, but that does not mean that the uprising was a bad cause or that the Nazi regime was correct, far from it. Similarly, while the experiments in workers' self-management and free communes undertaken across Republican Spain is one of the most important social experiments in a free society ever undertaken, this cannot change the fact that Franco's forces and the communists had access to more and better weapons. Faced with the aggression and terrorism of Franco, and behind him the military might of fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, the treachery of the communists, and the aloofness of the Western democratic states, whose policy of non-intervention was strangely ignored when their citizens aided Franco, it is amazing the revolution lasted as long as it did. This does not excuse the actions of the anarchists themselves. As is well known, the CNT cooperated with the other anti-fascist parties and trade unions on the Republican side, ultimately leading to anarchists joining the government. See next section. This cooperation helped ensure the defeat of the revolution. While much of the blame can be placed at the door of the would-be leaders, who like most leaders started to think themselves irreplaceable, it must be stated that the rank and file of the movement did little to stop them. Most of the militant anarchists were at the front line, and so excluded from union and collective meetings, and so could not influence their fellow workers. It is no surprise that the radical Friends of Durruti anarchist group were mostly ex-militia men. However, it seems that the mirage of anti-fascist unity proved too much for the majority of CNT members. See section I.8.12. A few anarchists still maintain that the Spanish anarchist movement had no choice and that collaboration, while having unfortunate effects, was the only choice available. This view was defended by Sam Dolgoff and finds some support in the writings of Gaston Laval, Auguste Souchy and other participants in the revolution. However, most anarchists today oppose collaboration and think it was a terrible mistake. At the time, this position was held by the majority of non-Spanish anarchists plus a large minority of the Spanish movement, becoming a majority as the implications of collaboration became clear. This viewpoint finds its best expression in Vernon Richards' Lessons of the Spanish Revolution and, in part, in such works as Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution by José Pirates, Anarchist Organization, The History of the FAI by Juan Gómez Casas and Durruti in the Spanish Revolution by Abel Paz, as well as in a host of pamphlets and articles written by anarchists ever since. So, regardless of how good a social system is, objective facts will overcome that experiment. Saturnino Carrad, a leader of a CNT militia column at the Aragon front, summed up the successes of the revolution as well as its objective limitations. Always expecting to be stabbed in the back, always knowing that if we created problems, only the enemy across the lines would stand to gain. It was a tragedy for the anarcho-syndicalist movement, but it was a tragedy for something greater, the Spanish people. For it can never be forgotten that it was the working class and peasantry which, by demonstrating their ability to run industry and agriculture collectively, allowed the Republic to continue the struggle for 32 months. It was they who created a war industry, who kept agricultural production increasing, who formed militias and later joined the army. Without their creative endeavor, the Republic could not have fought the war, quoted by Ronald Fraser, Blood of Spain, p. 394. So, regardless of its benefits, regardless of its increase in liberty and equality, the revolution was defeated. This should not blind us to its achievements or the potential it expressed. Rather, it should be used both as a source of inspiration and lessons. I.8.10 Why did the CNT collaborate with the state? As is well known, in September 1936 the CNT joined the Catalan government, followed by the central government in November. This flowed from the decision made on July 21 to not speak of libertarian communism until after Franco had been defeated. In other words, to collaborate with other anti-fascist parties and unions in a common front against fascism. This decision, initially, involved the CNT agreeing to join a central committee of anti-fascist militias proposed by the leader of the Catalan government, Lluís Companys. This committee was made up of representatives of various anti-fascist parties and groups. From this it was only a matter of time until the CNT joined an official government, as no other means of coordinating activities existed. See section I.8.13. The question must arise, why did the CNT decide to collaborate with the state, forsake its principles and, in its own way, contribute to the counter-revolution and the losing of the war? This is an important question. Indeed, it is one Marxists always throw up in arguments with anarchists or in anti-anarchist diatribes. Does the failure of the CNT to implement anarchism after July 19 mean that anarchist politics are flawed? Or, rather, does the experience of the CNT and FAI during the Spanish Revolution indicate a failure of anarchists rather than of anarchism, a mistake made under difficult objective circumstances and one which anarchists have learned from? Needless to say, anarchists argue that the latter is correct. In other words, as Vernon Richards argued, the basis of this criticism is not that anarchist ideas were proved to be unworkable by the Spanish experience, but that the Spanish anarchists and syndicalists failed to put their theories to the test, adopting instead the tactics of the enemy. Lessons of the Spanish Revolution, p. 14. So, why did the CNT collaborate with the state during the Spanish Civil War? Simply put, rather than being the fault of anarchist theory, as Marxists like to claim, its roots can be discovered in the situation facing the Catalan anarchists on July 20. The objective conditions facing the leading militants of the CNT and FAI influenced the decisions they took, decisions which they later justified by misusing anarchist theory. What was the situation facing the Catalan anarchists on July 20? Simply put, it was an unknown situation, as the report made by the CNT to the International Workers' Association made clear. Levant was defenseless and uncertain. We were in a minority in Madrid. The situation in Andalusia was unknown. There was no information from the north, and we assumed the rest of Spain was in the hands of the fascists. The enemy was in Aragon, at the gates of Catalonia. The nervousness of foreign consular officials led to the presence of a great number of warships around our ports. Quoted by José Pirates, Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, p. 180. Anarchist historian José Pirates noted that according to the report the CNT was in absolute control of Catalonia in July 19, 1936, but its strength was less in Levant and still less in central Spain, where the central government and the traditional parties were dominant. In the north of Spain the situation was confused. The CNT could have mounted an insurrection on its own with probable success, but such a takeover would have led to a struggle on three fronts, against the fascists, the government, and foreign capitalism. In view of the difficulty of such an undertaking, collaboration with other anti-fascist groups was the only alternative. Op. Cit. p. 179. In the words of the CNT report itself, the CNT showed a conscientious scrupulousness in the face of a difficult alternative, to destroy completely the state in Catalonia, to declare war against the rebels, i.e. the fascists, the government, foreign capitalism, and thus assuming complete control of Catalan society, or collaborating in the responsibilities of government with the other anti-fascist fractions. Quoted by Robert Alexander, The Anarchists in the Spanish Civil War, Volume 2, p. 1156. Moreover, as Gaston Laval later argued, given that the general preoccupation of the majority of the population was to defeat the fascists, the anarchists would, if they came out against the state, provoke the antagonism of the majority of the people, who would accuse them of collaborating with Franco. Implementing an anarchist revolution would, in all likelihood, also result in the instant closing of the frontier and the blockade by sea by both fascists and the democratic countries. The supply of arms would be completely cut off, and the anarchists would rightly be held responsible for the disastrous consequences. The anarchist collectives, P52 and P53. While the supporters of Lenin and Trotsky will constantly point out the objective circumstances in which their heroes made their decisions during the Russian Revolution, they rarely mention those facing the anarchists in Spain on the 20th of July, 1936. It seems hypocritical to point to the Russian Civil War as the explanation of all of the Bolsheviks' crimes against the working class, indeed, humanity, while remaining silent on the forces facing the CNT-FAI at the start of the Spanish Civil War. The fact that if the CNT had decided to implement libertarian communism in Catalonia, they would have to face the fascists, commanding the bulk of the Spanish army, the Republican government, commanding the rest, plus those sections in Catalonia which supported the Republic, is rarely mentioned. Moreover, when the decision to collaborate was made, it was immediately after the defeat of the army uprising in Barcelona. The situation in the rest of the country was uncertain, and when the social revolution was in its early days. Stuart Christie indicates the dilemma facing the leadership of the CNT at the time. The higher committees of the CNT-FAI-FIJL in Catalonia saw themselves caught on the horns of a dilemma: social revolution, fascism, or bourgeois democracy. Either they committed themselves to the solutions offered by social revolution, regardless of the difficulties involved in fighting both fascism and international capitalism, or, through fear of fascism, or of the people, they sacrificed their anarchist principles and revolutionary objectives to bolster, to become, part of the bourgeois state. Faced with an imperfect state of affairs and preferring defeat to a possibly Pyrrhic victory, the Catalan anarchist leadership renounced anarchism in the name of expediency and removed the social transformation of Spain from their agenda. But what the CNT-FAI leaders failed to grasp was that the decision whether or not to implement libertarian communism was not theirs to make. Anarchism was not something which could be transformed from theory into practice by organizational decree. The spontaneous defensive movement of July 19 had developed a political direct of its own. We, the anarchists, P99. Given that the pro-fascist army still controlled a third or more of Spain, including Aragon, and that the CNT was not the dominant force in the center and north of Spain, it was decided that a war on three fronts would only aid Franco. Moreover, it was a distinct possibility that by introducing libertarian communism in Catalonia, Aragon, and elsewhere, the workers' militias and self-managed industries would have been starved of weapons, resources, and credit. That isolation was a real problem can be seen from Abad de Santillan's later comments on why the CNT joined the government. The Militias Committee guaranteed the supremacy of the people in arms, but we were told, and it was repeated to us endlessly, that as long as we persisted in retaining it, that is, as long as we persisted in propping up the power of the people, weapons would not come to Catalonia, nor would we be granted the foreign currency to obtain them from abroad, nor would we be supplied with the raw materials for our industry. And since losing the war meant losing everything and returning to a state like that prevailed in the Spain of Ferdinand VII, and in the conviction that the drive given by us and our people could not vanish completely from the new economic life, we quit the Militias Committee to join the Generalidad government. Quoted by Christie, Op. CIT, p. 109. It was decided to collaborate and reject the basic ideas of anarchism until the war was over. A terrible mistake, but one which can be understood given the circumstances in which it was made. This is not, we stress, to justify the decision but rather to explain it and place it in context. Ultimately, the experience of the Civil War saw a blockade of republic by both democratic and fascist governments, the starving of the militias and self-managed collectives of resources and credit, as well as a war on two fronts when the state felt strong enough to try and crush the CNT and the semi-revolution its members had started. Most CNT members did not think that when faced with the danger of fascism, the liberals, the right-wing socialists and communists would prefer to undermine the anti-fascist struggle by attacking the CNT. They were wrong and, in this, history proved Durruti totally correct. For us it is a matter of crushing fascism once and for all. Yes, and in spite of the government. No government in the world fights fascism to the death. When the bourgeoisie sees power slipping from its grasp, it has recourse to fascism to maintain itself. The liberal government of Spain could have rendered the fascist elements powerless long ago. Instead it compromised and dallied. Even now at this moment, there are men in this government who want to go easy on the rebels. You can never tell, you know, he laughed. The present government might yet need these rebellious forces to crush the workers' movement. We know what we want. To us it means nothing that there is a Soviet Union somewhere in the world, for the sake of whose peace and tranquility the workers of Germany and China were sacrificed to fascist barbarians by Stalin. We want revolution here in Spain, right now, not maybe after the next European war. We are giving Hitler and Mussolini far more worry today with our revolution than the whole Red Army of Russia. We are setting an example to the German and Italian working class on how to deal with fascism. I do not expect any help for a libertarian revolution from any government in the world. Maybe the conflicting interests of the various imperialisms might have some influence in our struggle. That is quite possible. But we expect no help, not even from our own government, in the last analysis. You will be sitting on a pile of ruins if you are victorious, said the journalist Van Pazin. Durruti answered, we have always lived in slums and holes in the wall. We will know how to accommodate ourselves for a time. For, you must not forget, we can also build. It is we the workers who built these palaces and cities here in Spain and in America and everywhere. We, the workers, can build others to take their place. And better ones. We are not in the least afraid of ruins. We are going to inherit the earth, there is not the slightest doubt about that. The bourgeoisie might blast and ruin its own world before it leaves the stage of history. We carry a new world here, in our hearts. That world is growing this minute. Quoted by Vernon Richards, Lessons of the Spanish Revolution, pages 193-4f. This desire to push the revolution further was not limited to Durruti, as can be seen from this communication from the Catalan CNT leadership in August 1936. It also expresses the fears driving the decisions which had been made. Reports have also been received from other regions. There has been some talk about the impatience of some comrades who wish to go further than crushing fascism, but for the moment the situation in Spain as a whole is extremely delicate. In revolutionary terms, Catalonia is an oasis within Spain. Obviously no one can foresee the changes which may follow the civil war and the conquest of that part of Spain which is still under the control of mutinous reactionaries. Quoted by José Pirates, Op. Cit. Pages 151-2. Isolation, the uneven support for a libertarian revolution across Spain and the dangers of fascism were real problems, but they do not excuse the libertarian movement for its mistakes. The biggest of these mistakes was forgetting basic anarchist ideas and an anarchist approach to the problems facing the Spanish people. If these ideas had been applied in Spain, the outcome of the civil war and revolution could have been different. In summary, while the decision to collaborate is one that can be understood, due to the circumstances under which it was made, it cannot be justified in terms of anarchist theory. Indeed, as we argue in the next section, attempts by the CNT leadership to justify the decision in terms of anarchist principles are not convincing and cannot be done without making a mockery of anarchism. I.8.11 Was the decision to collaborate a product of anarchist theory? Marxist critics of anarchism point to CNT's decision to collaborate with the bourgeois state against Franco as the key proof that libertarian socialism is flawed. Such a claim, anarchists reply, is false, for rather than being the product of anarchist ideology, the decision was made in light of the immediate danger of fascism and the situation in other parts of the country. The fact is that the circumstances in which the decision to collaborate was made are rarely mentioned by Marxists. To quote a sadly typical Marxist diatribe, this question of state power, and which class holds it, was to prove crucial for revolutionaries during the Spanish Civil War and in particular during the revolutionary upheavals in Catalonia. Here anarchism faced its greatest test and greatest opportunity, yet it failed the former and therefore missed the latter. When the government in the region under the leadership of companies admitted its impotence and offered to dissolve, effectively handing power to the revolutionary forces, the anarchists turned them down. CNT leader and FAI, militant Garcia Oliver explained, the CNT and the FAI decided on collaboration and democracy, renouncing revolutionary totalitarianism which would lead to the strangulation of the revolution by the anarchist and confederal dictatorship. We had to choose, between libertarian communism, which meant anarchist dictatorship, and democracy, which meant collaboration. The choice was between leaving the state intact and paving the way for Franco's victory or building a workers' government in Catalonia which could act as a focal point for the defeat of Franco and the creation of the structures of a new workers' state. In choosing the former, the anarchists were refusing to distinguish between a capitalist state and a workers' state. The movement that started by refusing to build a workers' state ended up by recognizing a capitalist one and betraying the revolution in the process. Pat Stack, Anarchy in the UK, Socialist Review, number 246. There are 4 key flaws in this kind of argument. First, there is the actual objective situation in which the decision to collaborate was made in. Strangely, for all his talk of anarchists ignoring material conditions when we discuss the Russian Revolution, Stack fails to mention any when he discusses Spain. As such, his critique is pure idealism, without any attempt to ground it in the objective circumstances facing the CNT and FAI. Second, the quote provided as the only evidence for Stack's analysis dates from a year after the decision was made. Rather than reflect the actual concerns of the CNT and FAI at the time, they reflect the attempts of the leaders of an organization which had significantly departed from its libertarian principles to justify their actions. While this obviously suits Stack's idealist analysis of events, its use is flawed for that reason. Thirdly, clearly the decision of the CNT and FAI ignored anarchist theory. As such, it seems ironic to blame anarchism when anarchists ignores its recommendations, yet this is what Stack does. Lastly, there is the counterexample of Aragon, which clearly refutes Stack's case. To understand why the CNT and FAI made the decisions it did, it is necessary to do what Stack fails to do, namely to provide some context. The decision to ignore anarchist theory, ignore the state rather than smashing it and work with other anti-fascist organizations was made immediately after the army had been defeated on the streets of Barcelona on the 20th of July, 1936. As we indicated in the last section, the decision of the CNT to collaborate with the state was driven by the fear of isolation. The possibility that by declaring libertarian communism it would have had to fight the Republican government and foreign interventions as well as the military coup influenced the decision reached by the militants of Catalan anarchism. They concluded that implementing anarchism in the situation they faced would only aid Franco and result in a quick defeat. As such, the real choice facing the CNT was not between leaving the state intact, or building a workers' government in Catalonia which could act as a focal point for the defeat of Franco, but rather something drastically different, either work with other anti-fascists against Franco so ensuring unity against the common enemy and pursue anarchism after victory, or immediately implement libertarian communism and possibly face a conflict on 2 fronts, against Franco and the Republic, and possibly imperialist intervention against the social revolution. This situation made the CNT-FAI decided to collaborate with other anti-fascist groups in the Catalan Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias. To downplay these objective factors and the dilemma they provoked and instead simply blame the decision on anarchist politics is a joke. Similarly, the Garcia Oliver quote provided by Stack dated from July 1937. They were made as justifications of CNT-FAI actions and were designed for political effect. As such, they simply cannot be taken at face value for these 2 reasons. It is significant, though, that rather than discuss the actual problems facing the CNT, Marxists like Stack prefer to ritualistically trot out a quote made over a year later. They argue that it exposes the bankruptcy of anarchist theory. So convinced of this, they rarely bother discussing the problems facing the CNT after the defeat of the military coup, nor do they compare these quotes to the anarchist theory they claim inspired them. There are good reasons for this. Firstly, if they presented the objective circumstances the CNT found itself in, then their readers may see that the decision, while wrong, is understandable and had nothing to do with anarchist theory. Secondly, by comparing this quote to anarchist theory, their readers would soon see how at odds they are with each other. Indeed, Garcia Oliver invoked anarchism to justify conclusions that were the exact opposite to what that theory actually recommends. So what can be made of Garcia Oliver's argument? As Abel Paz noted, it is clear that the explanations given were designed for their political effect, hiding the atmosphere in which these decisions were taken. These declarations were made a year later when the CNT were already far removed from their original positions. It is also the period when they had become involved in the policy of collaboration which led to them taking part in the central government. But in a certain way they shed light on the unknown factors which weighted so heavily on these who took part in the historic plenum. Durruti, The People Armed, p. 215. For example, when the decision was made, the revolution had not started yet. The street fighting had just ended and the plenum decided not to speak about libertarian communism as long as part of Spain was in the hands of the fascists. Mariano Arvesques, quoted by Paz, Op. Cit. p. 214. The revolution took place from below in the days following the decision, independently of the wishes of the plenum. In the words of Abel Paz, when the workers reached their workplaces, they found them deserted. The major centers of production had been abandoned by their owners. The CNT and its leaders had certainly not foreseen this situation. If they had, they would have given appropriate guidance to the workers when they called off the general strike and ordered a return to work. What happened next was the result of the workers' spontaneous decision to take matters into their own hands. Finding the factories deserted, and no instructions from their unions, they resolved to operate the machines themselves. The Spanish Civil War, pages 54-5. The rank and file of the CNT, on their own initiative, took advantage of the collapse of state power to transform the economy and social life of Catalonia. Paz stressed that no orders were given for expropriation or collectivization, which proved that the Union, which represented the will of their members until July 18, had now been overtaken by events, and the Union leaders of the CNT committees were confronted with a revolution that they had not foreseen. The workers and peasants had bypassed their leaders and taken collective action. Op. Cit. p. 40 and p. 56. As historian Ronald summarizes, the revolutionary initiative had sprung not from the CNT's leading committees, how could it when the libertarian revolution had been officially postponed, but from individual CNT unions impelled by the most advanced syndicalist militants. So while the Catalan CNT had put off libertarian revolution, daily, the revolution in Barcelona was taking root in CNT collectives and union-run industries. Blood of Spain, p. 139 and p. 179. As the revolution had not yet begun and the CNT plenum had decided not to call for its start, it is difficult to see how libertarian communism, i.e. the revolution, could lead to the strangulation of the revolution, i.e. libertarian communism. In other words, this particular rationale put forward by Garcia Oliver could not reflect the real thoughts of those present at the CNT plenum, and so, obviously, was a later justification for the CNT's actions. Moreover, the decision made then clearly stated that libertarian communism would be back on the agenda once Franco was defeated. Oliver's comments were applicable after Franco was defeated just as much as on July 20, 1936. Similarly, libertarian communism is based on self-management, by its nature opposed to dictatorship. According to the CNT's resolution at its Congress in Zaragoza in May, 1936, the foundation of this administration will be the commune, which is autonomous and federated at regional and national levels. The commune will undertake to adhere to whatever general norms that may be agreed by majority vote after free debate. Quoted by José Pirates, The CNT in the Spanish Revolution, Volume 1, p. 106. It stressed the free nature of society aimed at by the CNT. The inhabitants of a commune are to debate among themselves their internal problems. Federations are to deliberate over major problems affecting a country or province, and all communes are to be represented at their reunions and assemblies, thereby enabling their delegates to convey the democratic viewpoint of their respective communes. Every commune which is implicated will have its right to have its say. On matters of a regional nature, it is the duty of the regional federation to implement agreements. So the starting point is the individual, moving on through the commune, to the federation, and right on up finally to the confederation. Quoted by Pirates, Op. Cit. p. 107. Hardly a picture of anarchist dictatorship. Indeed, it is far more democratic than the capitalist state Oliver described as democracy. So Oliver's arguments from 1937 are totally contradictory. After all, he is arguing that libertarian communism, a society based on self-managed free associations organized and run from the bottom up, is an anarchist dictatorship and less democratic than the capitalist republic he had been fighting against between 1931 and 1936. Moreover, libertarian communism inspired the revolution, and so to reject it in favor of capitalist democracy to stop the strangulation of the revolution makes no sense. Clearly, these oft-quoted words of Garcia Oliver cannot be taken at face value. Made in 1937, they present an attempt to misuse anarchist ideals to defend the anti-anarchist activities of the CNT leadership rather than a meaningful explanation of the decisions made on the 20th of July, 1936. It is safe to take his words with a large pinch of salt. To rely upon them for an analysis of the actions of the Spanish anarchists or the failings of anarchism suggests an extremely superficial perspective. This is particularly the case when we look at both the history of the CNT and anarchist theory. This can clearly be seen from the report made by the CNT to the International Workers' Association to justify the decision to forget anarchist theory and collaborate with bourgeois parties and join the government. The report states that the CNT, loyal to its ideals and its purely anarchist nature, did not attack the forms of the state, nor try publicly to penetrate or dominate it. None of the political or juridical institutions were abolished. Quoted by Robert Alexander, The Anarchists in the Spanish Civil War, Volume 2, p. 1156. In other words, according to this report, anarchist ideals do not, in fact, mean the destruction of the state, but rather the ignoring of the state. That this is nonsense, concocted to justify the CNT leadership's betrayal of its ideals, is clear. To prove this we just need to look at Bakunin and Kropotkin and look at the activities of the CNT before the start of the war. According to anarchist ideas, to quote Bakunin, the revolution must set out from the first to radically and totally destroy the state, and that the natural and necessary consequence of this destruction will include the dissolution of army, magistracy, bureaucracy, police, and priesthood, as well as the confiscation of all productive capital and means of production on behalf of workers' associations, who are to put them to use. The state would be replaced by the federative alliance of all working men's associations, which will constitute the commune. These communes, in turn, would constitute the federation of insurgent associations, and organize a revolutionary force capable of defeating reaction. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, pages 170 to 114. Kropotkin, the commune, must break the state and replace it by the federation. Words of a Rebel, p. 83. Thus anarchism has always been clear on what to do with the state, and it is obviously not what the CNT did to it. The CNT ignored these recommendations, and so given that it did not destroy the state, nor create a federation of workers' councils, then how can anarchist theory be blamed? It seems strange to point to the failure of anarchists to apply their politics as an example of the failure of those politics, Yet this is what the likes of Stack are doing. Nor had the CNT always taken this perspective. Before the start of the Civil War, the CNT had organized numerous insurrections against the state. For example, in the spontaneous revolt of CNT miners in January 1932, the workers seized town halls, raised the black and red flags of the CNT, and declared Comunismo Libertario. In Terrassa, the same year, the workers again seized town halls and the town was swept by street fighting. The revolt in January 1933 began with assaults by anarchist action groups on Barcelona's military barracks. Serious fighting occurred in working-class barrios and the outlying areas of Barcelona. Uprising occurred in Terrassa, Sardanyola Ripollet, Lerida, in several pueblos in Valencia province, and in Andalusia. In December 1933, the workers reared barricades, attacked public buildings, and engaged in heavy street fighting. Many villages declared libertarian communism. Murray Bookchin, the Spanish anarchists, p. 225, p. 226, p. 227 and p. 238. It seems that the CNT leadership's loyalty to its ideals and its purely anarchist nature, which necessitated not attacking the forms of the state, was a very recent development. As can be seen, the rationales later developed to justify the betrayal of anarchist ideas and the revolutionary workers of Spain have no real relationship to anarchist theory. They were created to justify a non-anarchist approach to the struggle against fascism, an approach based on ignoring struggle from below and instead forging alliances with parties and unions at the top. This had not always been the case. Throughout the 1930s, the UGT and Socialist Party had rejected the CNT's repeated calls for a revolutionary alliance from below in favor of a top-down workers' alliance which, they believed, would be the only way which would allow them to control the labor movement. The CNT, rightly, rejected such a position in favor of an alliance from the bottom up, yet, in July 1936, the need for unity was obvious and the UGT was not changing its position. So while in Barcelona the state has been destroyed in all but name, in Madrid, thanks to the Socialist Party, bourgeois structures were left intact and even fortified. A semi-dead state received a new lease of life and no dual power was created to neutralize it. Abel Paz, Durruti in the Spanish Revolution, p. 462. Rather than trying to cement a unity with other organizations at the top level in July 1936, the leadership of the CNT should have applied their anarchist ideas by inciting the oppressed to enlarge and consolidate their gains, which they did anyway. This would have liberated all the potential energy within the country, and elsewhere, energy that clearly existed, as can be seen from the spontaneous collectivizations that occurred after the fateful plenum of July 20 and the creation of volunteer workers' militia columns sent to liberate those parts of Spain which had fallen to Franco. The role of anarchists, therefore, was that of inciting the people to abolish capitalistic property and the institutions through which it exercises its power for the exploitation of the majority by a minority, and to support, to incite, and encourage the development of the social revolution and to frustrate any attempts by the bourgeois capitalist state to reorganize itself, which it would seek to do. This would involve seeking to destroy bourgeois institutions through the creation of revolutionary organisms. Vernon Richards, Lessons of the Spanish Revolution, p. 44, p. 46 and p. 193. In other words, to encourage the kind of federation of communities and workplaces Bakunin and Kropotkin had called for. Indeed, such an organization already existing in embryo in the CNT Barrios defense committees, which had led and coordinated the struggle against the military coup throughout Barcelona. The neighborhood committees, which had diverse names but all shared a libertarian outlook, federated and created a revolutionary local coordination committee. They became revolutionary committees and formed what was called the Federation of Barricades. It was the committees that held power in Barcelona that evening. Pause, Op. Cit. p. 470 and p. 445. Rather than collaborate with political parties and the UGT at the top, in the Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias, the CNT should have developed these organs of community self-organization. Power lay in the street on July 20, represented by the people in arms. Life took on a new momentum, and it both destroyed and created as the people worked to resolve practical necessities born from a collective life that lived and wanted to continue living in the street. The street and the people in arms were the living force of the revolution. The defense committees, now transformed into revolutionary committees, back up this force. They organized what was called the Federation of Barricades. Militants, standing resolutely behind these barricades, represented them in the revolutionary committees. Pause, op. Cit, pages 450-1. Later, a delegate meeting from the various workplaces, whether previously unionized or not, would have to had been arranged to organize, to requote Bakunin, the Federal Alliance of all working men's associations, which would constitute the Commune and complement the Federation of the Barricades. Op. Cit. p. 170. In more modern terminology, a federation of workers' councils combined with a federation of workers' militias and community assemblies. Without this, the revolution was doomed, as was the war against Franco. A minority of anarchists did see this genuinely libertarian solution at the time, but sadly they were a minority. For example, the members of the Nosotros group, which included Durruti, thought it was necessary to transcend the alliance between the CNT and the political parties and create an authentic revolutionary organization. That organization would rest directly on Barcelona's and Catalonia's unions and revolutionary committees. Together, those groups would form a regional assembly, which would be the revolution's executive body. Pause, op. Cit. p. 471. Such a development, applying the basic ideas of anarchism, and as expounded in the CNT's May resolution on libertarian communism, was not an impossibility. After all, as we will see, the CNT-FAI organized along those lines in Aragon. Concern that Catalonia would be isolated from the rest of the Republic was foremost in the minds of many in the CNT and FAI. The fear that if libertarian communism was implemented, then a civil war within the anti-fascist forces would occur, so aiding Franco, was a real one. Unfortunately, the conclusion drawn from that fear, namely to win the war against Franco before talking about the revolution, was the wrong one. After all, a civil war within the Republican side did occur, when the state had recovered enough to start it. Similarly, with the fear of a blockade by foreign governments. This happened away, confirming the analysis of activists like Durruti. Organizing a full and proper delegate meeting in the first days of the revolution would have allowed all arguments and suggestions to be discussed by the whole membership of the CNT, and, perhaps, a different decision may have been reached on the subject of collaboration. After all, many CNT members were applying anarchist politics by fighting fascism via a revolutionary war. This can be seen by the rank and file of the CNT and FAI ignoring the decision to postpone the revolution in favor of an anti-fascist war. All across Republican Spain, workers and peasants started to expropriate capital and the land, placing it under workers' self-management. They did so on their own initiative. It is also possible, as discussed in the next section, that anti-fascist unity would have prevailed and so some decision would have been reached. Be that as it may, by thinking they could postpone the revolution until after the war, the CNT leadership made two mistakes. Firstly, they should have known that their members would hardly miss this opportunity to implement libertarian ideas, so making their decision redundant, and a statist backlash inevitable. Secondly, they abandoned their anarchist ideas, failing to understand that the struggle against fascism would never be effective without the active participation of the working class. Such participation could never be achieved by placing the war before the revolution and by working in top-down, statist structures or within a state. Indeed, the mistake made by the CNT, while understandable, cannot be justified given that their consequences had been predicted by numerous anarchists beforehand, including Kropotkin. Decades earlier, in an essay on the Paris Commune, the Russian anarchist refuted the two assumptions of the CNT leadership. First, of placing the war before the revolution and, second, that the struggle could be waged by authoritarian structures or a state. He explicitly attacked the mentality and logic of those who argued, let us first make sure of victory, and then see what can be done. Make sure of victory. As if there were any way of transforming society into a free commune without laying hands upon property. As if there were any way of defeating the enemy so long as the great mass of the people is not directly interested in the triumph of the revolution, in witnessing the arrival of material, moral and intellectual well-being for all. They sought to consolidate the commune first of all while postponing the social revolution for later on, while the only effective way of proceeding was to consolidate the commune by the social revolution. Words of a Rebel, p. 97. Kropotkin's argument was sound, as the CNT discovered. By waiting until victory in the war they were defeated, as Abel Paz suggested, the workers of Spain had to build a new world to secure and defend their victory. Op. Cit. p. 451. Kropotkin also indicated the inevitable effects of the CNT's actions in cooperating with the state and joining representative bodies. Paris sent her devoted sons to the Hôtel de Ville town hall. Indeed, immobilized there by fetters of red tape, forced to discuss when action was needed, and losing the sensitivity that comes from continual contact with the masses, they saw themselves reduced to impotence. Paralyzed by their distancing from the revolutionary center, the people they themselves paralyzed the popular initiative. Op. Cit. pages 97-8. Which, in a nutshell, was what happened to the leading militants of the CNT who collaborated with the state. Kropotkin was proved right, as was anarchist theory from Bakunin onwards. As Vernon Richards argued, there can be no excuse for the CNT's decision, as they were not mistakes of judgment but the deliberate abandonment of the principles of the CNT. Op. Cit. pages 41-2. It seems difficult to blame anarchist theory for the decisions of the CNT when that theory argues the opposite position. That enemies of anarchism quote Garcia Oliver's words from 1937 to draw conclusions about anarchist theory says more about their politics than about anarchism. Moreover, while the experience of Spain confirms anarchist theory negatively, it also confirms it positively by the creation of the Regional Defense Council of Aragon. The Council of Aragon was created by a meeting of delegates from CNT unions, village collectives, and militia columns to protect the new society based on libertarian communism the people of Aragon were building. The meeting also decided to press for the setting up of a National Defense Committee which would link together a series of regional bodies that were organized on principles similar to the one now established in Aragon. Durruti stressed that the collectives had to build their own means of self-defense and not rely on the libertarian columns which would leave Aragon as the war evolved. They needed to coordinate themselves, although he also warned themselves an anti-fascist political front like the type existing in other parts of Spain. They needn't make the same error as their compatriots elsewhere. The Popular Assembly must be sovereign. After a CNT regional assembly, militants decided to form the Aragon Defense Council and the Aragon Federation of Collectives. Pause, Op. Cit. pages 540-1. This exposes as false the claim that anarchism failed during the Spanish Civil War. In Aragon, the CNT did follow the ideas of anarchism, abolishing both the state and capitalism. If they had did this in Catalonia, the outcome of the Civil War may have been different. The continuity of what happened in Aragon with the ideas of anarchism and the CNT's 1936 Zaragoza Resolution on Libertarian Communism is obvious. The formation of the Regional Defense Council was an affirmation of commitment to the principles of libertarian communism. This principled stand for revolutionary social and economic change stands at odds with the claims that the Spanish Civil War indicates the failure of anarchism. After all, in Aragon the CNT did act in accordance with anarchist theory as well as in its own history and politics. It created a federation of workers' associations as argued by Bakunin. To contrast Catalonia and Aragon shows the weakness of Stack's argument. The same organization, with the same politics, yet different results. How can anarchist ideas be blamed for what happened in Catalonia when they had been applied in Aragon? Such a position could not be logically argued and, unsurprisingly, Aragon usually fails to get mentioned by Marxists when discussing anarchism during the Spanish Civil War. Therefore, the activities of the CNT during the Civil War cannot be used to discredit anarchism, although it can be used to show that anarchists, like everyone else, can and do make wrong decisions in difficult circumstances. That Marxists always point to this event in anarchist history is unsurprising, for it was a terrible mistake. Yet how could anarchism have failed during the Spanish Revolution when it was ignored in Catalonia, for fear of fascism, and applied in Aragon? How can it be argued that anarchist politics were to blame when those very same politics had formed the Council of Aragon? It cannot. Simply put, the Spanish Civil War showed the failure of certain anarchists to apply their ideas in a difficult situation rather than the failure of anarchism. As Emma Goldman argued, the contention that there is something wrong with anarchism, because the leading comrades in Spain failed anarchism, seems to be very faulty reasoning. The failure of one or several individuals can never take away from the depth and truth of an ideal. Vision on Fire, p. 299. To use the Catalan CNT to generalize about anarchism is false, as it, firstly, requires a dismissal of the objective circumstances the decision was made in, and, secondly, it means ignoring anarchist theory and history. It also gives the impression that anarchism as a revolutionary theory must be evaluated purely from one event in its history. The experiences of the Makhnovists in the Ukraine, the USI and UAI in the factory occupations of 1920 and fighting fascism in Italy, the insurrections of the CNT during the 1930s, the Council of Aragon created by the CNT in the Spanish Revolution, and so on, are all ignored. Hardly convincing, although handy for Marxists. As is clear from, for example, the experiences of the Makhnovists and the Council of Aragon, that anarchism has been applied successfully on a large scale, both politically and economically, in revolutionary situations. Equally flawed are any attempts to suggest that those anarchists who remain true to libertarian theory somehow, by so doing, rejected it and moved towards Marxism. This is usually done to the anarchist group the Friends of Durruti, FOD. In the words of Pat Stack. Interestingly, the one Spanish anarchist group that developed the most sophisticated critique of all this was the Friends of Durruti. As Trotskyist Felix Marro points out, they represented a conscious break with the anti-statism of traditional anarchism. They explicitly declared the need for democratic organs of power, juntas, or Soviets, in the overthrow of capitalism, and the necessary state measures of repression against the counter-revolution. The failure of the Spanish anarchists to understand exactly that these were the stark choices: workers' power, or capitalist power followed by reaction. Op. Cit. That Stack could not bother to spell Durruti's name correctly shows how seriously we should take this analysis. The FOD were an anarchist grouping within the CNT and FAI which, like a large minority of others, strongly and consistently opposed the policy of anti-fascist unity. Rather than signify a conscious break with anarchism, it signified a conscious return to it. This can be clearly seen when we compare their arguments to those of Bakunin. As noted by Stack, the FOD argued for juntas in the overthrow of capitalism and to defend against counter-revolution. Yet this was exactly what revolutionary anarchists have argued for since Bakunin. See section H.2.1 for details. The continuity of the ideas of the FOD with the pre-Civil War politics of the CNT and the ideas of revolutionary anarchism are clear. As such, the FOD were simply arguing for a return to the traditional positions of anarchism and cannot be considered to have broken with it. If Stack or Marro knew anything about anarchism, then they would have known this. As such, the failure of the Spanish anarchists was not the stark choice between workers' power and capitalist power, but rather the making of the wrong choice in the real dilemma of introducing anarchism, which would, by definition, be based on workers' power, organization, and self-management, or collaborating with other anti-fascist groups in the struggle against the greater enemy of Franco, i.e. fascist reaction. That Stack does not see this suggests that he simply has no appreciation of the dynamics of the Spanish Revolution and prefers abstract sloganeering to a serious analysis of the problems facing it. He ends by summarizing. The most important lesson is that whatever ideals and gut instincts individual anarchists may have, anarchism, both in word and deed, fails to provide a roadworthy vehicle for human liberation. Only Marxism, which sees the centrality of the working class under the leadership of a political party, is capable of leading the working class to victory. Op. Cit. As a useful antidote to these claims, we need simply quote Trotsky on what the Spanish anarchists should have done. In his words, because the leaders of the CNT renounced dictatorship for themselves, they left the place open for the Stalinist dictatorship. Hardly an example of workers' power. Or, as he put it earlier in the same year, a revolutionary party, even having seized power, of which the anarchist leaders were incapable in spite of the heroism of the anarchist workers, is still by no means the sovereign ruler of society. Ultimately, it was the case that the failure of the Spanish Revolution confirmed for Trotsky the truism that the revolutionary dictatorship of a proletarian party is an objective necessity. The revolutionary party, vanguard, which renounces its own dictatorship, surrenders the masses to the counter-revolution. Rather than seeing, as anarchists do, workers' councils as being key, Trotsky considered the party, in fact the dictatorship of a party, as being the decisive factor. Our emphasis, Writings of Leon Trotsky 1936-37, p. 514, p. 488 and pages 513-4 at best, such organs would be used to achieve party power and would simply be a fig leaf for its rule, see section H.3.8. Clearly, the leading Marxist at the time was not arguing for the centrality of the working class under the leadership of a political party. He was arguing for the dictatorship of a revolutionary party over the working class. Rather than the working class being central to the running of a revolutionary regime, Trotsky saw the party taking that position. What sort of victory is possible when the party has dictatorial power over the working class and the sovereign ruler of society? Simply the kind of victory that leads to Stalinism. Rather than seeing working class organizations as the means by which working people run society, Leninists see them purely in instrumental terms, the means by which the party can seize power. As the Russian Revolution proved beyond doubt, in a conflict between workers' power and party power, Leninists will suppress the former to ensure the latter. To paraphrase Stack, the most important lesson from both the Russian and Spanish revolutions is that whatever ideals and gut instincts individual Leninists may have, Leninism, both in word and deed, fails to provide a roadworthy vehicle for human liberation. Only anarchism, which sees the centrality of the working class self-management of the class struggle and revolution, is capable of ensuring the creation of a real, free, socialist society. Lastly, it could be argued that our critique of the standard Leninist attack on Spanish anarchism is similar to that presented by Leninists to justify Bolshevik authoritarianism during the Russian Revolution. After all, Leninists like Stack point to the objective circumstances facing Lenin's regime, its isolation, civil war, and economic problems, as explaining its repressive actions. Yet any similarity is superficial, as the defeat of the revolution in Spain was due to anarchists not applying our ideas whole, while, in Russia, it was due to the Bolsheviks applying their ideology. The difficulties that faced the Russian Revolution pushed the Bolsheviks further down the road they were already traveling down, not to mention that Bolshevik ideology significantly contributed to making many of these problems worse. As we discuss in section H.6, the notion that objective circumstances explains Bolshevik tyranny is simply unconvincing, particularly given the role Bolshevik ideology played in this process. So, to conclude, rather than show the failure of anarchism, the experience of the Spanish Revolution indicates the failure of anarchists to apply their ideas in practice. Faced with extremely difficult circumstances, they compromised their ideas in the name of anti-fascist unity. Their compromises confirmed rather than refuted anarchist theory, as they led to the defeat of both the revolution and the civil war. I.8.12 was the decision to collaborate imposed on the CNT's membership. A few words have to be said about the development of the CNT and FAI after the 19th of July, 1936. It is clear that both changed in nature and were the not same organizations as they were before that date. Both organizations became more centralist and bureaucratic, with the membership excluded from many major decisions. As Pirates suggested, in the CNT and among militant anarchists there had been a tradition of the most scrupulous respect for the deliberations and decisions of the assemblies, the grassroots of the Federalist organization. Those who held administrative office had been merely the mandatories of those decisions. The regular motions adopted by the national congresses spelled out to the Confederation and its representative committees ineluctable obligations of a basic and general nature incumbent upon every affiliated member regardless of locality or region. And the forming of such general motions was the direct responsibility of all of the unions by means of motions adopted at their respective general assemblies. Similarly, the regional or local congresses would establish the guidelines of requirement and problems that obtained only at regional or local levels. In both instances, sovereignty resided always with the assemblies of workers whether in their unions or in their groups. This sense of rigorous, everyday Federalist procedure was abruptly amended from the very outset of the revolutionary phase. This amendment of the norms of the organization was explained away by reference to the exceptional turn of events, which required a greater agility of decisions and resolutions, which is to say a necessary departure from the circuitous procedures of Federalist practice which operated from the bottom upwards. The CNT in the Spanish Revolution, Volume 1, p. 213. In other words, the CNT had become increasingly hierarchical, with the higher committees becoming transformed into executive bodies rather than administrative ones, as it is safe to assert that the significant resolutions in the organization were adopted by the committees, very rarely by the mass constituency. Certainly, circumstances required quick decisions from the organization, and it was necessary to take precautions to prevent damaging leaks. These necessities tempted the committees to abandon the Federalist procedures of the organization. José Pirates, Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, p. 188. Ironically, rather than the anarchist leaders of the CNT failing to seize power as Trotsky and his followers lament, see last section, they did in their own organizations. Such a development proved to be a disaster and reinforced the anarchist critique against hierarchical and centralist organizations. The CNT higher committees became isolated from the membership, pursued their own policies and compromised and paralyzed the creative work being done by the rank and file as predicted in anarchist theory. However, be that as it may, as we will indicate below, it would be false to assert that these higher committees simply imposed the decision to collaborate on their memberships, as, for example, Vernon Richards seems to imply in his Lessons of the Spanish Revolution. While it is true that the committees presented many decisions as a fait accompli, the rank and file of the CNT and FAI did not simply follow orders nor ratify all of the decisions blindly. In any revolutionary situation, decisions have to be made quickly and sometimes without consulting the base of the organization. However, such decisions must be accountable to the membership who must discuss and ratify them. This was the policy within the CNT militias, for example. The experience of the CNT and FAI in countless strikes, insurrections, and campaigns had proven the decentralist, federal structure was more than capable of pursuing the class war. Revolution is no exception, as it is the class war in its most concentrated form. In other words, the organizational principles of the CNT and FAI were more than adequate for a revolutionary situation. The centralizing tendencies, therefore, cannot be blamed on the exceptional circumstances of the war. Rather, it was the policy of collaboration which explains them. Unlike the numerous strikes and revolts that occurred before July 19, 1936, the CNT higher committees had started to work within the state structure. This, by its very nature, must generate hierarchical and centralizing tendencies, as those involved must adapt to the state's basic structure and form. The violations of CNT policy flowed from the initial decision to compromise in the name of anti-fascist unity, and a vicious circle developed. Each compromise pushed the CNT leadership further into the arms of the state, which increased hierarchical tendencies, which in turn isolated these higher committees from the membership, which in turn encouraged a conciliatory policy by those committees. This centralizing and hierarchical tendency did not mean that the higher committees of the CNT simply imposed their will on the rest of the organization. It is very clear that the decision to collaborate had, initially, the passive support of the majority of the CNT and FAI, probably because they thought the war would be over after a few weeks or months. As visiting French anarchist Sébastien Faure noted, while effective participation in central authority has had the approval of the majority within the unions and in the groups affiliated to the FAI, that decision has in many places encountered the opposition of a fairly substantial minority. Thus there has been no unanimity. Quoted by José Pirates, The CNT in the Spanish Revolution, Volume 1, p. 183, in the words of Pirates. Were all of the militants of the same mind? Excepting some vocal minorities which expressed their protests in their press organs and through committees, gatherings, plenums, and assemblies, the dismal truth is that the bulk of the membership was enthralled to a certain fatalism which was itself a direct consequence of the tragic realities of the war. Op. Cit. p. 181. And we have already seen how, on the economic plane, militant anarchism forged ahead, undaunted, with its work of transforming the economy. It is not to be doubted, for to do so would have been to display ignorance of the psychology of the libertarian rank and file of the CNT, that a muffled contest, occasionally erupting at plenums and assemblies and manifest in some press organs, broke out as soon as the backsliding began. In this connection, the body of opinion hostile to any possible deviation in tactics and principles was able to count throughout upon spirited champions. Op. Cit. p. 210. Thus, within the libertarian movement, there was a substantial minority who opposed the policy of collaboration and made their opinions known in various publications and meetings. While many, if not most, revolutionary anarchists volunteered for the militias and so were not active in their unions as before, there were various groups, such as Catalan Libertarian Youth, the Friends of Durruti, other FAI groups, and so on, which were opposed to collaboration and argued their case openly in the streets, collectives, organizational meetings, and so on. Moreover, outside the libertarian movement, the two tiny Trotskyist groups also argued against collaboration, as did sections of the POUM. Therefore it is impossible to state that the CNT membership were unaware of the arguments against the dominant policy. Also the Catalan CNT's higher committees, for example, after the May days of 1937, could not get Union Assembly's Oregon plenums to expel the Friends of Durruti, nor to get them to withhold financial support for the Libertarian Youth, who opposed collaboration vigorously in their publications, nor get them to call upon various groups of workers to stop distributing opposition publications in the public transit system or with the Daily Milk. Abe Bluestein, Translator's Note, Juan Gomez Casas, Anarchist Organization, The History of the FAI, p. 10. This suggests that in spite of centralizing tendencies, the higher committees of the CNT were still subject to some degree of popular influence and control and should not be seen as having dictatorial powers over the organization. While many decisions were presented as fait accompli to the Union plenums, often called by the committees at short notice, in violation of past CNT procedures, the plenums could not be railroaded into ratifying any decision the committees wanted. The objective circumstances associated with the war against Franco and fascism convinced most CNT members and libertarian activists that working with other parties and unions within the state was the only feasible option. Also, to do otherwise, they thought, was to weaken the war effort by provoking another civil war in the anti-Franco camp. While such a policy did not work, when it was strong enough, the Republican state did start a civil war against the CNT which gutted the struggle against fascism. It cannot be argued that it was imposed upon the membership nor that they did not hear opposing positions. Sadly, the call for anti-fascist unity dominated the minds of the libertarian movement. In the early stages, the majority of rank-and-file militants believed that the war would be over in a matter of weeks. After all, a few days had been sufficient to rout the army in Barcelona and other industrial centers. This inclined them to, firstly, tolerate, indeed, support, the collaboration of the CNT with the Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias and, secondly, to start expropriating capitalism in the belief that the revolution would soon be back on track. The opportunity to start introducing anarchist ideas was simply too good to waste, regardless of the wishes of the CNT leadership. They believed that the revolution and libertarian communism, as debated and adopted by the CNT's Zaragoza Congress of May that year, was an inseparable aspect of the struggle against fascism and proceeded appropriately. The ignoring of the state, rather than its destruction, was seen as a short-term compromise, soon to be corrected. Sadly, their wrong collaboration had a logic all its own, one which got worse as the war dragged on, and soon it was too late. Which, we must note, indicates the superficial nature of most Marxist attacks on anarchism using the CNT as the key evidence. After all, it was the anarchists and anarchist-influenced members of the CNT who organized the collectives, militias, and started the transformation of Spanish society. They did so inspired by anarchism and in an anarchist way. To praise their actions, while attacking anarchism, shows a lack of logic. Indeed, these actions have more in common with anarchist ideas than the actions and rationales of the CNT leadership. Thus, to attack anarchism by pointing to the anti-anarchist actions of a few leaders while ignoring the anarchist actions of the majority is flawed. Therefore, to summarize, it is clear that while the internal structure of the CNT was undermined and authoritarian tendencies increased by its collaboration with the state, the CNT was not transformed into a mere appendage to the higher committees of the organization. The union plenums could and did reject the calls made by the leadership of the CNT. Support for anti-fascist unity was widespread among the CNT membership, in spite of the activities and arguments of large minority of anarchists, and was reflected in the policy of collaboration pursued by the organization. While the CNT higher committees were transformed into a bureaucratic leadership, increasingly isolated from the rank and file, it cannot be argued that their power was absolute nor totally at odds with the wishes of the membership. Ironically, but unsurprisingly, the divergences from the CNT's previous libertarian organizational principles confirmed anarchist theory, becoming a drag on the revolution and a factor in its defeat. As we argued in section I.8.11, the initial compromise with the state, the initial betrayal of anarchist theory and CNT policy, contained all the rest. Moreover, rather than refute anarchism, the experience of the CNT after it had rejected anarchist theory confirmed its centralist, hierarchical organizations hindered and ultimately destroyed the revolution. The experience of the CNT and FAI suggests that those, like Leninists, who argue for more centralization and for democratic hierarchical structures have refused to understand, let alone learn from, history. The increased centralization within the CNT aided and empowered the leadership, a minority, and disempowered the membership, the majority. Rather than federalism hindering the revolution, it, as always, was centralism which did so. Therefore, in spite of a sizable minority of anarchists within the CNT and FAI arguing against the dominant policy of anti-fascist unity and political collaboration, this policy was basically agreed to by the CNT membership and was not imposed upon them. The membership of the CNT could, and did, reject suggestions of the leadership, and so, in spite of the centralization of power that occurred in the CNT due to the policy of collaboration, it cannot be argued that this policy was alien to the wishes of the rank and file, however lamentable the results of that position were. I.8.13 What political lessons were learned from the revolution? The most important political lesson learned from the Spanish Revolution is that a revolution cannot compromise with existing power structures. In this, It just confirmed anarchist theory and the basic libertarian position that a social revolution will only succeed if it follows an anarchist path and does not seek to compromise in the name of fighting a greater evil. As Kropotkin put it, a revolution that stops halfway is sure to be soon defeated. The Great French Revolution, Volume 2, p. 553. On the 20th of July, after the fascist coup had been defeated in Barcelona, the CNT sent a delegation of its members to meet the leader of the Catalan government. A plenum of CNT union shop stewards, in the light of the fascist coup, agreed that libertarian communism would be postponed until Franco had been defeated. The rank and file ignored them and collectivized their workplaces. They organized a delegation to visit the Catalan president to discuss the situation. The delegation was intransigent. Either companies the Catalan president must accept the creation of a central committee of anti-fascist militias as the ruling organization, or the CNT would consult the rank and file and expose the real situation to the workers. Companies backed down. Our emphasis, Abel Paz, Durruti, The People Armed, p. 216. The CNT committee members used their newfound influence in the eyes of Spain to unite with the leaders of other organizations/parties but not the rank and file. This process led to the creation of the Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias, in which political parties as well as labor unions were represented. This committee was not made up of mandated delegates from workplaces, communities, or barricades, but of representatives of existing organizations, nominated by committees. Instead of a genuine confederal body, made up of mandated delegates from workplace, militia, and neighborhood assemblies, the CNT created a body which was not accountable to, nor could reflect the ideas of, working class people expressed in their assemblies. The state and government was not abolished by self-management, only ignored. This was a mistake, and many soon came to realize that once they went into the so-called United Front, they could do nothing else but go further. In other words, the one mistake, the one wrong step inevitably led to others, as it always does. I am more than ever convinced that if the comrades had remained firm on their own grounds, they would have remained stronger than they are now. But I repeat, once they had made common cause for the period of the anti-fascist war, they were driven by the logic of events to go further. Emma Goldman, Vision on Fire, pages 100-1. The most obvious problem, of course, was that collaboration with the state ensured that a federation of workers' associations could not be created to coordinate the struggle against fascism and the social revolution. As Stuart Christie argues, by imposing their leadership from above, these partisan committees suffocated the mushrooming popular autonomous revolutionary centers, the grassroots factory and local revolutionary committees, and prevented them from proving themselves as an efficient and viable means of coordinating communications, defense, and provisioning. They also prevented the local revolutionary committees from integrating with each other to form a regional, provincial, and national federal network which would facilitate the revolutionary task of social and economic reconstruction. We, the anarchists, pages 99-100. Without such a federation, it was only a matter of time before the CNT joined the bourgeois government. Rather than being a regime of dual power and the most important of the new organs of power, as many Trotskyists, following Felix Marot, maintain, the Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias created on July 20, 1936, was, in fact, an organ of class collaboration and a handicap to the revolution. Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Spain, p. 85 and p. 83. Stuart Christie was correct to call it an artificial and hybrid creation, a compromise, an artificial political solution, an officially sanctioned appendage of the Generalidad government which drew the CNT-FAI leadership inexorably into the state apparatus, until then its principal enemy. Op. Cit. p. 105. Only a true federation of delegates from the fields, factories, and workplaces could have been the framework of a true organization of, to use Bakunin's expression, the social, and, by consequence, anti-political, power of the working masses. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, pages 197-8. Therefore, the CNT forgot a basic principle of anarchism, namely the destruction of the states. Instead, like the Paris Commune, the CNT thought that in order to combat reaction, they had to organize themselves in reactionary Jacobin fashion, forgetting or sacrificing what they themselves knew were the first conditions of revolutionary socialism. The real basis of the revolution, the basic principle of anarchism, was that the future social organization must be made solely from the bottom upwards, by the free association or federation of workers, firstly in their unions, then in communes, regions, nations, and finally in a great federation, international and universal. Bakunin, Op. Cit. p. 198, p. 202 and p. 204. By not doing this, by working in a top-down compromise body rather than creating a federation of workers' councils, the CNT leadership could not help eventually sacrificing the revolution in favor of the war. Of course, if a full plenum of CNT unions and barrios defense committees, with delegates invited from UGT and Anarchist workplaces, had taken place, there is no guarantee that the decision reached would have been in line with anarchist theory. The feelings for anti-fascist unity were strong. However, the decision would have been fully discussed by the rank and file of the Union, under the influence of the revolutionary anarchists who were later to join the militias and leave for the front. It is likely, given the wave of collectivization and what happened in Aragon, that the decision would have been different and the first step would have made to turn this plenum into the basis of a free federation of workers' associations, i.e. the framework of a self-managed society which could have smashed the state and ensured no other appeared to take its place. So the basic idea of anarchism, the need to create a federation of workers' councils, was ignored. In the name of anti-fascist unity, the CNT worked with parties and classes which hated both them and the revolution. In the words of Sam Dolgoff, both before and after July 19, an unwavering determination to crush the revolutionary movement was the leitmotif behind the policies of the Republican government, irrespective of the party in power. The anarchist collectives, p40, without creating a means to organize the social power of the working class, the CNT was defenseless against these parties once the state had reorganized itself. To justify their collaboration, the leaders of the CNT-FAI argued that not to do so would have led to a civil war within the civil war, so allowing Franco easy victory. In practice, while paying lip service to the revolution, the communists and republicans attacked the collectives, murdered anarchists, restricted supplies to collectivist industries, even war industries, and disbanded the anarchist militias after refusing to give them weapons and ammunition, preferring to arm the civil guard in the rear guard in order to crush the CNT and the revolution. By collaborating, a civil war was not avoided. One occurred anyway, with the working class as its victims, as soon as the state felt strong enough. Garcia Oliver, the first ever, and hopefully last, anarchist Minister of Justice, stated in 1937 that collaboration was necessary and that the CNT had renowned revolutionary totalitarianism, which would lead to the strangulation of the revolution by anarchist and confederal CNT dictatorship. We had confidence in the word and in the person of a Catalan Democrat companies, who had in the past jailed anarchists. Quoted by Vernon Richards, Lessons of the Spanish Revolution, p. 34, which means that only by working with the state, politicians, and capitalists can an anarchist revolution be truly libertarian. Furthermore, this argument contains two fundamental mistakes, which many of the leaders of the CNT-FAI have since recognized, but for which there can be no excuse, since they were not mistakes of judgment but the deliberate abandonment of the principles of the CNT. Firstly, that an armed struggle against fascism or any other form of reaction could be waged more successfully within the framework of the state and subordinating all else, including the transformation of the economic and social structure of the country, to winning the war. Secondly, that it was essential, and possible, to collaborate with political parties, that is politicians, honestly and sincerely, and at a time when power was in the hands of the two workers' organizations. All the initiative was in the hands of the workers. The politicians were like generals without armies floundering in a desert of futility. Collaboration with them could not, by any stretch of the imagination, strengthen resistance to Franco. On the contrary, it was clear that collaboration with political parties meant the recreation of governmental institutions and the transferring of initiative from the armed workers to a central body with executive powers. By removing the initiative from the workers, the responsibility for the conduct of the struggle and its objectives were also transferred to a governing hierarchy, and this could not have other than an adverse effect on the morale of the revolutionary fighters. Richards, Op. Cit. p. 42. The dilemma of anarchist dictatorship or collaboration raised in 1937 was fundamentally wrong. It was never a case of banning parties and other organizations under an anarchist system, far from it. Full rights of free speech, organization, and so on should have existed for all, but the parties would only have as much influence as they exerted in union, workplace, community and militia assemblies, as should be the case. Collaboration, yes, but within the rank and file and within organizations organized in an anarchist manner. Anarchism does not respect the freedom to be a boss or politician. In his History of the FAI, Juan Gómez Casas, an active FAI member in 1936, made this clear. How else could libertarian communism be brought about? It would always signify dissolution of the old parties dedicated to the idea of power, or at least make it impossible for them to pursue their politics aimed at seizure of power. There will always be pockets of opposition to new experiences and therefore resistance to joining the spontaneity of the unanimous masses. In addition, the masses would have complete freedom of expression in the unions and in the economic organizations of the revolution as well as their political organizations in the district and communities. Anarchist Organization, The History of the FAI, p. 188f. Instead of this collaboration from the bottom up, by means of a federation of workers' associations, community assemblies, and militia columns as argued for by anarchists from Bakunin onwards, the CNT and FAI committees favored collaboration from the top down. The leaders ignored the state and cooperated with other trade unions officials as well as political parties in the Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias. In other words, they ignored their political ideas in favor of a united front against what they considered the greater evil, namely fascism. This inevitably led the way to counter-revolution, the destruction of the militias and collectives, as there was no means by which these groups could coordinate their activities independently of the state. The continued existence of the state ensured that economic confederalism between collectives, i.e. extending the revolution under the direction of the syndicates, could not develop naturally nor be developed far enough in all places. Due to the political compromises of the CNT, the tendencies to coordination and mutual aid could not develop freely, see next section. It is clear that the defeat in Spain was due to a failure not of anarchist theory and tactics but a failure of anarchists to apply their theory and tactics. Instead of destroying the state, the CNT-FAI ignored it. For a revolution to be successful, it needs to create organizations which can effectively replace the state and the market, that is, to create a widespread libertarian organization for social and economic decision-making through which working-class people can start to set their own agendas. Only by going down this route can the state and capitalism be effectively smashed. In building the new world we must destroy the old one. Revolutions may be, as Engels suggested, authoritarian by their very nature, but only in respect to institutions, structures, and social relations which promote injustice, hierarchy and inequality. As discussed in section H.7.4, it is not authoritarian to destroy authority and not tyrannical to dethrone tyrants. Revolutions, above all else, must be libertarian in respect to the oppressed. That is, they must develop structures that involve the great majority of the population, who have previously been excluded from decision-making on social and economic issues. In fact, a revolution is the most libertarian thing ever. As the Friends of Durruti argued, a revolution requires the absolute domination of the workers' organizations. The Friends of Durruti accuse, class war on the home front, Wildcat Group, ed. p. 34 only this, the creation of viable anarchist social organizations, can ensure that the state and capitalism can be destroyed and replaced with a just system based on liberty, equality, and solidarity. Just as Bakunin, Kropotkin, and a host of other anarchist thinkers had argued decades previously, see section H.1.4. Thus the most important lesson gained from the Spanish Revolution is simply the correctness of anarchist theory on the need to organize the social and economic power of the working class by a free federation of workers' associations to destroy the state. Without this, no revolution can be lasting. As Gómez Casas correctly argued, if instead of condemning that experience of collaboration, the movement continues to look for excuses for it, the same course will be repeated in the future. Exceptional circumstances will again put anarchism on its knees before the state. Op. Cit. p. 251. The second important lesson is on the nature of anti-fascism. The CNT leadership, along with many, if not most, of the rank and file, were totally blinded by the question of anti-fascist unity, leading them to support a democratic state against a fascist one. While the basis of a new world was being created around them by the working class, inspiring the fight against fascism, the CNT leaders collaborated with the system that spawns fascism. While the anti-fascist feelings of the CNT leadership were sincere, the same cannot be said of their allies, who seemed happier attacking the gains of the semi-revolution than fighting fascism. As the friends of Durruti make clear, democracy defeated the Spanish people, not fascism. Op. Cit. p. 30. To be opposed to fascism is not enough, you also have to be anti-capitalist. As Durruti stressed, no government in the world fights fascism to the death. When the bourgeoisie sees power slipping from its grasp, it has recourse to fascism to maintain itself. Quoted by Vernon Richards, Op. Cit. p. 193 f. In Spain, anti-fascism destroyed the revolution, not fascism. As the Scottish anarchist Ethel MacDonald argued at the time, fascism is not something new, some new force of evil opposed to society, but is only the old enemy, capitalism, under a new and fearful-sounding name. Anti-fascism is the new slogan by which the working class is being betrayed. Workers' Free Press, October 1937. Thirdly, the argument of the CNT that libertarian communism had to wait until after the war was a false one. Fascism can only be defeated by ending the system that spawned it, i.e. capitalism. In addition, in terms of morale and inspiration, the struggle against fascism could only be effective if it were also a struggle for something better, namely a free society. To fight fascism for a capitalist democracy which had repressed the working class would hardly inspire those at the front. Similarly, the only hope for workers' self-management was to push the revolution as far as possible, i.e. to introduce libertarian communism while fighting fascism. The idea of waiting for libertarian communism ultimately meant sacrificing it for the war effort. This would, by necessity, mean the end of the revolutionary spirit and hope which could inspire and sustain the war effort. Why would people fight for a return to the status quo? A status quo that they had rebelled against before the start of the Civil War and which had provoked the fascist coup in the first place. Fourthly, the role of anarchists in a social revolution is to always encourage organization from below, to use one of Bakunin's favorite expressions, revolutionary organizations which can effectively smash the state. Bakunin himself argued, see section I.8.11, in favor of workers' councils, complemented by community assemblies, the federation of the barricades, and a self-managed militia. This model is still applicable today and was successfully applied in Aragon by the CNT. Therefore, the political lessons gained from the experience of the CNT come as no surprise. They simply repeat long-standing positions within anarchist theory. As anarchists have argued since Bakunin, no revolution is possible unless the state is smashed, capital expropriated, and a free federation of workers' associations created as the framework of libertarian socialism. Rather than refuting anarchism, the experience of the Spanish Revolution confirms it. I.8.14 What economic lessons were learned from the revolution? The most important economic lesson from the revolution is the fact that working class people took over the management of industry and did an amazing job of keeping, and improving, production in the face of the direst circumstances, a factor often overlooked by the opponents of anarchism and the revolution. Not only did workers create a war industry from almost nothing in Catalonia, they also improved working conditions and innovated with new techniques and processes. The Spanish Revolution shows that self-management is possible and that the constructive powers of people inspired by an ideal can transform society. Self-management allowed a massive increase in innovation and new ideas. The Spanish Revolution is clear proof of the anarchist case against hierarchy and validates Isaac Puente's words that in a free collective each benefits from accumulated knowledge and specialized experiences of all, and vice versa. There is a reciprocal relationship wherein information is in continuous circulation. The anarchist collectives, p32 the workers, freed from economic autocracy, started to transform their workplaces and how they produced goods. From the point of view of individual freedom, it is clear that self-management allowed previously marginalized people to take an active part in the decisions that affected them. Egalitarian organizations provided the framework for a massive increase in participation and individual self-government, which expressed itself in the extensive innovations carried out by the collectives. The collectives indicate, in Stirner's words, that only in the union can you assert yourself as unique, because the union does not possess you, but you possess it or make it of use to you. The ego and its own, p312 a fact Emma Goldman confirmed from her visits to collectives and discussions with their members. I was especially impressed with the replies to my questions as to what actually had the workers gained by the collectivization. The answer always was, first, greater freedom. And only secondly, more wages and less time of work. In 2 years in Russia 1920–21 I never heard any workers express this idea of greater freedom. Vision on Fire, p62. As predicted in anarchist theory, and borne out by actual experience, there exists large untapped reserves of energy and initiative in the ordinary person which self-management can call forth. The collectives proved Kropotkin's argument that cooperative work is more productive and that if the economists wish to prove their thesis in favor of private property against all other forms of possession, should not the economists demonstrate that under the form of communal property land never produces such rich harvests as when the possession is private? But this they could not prove. In fact, it is the contrary that has been observed. The Conquest of Bread, p. 146. Beyond this 5 important lessons can be derived from the actual experience of a libertarian socialist economy. Firstly, that an anarchist society cannot be created overnight, but is a product of many different influences as well as the objective conditions. In this the anarchist collectives confirmed the ideas of anarchist thinkers like Bakunin and Kropotkin, see section I.2.2. The collectives although, as mentioned in section I.8.3, based on key libertarian principles they were a somewhat unexpected development. They reflected objective circumstances facing the revolution as well as libertarian theory and, with regards the latter, were somewhat limited. However, they were organizations created from below by the revolution and so capable of development and progress. The lesson from every revolution is that the mistakes made in the process of liberation by people themselves are always minor compared to the results of a self-proclaimed vanguard creating institutions for people. The Spanish Revolution is a clear example of this, with the Catalan state's collectivization decree causing more harm than good. As intended, it controlled and so limited the economic transformation of the economy. Luckily, the Spanish anarchists recognized the importance of having the freedom to make mistakes, as can be seen by the many different forms of collectives and federations tried. The actual process in Spain towards industrial coordination and socialization was dependent on the wishes of the workers involved as would be expected in a true social revolution. As Bakunin argued, the revolution should not only be made for the people's sake, it should also be made by the people. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 141. The problems faced by a social revolution will be solved in the interests of the working class only if working class people solve them themselves. For this to happen, it requires working class people to manage their own affairs directly, and this implies anarchism, not centralization or state control/ownership. The experience of the collectives in Spain supports. Secondly, the importance of decentralization of management. As discussed in section I.8.4, different areas and industries tried different forms of federation. The woodworkers' union experience indicates that a collectivist industry can become centralist, with even a democratically elected administration leading to rank and file workers becoming marginalist, which could soon result in apathy developing within it. This was predicted by Kropotkin and other anarchist theorists, and by many anarchists in Spain at the time. While undoubtedly better than capitalist hierarchy, such democratically run industries are only close approximations to anarchist ideas of self-management. Importantly, however, the collectivization experiments also indicate that cooperation need not imply centralization, as can be seen from the Badalona collectives. Thirdly, the importance of building links of solidarity between workplaces as soon as possible. While the importance of starting production after the fascist uprising made attempts at coordination seem of secondary importance to the collectives, the competition that initially occurred between workplaces helped the state to undermine self-management. For example, the state was actively using its control of finances to contain and stifle radical change. Graham Kessley, Anarcho-Syndicalism, Libertarian Communism, and the State, p. 172. As there was no people's bank or federal body to coordinate credit and production, state control of credit and the gold reserves made it easier for the Republican state to undermine the revolution by controlling the collectives and, effectively, nationalizing them in time. Durruti and a few others planned to seize the gold reserves but were advised not to by Abad de Santillan. This attack on the revolution started when the Catalan state issued a decree legalizing, and so controlling, the collectives in October 1936, the infamous collectivization decree. The counter-revolution also withheld funds for collectivist industries, even war industries, until they agreed to come under state control. The industrial organization created by this decree was a compromise between anarchist ideas and those of other parties, particularly the communists, and in the words of Gaston Laval, the decree had the baneful effect of preventing the workers' syndicates from extending their gains. It set back the revolution in industry. The anarchist collectives, p. 54. And lastly, that an economic revolution can only succeed if the existing state is destroyed. As Kropotkin argued, a new form of economic organization will necessarily require a new form of political structure. Anarchism, p. 181. Capitalism needs the state, socialism needs anarchy. Without the new political structure, the new economic organization cannot develop to its full potential. Due to the failure to consolidate the revolution politically, it was lost economically. The decree legalizing collectivization distorted everything right from the start. Laval, Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 227. This helped undermine the revolution by ensuring that the mutualism of the collectives did not develop freely into libertarian communism. The collectives lost the economic freedom they had won at the beginning due to the decree, as one participant put it. Collectives, of course, tried to ignore the state. As an eyewitness pointed out, the CNT's policy was thus not the same as that pursued by the decree. Quoted by Ronald Fraser, Blood of Spain, p. 230 and p. 213. Indeed, leading anarchists like Abad de Santillan opposed it. I was an enemy of the decree because I considered it premature. When I became councillor, I had no intention of taking into account or carrying out the decree. I intended to allow our great people to carry on the task as they best saw fit, according to their own inspiration. Quoted by Fraser, Op. Cit. p. 212 fn. However, with the revolution lost politically, the CNT was soon forced to compromise and support the decree. The CNT did propose more libertarian forms of coordination between workplaces, but these were undermined by the state. A lack of effective mutual aid organizations allowed the state to gain power over the collectives and so undermine and destroy self-management. Working class control over the economy, important as it is, does not automatically destroy the state. In other words, the economic aspects of the revolution cannot be considered in isolation from its political ones. Yet these points do not diminish the successes of the Spanish Revolution. As Gaston Laval argued, in spite of these shortcomings caused lack of complete socialization, the important fact is that the factories went on working, the workshops and works produced without the owners, capitalists, shareholders, and without high management executives. Collectives in the Spanish Revolution, p. 228. Beyond doubt, these months of economic liberty in Spain show not only that libertarian socialism works and that working class people can manage and run society, but also that we can improve the quality of life and increase freedom. Given the time and breathing space, the experiment would undoubtedly have ironed out its problems. Even in the very difficult environment of a civil war, and with resistance of almost all other parties and unions, the workers and peasants of Spain showed that a better society is possible. They gave a concrete example of what was previously just a vision, a world which was more humane, more free, more equitable, and more civilized than that run by capitalists, managers, politicians and bureaucrats. Section J. What do anarchists do? This section discusses what anarchists get up to. There is little point thinking about the world unless you also want to change it for the better. And by trying to change it, you change yourself and others, making radical change more of a possibility. Therefore, anarchists give their wholehearted support to attempts by ordinary people to improve their lives by their own actions. We urge emancipation through practical action, recognizing that the collective experience gained in the collective struggle of the workers against the bosses will transform how they see the world and the world itself. Bakunin, the basic Bakunin, p. 103. Ultimately, the true man does not lie in the future, an object of longing, but lies, existent and real, in the present. Stirner, The Ego and Its Own, p. 327. Anarchism is more than just a critique of statism and capitalism or a vision of a freer, better way of life. It is first and foremost a movement, the movement of working class people attempting to change the world. Therefore, the kind of activity we discuss in this section of the FAQ forms the bridge between capitalism and anarchy. By self-activity and direct action, people can change both themselves and their surroundings. They develop within themselves the mental, ethical, and spiritual qualities which can make an anarchist society a viable option. As Noam Chomsky argues, only through their own struggle for liberation will ordinary people come to comprehend their true nature, suppressed and distorted within institutional structures designed to assure obedience and subordination. Only in this way will people develop more humane ethical standards, a new sense of right, the consciousness of their strength and their importance as a social factor in the life of their time, and their capacity to realize the strivings of their inmost nature. Such direct engagement in the work of social reconstruction is a prerequisite for coming to perceive this inmost nature and is the indispensable foundations upon which it can flourish. Preface, Rudolf Rocker, Anarcho-Syndicalism, p. 3. In other words, anarchism is not primarily a vision of a better future, but the actual social movement which is fighting within the current unjust and unfree society for that better future and to improve things in the here and now. Without standing up for yourself and what you believe is right, nothing will change. Thus anarchy can be found wherever free thought breaks loose from the chains of dogma, wherever the spirit of inquiry rejects the old formulas, wherever the human will asserts itself through independent actions, wherever honest people, rebelling against all enforced discipline, join freely together in order to educate themselves, and to reclaim, without any master, their share of life, and the complete satisfaction of their needs. Elise Reclus, quoted by John P. Clark and Camille Martin, ed., Anarchy, Geography, Modernity, p. 62. For anarchists, the future is already appearing in the present and is expressed by the creativity of working class self-activity. Anarchy is not someday to be achieved utopia, it is a living reality whose growth only needs to be freed from constraint. As such, anarchist activity is about discovering and aiding emerging trends of mutual aid which work against capitalist domination. So the anarchist studies society and tries to discover its tendencies, past and present, its growing needs, intellectual and economic, and in his or her ideal he merely points out in which direction evolution goes. Peter Kropotkin, Anarchism, p. 47. Indeed, as we discussed in section I.2.3, the future structures of a free society are created in the struggles against oppression today. The kinds of activity outlined in this section are a general overview of anarchist work. It is by no means exclusive, we are sure to have left something out. However, the key aspect of real anarchist activity is direct action, self-activity, self-help, self-liberation and solidarity. We wish, as French syndicalist Fernand Pelletier wrote, that the emancipation of the people might be the work of the people themselves. Quoted by Jeremy Jennings, Syndicalism in France, p. 18. Such activity may be done by individuals, for example, propaganda work, but usually anarchists emphasize collective activity. This is because most of our problems are of a social nature, meaning that their solutions can only be worked on collectively. Individual solutions to social problems are doomed to failure, at best slowing down what they are opposed to, most obviously, ethical consumerism as discussed in section E.5. In addition, collective action gets us used to working together, promoting the experience of self-management and building organizations that will allow us to actively manage our own affairs. Also, and we would like to emphasize this, it can be fun to get together with other people and work with them, it can be fulfilling and empowering. Anarchists do not ask those in power to give up that power. No, we promote forms of activity and organization by which all the oppressed can liberate themselves by their own hands. In other words, we do not think that those in power will altruistically renounce that power or their privileges. Instead, the oppressed must take the power back into their own hands by their own actions. We must free ourselves, no one else can do it for use. Here we will discuss anarchist ideas on struggle, what anarchists actually, and, almost as importantly, do not, do in the here and now, and the sort of alternatives anarchists try to build within statism and capitalism in order to destroy them. As well as a struggle against oppression, anarchist activity is also struggle for freedom. As well as fighting against material poverty, anarchists combat spiritual poverty. By resisting hierarchy, we emphasize the importance of living and of life as art. By proclaiming neither master nor slave, we urge an ethical transformation, a transformation that will help create the possibility of a truly free society. This point was stressed by Emma Goldman after she saw the defeat of the Russian Revolution by a combination of Leninist politics and capitalist armed intervention. Revolution is in vain unless inspired by its ultimate ideal. Revolutionary methods must be in tune with revolutionary aims. In short, the ethical values which the revolution is to establish must be initiated with the revolutionary activities. The latter can only serve as a real and dependable bridge to the better life if built of the same material as the life to be achieved. Read Emma Speaks, p. 404. In other words, anarchist activity is more than creating libertarian alternatives and resisting hierarchy, it is about building the new world in the shell of the old, not only with regards to organizations and self-activity, but also within the individual. It is about transforming yourself while transforming the world, both processes obviously interacting and supporting each other, for while we associate ourselves with others in working for social revolution, which for us means the destruction of all monopoly and all government, and the direct seizure by the workers of the means of production, we do not forget that the first aim of anarchism is to assert and make good the dignity of the individual human being. Charlotte Wilson, Anarchist Essays, p. 43 and p. 51. By direct action, self-management, and self-activity we can make the words first heard in Paris, 1968 a living reality. All power to the imagination. Words, we are sure, previous generations of anarchists would have wholeheartedly agreed with. There is a power in humans, a creative power, a power to alter what is into what should be. Anarchists try to create alternatives that will allow that power to be expressed, the power of imagination. Such a social movement will change how we act as individuals, with anarchists seeking to apply our principles in our daily lives as much as our daily struggles. This means that libertarians must change how we relate to our comrades and fellow workers by applying our egalitarian ideals everywhere. Part of the task of anarchists is to challenge social hierarchies everywhere, including in the home. As Durruti put it, "When will you stop thinking like the bourgeoisie, that women are men's servants? It's enough that society is divided into classes. We're not going to make even more classes by creating differences between men and women in our own homes." Quoted by Abel Paz, Durruti in the Spanish Revolution, p. 341. So we have an interactive process of struggle and transformation of both society and the individuals within it. In the sections that follow we will discuss the forms of self-activity and self-organization which anarchists think will stimulate and develop the imagination of those oppressed by hierarchy, build anarchy in action and help create a free society. J.1 Are anarchists involved in social struggles? Yes. Anarchism, above all else, is a movement which aims to not only analyze the world but also to change it. Therefore anarchists aim to participate in and encourage social struggle. Social struggle includes strikes, marches, protests, demonstrations, boycotts, occupations, and so on. Such activities show that the spirit of revolt is alive and well, that people are thinking and acting for themselves and against what authorities want them to do. This, in the eyes of anarchists, plays a key role in helping create the seeds of anarchy within capitalism. Anarchists consider socialistic tendencies to develop within society as people see the benefits of cooperation and particularly when mutual aid develops within the struggle against authority, oppression, and exploitation. Anarchism, as Kropotkin argued, originated in everyday struggles. Environment and Revolution, p. 58. Therefore, anarchists do not place anarchy abstractly against capitalism but see it as a tendency within and against the system, a tendency created by struggle and which can be developed to such a degree that it can replace the dominant structures and social relationships with new, more liberatory and humane ones. This perspective indicates why anarchists are involved in social struggles. They are an expression of these tendencies within but against capitalism which can ultimately replace it. However, there is another reason why anarchists are involved in social struggle, namely the fact that we are part of the oppressed and, like other oppressed people, fight for our freedom and to make our life better in the here and now. It is not in some distant tomorrow that we want to see the end of oppression, exploitation, and hierarchy. It is today, in our own life, that the anarchist wants to win our freedom, or at the very least, to improve our situation, reduce oppression, domination, and exploitation as well as increasing individual liberty. For every blow given to the institutions of private property and to the government, every exaltation of the conscience of man, disruption of the present conditions, every lie unmasked, every part of human activity taken away from the control of the authorities, every augmentation of the spirit of solidarity and initiative is a step towards anarchism. Enrico Malatesta, Towards Anarchism, p. 75. We are aware that we often fail to do so, but the very process of struggle can help create a more libertarian aspect to society. Whatever may be the practical results of the struggle for immediate gains, the greatest value lies in the struggle itself. For thereby workers and other oppressed sections of society learn that the boss's interests are opposed to theirs and that they cannot improve their conditions, and much less emancipate themselves, except by uniting and becoming stronger than the bosses. If they succeed in getting what they demand, they will be better off, they will earn more, work fewer hours and will have more time and energy to reflect on the things that matter to them, and will immediately make greater demands and have greater needs. If they do not succeed, they will be led to study the reasons of their failure and recognize the need for closer unity and greater activity, and they will in the end understand that to make victory secure and definite, it is necessary to destroy capitalism. The revolutionary cause, the cause of moral elevation and emancipation of the workers and other oppressed sections of society must benefit by the fact that workers and other oppressed people unite and struggle for their interests. Malatesta, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 191. Therefore, we as anarchists and workers, must incite and encourage workers and other oppressed people to struggle, and join them in their struggle. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 190. This is for three reasons. Firstly, struggle helps generate libertarian ideas and movements which could help make existing society more anarchistic and less oppressive. Secondly, struggle creates people, movements, and organizations which are libertarian in nature and which, potentially, can replace capitalism with a more humane society. Thirdly, because anarchists are part of the oppressed and so have an interest in taking part in and showing solidarity with struggles and movements that can improve our life in the here and now, an injury to one is an injury to all. As we will see in section J.2, anarchists encourage direct action within social struggles as well as arguing for anarchist ideas and theories. However, what is important to note here is that social struggle is a sign that people are thinking and acting for themselves and working together to change things. Howard Zinn is completely correct. Civil disobedience is not our problem. Our problem is civil obedience. Our problem is that numbers of people all over the world have obeyed the dictates of the leaders of their government and have gone to war, and millions have been killed because of this obedience. Our problem is that people are obedient all over the world in the face of poverty and starvation and stupidity and war and cruelty. Our problem is that people are obedient while the jails are full of petty thieves, and all the while the grand thieves are running the country. That's our problem. Failure to quit, p. 45. Therefore, social struggle is an important thing for anarchists and we take part in it as much as we can. Moreover, anarchists do more than just take part. We are fighting to get rid of the system that causes the problems which people fight against. We explain anarchism to those who are involved in struggle with us and seek to show the relevance of anarchism to people's everyday lives through such struggles and the popular organizations which they create. By so doing we try to popularize the ideas and methods of anarchism, namely solidarity, self-management and direct action. Anarchists do not engage in abstract propaganda, become an anarchist, wait for the revolution. If we did that, in Malatesta's words, that day would never come. Op. Cit. p. 195. We know that our ideas will only win a hearing and respect when we can show both their relevance to people's lives in the here and now and show that an anarchist world is both possible and desirable. In other words, social struggle is the school of anarchism, the means by which people become anarchists and anarchist ideas are applied in action. Hence the importance of social struggle and anarchist participation within it. Before discussing issues related to social struggle, it is important to point out here that anarchists are interested in struggles against all forms of oppression and do not limit ourselves to purely economic issues. The hierarchical and exploitative nature of the capitalist economy is only part of the story. Other forms of oppression are needed in order to keep it going, not to mention those associated with the state, and have resulted from its workings, in addition to those inherited from previous hierarchical and class systems. Domination, exploitation, hierarchy, and oppression do not remain in the workplace. They infest our homes, our friendships, and our communities. They need to be fought everywhere, not just in work. Therefore, anarchists are convinced that human life and the struggle against oppression cannot be reduced to mere money and, indeed, the proclivity for economic reductionism is now actually obscurantist. It not only shares in the bourgeois tendency to render material egotism and class interest the centerpieces of history, it also denigrates all attempts to transcend this image of humanity as a mere economic being. By depicting them as mere marginalia at best, as well-intentioned middle-class ideology at worst, or sneeringly, as diversionary, utopian, and unrealistic. Capitalism, to be sure, did not create the economy or class interest, but it subverted all human traits, be they speculative thought, love, community, friendship, art, or self-governance, with the authority of economic calculation and the rule of quantity. Its bottom line is the balance sheet sum, and its basic vocabulary consists of simple numbers. Murray Bookchin, The Modern Crisis, pages 125 to 126. In other words, issues such as freedom, justice, individual dignity, quality of life and so on cannot be reduced to the categories of capitalist economics. Anarchists think that any radical movement which does so fails to understand the nature of the system it is fighting against. Indeed, economic reductionism plays into the hands of capitalist ideology. So, when anarchists take part in and encourage social struggle, they do not aim to restrict or reduce them to economic issues, however important these are. The anarchist knows that the individual has more interests than just material ones, and we consider it essential to take into account the needs of the emotions, mind, and spirit just as much as those of the belly. The class struggle does not center around material exploitation alone, but also around spiritual exploitation. In addition, entirely new issues emerge: coercive attitudes, the quality of work, ecology, or stated in more general terms, psychological and environmental oppression. Terms like classes and class struggle, conceived of almost entirely as economic categories and relations, are too one-sided to express the universalization of the struggle. Use these limited expressions if you like, the target is still a ruling class and a class society, but this terminology, with its traditional connotations, does not reflect the sweep and the multidimensional nature of the struggle, and fail to encompass the cultural and spiritual revolt that is taking place along with the economic struggle. Post-scarcity anarchism, pages 151 to 2. For anarchists, exploitation and class rule are just part of a wider system of domination and hierarchy. Material gains, therefore, can never completely make up for oppressive social relationships. As the anarchist character created by anarchist science fiction writer Ursula Le Guin put it, capitalists think if people have enough things they will be content to live in prison. The dispossessed, p. 120 anarchists disagree, and the experience of social revolt in the affluent 1960s proves their case. This is unsurprising, for, ultimately, the antagonism between classes is spiritual rather than material. There will never be a sincere understanding between bosses and workers, because the bosses above all want to remain bosses and secure always more power at the expense of the workers, as well as by competition with other bosses, whereas the workers have had their fill of bosses and don't want any more. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 79. J.1.1 Why are social struggles important? Social struggle is an expression of the class struggle, namely the struggle of working class people against their exploitation, oppression, and alienation, and for their liberty from capitalist and state. It is what happens when one group of people have hierarchical power over another. Where there is oppression, there is resistance, and where there is resistance to authority you will see anarchy in action. For this reason anarchists are in favor of, and are involved within, social struggles. Ultimately they are a sign of individuals asserting their autonomy and disgust at an unfair system. As Howard Zinn stresses, both the source and the solution of our civil liberties problems are in the situations of every day, where we live, where we work, where we go to school, where we spend most of our hours. Our actual freedom is not determined by the Constitution or by the Supreme Court, but by the power the policeman has over us in the street or that of the local judge behind him, by the authority of our employers if we are working, by the power of teachers, principals, university president, and boards of trustees if we are students, by the welfare bureaucracy if we are poor or unemployed, by prison guards if we are in jail, by landlords if we are tenants, by the medical profession or hospital administration if we are physically or mentally ill. Freedom and justice are local things, at hand, immediate. They are determined by power and money, whose authority over our daily lives is much less ambiguous than decisions of the Supreme Court. Whatever claim we can make to liberty on the national level, on the local level we live at different times in different feudal fiefdoms where our subordination is clear. Failure to quit, pages 53 to 4. These realities of wealth and power will remain unshaken unless counter forces appear on the very ground our liberty is restricted on the street, in workplaces, at home, at school, in hospitals, and so on. For the only limit to the oppression of government is the power with which people show themselves capable of opposing it. Malatesta, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 196. Social struggles for improvements are also important indications of the spirit of revolt and of people supporting each other in the continual assertion of their, and our, freedom. They show people standing up for what they consider right and just, building alternative organizations, creating their own solutions to their problems, and are a slap in the face of all the paternal authorities which dare govern us. Hence their importance to anarchists and all people interested in extending freedom. In addition, social struggle helps break people from their hierarchical conditioning. Anarchists view people not as fixed objects to be classified and labeled, but as human beings engaged in making their own lives. We live, love, think, feel, hope, dream, and can change ourselves, our environment and social relationships. Social struggle is the way this is done collectively. Such struggle promotes attributes within people which are crushed by hierarchy, attributes such as imagination, organizational skills, self-assertion, self-management, critical thought, self-confidence, and so on, as people come up against practical problems in their struggles and have to solve them themselves. This builds self-confidence and an awareness of individual and collective power. By seeing that their boss, the state, and so on are against them, they begin to realize that they live in a class-ridden, hierarchical society that depends upon their submission to work. As such, social struggle is a politicizing experience. Struggle allows those involved to develop their abilities for self-rule through practice, and so begins the process by which individuals assert their ability to control their own lives and to participate in social life directly. These are all key elements of anarchism and are required for an anarchist society to work. Self-management of the struggle comes first, then comes self-management of work and society. Alfredo Bonanno, Self-Management, pages 35 to 37, Anarchy, A Journal of Desire Armed, number 48, p. 35. So self-activity is a key factor in self-liberation, self-education, and the creating of anarchists. In a nutshell, people learn in struggle. In our opinion, all action which is directed toward the destruction of economic and political oppression, which serves to raise the moral and intellectual level of the people, which gives them an awareness of their individual rights and their power, and persuades them themselves to act on their own behalf, brings us closer to our ends and is therefore a good thing. On the other hand, all activity which tends to preserve the present state of affairs, that tends to sacrifice man against his will for the triumph of a principle, is bad because it is a denial of our ends. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 69. A confident working class is an essential factor in making successful and libertarian improvements within the current system and, ultimately, in making a revolution. Without that self-confidence, people tend to just follow leaders and we end up changing rulers rather than changing society. So part of our job as anarchists is to encourage people to fight for whatever small reforms are possible at present, to improve their conditions, to give people confidence in their ability to start taking control of their lives, and to point out that there is a limit to whatever, sometimes temporary, gains capitalism will or can concede. Hence the need for a revolutionary change. Only this can ensure that anarchist ideas are the most popular ones, for if we think a movement is, all things considered, a positive or progressive one, then we should not abstain but should seek to popularize anarchist ideas and strategies within it. In this way we create schools of anarchy within the current system and lay the foundations of something better. Revolutionary tendencies and movements, in other words, must create the organizations that contain, in embryo, the society of the future, see section H.1.6. These organizations, in turn, further the progress of radical change by providing social spaces for the transformation of individuals, via the use of direct action, practicing self-management and solidarity, and so on. Therefore, social struggle aids the creation of a free society by accustoming people to govern themselves within self-managed organizations and empowering the, officially, disempowered via the use of direct action and mutual aid. Hence the importance of social, or class, struggle for anarchists, which, we may add, goes on all the time and is a two-sided affair. Social struggle is the means of breaking the normality of capitalist and statist life, a means of developing the awareness for social change and the means of making life better under the current system. The moment that people refuse to bow to authority, its days are numbered. Social struggle indicates that some of the oppressed see that by using their power of disobedience they can challenge, perhaps eventually end, hierarchical power. Ultimately, anarchy is not just something you believe in, it is not a cool label you affix to yourself, it is something you do. You participate. If you stop doing it, anarchy crumbles. Social struggle is the means by which we ensure that anarchy becomes stronger and grows. J.1.2 Are anarchists against reforms? No, we are not. While most anarchists are against reformism, namely the notion that we can somehow reform capitalism and the state away, we are most definitely in favor of reforms, i.e. improvements in the here and now. Anarchists are radicals, as such, we seek the root causes of societal problems. Reformists seek to ameliorate the symptoms of societal problems, while anarchists focus on the causes. This does not mean, however, that we ignore struggles for reforms in the here and now. The claim that anarchists are against such improvements are often put forth by opponents of anarchism in an effort to paint us as irrelevant extremists with no practical outlet for our ideas beyond abstract calls for revolution. This is not true. Libertarians are well aware that we can act to make our lives better while, at the same time, seeking to remove the root causes of the problems we face. See, for example, Emma Goldman's account of her recognition of how false it was to deny the need for short-term reforms in favor of revolution. Living My Life, Volume 1, p. 52. In the words of the revolutionary syndicalist Émile Pouget, trade union endeavor has a double aim. With tireless persistence, it must pursue betterment of the working class's current conditions. But, without letting themselves become obsessed with this passing concern, the workers should take care to make possible and imminent the essential act of comprehensive emancipation, the expropriation of capital. At present, trade union action is designed to win partial and gradual improvements which, far from constituting a goal, can only be considered as a means of stepping up demands and wresting further improvements from capitalism. This question of partial improvements served as the pretext for attempts to sow discord in the trades associations. Politicians have tried to stir up ill feeling and to split the unions into two camps, by categorizing workers as reformists and as revolutionaries. The better to discredit the latter, they have dubbed them the advocates of all or nothing, and they have falsely represented them as supposed adversaries of improvements achievable right now. The most that can be said about this nonsense is that it is witless. There is not a worker, who, on grounds of principle or for reasons of tactics, would insist upon working 10 hours for an employer instead of 8 hours, while earning 6 francs instead of 7. What appears to afford some credence to such chicanery is the fact that the unions, cured by the cruel lessons of experience from all hope in government intervention, are justifiably mistrustful of it. They know that the state, whose function is to act as capital's gendarme, is, by its very nature, inclined to tip the scales in favor of the employer side. So, whenever a reform is brought about by legal avenues, they do not fall upon it with the relish of a frog devouring the red rag that conceals the hook, they greet it with all due caution, especially as this reform is made effective only if the workers are organized to insist forcefully upon its implementation. The trade unions are even more wary of gifts from the government because they have often found these to be poison gifts. Wanting real improvements, instead of waiting until the government is generous enough to bestow them, they wrest them in open battle, through direct action. If, as sometimes is the case, the improvement they seek is subject to the law, the trade unions strive to obtain it through outside pressure brought to bear upon the authorities and not by trying to return specially mandated deputies to Parliament, a puerile pursuit that might drag on for centuries before there was a majority in favor of the yearned-for reform. When the desired improvement is to be wrestled directly from the capitalist, the trades associations resort to vigorous pressure to convey their wishes. Their methods may well vary, although the direct action principle underlies them all. But, whatever the improvement won, it must always represent a reduction in capitalist privileges and be a partial expropriation. So, the fine distinction between reformist and revolutionary evaporates and one is led to the conclusion that the only really reformist workers are the revolutionary syndicalists. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 2, pages 71-3. Poget was referring to revolutionary unions, but his argument can be generalized to all social movements. By seeking improvements from below by direct action, solidarity, and the organization of those who directly suffer the injustice, anarchists can make reforms more substantial, effective, and long-lasting than reforms made from above by reformists. By recognizing that the effectiveness of a reform is dependent on the power of the oppressed to resist those who would dominate them, anarchists seek change from the bottom up and so make reforms real rather than just words gathering dust in the law books. For example, a reformist sees poverty and looks at ways to lessen the destructive and debilitating effects of it. This produced things like the minimum wage, affirmative action, the projects in the USA and similar reforms in other countries. An anarchist looks at poverty and says, what causes this, and attacks that source of poverty, rather than the symptoms. While reformists may succeed in the short run with their institutional panaceas, the festering problems remain untreated, dooming reform to eventual costly, inevitable failure measured in human lives, no less. Like a quack that treats the symptoms of a disease without getting rid of what causes it, all the reformist can promise is short-term improvements for a condition that never goes away and may ultimately kill the sufferer. The anarchist, like a real doctor, investigates the causes of the illness and treats them while fighting the symptoms. Therefore, anarchists are of the opinion that while preaching against every kind of government, and demanding complete freedom, we must support all struggles for partial freedom, because we are convinced that one learns through struggle, and that once one begins to enjoy a little freedom one ends by wanting it all. We must always be with the people, and get them to understand what they may demand should be obtained by their own efforts, and that they should despise and detest whoever is part of, or aspires to, government. Malatesta, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas p. 195. So, anarchists are not opposed to struggles for reforms and improvements in the here and now. Indeed, few anarchists think that an anarchist society will occur without a long period of anarchist activity encouraging and working within social struggle against injustice. Thus Malatesta's words. The subject is not whether we accomplish anarchism today, tomorrow, or within 10 centuries, but that we walk towards anarchism today, tomorrow, and always. Towards anarchism, p. 75. So, when fighting for improvements, anarchists do so in an anarchist way, one that encourages self-management, direct action, and the creation of libertarian solutions and alternatives to both capitalism and the state. J.1.3 Why are anarchists against reformism? Firstly, it must be pointed out that the struggle for reforms within capitalism is not the same as reformism. Reformism is the idea that reforms within capitalism are enough in themselves and attempts to change the system are impossible, and not desirable. As such, all anarchists are against this form of reformism. We think that the system can be, and should be, changed, and until that happens any reforms, no matter how essential, will not get to the root of social problems. In addition, particularly in the old social democratic labor movement, reformism also meant the belief that social reforms could be used to transform capitalism into socialism. In this sense, Only individualist anarchists and mutualists can be considered reformist, as they think their system of mutual banking can reform capitalism into a free system. However, in contrast to social democracy, such anarchists think that such reforms cannot come about via government action, but only by people creating their own alternatives and solutions by their own actions. But experience testifies and philosophy demonstrates, contrary to that prejudice, that any revolution, to be effective, must be spontaneous and emanate, not from the heads of the authorities but from the bowels of the people, that government is reactionary rather than revolutionary, that it could not have any expertise in revolutions, given that society, to which that secret is alone revealed, does not show itself through legislative decree but rather through the spontaneity of its manifestations, that, ultimately, the only connection between government and labor is that labor, in organizing itself, has the abrogation of government as its mission. Proudhon, No Gods, No Master, Volume 1, p. 52. So, anarchists oppose reformism because it takes the steam out of revolutionary movements by providing easy, decidedly short-term solutions to deep social problems. In this way, reformists can present the public with they've done and say, look, all is better now. The system worked. Trouble is that over time, the problems will only continue to grow because the reforms did not tackle them in the first place. To use Alexander Berkman's excellent analogy, if you should carry out the reformers' ideas in your personal life, you would not have a rotten tooth that aches pulled out all at once. You would have it pulled out a little today, some more next week, for several months or years, and by then you would be ready to pull it out altogether, so it should not hurt so much. That is the logic of the reformer. Don't be too hasty, don't pull a bad tooth out all at once. What is anarchism? p. 64. Rather than seek to change the root cause of the problems, namely in a hierarchical, oppressive, and exploitative system, reformists try to make the symptoms better. In the words of Berkman again, suppose a pipe burst in your house. You can put a bucket under the break to catch the escaping water. You can keep on putting buckets there, but as long as you do not mend the broken pipe, the leakage will continue, no matter how much you may swear about it, until you repair the broken social pipe. Op. Cit. pages 67-8. What reformism fails to do is fix the underlying root causes of the real problems society faces. Therefore, reformists try to pass laws which reduce the level of pollution rather than work to end a system in which it makes economic sense to pollute. Or they pass laws to improve working conditions and safety while failing to get rid of the wage slavery which creates the bosses whose interests are served by them ignoring those laws and regulations. The list is endless. Ultimately, reformism fails because reformists believe in good faith that it is possible to eliminate the existing social evils by recognizing and respecting, in practice if not in theory, the basic political and economic institutions which are the cause of, as well as the prop that supports these evils. Malatesta, Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 82. Revolutionaries, in contrast to reformists, fight both symptoms and the root causes. They recognize that as long as the cause of the evil remains, any attempts to fight the symptoms, however necessary, will never get to the root of the problem. There is no doubt that we have to fight the symptoms. However, revolutionaries recognize that this struggle is not an end in itself and should be considered purely as a means of increasing working class strength and social power within society until such time as capitalism and the state, i.e. the root causes of most problems, can be abolished. Reformists also tend to objectify the people whom they are helping. They envision them as helpless, formless masses who need the wisdom and guidance of the best and the brightest to lead them to the promised land. Reformists mean well, but this is altruism born of ignorance, which is destructive over the long run. Freedom cannot be given, and so any attempt to impose reforms from above cannot help but ensure that people are treated as children, incapable of making their own decisions and, ultimately, dependent on bureaucrats to govern them. This can be seen from public housing. As Colin Ward argues, the whole tragedy of publicly provided non-profit housing for rent and the evolution of this form of tenure in Britain is that the local authorities have simply taken over, though less flexibly, the role of the landlord, together with all the dependency and resentment that it engenders. Housing, an anarchist approach, p. 184. This feature of reformism was skillfully used by the right wing to undermine publicly supported housing and other aspects of the welfare state. The reformist social democrats reaped what they had sown. Reformism often amounts to little more than an altruistic contempt for the masses, who are considered as little more than victims who need to be provided for by state. The idea that we may have our own visions of what we want is ignored and replaced by the vision of the reformists who enact legislation for us and make reforms from the top down. Little wonder such reforms can be counterproductive. They cannot grasp the complexity of life and the needs of those subject to them. Reformists effectively say, "Don't do anything, we'll do it for you." You can see why anarchists would loathe this sentiment. Anarchists are the consummate do-it-yourselfers, and there's nothing reformists hate more than people who can take care of themselves, who will not let them help them. Reformists may mean well, but they do not grasp the larger picture. By focusing exclusively on narrow aspects of a problem, they choose to believe that is the whole problem. In this willfully narrow examination of pressing social ills, reformists are, more often than not, counterproductive. The disaster of the urban rebuilding projects in the United States, and similar projects in Britain which moved intercity working-class communities into edge-of-town developments during the 1950s and 1960s, are an example of reformism at work. Upset at the growing slums, reformists supported projects that destroyed the ghettos and built brand-new housing for working-class people to live in. They looked nice, initially, but they did nothing to address the problem of poverty and indeed created more problems by breaking up communities and neighborhoods. Logically, it makes no sense. Why dance around a problem when you can attack it directly? Reformists dilute social movements, softening and weakening them over time. The AFL-CIO labor unions in the USA, like the ones in Western Europe, killed the labor movement by narrowing and channeling labor activity and taking power from the workers themselves, where it belongs, and placing it in the hands of a bureaucracy. The British Labour Party, after over 100 years of reformist practice, has done little more than manage capitalism, seen most of its reforms undermined by right-wing governments, and by the following Labour governments, and the creation of a leadership of the party, in the shape of New Labour, which was in most ways as right-wing as the Conservative Party, if not more so, as shown once they were in power. Bakunin would not have been surprised. Also, it is funny to hear left-wing revolutionaries and radicals put forward the reformist line that the capitalist state can help working people, indeed be used to abolish itself. Despite the fact that leftists blame the state and capitalism for most of the problems we face, they usually turn to the capitalist state to remedy the situation, not by leaving people alone, but by becoming more involved in people's lives. They support government housing, government jobs, welfare, government-funded and regulated childcare, government-funded drug treatment, and other government-centered programs and activities. If a capitalist, and racist/sexist/authoritarian, government is the problem, how can it be depended upon to change things to the benefit of working-class people or other oppressed sections of the population? Surely any reforms passed by the state will not solve the problem. As Malatesta suggested, governments and the privileged classes are naturally always guided by instincts of self-preservation, of consolidation and the development of their powers and privileges, and when they consent to reforms it is either because they consider that they will serve their ends or because they do not feel strong enough to resist, and give in, fearing what might otherwise be a worse alternative. Op. Cit. p. 81. Therefore, reforms gained by direct action are of a different quality and nature than those passed by reformist politicians. These latter will only serve the interests of the ruling class as they do not threaten their privileges, while the former have the potential for real change. This is not to say that anarchists oppose all state-based reforms, nor that we join with the right in seeking to destroy them, or, for that matter, with left politicians in seeking to reform them, i.e., reduce them. Without a popular social movement creating alternatives to state welfare, so-called reform by the state almost always means attacks on the most vulnerable elements in society in the interests of capital. As anarchists are against both state and capitalism, we can oppose such reforms without contradiction while, at the same time, arguing that welfare for the rich should be abolished long before welfare for the many is even thought about. See section J.5.15 for more discussion on the welfare state and anarchist perspectives on it. Instead of encouraging working-class people to organize themselves and create their own alternatives and solutions to their problem, which can supplement, and ultimately replace, whatever welfare state activity which is actually useful, reformists and other radicals urge people to get the state to act for them. However, the state is not the community, and so whatever the state does for people, you can be sure it will be in its interests, not theirs. As Kropotkin put it, we maintain that the state organization, having been the force to which the minorities resorted for establishing and organizing their power over the masses, cannot be the force which will serve to destroy these privileges. The economic and political liberation of man will have to create new forms for its expression in life, instead of those established by the state. Consequently, the chief aim of anarchism is to awaken those constructive powers of the laboring masses of the people which at all great moments of history came forward to accomplish the necessary changes. This is also why the anarchists refuse to accept the functions of legislators or servants of the state. We know that the social revolution will not be accomplished by means of laws. Laws only follow the accomplished facts. A law remains a dead letter so long as there are not on the spot the living forces required for making of the tendencies expressed in the law an accomplished fact. On the other hand, the anarchists have always advised taking an active part in those workers' organizations which carry on the direct struggle of labor against capital and its protector, the state. Such a struggle, better than any other indirect means, permits the worker to obtain some temporary improvements in the present conditions of work and life in general, while it opens his or her eyes to the evil that is done by capitalism and the state that supports it, and wakes up his or her thoughts concerning the possibility of organizing consumption, production, and exchange without the intervention of the capitalist and the state. Environment and Evolution, pages 82-3. Therefore, while seeking reforms, anarchists are against reformism and reformists. Reforms are not seen as an end in themselves but rather a means of changing society from the bottom up and a step in that direction. Each step towards economic freedom, each victory won over capitalism will be at the same time a step towards political liberty, towards liberation from the yoke of the state. And each step towards taking from the state any one of its powers and attributes will be helping the masses to win a victory over capitalism. Kropotkin, Op. Cit. p. 95. However, no matter what, anarchists will never recognize the institutions. We will take or win all possible reforms with the same spirit that won Tyr's occupied territory from the enemy's grasp in order to keep advancing, and we will always remain enemies of every government. Therefore, it is not true to say that anarchists are systematically opposed to improvements, to reforms. They oppose the reformists on the one hand because their methods are less effective for securing reforms from government and employers, who only give in through fear, and because very often the reforms they prefer are those which not only bring doubtful immediate benefits, but also serve to consolidate the existing regime and to give the workers a vested interest in its continued existence. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 81 and p. 83. Only working class people, by our own actions and organizations, getting the state and capital out of the way, can produce an improvement in our lives. Indeed, it is the only thing that will lead to real changes for the better. Encouraging people to rely on themselves instead of the state or capital can lead to self-sufficient, independent, and, hopefully, more rebellious people. Working class people, despite having fewer options in a number of areas in our lives, due both to hierarchy and restrictive laws, still are capable of making choices about our actions, organizing our own lives, and are responsible for the consequences of our decisions. We are also more than able to determine what is and is not a good reform to existing institutions and do not need politicians informing us what is in our best interests, particularly when it is the right seeking to abolish those parts of the state not geared purely to defending property. To think otherwise is to infantilize us, to consider us less fully human than other people and reproduce the classic capitalist vision of working class people as means of production, to be used, abused, and discarded as required. Such thinking lays the basis for paternalistic interventions in our lives by the state, ensuring our continued dependence and inequality and the continued existence of capitalism and the state. Ultimately, there are two options. The oppressed either ask for and welcome improvements as a benefit graciously conceded, recognize the legitimacy of the power which is over them, and so do more harm than good by helping to slow down, or divert, the processes of emancipation. Or instead they demand and impose improvements by their action, and welcome them as partial victories over the class enemy, using them as a spur to greater achievements, and thus a valid help and a preparation to the total overthrow of privilege, that is, for the revolution. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 81. Reformism encourages the first attitude within people and so ensures the impoverishment of the human spirit. Anarchism encourages the second attitude and so ensures the enrichment of humanity and the possibility of meaningful change. Why think that ordinary people cannot arrange their lives for themselves as well as government people can arrange it not for themselves but for others? J.1.4 What attitude do anarchists take to single-issue campaigns? Firstly, we must note that anarchists do take part in single-issue campaigns, but do not nourish false hopes in them. This section explains what anarchists think of such campaigns. A single-issue campaign are usually run by a pressure group which concentrates on tackling issues one at a time. For example, CND. The Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament is a classic example of single-issue campaigning with the aim of getting rid of nuclear weapons as the be-all and end-all of its activity. For anarchists, however, single-issue campaigning can be seen as a source of false hopes. The possibilities of changing one aspect of a totally interrelated system and the belief that pressure groups can compete fairly with transnational corporations, the military and so forth, in their influence over decision-making bodies can both be seen to be optimistic at best. In addition, many single-issue campaigns desire to be apolitical, concentrating purely on the one issue which unites the campaign and so refuse to analyze or discuss wider issues and the root causes of the issue in question, almost always, the system we live under. This means that they end up accepting the system which causes the problems they are fighting against. At best, any changes achieved by the campaign must be acceptable to the establishment or be so watered down in content that no practical long-term good is done. This can be seen from the Green Movement, where groups like Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth accept the status quo as a given and limit themselves to working within it. This often leads to them tailoring their solutions to be practical within a fundamentally anti-ecological political and economic system, so slowing down, at best, ecological disruption. For anarchists, these problems all stem from the fact that social problems cannot be solved as single issues. As Larry Law argued, single-issue politics deals with the issue or problem in isolation. When one problem is separated from all other problems, a solution really is impossible. The more campaigning on an issue there is, the narrower its perspectives become. As the perspective of each issue narrows, the contradictions turn into absurdities. What single-issue politics does is attend to symptoms but does not attack the disease itself. It presents such issues as nuclear war, racial and sexual discrimination, poverty, starvation, pornography, etc., as if they were aberrations or faults in the system. In reality, such problems are the inevitable consequence of a social order based on exploitation and hierarchical power. Single-issue campaigns lay their appeal for relief at the feet of the very system which oppresses them. By petitioning they acknowledge the right of those in power to exercise that power as they choose. Bigger cages, longer chains, pages 17 to 20. Single-issue politics often prolong the struggle for a free society by fostering illusions that it is just parts of the capitalist system which are wrong, not the whole of it, and that those at the top of the system can, and will, act in our interests. While such campaigns can do some good, practical, work and increase knowledge and education about social problems, they are limited by their very nature and cannot lead to extensive improvements in the here and now, never mind a free society. Therefore, anarchists often support and work within single-issue campaigns, trying to get them to use effective methods of activity, such as direct action, work in an anarchistic manner, i.e. from the bottom up, and to try to politicize them into questioning the whole of the system. However, anarchists do not let themselves be limited to such activity, as a social revolution or movement is not a group of single-issue campaigns but a mass movement which understands the interrelated nature of social problems and so the need to change every aspect of life. J.1.5 Why do anarchists try to generalize social struggles? Basically, we do it in order to encourage and promote solidarity. This is the key to winning struggles in the here and now as well as creating the class consciousness necessary to create an anarchist society. At its most simple, generalizing different struggles means increasing the chances of winning them. Take, for example, when one trade or one workplace goes on strike while the others continue to work. Consider yourself how foolish and inefficient is the present form of labor organization in which one trade or craft may be on strike while the other branches of the same industry continue to work. Is it not ridiculous that when the streetcar workers of New York, for instance, quit work, the employees of the subway, the cab, and omnibus drivers remain on the job? It is clear, then, that you compel compliance from your bosses only when you are determined, when your union is strong, when you are well organized, when you are united in such a manner that the boss cannot run his factory against your will. But the employer is usually some big company that has mills or mines in various places. If it cannot operate in Pennsylvania because of a strike, it will try to make good its losses by continuing and increasing production elsewhere. In that way the company breaks the strike. Alexander Berkman, What is Anarchism? Pages 199 to 200. By organizing all workers in one union, after all they all have the same boss, it increases the power of each trade considerably. It may be easy for a boss to replace a few workers, but a whole workforce would be far more difficult. By organizing all workers in the same industry, the power of each workplace is correspondingly increased. Extending this example to outside the workplace, it's clear that by mutual support between different groups increases the chances of each group winning its fight. As the IWW put it, an injury to one is an injury to all. By generalizing struggles, by practicing mutual aid we can ensure that when we are fighting for our rights and against injustice we will not be isolated and alone. If we don't support each other, groups will be picked off one by one. And if we go into struggle, there will be no one there to support us and we are more likely to be defeated. Therefore, from an anarchist point of view, the best thing about generalizing struggles is that as well as increasing the likelihood of success, solidarity is strength, it leads to an increased spirit of solidarity, responsibility, and class consciousness. This is because by working together and showing solidarity those involved get to understand their common interests and that the struggle is not against this injustice or that boss but against all injustice and all bosses. This sense of increased social awareness and solidarity can be seen from the experience of the C.N.T. in Spain during the 1930s. The C.N.T. organized all workers in a given area into one big union. Each workplace was a union branch and were joined together in a local area confederation. The result was that the territorial basis of the unions brought all the workers from one area together and fomented class solidarity over and before industry loyalties and interests. This can also be seen from the experiences of the syndicalist unions in Italy and France as well. The structure of such local federations also situates the workplace in the community where it really belongs. Also, by uniting struggles together, we can see that there are really no single issues, that all various different problems are interlinked. For example, ecological problems are not just that, but have a political and economic basis, and that economic and social domination and exploitation spills into the environment. Interlinking struggles means that they can be seen to be related to other struggles against capitalist exploitation and oppression, and so encourage solidarity and mutual aid. What goes on in the environment, for instance, is directly related to questions of domination and inequality within human society. That pollution is often directly related to companies cutting corners to survive in the market or increase profits. Similarly, struggles against sexism or racism can be seen as part of a wider struggle against hierarchy, exploitation, and oppression in all their forms. As such, uniting struggles has an important educational effect above and beyond the benefits in terms of winning struggles. Murray Bookchin presents a concrete example of this process of linking issues and widening the struggle. Assume there is a struggle by welfare mothers to increase their allotments. Without losing sight of the concrete issues that initially motivated the struggle, revolutionaries would try to catalyze an order of relationships between the mothers entirely different from existing ones. They would try to foster a deep sense of community, a rounded human relationship that would transform the very subjectivity of the people involved. Personal relationships would be intimate, not merely issue-orientated. People would get to know each other, to confront each other. They would explore each other with a view of achieving the most complete, unalienated relationships. Women would discuss sexism, as well as their welfare allotments, child rearing as well as harassment by landlords, their dreams and hopes as human beings as well as the cost of living. From this intimacy there would grow, hopefully, a supportive system of kinship, mutual aid, sympathy, and solidarity in daily life. The women might collaborate to establish a rotating system of babysitters and child care attendants, the cooperative buying of good food at greatly reduced prices, the common cooking and partaking of meals, the mutual learning of survival skills and the new social ideas, the fostering of creative talents, and many other shared experiences. Every aspect of life that could be explored and changed would be one part of the kind of relationships. The struggle for increased allotments would expand beyond the welfare system to the schools, the hospitals, the police, the physical, cultural, aesthetic and recreational resources of the neighborhood, the stores, the houses, the doctors and lawyers in the area, and so on into the very ecology of the district. What I have said on this issue could be applied to every issue: unemployment, bad housing, racism, work conditions in which an insidious assimilation of bourgeois modes of functioning is masked as realism and actuality. The new order of relationships that could be developed from a welfare struggle can ensure that the future penetrates the present. It recasts the way people organize and the goals for which they strive. Post-scarcity anarchism, pages 153-4. As the anarchist slogan puts it, resistance is fertile. Planting the seed of autonomy, direct action, and self-liberation can result, potentially, in the blossoming of free individuals due to the nature of struggle itself. See section A.2.7. Therefore, the generalization of social struggle is not only a key way of winning a specific fight, it can, and should, also spread into different aspects of life and society and play a key part in developing free individuals who reject hierarchy in all aspects of their life. Social problems are not isolated from each other, and so struggles against them cannot be. The nature of struggle is such that once people start questioning one aspect of society, the questioning of the rest soon follows. So, anarchists seek to generalize struggles for these three reasons: firstly, to ensure the solidarity required to win; secondly, to combat the many social problems we face as people and to show how they are interrelated; and, thirdly, to encourage the transformation of those involved into unique individuals in touch with their humanity, a humanity eroded by hierarchical society and domination. J.2 What is direct action? Direct action, to use Rudolf Rocker's words, is every method of immediate warfare by the workers or other sections of society against their economic and political oppressors. Among these the outstanding are, the strike, in all its graduations from the simple wage struggle to the general strike, the boycott, sabotage in all its countless forms, anti-militarist propaganda, and in particularly critical cases, armed resistance of the people for the protection of life and liberty. Anarcho-syndicalism, p. 78. Not that anarchists think that direct action is only applicable within the workplace. Far from it. Direct action must occur everywhere. So, in non-workplace situations, direct action includes rent strikes, consumer boycotts, occupations, which, of course, can include sit-down strikes by workers, ecotage, individual and collective non-payment of taxes, blocking roads and holding up construction work of an antisocial nature and so forth. Also direct action, in a workplace setting, includes strikes and protests on social issues, not directly related to working conditions and pay. Such activity aims to ensure the protection of the community against the most pernicious outgrowths of the present system. The social strike seeks to force upon the employers a responsibility to the public. Primarily it has in view the protection of the customers, of whom the workers themselves and their families constitute the great majority. CIT, p. 86. Basically, direct action means that instead of getting someone else to act for you, e.g. a politician, you act for yourself. Its essential feature is an organized protest by ordinary people to make a change by their own efforts. Thus Voltaire declares excellent statement on this topic. Every person who ever thought he had a right to assert, and went boldly and asserted it, himself, or jointly with others that shared his convictions, was a direct actionist. Some 30 years ago I recall that the Salvation Army was vigorously practicing direct action in the maintenance of the freedom of its members to speak, assemble, and pray. Over and over they were arrested, fined, and imprisoned, but they kept right on singing, praying, and marching, till they finally compelled their persecutors to let them alone. The industrial workers of the world are now conducting the same fight, and have, in a number of cases, compelled the officials to let them alone by the same direct tactics. Every person who ever had a plan to do anything, and went and did it, or who laid his plan before others, and won their cooperation to do it with him, without going to external authorities to please do the thing for them, was a direct actionist. All cooperative experiments are essentially direct action. Every person who ever in his life had a difference with anyone to settle, and went straight to the other persons involved to settle it, either by a peaceable plan or otherwise, was a direct actionist. Examples of such action are strikes and boycotts. Many persons will recall the action of the housewives of New York who boycotted the butchers, and lowered the price of meat. At the present moment a butter boycott seems looming up, as a direct reply to the price makers for butter. These actions are generally not due to anyone's reasoning over much on the respective merits of directness or indirectness, but are the spontaneous retorts of those who feel oppressed by a situation. In other words, all people are, most of the time, believers in the principle of direct action, and practicers of it. The Voltaire Declare reader, pages 47-8. So direct action means acting for yourself against injustice and oppression. It can, sometimes, involve putting pressure on politicians or companies, for example, to ensure a change in an oppressive law or destructive practices. However, such appeals are direct action simply because they do not assume that the parties in question will act for us. Indeed, the assumption is that change only occurs when we act to create it. Regardless of what it is, if such actions are to have the desired empowerment effect, they must be largely self-generated, rather than being devised and directed from above, and be ways in which people could take control of their lives so that it empowered those who participated in it. Martha Ackelsberg, Free Women of Spain, p. 55. So, in a nutshell, direct action is any form of activity which people themselves decide upon and organize themselves, which is based on their own collective strength and does not involve getting intermediates to act for them. As such, direct action is a natural expression of liberty, of self-government. For direct action against the authority in the shop, direct action against the authority of the law, direct action against the invasive, meddlesome authority of our moral code, is the logical, consistent method of anarchism. Emma Goldman, Read Emma Speaks, pages 76-7. It is clear that by acting for yourself you are expressing the ability to govern yourself. Thus it is a means by which people can take control of their own lives. It is a means of self-empowerment and self-liberation. Anarchists reject the view that society is static and that people's consciousness, values, ideas, and ideals cannot be changed. Far from it, and anarchists support direct action because it actively encourages the transformation of those who use it. Direct action is the means of creating a new consciousness, a means of self-liberation from the chains placed around our minds, emotions, and spirits by hierarchy and oppression. As direct action is the expression of liberty, the powers that be are vitally concerned only when the oppressed use direct action to win its demands, for it is a method which is not easy or cheap to combat. Any hierarchical system is placed into danger when those at the bottom start to act for themselves, and, historically, people have invariably gained more by acting directly than could have been won by playing ring around the rosy with indirect means. Direct action tore the chains of open slavery from humanity. Over the centuries it has established individual rights and modified the life and death power of the master class. Direct action won political liberties such as the vote and free speech. Used fully, used wisely, and well, direct action can forever end injustice and the mastery of humans by other humans. In the sections that follow, we will indicate why anarchists are in favor of direct action and why they are against electioneering as a means of change. J.2.1 Why do anarchists favor using direct action to change things? Simply because it is effective and it has a radicalizing impact on those who practice it. As it is based on people acting for themselves, it shatters the dependency and marginalization created by hierarchy. This is key. What is even more important about direct action is that it forms a decisive step toward recovering the personal power over social life that the centralist, overbearing bureaucracies have usurped from the people. We not only gain a sense that we can control the course of social events again, we recover a new sense of selfhood and personality without which a truly free society, based in self-activity and self-management, is utterly impossible. Murray Bookchin, Toward an Ecological Society, p. 47. By acting for themselves, people gain a sense of their own power and abilities. This is essential if people are to run their own lives. As such, direct action is the means by which individuals empower themselves, to assert their individuality, to make themselves count as individuals by organizing and acting collectively. It is the opposite of hierarchy, within which individuals are told again and again that they are nothing, are insignificant and must dissolve themselves into a higher power, the state, the company, the party, the people, etc., and feel proud in participating in the strength and glory of this higher power. Direct action, in contrast, is the means of asserting your individual opinion, interests, and happiness, of fighting against self-negation. Man has as much liberty as he is willing to take. Anarchism therefore stands for direct action, the open defiance of, and resistance to, all laws and restrictions, economic, social and moral. But defiance and resistance are illegal. Therein lies the salvation of man. Everything illegal necessitates integrity, self-reliance, and courage. In short, it calls for free independent spirits, for men who are men, and who have a bone in their back which you cannot pass your hand through. Emma Goldman, Read Emma Speaks, pages 75-6. In addition, because direct action is based around individuals solving their own problems, by their own action, it awakens those aspects of individuals crushed by hierarchy and oppression such as initiative, solidarity, imagination, self-confidence and a sense of individual and collective power, that what you do matters and that you with others like you can change the world. Direct action is the means by which people can liberate themselves and educate themselves in the ways of and skills required for self-management and liberty. Direct action meant that the goal of these activities was to provide ways for people to get in touch with their own powers and capacities, to take back the power of naming themselves and their lives. We learn to think and act for ourselves by joining together in organizations in which our experience, our perception, and our activity can guide and make the change. Knowledge does not precede experience, it flows from it. People learn to be free only by exercising freedom. As one Spanish anarchist put it, we are not going to find ourselves with people ready-made for the future. Without continued exercise of their faculties, there will be no free people. The external revolution and the internal revolution presuppose one another, and they must be simultaneous in order to be successful. Martha Ackelsberg, Free Women of Spain, pages 54-5. So direct action, to use Buchan's words, is the means whereby each individual awakens to the hidden powers within herself and himself, to a new sense of self-confidence and self-competence. It is the means whereby individuals take control of society directly. Op. Cit. p. 48. In addition, direct action creates the need for new forms of social organization. These new forms of organization will be informed and shaped by the process of self-liberation, so be more anarchistic and based upon self-management. Direct action, as well as liberating individuals, can also create the free, self-managed organizations which can replace the current hierarchical ones, see section I.2.3. For example, for Kropotkin, unions were natural organs for the direct struggle with capitalism and for the composition of the future order. Quoted by Paul Avrish, The Russian Anarchists, p. 81. In other words, direct action helps create the new world in the shell of the old. Direct action not only empowered those who participated in it, it also had effects on others. It includes exemplary action that attracted adherents by the power of the positive example it set. Contemporary examples include food or daycare co-ops, collectively run businesses, sweat equity housing programs, women's self-help health collectives, urban squats or women's peace camps, as well as traditional examples as industrial unions, social centers, etc. While such activities empower those who engage in them, they also demonstrate to others that non-hierarchical forms of organization can and do exist and that they can function effectively. Ackelsberg, Op. Cit. p. 55. Also, direct actions such as strikes encourage and promote class consciousness and class solidarity. According to Kropotkin, the strike develops the sentiment of solidarity while, for Bakunin, it is the beginnings of the social war of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Strikes are a valuable instrument from 2 points of view. Firstly, they electrify the masses, invigorate their moral energy and awaken in them the feeling of the deep antagonism which exists between their interests and those of the bourgeoisie. Secondly, they help immensely to provoke and establish between the workers of all trades, localities, and countries the consciousness and very fact of solidarity, a twofold action, both negative and positive, which tends to constitute directly the new world of the proletariat, opposing it almost in an absolute way to the bourgeois world. Quoted by Caroline Kamm, Kropotkin, and the Rise of Revolutionary Anarchism 1872-1886, p. 256 and pages 216-217. Direct action, therefore, helps to create anarchists and anarchist alternatives within capitalism and statism. As such, it plays an essential role in anarchist theory and activity. For anarchists, direct action is not a tactic, it is a moral principle, an ideal, a sensibility. It should imbue every aspect of our lives and behavior and outlook. Bookchin, Op. Cit. p. 48. J.2.2 Why do anarchists reject voting as a means for change? Simply because electioneering does not work. History is littered with examples of radicals being voted into office only to become as, or even more, conservative than the politicians they replaced. As we have discussed previously, see section B.2, any government is under pressure from two sources of power, the state bureaucracy and big business. This ensures that any attempts at social change would be undermined and made hollow by vested interests, assuming they even reached that level to begin with. The deradicalizing effects of electioneering is discussed in section J.2.6. Here we will highlight the power of vested interests within democratic government. For anarchists, the general nature of the state and its role within society is to ensure the preservation of the economic status quo, the protection of the economic privileges of the ruling class, whose agent and gendarme it is. Luigi Gallini, The End of Anarchism, p. 28. As such, the state and capital restricts and controls the outcome of political action of the so-called sovereign people as expressed by voting. Taking capital to begin with, if we assume that a relatively reformist government were elected, it would soon find itself facing various economic pressures. Either capital would disinvest, so forcing the government to back down in the face of economic collapse, or the government in question would control capital leaving the country and so would soon be isolated from new investment and its currency would become worthless. Either is an effective weapon to control democratically elected governments as before, ensure that the economy would be severely damaged and the promised reforms would be dead letters. Far-fetched? No, not really. As discussed in section D.2.1, such pressures were inflicted on the 1974 Labour government in Britain, and we see the threat reported every day when the media reports on what the markets think of government policies, or when loans are given only guarantee that the country is structurally adjusted in line with corporate interests and bourgeois economic dogma. As far as political pressures go, we must remember that there is a difference between the state and government. The state is the permanent collection of institutions that have entrenched power structures and interests. The government is made up of various politicians. It is the institutions that have power in the state due to their permanence, not the representatives who come and go. In other words, the state bureaucracy has vested interests and elected politicians cannot effectively control them. Such a bureaucracy consists of armed forces, police forces, and a civil service. These are largely autonomous bodies. Theoretically they are subordinate to a democratically elected parliament, but the army, navy, and air forces are controlled by specially trained officers who from their school days onwards are brought up in a narrow caste tradition, and who always, in dealing with parliament, can dominate that body by their superior technical knowledge, professional secrecy, and strategic bluff. As for the bureaucracy proper, the civil service, anyone who has had any experience of its inner workings knows the extent to which it controls the cabinet, and through the cabinet, Parliament itself. We are really ruled by a secret shadow cabinet. All these worthy servants of the state are completely out of touch with the normal life of the nation. Herbert Read, Anarchy and Order, p. 100. As an aside, it should be noted that while in a society of rich and poor nothing is more necessary than a bureaucracy as it is necessary to protect an unfair distribution of property, it would be wrong to think that it does not have its own class interests. Even if you abolish all other classes and distinctions and retain a bureaucracy, you are still far from the classless society, for the bureaucracy is itself the nucleus of a class whose interests are totally opposed to the people it supposedly serves. Op. Cit. p. 99 and p. 100. In addition to the official bureaucracies and their power, there is also the network of behind-the-scenes agencies which are its arm. This can be termed the permanent government and the secret state, respectively. The latter, in Britain, is the Security Services, MI5, Special Branch, and the Secret Intelligence Service, MI6. Other states have their equivalents, the FBI, CIA, and so on in the USA. By the former, it is meant the secret state plus the Cabinet Office and upper echelons of Home and Foreign and Commonwealth offices, the Armed Forces and Ministry of Defense, and the so-called Permanent Secretaries Club, the network of very senior civil servants, the mandarins. In short, the upper echelons of the bureaucracy and state apparatus. Add to this its satellites, including M.P.S., particularly right-wing ones, agents of influence in the media, former security services personnel, think tanks and opinion-forming bodies, front companies of the security services, and so on. Stephen Dorrell and Robin Ramsey, Smear. Wilson and the Secret State, pp. X11. These bodies, while theoretically under the control of the elected government, can effectively, via disinformation, black operations, bureaucratic slowdowns, media attacks, etc., ensure that any government trying to introduce policies which the powers that be disagree with will be stopped. In other words, the state is not a neutral body, somehow rising above vested interests and politics. It is, and always will be, an institution which aims to protect specific sections of society as well as its own. An example of this secret state at work can be seen in the campaign against Harold Wilson, the Labour Prime Minister of Britain in the 1970s, which resulted in his resignation, as documented by Stephen Dorrell and Robin Ramsey. Left-wing Labour MP Tony Benn was subjected to intense pressure by his Whitehall advisers during the same period. In early 1975, the campaign against Benn by the media was joined by the secret state. The timing is interesting. In January, his permanent secretary had declared war, and the following month began the most extraordinary campaign of harassment any major British politician has experienced. While this is not provable by any means, it does look as though there is a clear causal connection between withdrawal of prime ministerial support, the open hostility from the Whitehall mandarins, and the onset of covert operations. Dorrell and Ramsey, Op. Cit. p. 279. This is not to forget the role of the secret state in undermining reformist and radical organizations and movements. This involvement goes from pure information gathering on subversives, to disruption and repression. Taking the example of the U.S. secret state, Howard Zinn notes that in 1975, congressional committees began investigations of the FBI and CIA. The CIA inquiry disclosed that the CIA had gone beyond its original mission of gathering intelligence and was conducting secret operations of all kinds. For example, the CIA, with the collusion of a secret committee of 40 headed by Henry Kissinger, had worked to destabilize the democratically elected, left-wing Chilean government. The investigation of the FBI disclosed many years of illegal actions to disrupt and destroy radical groups and left-wing groups of all kinds. The FBI had sent forged letters, engaged in burglaries, opened mail illegally, and in the case of Black Panther leader Fred Hampton, seems to have conspired in murder. The investigations themselves revealed the limits of government willingness to probe into such activities. And they submitted its findings on the CIA to see if there was material the agency wanted omitted. A People's History of the United States, pages 542-3. Also, the CIA secretly employs several hundred American academics to write books and other materials to be used for propaganda purposes, an important weapon in the battle for hearts and minds. In other words, the CIA, FBI, and their equivalents in other countries, and other state bodies can hardly be considered neutral bodies, who just follow orders. They are a network of vested interests, with specific ideological viewpoints and aims which usually place the wishes of the voting population below maintaining the state capital power structure in place. Therefore, we cannot expect a different group of politicians to react in different ways to the same economic and institutional influences and interests. It's no coincidence that left-wing, reformist parties have introduced right-wing, pro-capitalist, Thatcherite/Reaganite, policies similar to those right-wing, explicitly pro-capitalist parties have. This is to be expected, as the basic function of any political system is to manage the existing state and economic structures and a society's power relationships. It is not to alter them radically. The great illusion of politics is the notion that politicians have the power to make whatever changes they like. Looking at the international picture, the question obviously arises as to what real control do the politicians have over the international economy and its institutions, or the pattern of world trade and investment. These institutions have great power and, moreover, have a driving force, the profit motive, which is essentially out of control, as can be seen by the regular financial crises during the neoliberal era. This can be seen most dramatically in the military coup in Chile against the democratically re-elected, left-wing, Allende government by the military, aided by the CIA, US-based corporations and the US government to make it harder for the Allende regime. The coup resulted in thousands murdered and years of terror and dictatorship, but the danger of a pro-labor government was ended and the business environment was made healthy for profits, see section C.11. An extreme example, we know, but an important one for any believer in freedom or the idea that the state machine is somehow neutral and can be captured and used by left-wing parties, particularly as the fate of Chile has been suffered by many other reformist governments across the world. Of course, there have been examples of quite extensive reforms which did benefit working-class people in major countries. The New Deal in the USA and the 1945-51 labor governments spring to mind. Surely these indicate that our claims are false? Simply put, no, they do not. Reforms can be won from the state when the dangers of not giving in outweigh any weakening of ruling class power implied in the reforms. In the face of economic crisis and working class protest, the ruling elite often tolerates changes it would otherwise fight tooth and nail in other circumstances. Reforms will be allowed if they can be used to save the capitalist system and the state from its own excesses and even improve their operation, or if not, bending will mean being broke in the storm of social protest. After all, the possibility of getting rid of the reforms when they are no longer required will always exist as long as class society remains. This can be seen from the reformist governments of 1930s USA and 1940s UK. Both faced substantial economic problems and both were under pressure from below, by waves of militant working class struggle which could have developed beyond mere reformism. The waves of sit-down strikes in the 1930s ensured the passing of pro-union laws which allowed workers to organize without fear of being fired. This measure also partly integrated the unions into the capitalist state machine by making them responsible for controlling unofficial workplace action, and so ensuring profits. The nationalization of roughly 20% of the UK economy during the Labour administration of 1945, the most unprofitable sections of it as well, was also the direct result of ruling class fear. As Conservative MP Quintin Hogg acknowledged in the House of Commons on February 17, 1943, "If you do not give the people reform, they are going to give you revolution." Memories of the near revolutions across Europe after the First World War were obviously in many minds, on both sides. Not that nationalization was particularly feared as socialism. Indeed, it was argued that it was the best means of improving the performance of the British economy. As anarchists at the time noted, the real opinions of capitalists can be seen from stock exchange conditions and statements of industrialists than the Tory front bench, and from these it be seen that the owning class is not at all displeased with the record and tendency of the Labour Party. Neither nationalisation nor privatisation. Vernon Richards, ed. p. 9. History confirms Proudhon's argument that the state can only turn into something and do the work of the revolution insofar as it will be so invited, provoked, or compelled by some power outside of itself that seizes the initiative and sets things rolling, namely by a body representative of the proletariat be formed in Paris, in opposition to the bourgeoisie's representation. Le Représentant du Peuple, May 5, 1848. So, if extensive reforms have implemented by the state, just remember what they were in response to militant pressure from below, and that we could have got so much more. In general, things have little changed since this anarchist argument against electioneering was put forward in the 1880s. In the electoral process, the working class will always be cheated and deceived. If they did manage to send 1, or 10, or 50 of themselves to Parliament, they would become spoiled and powerless. Furthermore, even if the majority of Parliament were composed of workers, they could do nothing. Not only is there the Senate, the chiefs of the armed forces, the heads of the judiciary and of the police, who would be against the parliamentary bills advanced by such a chamber and would refuse to enforce laws favoring the workers. It has happened, but furthermore, laws are not miraculous. No law can prevent the capitalists from exploiting the workers. No law can force them to keep their factories open and employ workers at such and such conditions, nor force shopkeepers to sell as a certain price, and so on. S. Merlino, quoted by Gallini, Op. Cit. p. 13. As any worker will tell you, just because there are laws on such things as health and safety, union organizing, working hours, or whatever, it does not mean that bosses will pay any attention to them. While firing people for joining a union is illegal in America, it does not stop bosses doing so. Similarly, many would be surprised to discover that the 8-hour working day was legally created in many U.S. states by the 1870s, but workers had to strike for it in 1886 as it is not enforced. Ultimately, political action is dependent on direct action to be enforced where it counts, in the workplace and streets. And if only direct action can enforce a political decision once it is made, then it can do so beforehand, so showing the limitations in waiting for politicians to act. Anarchists reject voting for other reasons. The fact is that electoral procedures are the opposite of direct action. They are based on getting someone else to act on your behalf. Therefore, far from empowering people and giving them a sense of confidence and ability, electioneering disempowers them by creating a leader figure from which changes are expected to flow. As Brian Martin observes, all the historical evidence suggests that parties are more a drag than an impetus to radical change. One obvious problem is that parties can be voted out. All the policy changes they brought in can simply be reversed later. More important, though, is the pacifying influence of the radical party itself. On a number of occasions, radical parties have been elected to power as a result of popular upsurges. Time after time, the radical parties have become chains to hold back the process of radical change. Democracy Without Elections, pages 123-36, Reinventing Anarchy, again, Howard J. Ehrlich, ed., p. 124. This can easily be seen from the history of various left-wing parties. Labor or socialist parties, elected in periods of social turbulence, have often acted to reassure the ruling elite by dampening popular action that could have threatened capitalist interests. For example, the first action undertaken by the Popular Front elected in France in 1936 was to put an end to strikes and occupations and generally to cool popular militancy, which was the Front's strongest ally in coming to power. The Labour government elected in Britain in 1945 got by with as few reforms as it could, refusing to consider changing basic social structures, and simply replaced wage labor to a boss with wage labor to the state via nationalization of certain industries. It did, however, manage to find time within the first days of taking office to send troops in to break a dockers' strike. This was no isolated event. Labor has used troops to break strikes far more often than the Conservatives have. These points indicate why existing power structures cannot effectively be challenged through elections. For one thing, elected representatives are not mandated, which is to say they are not tied in any binding way to particular policies, no matter what promises they have made or what voters may prefer. Around election time, the public's influence on politicians is strongest, but after the election, representatives can do practically whatever they want, because there is no procedure for instant recall. In practice, it is impossible to recall politicians before the next election, and between elections they are continually exposed to pressure from powerful special interest groups, especially business lobbyists, state bureaucracies, and political party power brokers. Under such pressure, the tendency of politicians to break campaign promises has become legendary. Generally, such promise breaking is blamed on bad character, leading to periodic throw the bastards out fervor, after which a new set of representatives is elected, who also mysteriously turn out to be bastards. In reality, it is the system itself that produces bastards, the sellouts and shady dealing we have come to expect from politicians. In light of modern democracy, it is amazing that anyone takes the system seriously enough to vote at all. In fact, voter turnout in the US and other nations where democracy is practiced in this fashion is typically low. Nevertheless, some voters continue to participate, pinning their hopes on new parties or trying to reform a major party. For anarchists, this activity is pointless as it does not get at the root of the problem. It is the system which shapes politicians and parties in its own image and marginalizes and alienates people due to its hierarchical and centralist nature. No amount of party politics can change that. However, we should make it clear that most anarchists recognize there is a difference between voting for a government and voting in a referendum. Here we are discussing the former, electioneering, as a means of social change. Referenda are closer to anarchist ideas of direct democracy and are, while flawed, far better than electing a politician to office once every 4 years or so. In addition, anarchists are not necessarily against all involvement in electoral politics. Some advocate voting when the possible outcome of an election could be disastrous, for example, if a fascist or quasi-fascist party looks likely to win the election. Some social ecologists, following Murray Boochin's arguments, support actual standing in elections and think anarchists by taking part in local elections can use them to create self-governing community assemblies. However, few anarchists support such means to create community assemblies. See section J.5.14 for a discussion on this. The problem of elections in a statist system, even on a local scale, means that the vast majority of anarchists reject voting as a means of change. Instead, we wholeheartedly support direct action as the means of getting improvements in the here and now as well as the means of creating an alternative to the current system. J.2.3 What are the political implications of voting? At its most basic, voting implies agreement with the status quo. It is worth quoting the Scottish libertarian socialist James Kelman at length on this. State propaganda insists that the reason why at least 40% of the voting public don't vote at all is because they have no feelings one way or the other. They say the same thing in the USA, where some 85% of the population are apparently apolitical since they don't bother registering a vote. Rejection of the political system is inadmissible as far as the state is concerned. Of course, the one thing that does happen when you vote is that someone else has endorsed an unfair political system. A vote for any party or any individual is always a vote for the political system. You can interpret your vote in whichever way you like, but it remains an endorsement of the apparatus. If there was any possibility that the apparatus could effect a change in the system, then they would dismantle it immediately. In other words, the political system is an integral state institution, designed and refined to perpetuate its own existence. Ruling authority fixes the agenda by which the public are allowed to enter the political arena, and that's the fix they've settled on. Some recent attacks, p. 87. We are taught from an early age that voting in elections is right and a duty. In U.S. schools, for example, children elect class presidents and other officers. Often many general elections are held to educate children in democracy. Periodically, election coverage monopolizes the media. We are made to feel guilty about shirking our civic responsibility if we do not vote. Countries that have no elections, or only rigged elections, are regarded as failures. As a result, elections have become a quasi-religious ritual. Yet, in reality, elections in practice have served well to maintain dominant power structures such as private property, the military, male domination, and economic inequality. None of these has been seriously threatened through voting. It is from the point of view of radical critics that elections are most limiting. Democracy Without Elections, pages 123 to 36, Reinventing Anarchy, again, Howard J. Ehrlich, ed. p. 124. Elections serve the interests of state power in other ways. First, voting helps to legitimate government, hence suffrage has often been expanded at times when there was little popular demand for it but when mass support of government was crucial, as during a war or revolution. Second, it comes to be seen as the only legitimate form of political participation, thus making it likely that any revolts by oppressed or marginalized groups will be viewed by the general public as illegitimate. It helps focus attention away from direct action and building new social structures back into institutions which the ruling class can easily control. The general election during the May '68 revolt in France, for example, helped diffuse the revolutionary situation, as did the elections during the Argentine revolt against neoliberalism in the early 2000s. So by turning political participation into the safe activities of campaigning and voting, elections have reduced the risk of more radical direct action as well as building a false sense of power and sovereignty among the general population. Voting disempowers the grassroots by diverting energy from grassroots action. After all, the goal of electoral politics is to elect a representative who will act for us. Therefore, instead of taking direct action to solve problems ourselves, action becomes indirect, though the government. This is an insidiously easy trap to fall into, as we have been conditioned in hierarchical society from day one into attitudes of passivity and obedience, which gives most of us a deep-seated tendency to leave important matters to the experts and authorities. Kropotkin described well the net effect. Vote. Greater men that you will tell you the moment when the self-annihilation of capital has been accomplished. They will then expropriate the few usurpers left, and you will be freed without having taken any more trouble than that of writing on a bit of paper the name of the man whom the heads of your faction of the party told you to vote for. Quoted by Ruth Kinna, Kropotkin's Theory of Mutual Aid in Historical Context, pages 259 to 283, International Review of Social History, number 40, pages 265 to 6. Anarchists also criticize elections for giving citizens the false impression that the government serves, or can serve, the people. As Martin reminds us, the founding of the modern state a few centuries ago was met with great resistance. People would refuse to pay taxes, to be conscripted, or to obey laws passed by national governments. The introduction of voting and the expanded suffrage have greatly aided the expansion of state power. Rather than seeing the system as one of ruler and ruled, people see at least the possibility of using state power to serve themselves. As electoral participation has increased, the degree of resistance to taxation, military service, and the immense variety of laws regulating behavior, has been greatly attenuated up. Cit. p. 126. Ironically, voting has legitimated the growth of state power to such an extent that the state is now beyond any real popular control by the form of participation that made that growth possible. Nevertheless, the idea that electoral participation means popular control of government is so deeply implanted in people's psyches that even the most overtly skeptical radical often cannot fully free themselves from it. Therefore, voting has the important political implication of encouraging people to identify with state power and to justify the status quo. In addition, it feeds the illusion that the state is neutral and that electing parties to office means that people have control over their own lives. Moreover, elections have a tendency to make people passive, to look for salvation from above and not from their own self-activity. As such, it produces a division between leaders and led, with the voters turned into spectators of activity, not the participants within it. All this does not mean, obviously, that anarchists prefer dictatorship or an enlightened monarchy. Far from it, democratizing state power can be an important step towards abolishing it. All anarchists agree with Bakunin when he argued that the most imperfect republic is 1,000 times better than even the most enlightened monarchy. Quoted by Daniel Guerin, Anarchism, p. 20. It simply means that anarchists refuse to join in with the farce of electioneering, particularly when there are more effective means available for changing things for the better. Anarchists reject the idea that our problems can be solved by the very institutions that cause them in the first place. J.2.4 Surely voting for radical parties will be effective? There is no doubt that voting can lead to changes in policies, which can be a good thing as far as it goes. However, such policies are formulated and implemented within the authoritarian framework of the hierarchical capitalist state, a framework which itself is never open to challenge by voting. On the contrary, voting legitimates the state framework, ensuring that social change will be, at best, mild, gradual, and reformist rather than rapid and radical. Indeed, the democratic process has resulted in all successful political parties becoming committed to more of the same or tinkering with the details at best, which is usually the limits of any policy changes. This seems unlikely to change. Given the need for radical systemic changes as soon as possible due to the exponentially accelerating crises of modern civilization, working for gradual reforms within the electoral system must be seen as a potentially deadly tactical error. Electioneering has always been the death of radicalism. Political parties are only radical when they do not stand a chance of election. However, many social activists continue to try to use elections, so participating in the system which disempowers the majority and so helps create the social problems they are protesting against. It should be a widely recognized truism in radical circles that elections empower the politicians and not the voters. Thus elections focus attention to a few leaders, urging them to act for rather than acting for ourselves, see section H.1.5. If genuine social change needs mass participation, then, by definition, using elections will undermine that. This applies to within the party as well, for working within the system disempowers grassroots activists, as can be seen by the Green Party in Germany during the early 80s. The coalitions into which the Greens entered with Social Democrats in the German legislature often had the effect of strengthening the status quo by co-opting those whose energies might otherwise have gone into more radical and effective forms of activism. Principles were ignored in favor of having some influence, so producing watered-down legislation which tinkered with the system rather than transforming it. As discussed in section H.3.9, the state is more complicated than the simple organ of the economically dominant class pictured by Marxists. There are continual struggles both inside and outside the state bureaucracies, struggles that influence policies and empower different groups of people. This can produce clashes with the ruling elite, while the need of the state to defend the system as a whole causes conflict with the interests of sections of the capitalist class. Due to this, many radical parties believe that the state is neutral and so it makes sense to work within it, for example, to obtain labor, consumer, and environmental protection laws. However, this reasoning ignores the fact that the organizational structure of the state is not neutral. To quote Brian Martin, "The basic anarchist insight is that the structure of the state, as a centralist administrative apparatus, is inherently flawed from the point of view of human freedom and equality. Even though the state can be used occasionally for valuable ends, as a means the state is flawed and impossible to reform. The non-reformable aspects of the state include, centrally, its monopoly over legitimate violence and its consequent power to coerce for the purpose of war, internal control, taxation, and the protection of property and bureaucratic privilege. The problem with voting is that the basic premises of the state are never considered open for debate, much less challenge. The state's monopoly over the use of violence for war is never at issue. Neither is the state's use of violence against revolt from within. The state's right to extract economic resources from the population is never questioned. Neither is the state's guarantee of either private property, under capitalism, or bureaucratic prerogative, under state socialism, or both. Democracy Without Elections, pages 123 to 36, Reinventing Anarchy, again, Howard J. Ehrlich, ed., p. 127. It may be argued that if a new political group is radical enough it will be able to use state power for good purposes. While we discuss this in more detail in section J.2.6, let us consider a specific case, that of the Greens, as many of them believe that the best way to achieve their aims is to work within the current political system. By pledging to use the electoral system to achieve change, Green parties necessarily commit themselves to formulating their proposals as legislative agendas. But once legislation is passed, the coercive mechanisms of the state will be needed to enforce it. Therefore, Green parties are committed to upholding state power. However, our analysis in section B.2 indicated that the state is a set of hierarchical institutions through which a ruling elite dominates society and individuals. And, as we have seen in section E, ecologists, feminists, and peace activists, who are key constituencies of the Green movement, all need to dismantle hierarchies and domination in order to achieve their respective aims. Therefore, since the state is not only the largest and most powerful hierarchy but also serves to maintain the hierarchical form of all major institutions in society, since this form is the most suitable for achieving ruling class interests, the state itself is the main obstacle to the success of key constituencies of the Green movement. Hence it is impossible in principle for a parliamentary Green party to achieve the essential objectives of the Green movement. A similar argument would apply to any radical party whose main emphasis was social justice, which, like the goals of feminists, radical ecologists, and peace activists, depends on dismantling hierarchies. As we argued in the previous section, Radical parties are under pressure from economic and state bureaucracies that ensure that even a sincere radical party would be powerless to introduce significant reforms. The only real response to the problems of representative democracy is to urge people not to vote. Such anti-election campaigns can be a valuable way of making others aware of the limitations of the current system, which is a necessary condition for their seriously considering the anarchist alternative of using direct action and build alternative social and economic organizations. The implications of abstentionism are discussed in the next section. J.2.5 Why do anarchists support abstentionism and what are its implications? At its most basic, anarchists support abstentionism because participation in elections means the transfer of one's will and decisions to another, which is contrary to the fundamental principles of anarchism. Emma Goldman, Vision on Fire, p. 89-4, as Proudhon stressed, in a statist democracy, the people is limited to choosing, every 3 or 4 years, its chiefs and its impostors. Quoted by George Woodcock, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, p. 152. If you reject hierarchy, then participating in a system by which you elect those who will govern you is almost like adding insult to injury. For, as Luigi Gallini pointed out, whoever has the political competence to choose his own rulers is, by implication, also competent to do without them. The end of anarchism, p. 37. In other words, because anarchists reject the idea of authority, we reject the idea that picking the authority, be it bosses or politicians, makes us free. Therefore, anarchists reject governmental elections in the name of self-government and free association. We refuse to vote as voting is endorsing authoritarian social structures. We are, in effect, being asked to make obligations to the state, not our fellow citizens, and so anarchists reject the symbolic process by which our liberty is alienated from us. Anarchists are aware that elections serve to legitimate government. We have always warned that since the state is an integral part of the system that perpetuates poverty, inequality, racism, imperialism, sexism, environmental destruction, and war, we should not expect to solve any of these problems by changing a few nominal state leaders every 4 or 5 years. Therefore anarchists, usually, advocate abstentionism at election time as a means of exposing the farce of democracy, the disempowering nature of elections and the real role of the state. For anarchists, then, when you vote, you are choosing between rulers. Instead of urging people to vote, we raise the option of choosing to rule yourself, to organize freely with others in your workplace, in your community, everywhere as equals. The option of something you cannot vote for, a new society. Instead of waiting for others to make some changes for you, anarchists urge that you do it yourself. In this way, you cannot but build an alternative to the state which can reduce its power now and, in the long run, replace it. This is the core of the anarchist support for abstentionism. In addition, beyond this basic anarchist rejection of elections from an anti-statist position, anarchists also support abstentionism as it allows us to put across our ideas at election time. It is a fact that at such times people are often more interested in politics than usual. So, by arguing for abstentionism we can get our ideas across about the nature of the current system, how elected politicians do not control the state bureaucracy, now the state acts to protect capitalism and so on. In addition, it allows us to present the ideas of direct action and encourage those disillusioned with political parties and the current system to become anarchists by presenting a viable alternative to the farce of politics. For, after all, a sizable percentage of non-voters and voters are disillusioned with the current setup. Many who vote do so simply against the other candidate, seeking the least worse option. Many who do not vote do so for essentially political reasons, such as being fed up with the political system, failing to see any major differences between the parties, or recognition that the candidates were not interested in people like them. These non-voters are often disproportionately left-leaning, compared with those who did vote. So, anarchist abstentionism is a means of turning this negative reaction to an unjust system into positive activity. So, Anarchist opposition to electioneering has deep political implications which Luigi Gallini addressed when he wrote, "The anarchists' electoral abstentionism implies not only a conception that is opposed to the principle of representation, which is totally rejected by anarchism, it implies above all an absolute lack of confidence in the state. Furthermore, anarchist abstentionism has consequences which are much less superficial than the inert apathy ascribed to it by the sneering careerists of scientific socialism, i.e. Marxism. It strips the state of the constitutional fraud with which it presents itself to the gullible as the true representative of the whole nation, and, in so doing, exposes its essential character as representative, procurer and policeman of the ruling classes. Distrust of reforms, of public power and of delegated authority, can lead to direct action in the class struggle. It can determine the revolutionary character of this action, and, accordingly, anarchists regard it as the best available means for preparing the masses to manage their own personal and collective interests, and, besides, anarchists feel that even now the working people are fully capable of handling their own political and administrative interests." Op. Cit. Pages 13 to 14. Therefore abstentionism stresses the importance of self-activity and self-libertarian as well as having an important educational effect in highlighting that the state is not neutral but serves to protect class rule and that meaningful change only comes from below, by direct action. For the dominant ideas within any class society reflect the opinions of the ruling elite of that society, and so any campaign at election times which argues for abstentionism and indicates why voting is a farce will obviously challenge them. In other words, abstentionism combined with direct action and the building of libertarian alternatives is a very effective means of changing people's ideas and encouraging a process of self-education and, ultimately, self-liberation. In summary, anarchists urge abstentionism in order to encourage activity, not apathy. Not voting is not enough, and anarchists urge people to organize and resist as well. Abstentionism must be the political counterpart of class struggle, self-activity, and self-management in order to be effective, otherwise it is as pointless as voting is. J.2.6 What are the effects of radicals using electioneering? While many radicals would be tempted to agree with our analysis of the limitations of electioneering and voting, few would automatically agree with anarchist abstentionist arguments. Instead, they argue that we should combine direct action with electioneering. In that way, it is argued, we can overcome the limitations of electioneering by invigorating it with self-activity. In addition, they suggest, the state is too powerful to leave in the hands of the enemies of the working class. A radical politician will refuse to give the orders to crush social protest that a right-wing, pro-capitalist one would. While these are important arguments in favor of radicals using elections, they ultimately fail to take into account the nature of the state and the corrupting effect it has on radicals. This reformist idea has met a nasty end. If history is anything to go by, the net effect of radicals using elections is that by the time they are elected to office the radicals will happily do what they claimed the right wing would have done. In 1899, for example, the socialist Alexander Milrand joined the French government. Nothing changed. During industrial disputes, strikers appealed to Milrand for help, confident that, with him in the government, the state would be on their side. Much of this confidence was dispelled within a few years. The government did little more for workers than its predecessors had done. Soldiers and police were still sent in to repress serious strikes. Peter N. Stearns, Revolutionary Syndicalism and French Labor, p. 16. Aristide Briand, another socialist politician, was the Minister of the Interior in 1910 and broke a general strike of railwaymen by use of the most draconian methods. Having declared a military emergency, he threatened all strikers with court-martial. Jeremy Jennings, Syndicalism in France, p. 36. These events occurred, it should be noted, during the period when social democratic parties were self-proclaimed revolutionaries and arguing against anarcho-syndicalism by using the argument that working people needed their own representatives in office to stop troops being used against them during strikes. Looking at the British Labour government of 1945 to 1951, we find the same actions. What is often considered the most left-wing Labour government ever used troops to break strikes in every year it was in office, starting with the dockers' strike days after it became the new government. Again, in the 1970s, Labour used troops to break strikes. Indeed, the Labour Party has used troops to break strikes more often than the Conservative Party. Many blame the individuals elected to office for these betrayals, arguing that we need to elect better politicians, select better leaders. For anarchists, nothing could be more wrong, as it's the means used, not the individuals involved, which is the problem. Writing of his personal experience as a member of parliament, Proudhon recounted that as soon as I set foot in the parliamentary Sinai, I ceased to be in touch with the masses, because I was absorbed by my legislative work. I entirely lost sight of the current events. One must have lived in that isolator which is called a National Assembly to realize how the men who are most completely ignorant of the state of the country are almost always those who represent it. There was ignorance of daily facts and fear of the people, the sickness of all those who belong to authority, for the people, for those in power, are the enemy. The anarchist reader, p. 111. Ultimately, as syndicalist Émile Pouget argued, this fate was inevitable, as any socialist politician could not break the mold. He is only a cog in the machine of oppression, and whether he wishes it or not he must, as minister, participate in the job of crushing the proletariat. Quoted by Jennings, Op. Cit. p. 36. These days, few enter Parliament as radicals like Proudhon. The notion of using elections for radical change is rare. Such a development in itself shows the correctness of the anarchist critique of electioneering. At its most basic, electioneering results in the party using it becoming more moderate and reformist. It becomes the victim of its own success. In order to gain votes, the party must appear moderate and practical, and that means working within the system. Participation in the politics of the bourgeois states has not brought the labor movement a hair's breadth nearer to socialism, but thanks to this method, socialism has almost been completely crushed and condemned to insignificance. Participation in parliamentary politics has affected the socialist labor movement like an insidious poison. It destroyed the belief in the necessity of constructive socialist activity, and, worse of all, the impulse to self-help, by inoculating people with the ruinous delusion that salvation always comes from above. Rudolf Rocker, Anarcho-Syndicalism, p. 54. This corruption does not happen overnight. Alexander Berkman indicated how it slowly developed. In former days the socialists claimed that they meant to use politics only for the purpose of propaganda, and took part in elections in order to have an opportunity to advocate socialism. It may seem a harmless thing, but it proved the undoing of socialism. Because nothing is truer than the means you use to attain your